Chen Nan walked into the manager's office and threw the pay stub on the desk. Manager Lu, why was my commission for last month only 800? How much did you expect? Last month I closed 2 million in sales. At 1% commission, I should have received 20,000. Lu Jigang sneered. That client was mine. The contract bears my signature. Why should the commission go to you? I followed this client for over 6 months. On signing day, you deliberately sent me on a business trip so you could sign in my place. How is this your deal? That's just company policy. Contracts count whoever signed them. Take it up with finance, not me. Despicable. Are you even human? Lu Jigang slammed his palm on the desk. Watch your mouth. If you want to work, stay. If not, get out. Lu, you'll regret this. Watching Chen Nan leave, Lu Jigang was unabashed. Regret all you want. You wouldn't dare kill me. Just a trash talker still in my grasp. Back at his desk, Chen Nan grew angrier the more he thought about it. Fortunately, this was a rule of law society. If it were ancient times, he would have already slashed that beast Lu Jigang to pieces. That night, Chen Nan had a dream. Not a pleasant one. In the dream appeared not a beauty but an elderly man with a white beard wearing ancient Chinese clothing. Who are you? Chen Nan asked curiously. I'm your ancestor, the white-bearded elder replied. Chen Nan was furious. Even in my dream you're trying to take advantage of me. I'm your ancestor. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're old. Try taking advantage of me again. The white-bearded elder's expression turned serious. Chen Nan, I'm not joking. I truly am your ancestor. I've come in your dream to bestow upon you a great opportunity. Really? If I'm lying, may I be your ancestor? Hiss, that sounded genuine. No one would joke like this. Ancestor, what great opportunity. The white-bearded elder sighed deeply. 600 years ago your ancestor founded the Great Qian Dynasty in another world. Unfortunately, it lasted only 300 years before treacherous officials usurped it. For the next 300 years I waited for an outstanding descendant to restore the dynasty. Now I have finally found you. Chen Nan was dumbfounded. Another world. A parallel world. That world is equivalent to China's Tang and Song dynasties. I give you 10 days plus a super large spatial storage. Collect as many supplies as possible. On the 11th day, at Mao hour, I will teleport you to that world. So I can become an emperor there. I believe in you. You must restore the Great Qian Dynasty. Then this old ancestor can rest in peace. Chen Nan was thrilled. Becoming an emperor, every man's dream. Life and death authority harem of concubines. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Then Chen Nan woke up. Looking at the ceiling, he felt a wave of disappointment. Just a dream. Come on, let me continue. The part where I become emperor hasn't even started yet. I don't even need life and death authority. Can I at least have the harem first? He checked the time. Already 7 o'clock. Time to get up and wash. Walking to the washroom holding toothbrush and toothpaste, Chen Nan suddenly thought of that huge storage space from the dream. With a single thought, the toothbrush and toothpaste vanished instantly. Chen Nan clearly felt them being thrown into a virtual space in his mind. That space was enormous. Could probably fit an entire city. He tried other things like a razor and body wash. With just a thought, everything went in, and with another thought they came back out. Even large items like the bed and table could be stored. The storage space was real. That meant the dream was real. Ha ha ha, this was his chance to turn things around. He was going to become an emperor in ancient times. 10 days to prepare. First gather supplies for rebellion, then recruit soldiers, in ancient times fight all the way to the capital, and ascend the throne, creating a golden age. But something seemed missing. Oh right, money. Ancestor, you didn't give me any money. How am I supposed to buy supplies without money? How to buy weapons and equipment? Other systems give 10 billion or so to gather supplies before crossing over. You don't even give me 1 yuan. Do you expect me to steal? Chen Nan had a sudden inspiration. Of course he could steal. With a storage space, why buy things honestly? Unnoticed, he could transfer everything into the storage space. Even if caught on surveillance, there'd be no proof it was him. This storage space was a cheat device for stealing. He had 10 days, plenty of time to gather what he needed. But he couldn't steal domestically. Chen Nan was a patriotic youth. How could he steal from his own people? Besides, domestic surveillance systems were too developed, hard to operate there. Even if they couldn't prove it was him, if he appeared on camera and things mysteriously disappeared, police would definitely take him in for investigation. Even if nothing came of it, it would waste time. Chen Nan had no time to waste with the police. So he decided to steal abroad. And abroad had one advantage over domestic: you could buy, or rather steal, guns and ammunition. Like in America, gun shops on every street corner. Domestically, you couldn't buy such things, even with money. Since he was returning to ancient times, to rebel firearms were essential. Getting heavy weapons like tanks and artillery was unlikely, but common firearms like handguns and rifles were feasible. Brought to ancient times, they'd be a dimensional strike. Food supplies were also needed. Although he could buy food in ancient times, rebels should stay low-key. Why buy later when he could steal now? Feeding an army required massive supplies. Buying too much at once would attract official attention. The court might discover them before they could even raise troops. Cold weapons were also needed. Even with firearms, ammunition wasn't infinite. Modern craft cold weapons were superior to ancient ones. But cold weapons couldn't be stolen openly. In modern society, who manufactures so many, he need to place orders. With 10 days a batch should be producible. Medicine, clothing, book, seeds. Basically anything useful for ancient times. Even if unused, it wouldn't hurt to prepare. Right, he'd go abroad immediately to gather everything. But he needed a passport and Chen Nan didn't have one. Applying for a passport and visa through proper channels would take too long. He'd already be in ancient times by then. Fortunately, Chen Nan was from Fujian. Fujian people could go abroad whenever Mazu agreed. The most important thing now was to get startup capital. Fake documents and plane tickets cost money. Deposits for cold weapons and armor too. Chen Nan had less than 5,000 yuan total. Clearly not enough. He needed to get Lu Jigang to pay the 20,000 in commissions. Oh right, his ex-girlfriend Jiang Ying still owed Chen Nan 100,000. Had to collect that too. If these two continued to play dirty, he'd have to kill them. Since he was leaving Earth anyway, might as well take a couple of scoundrels with him. Consider it eliminating evil for the people. Chen Nan felt no resistance about going to ancient times. After all, he had lost both parents since childhood with no wife or children, standard orphan and bachelor combined with no attachments. Furthermore, after years of being oppressed and exploited by capitalists at work, it would be better to venture into ancient times and strive for nobility or high office. Chen Nan took a car to the office building where his company was located. Passing through the first-floor lobby, he noticed the security guard's telescopic baton placed against the wall. Taking advantage of the guard's inattention, he bent down, grabbed it, and walked away. Passing by an area without cameras, Chen Nan casually tossed the baton into his spatial storage. Riding the elevator to the 16th floor, he walked into the company. Instead of heading to his workstation, he went straight into the sales manager's office. Entering the office, Chen Nan closed the door and engaged the lock, ensuring no one from outside could enter regardless of what happened inside. Lu Jigang, a fleshy-faced man with a frown, growled, "Why are you here again? Can't you stop?" Chen Nan didn't bother with nonsense. "When will you return my 2,000 yuan commission?" "Why should I return my commission to you?" Lu Jigang still wore that shameless expression. "Didn't I tell you to wait yesterday? I thought you were going to beat me. Unexpectedly, you're still as cowardly as ever. You really are a waste." Lu Jigang acted with such confidence because the boss's wife was his cousin. His methods were extremely insidious. Whenever a salesperson signed a deal worth over $1 million, he would target them. On the day of signing the contract, he would always find an excuse to send the salesperson away, then sign the order contract on their behalf. The finance department only recognized signatures. Whichever name was on the order, the commission went to that person. The salespeople were naturally dissatisfied, but Lu Jigang's connections were too strong. There was nowhere to appeal, so they could only leave in anger. Thus, nearly all the salespeople under Lu Jigang could not last a full year. Chen Nan was one of the unlucky ones who joined just 3 months ago. Last month, he landed a 2 million yuan big order. Chen Nan thought his luck had finally turned, but unexpectedly Lu Jigang had schemed against him again. "Fine, are you sure you won't pay?" Lu Jigang played with the Omega watch on his left wrist. "So what if I don't give it to you? You're just an orphan. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" "Not afraid, huh?" Chen Nan reached behind his back and with a thought summoned the telescopic baton from his spatial storage. Seeing the baton suddenly appear in Chen Nan's hand, Lu Jigang finally panicked. He stood up from his chair and retreated to the wall. "Chen Nan, you're a retired soldier. You should have high awareness. You can't bully ordinary citizens." "How? What kind of ordinary citizen are you?" In the past, Chen Nan had endured everything because of his veteran identity, but this guy only grew bolder and dared to embezzle 20,000 yuan. Today let him vent all his frustration. Chen Nan circled around the desk and charged at Lu Jigang, swinging the baton wildly at him. "Ah, pain!" Lu Jigang let out a pig slaughter-like scream. Pain is exactly right. As Chen Nan spoke, his movements never stopped, continuously raising the baton to strike Lu Jigang. Lu Jigang was pinned behind the massive desk with nowhere to hide. He could only cover his head with both hands. "Chen Nan, brother, Nan, stop hitting me. I'll return the 2,000 yuan right away. Sorry, I don't want that money anymore. I just want to vent my anger." Lu Jigang was about to cry. This guy is crazy. He doesn't even want the 2,000 yuan. What awaited him was even more ferocious attacks. "Help! Someone come quickly. I'm going to be beaten to death." Lu Jigang screamed at the top of his lungs, hoping his colleagues outside would come to his rescue. But he had miscalculated. Although people outside did hear his pig slaughter-like screams and were preparing to come rescue him, the office door was locked by Chen Nan, and they simply could not get in. Lu Jigang was on the verge of despair. He could clearly hear the pounding on the door and the shouts outside, but it was as if separated by an abyss. "Keep shouting. Even if you shout until your throat breaks, it won't help." Chen Nan let out all his pent-up anger. The more Lu Jigang screamed, the more satisfied Chen Nan felt. Just when Lu Jigang was gasping for breath with more outgoing air than incoming, the door finally burst open. A group of people rushed in. "Chen Nan, stop right now." The one shouting was Zhang Yang, Lu Jigang's lackey, the only person who could last a full year in the sales department. Because he was so good at flattering, Lu Jigang treated him well and never stole his deals. Sometimes he even gave him 1 or 2 small orders. Zhang Yang rushed to Lu Jigang's side, first concerned, "Director Lu, are you okay?" The others pulled Chen Nan aside. Seeing Lu Jigang bruised and battered, the colleagues tried hard to hold back their laughter. It felt so good, Someone finally stood up to beat him. Too bad they missed the most exciting part just now. Zhang Yang helped the half-dead Lu Jigang sit in the chair, then pointed at Chen Nan and shouted, "Chen Nan, you have huge nerve. You dare to hit Director Lu. What qualification do you have to bark at me? You're just a lapdog." Hearing the word lapdog, Zhang Yang exploded in rage. "Who are you calling a lapdog? Believe it or not, I'll call the police and have you arrested." "Want to arrest me? Then I'll beat you too." Chen Nan charged again, swinging the baton at Zhang Yang. Chen Nan was a retired veteran, and his physical fitness was no joke. Moreover, he had a weapon in hand. Zhang Yang had absolutely no chance of resisting. As expected, Zhang Yang was also beaten into cowering with his head tucked in. Surprisingly, not a single bystander colleague intervened to stop the fight. After all, lapdogs are even more hateful than exploiters. Since they hadn't gotten to see the fat pig Lu Jigang get beaten, just now watching the lackey get beaten was also quite entertaining. After all, Chen Nan had already beaten Lu Jigang, so going to jail was inevitable. Beating one or two made no difference. Might as well let him beat his fill. "What are you all standing there for? Pull him off." Zhang Yang screamed. No one paid him any attention. By the time Zhang Yang was also beaten half to death, the colleagues worried about causing a death and finally pulled Chen Nan away. Chen Nan brushed off the dust from his clothes. "Everyone, I need to go back to my hometown. If the police arrive, please tell them I'll come back and turn myself in after a few days." Having vented his anger, Chen Nan was ready to leave. Walking downstairs from the company, when passing the parking lot, he happened to see Lu Jigang's 80M9. It seemed this location was a blind spot for surveillance cameras. A wicked idea popped into Chen Nan's mind. With a thought, he absorbed that M9 into his storage space. Let that idiot search slowly. Chen Nan had already crossed Lu Jigang's name off his book of life and death. When the day of traversal came, he would come back and take this guy with him. Next, he needed to find his ex-girlfriend Jiang Ying to claim the 100 yuan. As for whether to take her along, it would depend on how she chose. Back in the office, Lu Jigang finally recovered. He shouted at Zhang Yang, "Call 110 quickly. Arrest that bastard Chen Nan." Zhang Yang, ignoring his whole body soreness, took out his phone from his pocket and dialed 110. "Police, come quickly. Director Lu and I have been beaten terribly. It's awful." 10 minutes later, 2 police officers arrived at the company. Lu Jigang tearfully recounted Chen Nan's brutality. However, after gathering testimonies from colleagues, the officers realized the situation was not as Lu Jigang had described. Using his position to embezzle subordinates' commissions, such a person deserved a beating, even death. But regardless, resorting to violence was ultimately wrong. Since Chen Nan was not present and his phone was unreachable, the officers could only take Lu Jigang and Zhang Yang to the police station for injury assessment. Lu Jigang led Zhang Yang to the parking lot, intending to drive to the station, but when he reached his parking spot, he was stunned. The space was completely empty. "Where's my M9? This was Lu Jigang's designated parking spot, where his beloved car was always parked. He would never mistake the location. But where was the car? How could it vanish into thin air? Lu Jigang quickly opened the car's app to check the location, but it displayed only 8 characters. Device offline, vehicle lost. What the hell? How could a car go missing? On the other side, Chen Nan arrived at a residential complex called Zhongyang Gongguan, where his ex-girlfriend Jiang Ying lived. Chen Nan knew Lu Jigang would certainly call the police, but he wasn't worried at all. For such a minor public security case, the police wouldn't deploy a large force to hunt him down. Now it was up to Jiang Ying. In fact, Chen Nan had already prepared to take action because Jiang Ying and Lu Jigang were cut from the same cloth. Both were the type who wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin. 2 years ago, Chen Nan was discharged from the military, and through a high school classmate got to know Jiang Ying. It was said that Jiang Ying had a special admiration for soldiers and always wanted a veteran as a boyfriend. Jiang Ying was 3 years younger than Chen Nan, with a pure appearance and fair skin. Chen Nan was instantly smitten. Within a month, they were in a relationship. Later, Chen Nan discovered that Jiang Ying didn't actually admire soldiers, as she just wanted to find a veteran to be her sugar daddy because all veterans received a substantial discharge bonus. Chen Nan had served 5 years, and his discharge bonus was nearly 400 yuan. After a year with Jiang Ying, the 400 had dwindled to 100. Seeing that he would be broke within 3 months at this rate, Chen Nan decided to limit Jiang Ying's spending. Jiang Ying refused, and after a big argument, slammed the door and left. A week later, she returned looking pitiful and told Chen Nan that her father had been hit by a car and urgently needed 100 yuan for emergency treatment. Without a second thought, Chen Nan transferred the last 100 yuan to her. Jiang Ying didn't stay, as she turned and left. Then she never came back and completely disappeared. Her phone was unreachable, and she had blocked him on WeChat. 6 months ago, Chen Nan learned from a high school classmate that Jiang Ying had bought a studio apartment in the Zhongyang Gongguan complex with cash, exactly 400 yuan. Chen Nan was furious. He had been nothing but an ATM for over a year. Using the address from his classmate, he went to confront her and demanded the money back. Jiang Ying naturally refused. They ended up at the police station. After mediation, Jiang Ying agreed to return the last 100 yuan she had taken from Chen Nan, but refused to give back the rest, telling him to sue if he wanted. Chen Nan had no choice but to accept, as he had seen many similar disputes on short videos. Voluntary gifts during a relationship were rarely recoverable, and getting back 1,000 yuan was already difficult. However, Jiang Ying had been dragging out the repayment of that 1,000 yuan for nearly half a year. Arriving at her apartment door, Chen Nan rang the bell. A girl opened the door cursing. "You said it would be delivered in 10 minutes, and I've been waiting for half an hour. I'm going to complain." When she saw it wasn't the delivery boy, but Chen Nan, Jiang Ying tried to slam the door shut. But it was too late. Chen Nan pushed the door open with force. "Chen Nan, this is breaking and entering. Get out." Breaking and entering. This apartment was bought with my money. So what? The property deed has my name on it. Enough, I'm not going to argue with you. Give me back the 1,000 yuan. I told you I don't have money now. I'll pay you back when I have it. No money. I heard you just bought a Xiaomi SU7. Jiang Ying was shocked that he knew. That was a gift from my boyfriend. Good grief, she found another ATM. Stop the nonsense. I need money urgently now. Pay up. I really don't have it now. How about this? In a couple of days when my boyfriend gets his salary, I'll transfer it to you right away. No, I want it now. Sell your car or your apartment if you have to. Then I can't do anything about it. I only have a few hundred yuan on me right now. Jiang Ying started to play shameless. Are you sure you won't pay? Chen Nan issued an ultimatum. I said I'll pay you in 2 days. What more do you want? If you keep pestering me, I won't pay you a single cent. Not a single cent. Fine. I don't want the money anymore. Don't blame me for what happens next. Chen Nan narrowed his eyes, already passing judgment on Jiang Ying. He had given her a chance, but she didn't cherish it. What? You're not going to hit me, are you? Jiang Ying wore an expression that said, "What can you do to me?" That's right, I'm going to hit you. With that, Chen Nan raised his right hand and slapped her. Slap. The slap was filled with Chen Nan's fury. Jiang Ying staggered, nearly falling headfirst. Struggling to regain her balance, she held her swollen cheek, incredulous. "You bastard. Have you no shame? Hitting a woman. Hitting you is the least of it. I'm just collecting some interest for now." Chen Nan raised his foot and kicked Jiang Ying in the stomach. This time she couldn't control her body and fell backward. Thud. Jiang Ying's head hit the floor hard. Dazed, Chen Nan grabbed her by the collar and slapped her repeatedly. Jiang Ying's face burned with pain and her mind cleared somewhat. Chen Nan, you bastard. I'll call the police and have you arrested. Still calling the police? I'll call your grandma. Chen Nan straddled her, swinging both arms wide and slapping her face from both sides. Jiang Ying was pinned beneath Chen Nan, utterly helpless. She could only watch as slap after slap met her tender cheeks. Help! She screamed for help, but the apartment's soundproofing was too good, the neighbors couldn't hear. Seeing no rescue, Jiang Ying began to beg. Chen Nan, please stop. I'll go withdraw the money right now, I promise. Too late. He had already started. Who stops halfway through a beating? Besides, Chen Nan didn't believe that if he stopped, the woman would actually pay. It was just a delaying tactic. People like her only cry when they see the coffin. 2 minutes later, Chen Nan had lost count of how many slaps he had delivered, but his hands were throbbing with pain. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Though he had vented his anger, his hands were nearly swollen. As for Jiang Ying, her once beautiful face was now unrecognizable, swollen like a pig's head. Even her own mother would have trouble identifying her at first glance. Chen Nan stood up, dusted off his hands, and left. After leaving the central mansion, Chen Nan strolled along the street. He certainly couldn't return to his rented apartment. What if the police were lying in wait? That would be walking straight into a trap. His top priority now was to get money. Without funds, he couldn't take a single step. But since Jiang Ying and Lu Jigang refused to repay him, how could he make quick cash? Bored out of his mind, Chen Nan opened the Tomato novel app. After finishing a chapter, an advertisement popped up. Did you know? WeChat Pay has been rebranded as WeChat Services. I know I have a credit limit of 15000. Chen Nan was so furious he nearly threw his phone. His mood was already terrible, and to top it off, the novel was plagued with endless advertisements. These online lending advertisements were truly ubiquitous. Just as he was about to close the app, Chen Nan was suddenly overcome with wild excitement. Got it. Borrow from online lending platforms. He was leaving anyway, so what if he borrowed the money? If they had any real power, they could come find him in ancient times. Brother Ma, sorry about this, but I need to borrow some cash. Chen Nan immediately registered for WeChat's microloan service and discovered a credit limit of 2,000 yuan. Without hesitation, he transferred the entire amount to his bank card. In just 2 minutes, he had netted 2,000 yuan. Money came in far too quickly. Chen Nan found a place to sit and began frantically applying for loans across various platforms, exhausting every option from Jiebe, Du Xiaomon 360 Jikiao to JD Gold Bar. All told, Chen Nan secured loans from nearly 30 legitimate online platforms, leaving no opportunity untouched. In total, he collected 3 million yuan. Having exhausted the reputable lenders, he figured it only made sense to tap into the less legitimate sources as well. Fairness was important. Chen Nan posted on Zaihongshu asking which obscure lending apps were available, and the community responded enthusiastically, sharing numerous apps he had never even heard of before. He followed the list from the comments, downloading each app one by one, registering and applying for loans. Other users in the thread warned him that these unofficial platforms employed particularly aggressive and terrifying collection tactics, urging caution before proceeding. Chen Nan simply smiled and paid little mind to the warnings. Let them try to find him first. After providing a fair amount of personal photos, Chen Nan secured nearly another 5 million. The balance in his bank account had surpassed 8 figures. He was officially a multimillionaire. With time running short, Chen Nan didn't waste a moment and focused on obtaining the necessary documents for traveling abroad. Finding a utility pole, he noticed numerous small advertisements plastered across it. Among them were ads for everything from lockpicking services to wealthy women seeking fathers for their children. Chen Nan searched through the dense wall of flyers and located one offering document services, then dialed the number listed. Hello, do you need documents made? I can handle national ID cards, marriage certificates, bachelor's degrees, and even military officer credentials. Military officer credentials? That showed real capability. Can we meet in person? Chen Nan asked. Sure, where are you? I'll come to you. I'm at People's Park. Wait 10 minutes for me. 10 minutes later, a lean man in his early 30s arrived, introducing himself as a Nyo and claiming he could handle any request as long as it was profitable. What kind of documents do you need? A Nyo asked. I'm going abroad and need a passport and visa. For going abroad, there's no need to forge documents. You can simply take an ocean freighter for 2,000 yuan, and I can arrange travel to any country in the world. Chen Nan was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be an ad for forging documents? How could they also arrange illegal border crossings? Fujian was indeed a remarkable place. Take a cargo ship. That would take 1 or 2 months at least. Too slow, I can't wait. Then you'll have to get fake documents. Right, that's exactly why I came to you. To get forged papers. Anyo seemed somewhat dissatisfied, his tone growing impatient. Fine. Which countries do you need to go to? America and Japan. One price, 1,000 yuan. I'll handle all your documents. Will the documents be genuine? Could they be discovered? To be honest, there is indeed some risk. How about I upgrade you to the 3,000 yuan tier? They'll look much more realistic and the chance of detection is very low. You get what you pay for, right? Anyo agreed. That's the truth, absolutely. Then I want the most authentic one, the kind that guarantees no one can detect it. How much? Upon hearing this, Anyo realized he had encountered a wealthy customer and immediately upgraded him to the premium tier. One price, 1,000 yuan. I guarantee they'll be absolutely genuine, and if anyone discovers they're fake, I'll chop off my own head and use it as a ball for you to kick. Fine. I'll add another 5,000 for you to secure several fake identities for me, preferably one from Japan and one from South Korea. No problem, leave it to me. How long will it take? At most 10 days. I guarantee I'll have everything ready for you. 10 days. By the time that passed, Chen Nan would already be in ancient times. What use would America be to him then? That's too slow. I need to leave tomorrow. Tomorrow? Boss, that's rather difficult. Forged ID cards and passports all require time to produce. From his tone, Chen Nan could tell Nyo wasn't trying to drive up the price, but was genuinely facing obstacles. Tell you what, old Nyo, one final offer of 3,000 yuan. I need to board a flight to America by tomorrow evening. When the reward was substantial enough, even the reluctant would rise to the challenge. Nyo grit his teeth and agreed. Alright, I'll pull an all-nighter tonight. I'll beg and plead until I get this sorted for you. I'll have all the documents ready for you by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Old Nyo, if you handle this properly, you won't regret it. If I make it back to China safely in 10 days, I'll throw in another 1,000 for you. Nyo was overjoyed. He had struck gold, encountering the richest benefactor he'd ever met. But then Chen Nan added something that immediately erased his smile. Don't get too excited just yet. Let me be clear up front. If anyone discovers my documents are fake, I'll ruin you completely, even if it costs me everything. Chen Nan's expression wasn't particularly menacing, but Nyo felt a deep chill run through him. His instincts told him the threat was entirely serious. Nyo drew in a sharp breath. This man was generous with his money, but ruthless in his threats. I understand what I need to do. Rest assured, sir. I built this business on reputation. I would never compromise my own name. Chen Nan handed Nyo 60,000 yuan, 50,000 as a deposit and 10,000 for the airplane ticket. Nyo took Chen Nan's ID card and household registration before hurrying away with an agreement to meet again at 4 p.m. the next day. With his travel documents fully entrusted to Nyo, Chen Nan began ordering cold weapons and armor. Weapons and armor crafted with modern techniques brought back to the Tang and Song dynasties would surely represent a dimensional strike. Chen Nan logged into Taobao, found a shop specializing in ancient armor production, and began communicating with customer service. Hello, I'd like to commission a batch of ancient armor. How many would you like to custom order specifically? As many as possible. How many can you produce in 8 days? About 50 sets. 50 sets is far too few. I want to order 1,000 sets. 1,000 sets. The customer service representative thought they had misheard. Customers who came to the store to purchase ancient armor were typically history enthusiasts or armor collectors, and they usually bought only a few pieces representing different dynasties. Only film crews typically had such large demands. but film crews used lightweight, inexpensive, and standardized costumes. This shop specialized in one-to-one recreations of ancient warriors' armor with prices starting at 5,000 yuan per set. 1,000 sets would amount to 5 million yuan. Which film crew would be willing to spend such a fortune on extras costumes? Yes, 1,000 sets. Can you deliver them in 8 days? I apologize, sir, but this is a substantial order, and I lack the authority to decide. Let me have our general manager Wang discuss it with you personally. Please leave your phone number. Chen Nan provided his phone number and surname. The receptionist went to seek her boss. Manager Wang, there's a major order. What kind of major order? Someone wants to order 10 sets. No, 1,000 sets. What? 1,000? You've encountered a swindler, haven't you? It was no wonder Manager Wang doubted it. He simply couldn't fathom who would order such a vast quantity of armor. Regardless, this was a lucrative deal, so Manager Wang returned the call. Mr. Chen, do you truly wish to commission 1,000 sets of armor? Yes. I want armor in the style of the Tang and Song dynasties. It doesn't need to be an exact replica of the ancient designs, just similar in appearance. As for materials, you can decide, but it should be lightweight while retaining protective capabilities, able to withstand sword slashes, spear thrusts, and stray arrows. Though curiosity gnawed at Manager Wang, he refrained from probing further. Profit was paramount. What did it matter? It wasn't as if the man could be plotting a rebellion. Certainly no problem. When do you need them? At the latest 8 days. Can you manage? Absolutely. In truth, given their factory's production capacity, completing 1,000 sets of armor in 8 days was impossible. Yet such a lucrative opportunity could not be let slip. He would accept the order first, and if necessary outsource to other manufacturers. Good. Don't make them all uniform. Design different styles for different troop types. For instance, 100 for personal guards, 600 for main infantry, 200 for cavalry, 100 for archers, and about 10 sets of officer armor. These must be of superior quality, suitable for real ancient battlefields. No problem. We're professionals. But if you want top quality, the price will be higher accordingly. Price isn't an issue as long as it's within my budget. Well, Mr. Chen, by your standards, each set of armor would cost around 6,000 yuan. Given your large order, I can bring the unit price down to 5,000. The 10 sets of officer armor will be complimentary. Total for 1,000 sets, 5 million yuan. 5 million yuan, nearly half of Chen Nan's current assets. But it didn't matter. Typically, such orders required only a small down payment with the balance due upon delivery, so the immediate expense was manageable. Fine. Proceed with the production promptly. Mr. Chen, please pay a deposit of 2,500,000 yuan first. 2,500,000. Such a high percentage. Yes. Given the scale of your order, if you back out, I'd be left with a mountain of unsellable inventory. So, very well, I'll transfer the deposit immediately. You must expedite production and deliver within 8 days. Fortunately, Chen Nan had secured a 10 million yuan online loan, otherwise he couldn't have paid the deposit. Rest assured, I'll follow up daily to ensure the production schedule. By the way, Manager Wang, do you know any manufacturers of cold weapons? I do. Are you planning to forge cold weapons as well? Yes. Please recommend some vendors. Sure, no problem. After hanging up, Manager Wang sent Chen Nan's number to a friend who manufactured cold weapons with a note that this was a major client deserving of proper attention. Soon Chen Nan received a call from Manager Zhao, the cold weapon manufacturer. He laid out his requirements directly. 1,010 Tang-style straight swords, one for every soldier, versatile for both close combat and self-defense. 1,010 tactical short knives, also for every soldier, concealable for finishing blows, cutting, and emergency use. 500 spears, 200 Padao Chinese sabers, and 100 single-handed armor-piercing axes for personal guards and main infantry. 300 modern reinforced cowhide shields, outer layer of cowhide, inner layer of fiberglass, resistant to arrows, slashes, and stabs, exclusively for frontline infantry. 200 cavalry lances and 200 cavalry sabers, all for cavalry use. Initially, Chen Nan had wanted to buy compound bows, but the manufacturer didn't produce them, so he had to forego the idea. Manager Zhao had his finance department calculate the total, which came to 3 million yuan with a deposit of 1.5 million. Chen Nan promptly paid both deposits, spending 4 million yuan in one go. Adding the 300,000 for permits, that was 4.3 million. He had 5.7 million left. Money truly didn't last long, but he had to keep spending. Compound bows were a must. In an era without firearms, they were game changers, more efficient than traditional bows with greater accuracy and range. Ordinary compound bows cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan each, but Chen Nan didn't want to skimp. He opted for bows priced at 10,000 apiece, ordering 500 in total. With bows came arrows. Chen Nan planned to purchase 200,000 arrows. Pure carbon arrows for compound bows don't bend, deform, or crack. In theory, they could be reused multiple times, but on a chaotic battlefield, many would likely be lost. Hence, stockpiling extra was prudent. At 5 yuan per arrow, that cost 1 million yuan. Adding the compound bows at 5 million, the total was 6 million with a deposit of 2 million. The combined cost of weapons and armor reached 14 million, exceeding Chen Nan's total assets. Fortunately, the deposits only amounted to 6.3 million, leaving him with 3.7 million. As for the balance, he wasn't worried. After a trip to the United States, he'd have more than enough. On the battlefield, aside from weapons and armor, other items could prove invaluable. For instance, stun batons, walkie-talkies, and drones. A stun baton, whether in street brawls, arena matches, or even on the battlefield, was a sneaky tool for surprise attacks. Imagine this: on the battlefield, the enemy is clad in heavy armor impervious to swords and spears. Then one of your soldiers pulls out a stun baton and presses the switch. The enemy would be instantly incapacitated, making it easy to finish them off. Drones were even more useful. They could replace scouts infiltrating enemy camps to survey their movements from above, allowing for early preparations. Walkie-talkies could replace messengers, enabling rapid transmission of battle orders and greatly improving communication efficiency. They were also excellent for coordinated combat. If one unit was under attack, they could instantly alert other units and request reinforcements. Scouts on reconnaissance could use walkie-talkies to relay intelligence in real time, complementing drones and even outperforming them in some aspects. After all, drones typically had only 20 to 30 minutes of battery life, while walkie-talkies could last for days. Of course, all these devices required electricity, and without it they were nothing but scrap metal. Thus it was necessary to procure several generators. Generators needed fuel, and large quantities of gasoline or diesel were required, a tricky issue. Domestically, gasoline and diesel were tightly regulated. Buying bulk quantities, even in containers, was troublesome, let alone in large volumes. He would have to find a way to steal them in the United States. Chen Nan purchased 1,000 electric batons, 100 walkie-talkies, 100 drones, and 20 generators. Once in ancient times, there would be no place to repair these items if they broke, so he prepared extra supplies to be safe. Then Chen Nan bought a few electric forging machines for backup. If his group grew larger, he would need to forge new weapons, and having several electric forging machines would make things more convenient. The quantity of these items was not large, totaling less than 200,000 yuan. Since they were few in number and did not require advance orders, Chen Nan purchased them on the spot and stored them in his spatial dimension. All of the above were supplies needed for the battlefield, akin to weapons and equipment, which could enhance the combat effectiveness of his forces. As for food, Chen Nan bothered no more about purchasing it. He would figure something out in America. Next came clothing, especially winter attire. The winters in ancient times were capable of freezing people to death, so down jackets, military coats, sports shoes, and warm boots all needed to be prepared. Additionally, daily civilian garments in the Tang and Song dynasty styles needed to be procured. When his faction was still weak in the early stages, he would need to keep a low profile and blend into that society as much as possible. If Chen Nan led a group of subordinates strolling down the streets in modern down jackets and jeans, in ancient times the local authorities would likely be called upon immediately. Chen Nan found a manufacturer online and placed an order for 5,000 sets of Tang and Song dynasty-style civilian clothing. He also contacted several garment factories to order 5,000 military coats, 5,000 down jackets, 5,000 padded pants, 5,000 sweaters, 5,000 pairs of cotton shoes, and 5,000 pairs of sports shoes, among other items. These items required a deposit of 2 million yuan. With only over 1 million yuan remaining on hand, he decided to hold off on further major expenditures for now. Whatever he could obtain by acquiring from America, he would do so. If not, he would return and purchase later. That evening, Chen Nan did not return to his residence, but instead checked into a 5-star hotel, selecting a luxury suite that alone cost 3,000 yuan for one night. The following day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a Nyo called to report that all the necessary documents and procedures had been completed. Chen Nan couldn't help but marvel at Nyo's efficiency, having accomplished so much in just one day. No wonder he was successful in business. They then went to People's Park, where Nyo handed over all the documents and materials to Chen Nan, including tickets to Los Angeles that evening. Besides his own identity, Nyo created 2 identities for Chen Nan, one from Japan and another from South Korea. Holding the passport in his hand, Chen Nan could not help but express his admiration. Having seen others' passports before, this one was absolutely identical to the real thing. This miraculous land truly produced extraordinary talents. My uncle is in Los Angeles. If you need anything once you arrive, you can contact him. He is highly respected in that area. Nyo, as a seasoned businessman, provided professional service that even included after-sales support. Chen Nan felt that since he would be in an unfamiliar place in America, it would be helpful to have a fellow countryman guide him. Then send me his WeChat contact. After storing all the documents, Chen Nan promptly paid the remaining balance of 250,000 yuan. Next, he went to a bank and exchanged $5,000 in cash for emergencies, then took a car to Xiamen Airport. Xiamen Airport had direct flights to Los Angeles 3 times a week, with one scheduled at 10:30 tonight. 2 hours later, he finally arrived at Xiamen Airport. While going through border exit procedures, Chen Nan felt somewhat nervous. If it turned out his passport was fake, he would likely be taken into custody on the spot and spend the next 10 days in a detention center. If he were teleported back to ancient times directly from the detention center after 10 days, it would be disastrous, as there were not yet many supplies in his spatial dimension. Fortunately, the staff did not notice anything unusual and granted him passage without issue. As expected of the top-grade anti-counterfeiting measures, this money was well spent. Everything went smoothly along the way. The plane took off on time at 10:30 in the evening. Upon arrival in Los Angeles at 8 o'clock local time, Nyo's uncle warmly welcomed Chen Nan. Nyo's uncle was named Nyo Dazhuang. True to his name, he was tall and burly. "Brother Chen Nan, welcome to America," Nyo Dazhuang said, extending his hand. Chen Nan shook his hand in return. "Hello, Uncle Nyo." Nyo Dazhuang was very genial. "Uncle Nyo sounds too formal. Just call me Brother Dazhuang." "All right, Brother Dazhuang. I'll trouble you for the next few days." Chen Nan carried a shoulder bag. He reached into the bag, pretended to search for something, and finally pulled out a stack of US dollars. Chen Nan pressed it firmly into Nyo Dazhuang's hand. "Brother Dazhuang, here is 3,000 US dollars. Take it." "Old brother, what are you doing?" "Brother Dazhuang, I am new to America, and everything is unfamiliar to me. I'll need you to show me around in the coming days." You're being too formal. We are fellow countrymen. In a foreign land, we are like family. Why are you giving me money? I really don't understand people like you being so polite." Despite his words, Nyo Dazhuang smoothly accepted the stack of bills and slipped them into his pocket. Now holding the money, Nyo Dazhuang became even warmer. "Old brother, let me take you to my place first to settle in. If you need anything in the coming days, just say the word, and I will see it through to the end. Brother Dazhuang, just find a hotel for me is fine. I won't go to your home to disturb you." Chen Nan had not come to America for tourism. He had bigger plans, and his itinerary needed to remain strictly confidential. "All right then. I'll find a hotel near my place for you. Get a good rest, and tomorrow I'll take you around." Nyo Dazhuang took Chen Nan to Chinatown, found a Chinese restaurant for a meal, and after dining helped Chen Nan find a hotel to stay at. Due to the time difference, Chen Nan boarded the flight at night and flew for 12 hours, arriving in Los Angeles still in the evening. He did not sleep well on the plane, which fortunately helped him adjust to the new time zone. After a wonderful sleep at the hotel, Chen Nan took a bowl of mixed rice noodles and crock-pot soup from his spatial dimension the next morning. Before coming to America, Chen Nan had ordered dozens of takeout meals through a food delivery app and stored them all in his spatial dimension. Since time in his spatial dimension was stationary, food stored inside would never spoil. Whatever state it was placed in was the same state it would be taken out in. Having this spatial dimension made things much more convenient. In America, where he could not communicate in the language, he did not need to eat out, and he was not accustomed to American food anyway. After breakfast, Chen Nan called Nyo Dazhuang and asked him to take a stroll around the streets of Los Angeles. "Brother Dazhuang, could you take me to a gun shop?" "Of course. Many friends who came from China are very interested in guns. Last month I took 2 fellow countrymen to have a look, but without a firearm permit you could only browse. You cannot purchase guns." "I see. I'm not buying you, I just want to look and broaden my horizons." Nyo Dazhuang drove his battered Toyota with Chen Nan to a gun shop. As soon as they entered, Chen Nan saw that the entire shop was filled with a dazzling array of various firearms. Long guns were mostly hung on the walls while pistols were locked in safes. Chen Nan quietly probed, "Brother Dazhuang, with so many guns in this shop, aren't you worried someone might steal them after closing?" Nyo Dazhuang sneered. "Who would be that foolish to steal from a gun shop? Look at their doors. They are made of steel, and the glass is explosion-proof. Even if someone somehow managed to pry the door open, the security system would trigger immediately. Police and security personnel would arrive within minutes, and long before he could steal anything, he would be trapped like a fish in a barrel." Chen Nan looked around and found that Nyo Dazhuang's words were indeed true. Breaking through the defenses here would be extraordinarily difficult. It seemed that stealing firearms was not as easy as one might think. "But I see news reports all the time about thieves breaking into gun shops to steal guns. How does that happen?" "That usually happens in remote small towns far from major cities. The security systems in such towns are far less developed than those in metropolitan areas. Many private gun shops are ordinary buildings with very poor defenses, so criminals can simply drive a pickup truck and ram their way in." "Wouldn't that make a lot of noise? Wouldn't the nearby residents call the police?" "Of course they would. However, small towns have limited police forces and cannot respond to emergencies quickly. Some small towns don't even have their own police stations and must request reinforcements from surrounding cities. By the time they arrive, the criminals will have already fled. As long as the perpetrators escape the town and head into the wilderness, there is no way to catch them." "And I see." Chen Nan nodded slightly. It seemed he could target gun shops in remote small towns. Having lost interest in looking further, he suggested they visit somewhere else. Along the way, Chen Nan asked many questions, and Nyo Dazhuang answered everything without reservation. Chen Nan easily extracted a wealth of useful information. For instance, he learned about farms near Los Angeles, where the rice fields were where the wheat was grown, and even where tanker trucks could be found. In this trip to America wasn't just about acquiring firearms, he also planned to obtain some grain and energy resources. After touring Los Angeles, Chen Nan discovered that although the surveillance cameras here were far less dense than those in China, there were still quite a number of them. Gun shops and large shopping malls had even more cameras surrounding them. As Niu Dezhuang had said, even if a heist succeeded, the police would be alerted almost immediately, making escape impossible. So Chen Nan decided to try his luck in a remote small town far from the city. And now he needed a car. And buying one was out of the question. He would have to steal one. But what if the stolen car had no keys? And no matter. There were some cars Chen Nan could drive even without keys. During his military days, he had undergone survival training simulating harsh conditions, and starting a vehicle without keys was one of the training exercises. However, most new cars now use smart keys and are equipped with anti-theft chips, making them extremely difficult to steal. Only older fuel-powered vehicles could be taken this way. In China, many families only bought cars within the past decade, so most vehicles parked on the streets were newer models with intelligent keyless start systems. America was different. They had developed earlier, and Americans typically drove the same car for 15 to 20 years. As a result, older fuel-powered vehicles made up a much larger proportion of cars on American streets. That certainly worked in Chen Nan's favor. And he told Niu Dezhuang that he needed to leave Los Angeles to handle some matters elsewhere and would return in a few days. After bidding farewell to Niu Dezhuang, Chen Nan checked out of his hotel and found a small inn near a residential area in the suburbs. At midnight, Chen Nan quietly left the inn and stepped onto the street. Americans valued privacy, and residential neighborhoods had virtually no public surveillance cameras. Those that existed were installed by residents at their own doors for security purposes, making it nearly impossible to capture footage of the street. This place was perfect for his purpose. There were many cars parked along both sides of the road. Chen Nan unhesitatingly collected all of them into his storage space. And he continued deeper into the more remote areas, collecting cars as he went. Sedans, SUVs, pickups, and large trucks. All were taken since he wasn't going to pay for them. Near the end, Chen Nan left behind an old Toyota and was about to pry open the car door when several tall figures emerged from a nearby corner. They were a group of black men who were wandering aimlessly in the middle of the night. One keen-eyed black man's eyes lit up when he spotted Chen Nan. In fluent English, he said, "Hey brothers, look ahead. There's an Asian guy." The other black men followed his gaze and indeed saw a frail Asian man standing beside a white Toyota under the dim street lamp. Brothers, we're rich. And to black men, Asians were seen as the wealthiest yet the most cowardly people. Encountering a lone Asian felt like stumbling upon an ATM. The 5 black men quickly rushed toward Chen Nan and surrounded him in no time. And the leader pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Chen Nan, shouting loudly, "Hey brother, don't do anything stupid. Hand over your money, and I'll let you live." Chen Nan's English wasn't very good, and the man spoke too quickly for him to catch the words. But it was obvious to anyone, not to mention that anyone with common sense could tell what they wanted. Clearly he had run into black street robbers. And he had long known that many black men robbed on the streets of America, but he never expected to encounter such a situation so soon after arriving. Unlike robbers in China who wielded watermelon knives, these guys carried the language of truth, meaning one wrong move and bullets would fly. As a former reconnaissance veteran, Chen Nan remained calm despite the gun pointed at his head. And he reached into his pocket, and the armed gang leader barked, "Don't move. Don't move." And Chen Nan immediately froze, raising his hands high while saying, "Money. I'll give you money." The gang leader couldn't understand Chinese, but he certainly understood the word money. Realizing this yellow-skinned Asian knew how to play smart, he nodded approvingly and gestured, "Bro, I like that you're sensible. Come on, hand it over quickly." Chen Nan's left hand remained raised above his head, while his right hand dropped into the pocket of his jeans. When it emerged, it was gripping a thick stack of American dollar bills. The gang leader's mouth split into a wide grin, revealing a set of white teeth. NAS expected Asians were wealthy, yet afraid of death. For the sake of survival, this one had pulled out such a large sum, easily thousands of dollars. If it had been a white person, they would have handed over at most 1 or 2 $20 or $50 bills. Chen Nan extended the cash, and the gang leader raised his left hand to take it. The moment the gang leader's fingers were about to touch the bills, something extraordinary happened. In the blink of an eye, the money in Chen Nan's hand vanished, and a black iron rod appeared in its place. The gang leader's hand was already reaching out. There was no time to retract it. Chen Nan quickly flipped the switch on the electric baton and thrust it straight into the man's left hand. A powerful current surged through the man's body via his left hand. He convulsed a few times and then collapsed straight onto Chen Nan's feet. And the whole thing happened so fast it barely took a second. The 4 remaining men stood frozen, completely bewildered. They hadn't seen what happened. They only saw their leader lying stiffly on the ground. When had Asians become this badass? And their boss had been wielding a gun and was taken down effortlessly. In realizing what had occurred, the black men erupted in fury. One of them shouted, "You damn cunning Asian. How dare you ambush our brother? Brothers, kill him." And all 4 black men simultaneously drew their pistols. Chen Nan swiftly crouched, snatched the pistol the boss had discarded on the ground, flipped onto his back, and fired 4 shots before the 4 black thugs could even aim their weapons at him. Bang, 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 bang. 4 gunshots rang out, and the 4 black thugs joined their boss in death. Chen Nan made sure the unconscious boss received a finishing shot, as well, sending all 5 brothers to their final rest together. When it came to handling firearms, these gangsters were mere children. 5 years of military service had not been wasted. These thugs had only ever preyed upon unarmed Asians. Bumping into Chen Nan was like kicking an iron plate. With the 5 thugs dealt with, Chen Nan knew he couldn't linger. Though there were no surveillance cameras here, the gunfire would surely have alerted nearby residents, so he needed to relocate immediately. Chen Nan absorbed the car, the 5 bodies, and all their pistols into his spatial storage, then departed swiftly. With no cameras and no evidence left behind, even if the police arrived, they would find nothing to investigate. 5 minutes later, Chen Nan reached a more remote suburban area and retrieved the Toyota. This time, no foolish gangsters crossed his path, and he efficiently hot-tired the vehicle. Sliding into the driver's seat, Chen Nan lifted the panel beneath the steering column, separated the power cable from a bundle of wires, connected it, then spliced the ignition line. The engine roared to life in under a minute. Chen Nan stomped on the accelerator and sped off. First stop, the highway. To avoid being tracked by Los Angeles police, he changed vehicles at regular intervals to throw off any pursuit. As he approached the highway entrance, Chen Nan noticed a truck stop and drove inside. Unlike China's highway service areas, America had no equivalent. Truck drivers typically spent the night at rest stops or motor lodges near highway exits. In other words, American truck stops served the same function as China's highway service areas, providing long-distance drivers with places to refuel, eat, and rest. Chen Nan wasn't pulling in for a meal or an overnight stay. He was here for the fuel tankers. As expected, after a quick lap around the parking lot, Chen Nan spotted 3 fuel tankers parked side by side in a corner. Chen Nan drove up, lowered his window, and with a single thought, all 3 fuel tankers vanished, reappearing moments later within his spatial storage. Having a personal spatial storage made theft incredibly convenient. No matter how massive the object, as long as it wasn't welded to the ground, one thought was all it took to confiscate it. A fully loaded heavy tanker could hold between 30 to 50,000 liters of fuel. Taking the midpoint, that was 40,000 liters, enough to fill a small car 800 times over. But fuel was fuel. The more the better, especially since it could also be used for power generation. From then on, whenever Chen Nan approached a highway exit, he'd pull into a truck stop, scan for tankers, and absorb them into his space. It was the late-night hours, most drivers were asleep, and the truck stops had no security patrols, making the theft of tankers remarkably effortless. Chen Nan knew that by morning the sudden disappearance of tankers across multiple locations would dominate the news, and tanker drivers would tighten their security. Stealing would become far more difficult after that, so he needed to steal as much as possible tonight. Over the course of that single night, he passed through more than 20 truck stops, absconding with 72 tanker trucks in total, 27 diesel tankers, and 45 gasoline tankers. Racing northward along the highway at full speed, Chen Nan deliberately skipped several exits, only taking one near the northern border of California. After exiting the highway, Chen Nan arrived at a small city and checked into a hotel to catch up on sleep. By the time he drifted off, the American internet had erupted into chaos, because far too many extraordinary things had happened during the late hours of the previous night. First, around midnight the previous night, numerous residents in the southern suburbs of Los Angeles heard gunshots. Someone immediately called the police, but when officers arrived at the scene, they found absolutely nothing. Eventually, on a desolate roadside, police discovered a small pool of blood splattered on the ground. The presence of blood indicated someone had been injured, or worse, yet there were no victim reports and no bodies to be found. With no surveillance footage to reconstruct the events, the shooting incident became an unsolvable case. Beyond this ghostly shooting, Los Angeles had an even more staggering mystery. In the same neighborhood, over 1,000 cars had vanished without a trace. Although there were no street cameras, some nearby residents had installed private security cameras at their homes. Police reviewing the footage discovered something utterly bizarre. A dark silhouette could be seen walking along the sidewalk, and as it passed, the cars simply vanished into thin air, genuinely disappearing without any warning whatsoever. Unfortunately, the privately installed cameras were too far away to capture a clear image. All they could see was a blurry figure. Impossible to determine whether the suspect was white or black, let alone identify a face. Beyond Los Angeles itself, the same bizarre incidents occurred at truck stops along the corridor from Los Angeles to San Francisco. Cars were vanishing mysteriously there as well, except that the disappeared vehicles were exclusively fuel tankers. Most truck stops were equipped with surveillance cameras, but unfortunately police still couldn't find any reliable leads. Since the culprit remained inside the vehicle the entire time, with a black stocking pulled over their head, their face remained hidden. The car would simply drive past a parked tanker, and the tanker would inexplicably vanish. The license plates were captured clearly by the cameras. Police initially hoped to use the vehicles as a starting point for their investigation, but that avenue also proved to be a dead end. The car appearing at each truck stop was never the same vehicle. However, every single one of them belonged to the batch of stolen cars from Los Angeles. These events were so incomprehensible that they even reached the White House, which dispatched the FBI to take charge of the investigation. A team of FBI agents arrived at a truck stop 50 kilometers north of the Bay Area, the last location where the mysterious thief had been spotted. FBI agents decided to launch a carpet-style search from that point as their center. But all of this was futile for Chen Nan was already fast asleep in a hotel 100 kilometers away. With events like these unfolding, many Americans couldn't sleep either. Those with garages felt relatively secure, their cars safely tucked away and immune to theft. But those without garages were in trouble. They normally parked their cars on the street, and now faced with such a bizarre phenomenon, they were forced to find safer parking solutions for their vehicles. Tanker truck drivers dared not leave their vehicles at truck stops anymore. In short, the entire nation was consumed by panic and anxiety. In today's internet age, this mysterious theft case spread like wildfire. Even on the other side of the ocean, every major short video app had the Los Angeles mysterious theft case dominating their trending charts. Most netizens adopted an attitude of schadenfreude. It couldn't be helped. People simply enjoyed watching America descend into chaos. Chen Nan slept until the afternoon. After waking up, he freshened up and ate in his room. He retrieved a bowl of rice with toppings and a bottle of his beloved cola from his storage space. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Nan began to examine the map. He discovered that several dozen kilometers away there were many large farms, which perfectly suited his requirements. He left the hotel and arrived at a small town not far from those farms. This small town had a population of only about 5,000. The houses on both sides of the street resembled the style of China's 1980s and 1990s, and the roads seemed to have been neglected for a long time, riddled with potholes. Chen Nan strolled through the town, finishing his tour in just half an hour. The town had 2 gun shops, one in the north and one in the south. As Niu Dezhuang had roughly said, the security of the town's gun shops was incomparable to that of the big cities. The stores were ordinary residential buildings, easily rammed open by a pickup truck. As long as he successfully crashed through the door of a gun shop, Chen Nan, with his storage space, could empty the entire store in less than 10 seconds. Moreover, he saw no police station in the town, which greatly facilitated his operation. All the firearms and ammunition in these 2 shops were now within his grasp. He would strike tonight. After surveying the town, Chen Nan left on foot. Once out of the town, Chen Nan took out a car and drove toward a desolate area. Passing through a forest, he stopped, put the car away into his space, and walked into the woods. Then he produced a container house he had purchased in China. The container house was a kind of prefabricated house, saving the long construction period in the early stages. It was very convenient to use, and was especially common on construction sites. Chen Nan had anticipated this situation, so he bought one in China. It looked like a shipping container with a door and windows, and was equipped with a bathroom. He also bought a bed and placed it inside, making it extremely convenient to use when staying in a hotel was not an option. After returning to China, he planned to purchase more supplies to bring to the ancient times. This area was uninhabited for dozens of kilometers around, and the nearest road was several hundred meters away. No one would disturb him, and it was very quiet. There was still plenty of takeout in his storage space, so he didn't have to worry about meals. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Nan lay down on the bed to rest. At midnight, the alarm clock rang on time. Chen Nan turned off the alarm and got up. After leaving the container house, he stored it back into his space and walked toward the road. Once on the road, he drove the car toward the farm. Half an hour later, Chen Nan finally arrived at the farm. The farm was vast, open, and nearly endless. There were very few buildings here. Under the moonlight, he could only see a few isolated structures in the center of the farm. The low building was the farmhouse, and the 3 tall large ones nearby should be their granaries. At this hour, the farm family should be asleep, but their dogs were certainly not. Farmers in America almost always kept dogs to guard the property. So when targeting these farms, what Chen Nan needed to avoid was not surveillance cameras, but the dogs. From a certain perspective, dogs were more troublesome than cameras, since cameras were static, while dogs were alive. You could try to avoid cameras, but you couldn't avoid dogs. Fortunately, Chen Nan had made thorough preparations before coming to America. He bought a crossbow and anesthetic darts, which were typically used by zoos or forestry departments to deal with large wild animals. They could be purchased on Taobao. Chen Nan crept toward the granaries. When he was only 20 meters away, a fierce dog suddenly burst out and barked at him. At that moment, Chen Nan was extremely tense. Because once the dog barked, it might alert the farm family. The farmers were all wealthy, and their homes likely contained a small arsenal. If they were awakened, Chen Nan would probably face a small infantry squad with overwhelming firepower. Even though Chen Nan had 5 years of military service, he had probably fired fewer shots than these people, not to mention that he only had the pistol he had taken from the 5 black men. However, Chen Nan did not panic. He quickly took out the crossbow and anesthetic dart which he had already assembled and decisively pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, a syringe loaded with anesthetic shot out and hit the dog squarely in the back. The dog struggled a few times, then quickly went limp and collapsed. Fortunately, the brief bark did not alert the farm family in the distance. Having dealt with the dog, Chen Nan quietly approached the 3 granaries. Finally, he reached the side of one granary. Seeing a large lock on the door, Chen Nan took out an oversized industrial bolt cutter. This tool could even cut through steel bars. Dealing with an ordinary lock was child's play. With a snap, the large lock on the door instantly broke. Chen Nan gently pushed open the door and entered the granary, then softly closed the door behind him, plunging the entire warehouse into complete darkness. He took out a flashlight, switched it on, and quickly swept the beam around. He saw stacks of sacks piled nearly halfway up the warehouse. He took out a knife, cut open one sack, and a stream of rice grains poured out with a rustling sound. Oh, it's rice. If all the sacks contain rice, there should be several thousand tons. Chen Nan wasted no time and began to collect the sacks into his storage space. Storing items into the space was easy, just a single thought. But there was a limitation: only objects within 3 meters of him could be collected. Thus it took several minutes to empty the entire warehouse. Chen Nan roughly calculated that he had collected about 4,000 sacks. At 50 kilograms per sack, that was 2,000 tons. One warehouse held 2,000 tons. If the other 2 granaries also had 2,000 tons each, that would be 6,000 tons. Chen Nan proceeded in the same manner and opened the doors of the other 2 granaries. However, the other 2 granaries disappointed him. One was empty and the other yielded only about 1,200 tons. Actually, it was understandable. After all, grain was meant to be sold. Why keep it hoarded in the warehouse when it could be sold? The farm family couldn't eat that much themselves. Thus, the first farm yielded a total of 3,200 tons of rice. At a 70 milling rate, that translated to 2,240 tons of polished rice, enough to feed 1,000 soldiers for 5 or 6 years. Chen Nan continued onward, following the same procedure. Upon seeing a building, he approached slowly on foot, trying to sneak into the granary without alerting the guard dogs. If unfortunate enough to alarm a dog, he would quickly neutralize it with an anesthetic dart. 2 hours later, Chen Nan finally stopped. By now, a corner of his storage space was piled into a small mountain. The private granaries of this farm area had been almost completely looted by Chen Nan. It was foreseeable that when the sun rose tomorrow, global social media platforms would be set ablaze once again. Preliminary statistics: tonight's haul included 3,000 tons of rice, 8,000 tons of wheat, 4,000 tons of sorghum, and nearly 6,000 tons of other grains such as corn, oats, and soybeans. In total, there were 5,000 tons of grain, enough to sustain an army of 1,000 for a good while. The only drawback was that it was all staples. No meat, no fresh fruits or vegetables. The farm did have quite a bit of fruit and vegetables, but those were planted in the ground or growing on trees and could not be directly stored into the space. Therefore, he would have to find another way to obtain non-staple items. The clock had already struck 2:30 in the morning, with more than 3 hours remaining until dawn. He needed to return to the small town immediately and eliminate both gun shops before daybreak. By the time he arrived back at the small town, it was nearly 4 in the morning. This was the hour when people felt the deepest urge for sleep. Even night owls could barely stay awake. Hardworking early risers rarely got out of bed at this hour either. He recalled a certain Los Angeles celebrity who once claimed he had seen the city at 4 in the morning, and that remark quickly became a viral meme across the internet. However, his wife later clarified the matter. The celebrity only rose at 4 in the morning occasionally when insomnia struck, not as a daily routine. Chen Nan wore a black outfit with a black stocking covering his head, driving a pickup truck back to the small town. The town was eerily quiet, with not a single soul on the streets. The streetlights had been turned off, and only scattered houses along the road showed faint lights. There were still night owls around. Chen Nan drove his pickup to the gun shop on the northern side of town. This time the plan was simple and brutal: drive straight into the store, grab everything, and flee. No tactics, no strategy, just brute force. Unlike the farm, gun shops sold highly specialized merchandise, so even in remote small towns they were equipped with surveillance cameras and security systems. Moreover, the doors were fitted with high-grade anti-theft locks that were nearly impossible to breach quickly, whether by prying or smashing. So Chen Nan decided on the simplest and most violent approach: ramming the door open. Chen Nan took a deep breath, adjusted his direction, and stomped hard on the accelerator. The engine emitted a heavy roar as the vehicle shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Boom! The pickup crashed into the solid metal door with a thunderous impact, deafening in the tranquil night. No matter how sturdy the door was, it could not withstand the full force of a pickup truck. Although the truck's front end crumpled from the collision, the gun shop's door was successfully breached. At the same moment, a shrill alarm blared in his ears. Chen Nan ignored it and used the headlights to survey the layout of the shop. The store covered less than 100 square meters, roughly the size of some small supermarkets back home. The walls and shelves were lined with various long guns, mostly rifles and shotguns. Near the entrance were several glass display cabinets, one of which had been shattered by the impact. Inside those cabinets were all handguns. Chen Nan quickly jumped out of the truck and began frantically looting the entire store, stuffing guns, shelves, and glass cabinets alike into his storage space. There was no time to distinguish useful items from useless ones. Just pack everything into his space first. That enormous crash would certainly have alerted nearby residents. The shop's security system was surely linked to the police network, and given the scale of the incident, help could arrive within 10 minutes at most. He had to race against time. In less than 10 seconds, Chen Nan had completely looted the store. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed a security door at the very back of the shop. Without a doubt, something valuable lay behind that door. Otherwise, why install a security door there? Without hesitation, Chen Nan leaped back into the pickup, buckled his seatbelt, and floored the accelerator straight for the door. Boom. The security door was smashed open again. Chen Nan jumped out and using the headlights surveyed the small room. Approximately 15 square meters filled floor to ceiling with boxes of various sizes. These boxes likely contained firearms and ammunition. Chen Nan had no time to count them and swept everything into his storage space in one go. Chen Nan climbed back into the pickup, shifted into reverse, and quickly backed out onto the main road, then accelerated southward. From the moment he smashed through the door to his successful escape, barely 40 seconds had passed. Long before the police could arrive, let alone nearby residents, the deed was done. The town was small and the streets were completely empty at this hour, so Chen Nan drove at full speed. Within half a minute he reached the gun shop on the southern side of town. Chen Nan adjusted his direction and crashed into the gun shop's door once more. 35 seconds later he emerged victorious, accelerating hard along the main road. In less than 2 minutes total, Chen Nan had wiped out both gun shops in the entire town and sped away. What an adrenaline rush. By the time the police arrived at the scene, Chen Nan was already dozens of kilometers away. Along the way, Chen Nan switched vehicles several times, heading steadily toward Los Angeles. When passing through the Bay Area, Chen Nan spotted a luxurious yacht docked by the sea. Without any hesitation, he absorbed it into his storage space and continued south along the highway. Dawn was breaking and American social media platforms were buzzing once again. The previous night, mysterious figures had swept through Los Angeles, disappearing all the cars and fuel tankers along the highways. The night before, a large agricultural area located 150 kilometers northeast of the Bay Area had been raided. Over 80% of its grain silos were stripped bare, with food losses reaching 50,000 metric tons. Additionally, both gun shops in a small town near the farm had been burglarized in the early hours of the morning. Every firearm inside was stolen, not a single bullet left behind. Compared to the farm and gun shop thefts, the loss of a single yacht in the Bay Area seemed trivial. Nobody paid it much mind, and the owner hardly bothered to report it. The yacht's owner was an ultra-wealthy magnate in the Bay Area. For him, losing a yacht was no different from an ordinary person having a scooter stolen. Police reviewed the gun shop's surveillance footage and discovered that the suspect had looted the entire store in less than 10 seconds after entering. His modus operandi was identical to that of the vehicle thefts in Los Angeles and the fuel tanker thefts at truck stops. Wherever he passed, items in the stores vanished as if sucked into another dimension, disappearing without a trace. Clearly, all these thefts were the work of the same person. The FBI director was furious. This insidious thief was repeatedly striking, showing outright disregard for the FBI and pushing the boundaries of tolerance. But what could they do? The thief possessed an unimaginable ability. Simply by walking past something, he could steal it and conceal it in a place known to no one, as if carrying an invisible mobile warehouse. Fortunately, he apparently did not know where America's nuclear weapons were stored, or else even those would have been taken. Such a person posed an enormous threat. He had to be found as soon as possible, or America would suffer catastrophic losses. Chen Nan also understood that his recent actions had caused too much attention. He needed to leave the United States as quickly as possible, ideally catching today's flight. Although his spatial storage ability was indeed extraordinary, it was essentially limited to theft and had no offensive power whatsoever. In a real confrontation, a single bullet could end his life. How could he possibly oppose the most powerful nation in the world? Around 9 in the morning, Chen Nan returned to Los Angeles and immediately got in touch with Niu Dazhuang. Brother Chen Nan, where have you been these past couple of days? I went to Las Vegas for a spin. Not bad. You arrived in America and immediately headed to the gambling capital. How'd it go? How much did you win? Won a little. Chen Nan pulled a thick stack of bills from his pocket and stuffed it into Niu Dazhuang's hand. Brother Dazhuang, here's $3,000. I've got a favor to ask. Chen Nan, brother, not this again. We're brothers. Just say the word. If the other Chinese folk in town hear I'm taking money for a small favor, how am I supposed to hold face in Chinatown? Hey, brother Dazhuang, I don't know a soul in this country except you. Consider it a small token of appreciation. Take it, or I'll be too embarrassed to ask for your help. Niu Dazhuang wore an expression of deep reluctance. Alright, I'll accept it this one time. But don't make a habit of it. Give me another penny in the future, and I won't acknowledge you as my brother. Brother Dazhuang's teachings will be etched in my heart. That's my good brother. We Chinese are family when we're far from home. Niu Dazhuang folded the $3,000 and slipped it into his pocket. Brother, just tell me what you need. Brother Dazhuang, do you know anyone in the gang scene? Niu Dazhuang's face filled with confusion. Brother, why would you need the gang? Between you and me, I want to buy some guns for fun. Brother, you don't need to go through the gang for guns. Leave it to me. I've got the license. Tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you. I want a submachine gun. Can you get one? Niu Dazhuang fell silent. Though America didn't ban guns entirely, not just any weapon was available to the public. High lethality, fully automatic rifles were strictly prohibited from legal sale. One could easily imagine the devastating casualties if some loser took a submachine gun to the streets to exact revenge on society. So there was absolutely no way to purchase one through legitimate channels. This was precisely why Chen Nan had sought out the gang. The two shops he had visited carried mostly semi-automatic pistols and rifles, or shotguns. He hadn't seen a single submachine gun anywhere. Brother, what do you need a submachine gun for? Chen Nan certainly wasn't going to tell the truth. He blurted out, just want to experience it. Brother Dazhuang, do you have a connection? You wouldn't believe it, but I actually do. My hometown boy runs with the underworld. He's a boss. They call him Yishao. He's specialized in smuggling drugs and firearms from across the Mexican border into America for distribution. Then can you set up a meeting with him? I want to talk to him face to face. Face to face. Is that necessary? It's just a submachine gun. Who said I'm only buying one? I want dozens. What? Dozens? Niu Dazhuang was stunned, managing after a long pause. Brother, are you trying to start a rebellion? Just kidding. But I'm definitely buying more than one. Do me this favor. Face to face is a must. All right then. Thank you, Brother Dazhuang. Niu Dazhuang waved his hand. Brother, stop with the thanks. It feels too distant. Can you have him meet me now? In such a hurry? Yes. Having caused quite a commotion in America, Chen Nan needed to leave as soon as possible before any complications arose. All right, I'll give it a try. Niu Dazhuang was a man of action. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed. The call connected quickly. Hey, Brother Yishao, it's me. Have you eaten? Brother Yishao, a fellow townsman of mine, wants to buy submachine guns a fairly large quantity, so he'd like to discuss it with you in person. Are you free now? Great, see you shortly. Niu Dazhuang hung up. Brother, it's done. I'll take you to Yishao right now. Actually, Chen Nan seemed somewhat embarrassed. Brother Dazhuang, just tell me where to find him. I'll go on my own. Niu Dazhuang, sharp as ever, immediately picked up on Chen Nan's desire for privacy. He had no objections and replied readily. Yishao runs a bar on the surface. It's quite famous in our Chinatown. It's Light Bar. You can't miss it. All right, thank you, Brother Dazhuang. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm back. After bidding farewell to Niu Dazhuang, Chen Nan departed alone. Since Chinatown was full of Chinese people, asking for directions proved convenient, and he soon located Starlight Bar. Generally speaking, bars did not open in the morning, yet this one was already open, likely waiting specially for Chen Nan. Niu Dazhuang's influence was considerable indeed. Stepping into the bar, Chen Nan spotted a young man with arm tattoos seated at a table. He politely asked, "Excuse me, is Brother Yishao around?" The tattooed young man stood up. "You're here on Niu Dazhuang's recommendation, right?" "Yes." "Then follow me. Brother Yishao is on the second floor." The tattooed young man led the way. At the very back, a staircase appeared. Ascending to the second floor and continuing straight to the end, they arrived at an office door. The tattooed young man knocked. A voice from within called out, "Come in." Only then did he push the door open. "Brother Yishao, I've brought the person." He gestured for Chen Nan to enter. The office was spacious, over 50 square meters, with a layout similar to common offices back home. Excluding the tattooed young man, there were 5 people in the room. 4 burly men sat on the sofas in the reception area, while 1 man sat behind a large executive desk. The man appeared to be around 30 years old. His attire seemed casual, yet his hair was slicked back so immaculately that even a fly would struggle to land without doing the splits. He was the notorious Brother Yishao himself. Yishao pointed to the chair opposite him. "Sit." Chen Nan took a seat and said, "Thank you, Brother Yishao," showing due respect. "Your surname is Chen, correct?" "Yes." "I heard you want dozens of submachine guns." "That's right. Brother Chen, we do have submachine guns, but we can't source dozens. As you know, America maintains extremely strict controls on these items. Get caught, and you're looking at a heavy sentence." "How many do you have then?" "At most 10, all MP5s. "Fine, 10 will do." Chen Nan didn't press the issue. In truth, purchasing submachine guns was not his primary objective for this trip. After all, whether submachine guns or rifles, they would represent a dimensional strike in ancient times. His real purpose was to buy ammunition, large quantities of it. Ammunition was a consumable resource. Each round fired meant 1 less in reserve. There would be no supply lines in the past, so stockpiling now the more the better was essential. He had already pilfered a considerable amount of ammo from those 2 shops the previous night, no more than 100,000 rounds in total. While 100,000 might sound impressive, distributed among 1,000 soldiers, each would receive only 100 rounds. That wasn't nearly enough for proper training. $15,000 per unit, Yishao said. "That expensive?" Chen Nan feigned surprise. Having served 5 years in the military, Chen Nan understood weapon pricing. Official procurement for an MP5 cost roughly 15,000 yuan, yet the black market price had jumped to $15,000. "This is a brand new factory MP5 military edition," explained Night Owl. "My brother brought it over from the cartel last month, risking being eaten by sharks. I'm only giving you this price because you were referred by old Neo. For anyone else, I'd charge at least 20,000. "All right, 15,000 it is." Chen Nan was like Wang Duayu from the movie Hello, Mr. Billionaire, not caring about the money at all, just afraid of not being able to spend it. "Got any grenades?" "What? Did you say grenades?" Night Owl thought he misheard. "Yes, grenades, the kind that go boom when thrown. No, those are heavily regulated, even in the States. Harder to get than submachine guns." "Not exactly. Grenades are hard to get because there's little demand. Unless it's for war, who plays with grenades? Submachine guns are different, many gun enthusiasts love them." "What about tear gas?" Chen Nan asked. "That's also restricted, but I have channels." How many do you need? Chen Nan held up one finger. 8,000. Night Owl quickly waved his hand. Too many, I can give you at most 200. 200 it is. If you can get some grenades too, even better. I'll try my best. How much for the tear gas? $300 each. Chen Nan didn't bother to haggle. Fine. Can you deliver today? Today? No. Night Owl shook his head firmly. The earliest is 3 days later. If you can get it to me by this time tomorrow, I'll pay 500 each. And if you can get more, even better. 500. Night Owl was stunned for a moment, then immediately agreed. Alright, I'll have it for you by noon tomorrow. Who would turn down easy money? It was already a shady business, and when a big spender like this came along, of course you had to satisfy him. Though Night Owl was curious why this young man wanted grenades, and in such large quantities, he knew better than to pry into a client's business. So he held his tongue. By the way, do you have Barretts? Night Owl nodded immediately. Yes, $20,000 each. How many do you want? Although civilians in California weren't allowed to own Barretts, many other states didn't ban them, so they were still easy to obtain. No need for smuggling. And Night Owl could tell this guy was a spendthrift second-generation rich kid who wouldn't even bother to haggle even if the price was jacked up. A brand new Barrett M82 A1 cost about $10,000, but Night Owl quoted $20,000. Sure enough, Chen Nan didn't argue about the price. He just said casually, 2 is enough. Alright, I'll bring them tomorrow. Anything else? Night Owl asked offhandedly. Yes, I need ammunition. For ammunition, I can throw in 5,000 rounds of 9mm pistol ammunition and 200 rounds of 50 BMG for the Barrett. Night Owl was generous. 5,000 isn't enough. Then how many do you want? 1 million rounds. What? 1 million rounds. Night Owl was a man of the world, but even he was shocked by the number. Everyone else in the office was stunned too. They had been chatting idly, but at the mention of 1 million, they all turned to look. Sure, some hardcore gun enthusiasts bought large quantities of ammunition, but tens of thousands of rounds at a time was already a lot. This guy asking for 1 million. Was he planning to stage a coup in some small African country? Yes, you heard right, 1 million rounds. Any problem? Chen Nan asked. In truth, even 1 million felt too few. Once he went back to ancient times, there would be no way to resupply. Every shot fired would be one less. But Chen Nan could accept it. He would have to use them sparingly, and they would be enough. After arriving in the ancient world, he could form a divine machine battalion, which would serve as a trump card while the main force would still rely on cold weapons. This divine machine battalion would be the decisive force capable of turning the tide or saving the day. Night Owl nodded slightly. There will be difficulties, sure, but I'll do my best to overcome them. Is this 1 million rounds for pistol or rifle? Actually, most of what Chen Nan was buying weren't strictly contraband. Only the submachine guns and tear gas were tricky. The Barretts and ammunition could be bought directly. Especially ammunition, you could buy it at any gun store. The only problem was buying such a large quantity at once would attract attention. But that could be solved. First, he already had over 100,000 rounds in stock. Then he could get another 500,000 from his associates. The rest could be gathered by having his dozens of men each buy a few thousand rounds. Chen Nan thought for a moment and said, give me 200 rounds of pistol ammunition, mainly 9mm parabellum, 700 rounds of rifle ammunition, mainly 5.56mm, but also some 7.62mm, 100 rounds of 12-gauge shotgun shells, and 200 rounds of 50 BMG for the Barrett. Same deadline. Yes. Alright, I'll try to figure it out. But the price? Just name it, Brother Night Owl. Chen Nan was generous. I won't itemize it. For everything you just mentioned, how about 1.5 million US dollars? Fine, no problem. Brother Chen, you're straightforward, but I have to say something up front, hope you don't mind. Go ahead, Brother Night Owl. In this business, it's payment first, delivery later. And we only take cash. If you can accept that, I'll arrange it right away. If not, you can leave now. Chen Nan nodded. I understand both points. But I really don't have that much cash on hand. Night Owl expressed regret. Then I'm sorry. I'm disappointed too, but this deal is off. Hold on. I mean, can we settle with other goods? Chen Nan had no cash, but his portable space was filled with riches beyond compare. Thousands of cars, 72 fully loaded fuel tankers, 40,000 tons of grain, and thousands of firearms. But none of these seemed suitable for payment. Either they didn't need them, or they weren't in short supply. After thinking it over, the yacht was the most suitable. These gangsters could definitely use it. Other goods. Drugs. Night Owl was interested. Not drugs. A yacht. A yacht. Of course. If Chen Nan had offered anything else, Night Owl might have refused, but a yacht was different. They often smuggled drugs and guns from Mexico back to the States, and a yacht, especially a luxury yacht, was the perfect disguise. Previously, their men had used land routes, but border controls on land were very strict, forcing them to operate like guerrillas. If they switched to sea routes, especially with a luxury yacht as cover, it would be much easier. In open international waters, there were no border checks and Coast Guard patrols were limited. A yacht disguised as a rich man's leisure trip carried much lower risk than land routes. Some shady deals could also be conducted on the high seas. Night Owl happened to have a seaside villa, so the yacht could be docked right at his doorstep. What yacht are you going to give me? A Princess F-62, about 80 new. Princess yacht. That's not cheap, is it? Well, the original price was nearly 3 million US dollars. Then one that's 80 new should cost at least 2 million, right? Yes, but if you can get me more goods, I'll give you this yacht directly, no need to make up the difference. Such a good deal, Yi Xiao naturally agreed. Just get more bullets, more tear gas, that's all. Alright, I'll do my best, but I need to inspect the yacht first. Sure, the yacht is moored by the river. I can take you to see it now, but there's a small issue. What issue? The key is missing because it hasn't been used for a long time. Don't worry about that. One of our brothers is an expert in this area. Whether it runs on land or water, he can crack it. That's good then. Chen Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Truly a gray market operator. Even yachts could be cracked. If the other party couldn't unlock it, this yacht would indeed be unsellable, and he'd have to find another way. Where is your yacht moored? Let's go see it now, proposed Yi Xiao. Sure, but I have some personal matters to handle first. I'll send you a location later. The yacht was still in Chen Nan's spatial storage. He had to find a place to take it out in advance. He couldn't exactly summon it in front of them. Chen Nan added Yi Xiao on WeChat and left. He opened his phone's map to see what rivers were nearby. On the map, Chen Nan discovered that the Los Angeles River, the largest river in Los Angeles, was nearby. Through satellite imagery, he found a relatively secluded spot. Hailing a taxi on the roadside, Chen Nan pointed to the location on the map and told the driver to go there. 10 minutes later, Chen Nan arrived. The place was remote with no one around and no surveillance cameras. A perfect spot. Standing by the riverbank, Chen Nan summoned the yacht with his mind. This Princess F-62 yacht was 20 meters long and 5 meters wide, sitting on the water like a house. Chen Nan jumped aboard and went inside the cabin for a look. Everywhere was covered in dust. It seemed the yacht's owner hadn't used it for a long time. The yacht had 3 levels. The top deck was a leisure area perfect for sightseeing and socializing. The middle level was the living area with a kitchen and a living room. The lowest level was the sleeping quarters with 3 luxurious bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. So this is the life of the rich. He ought to get a few yachts to enjoy in ancient times too. Chen Nan sent Yi Xiao the location. Yi Xiao acted swiftly and arrived 10 minutes later. Chen Nan stood on the yacht and called out, "Come up and take a look." Yi Xiao and his men boarded, toured each level, and expressed their satisfaction. "Brother Chen, I'll take this yacht. I'll arrange the goods you want immediately and have everything ready by noon tomorrow. Where should we make the trade? Right here? Yacht for goods. As soon as I get the goods, you can sail the yacht away. Good, see you tomorrow then." After Yi Xiao and his group had gone far, Chen Nan put the yacht back into his space and took a taxi to find Yo Dazhuang. "Brother, how did it go with Yi Xiao?" "It's settled. Brother Dazhuang, I need another favor. Just say it, I'll do my best." Chen Nan pulled out 3,000 US dollars and pressed them into Yo Dazhuang's hand. "Help me buy a ticket to Tokyo for tomorrow afternoon." "You're going to Tokyo? Then what about the submachine guns you bought? You can't take those on a plane." "Who said I'm taking the submachine guns on a plane?" Yo Dazhuang felt his brain wasn't quite keeping up. "So you're just abandoning the guns you just bought?" "No, I'm coming back in a few days." "I see. But a ticket to Tokyo doesn't cost 3,000, about 2,000 should be enough. Keep the rest as a tip for your trouble, Brother Dazhuang." "Brother, that's not right." This time Yo Dazhuang was genuinely embarrassed. In just 3 days he had already received 7,000 US dollars, and what had he really done? He felt he hadn't accomplished anything. Even Yo Dazhuang, thick-skinned as he was, couldn't handle it anymore. "Brother Dazhuang, just take it. You've helped me a lot these past few days. Without you I wouldn't have met Yi Xiao, and being a stranger here, I couldn't even buy a plane ticket myself. Besides, I'll need your help again in the future. Brother, this is the last time. Next time don't give me money, or I'll really get angry." "Got it, Brother Dazhuang." "Alright, give me your documents, and I'll go buy the ticket now." Chen Nan pulled out a passport. This time he used the passport of the Dao country. Seeing the passport, Yo Dazhuang was stunned. Why did it look different from his Hua country passport? A closer look revealed the words, Dao country, on it. Yo Dazhuang's expression suddenly turned grim. His voice was cold. "You're from the Dao country." Seeing Yo Dazhuang's darkening face, Chen Nan knew he despised the Dao country people. He quickly explained, "Brother Dazhuang, this passport is fake." "Fake?" "Exactly. Would a Dao country person speak such perfect Hua language? Then why are you carrying a Dao country passport?" Chen Nan was a bit speechless. "You know what your nephew does, don't you?" Yo Dazhuang suddenly understood, and his face immediately broke into a fawning smile. "Brother Chen, I'm really sorry about just now. Don't take it to heart." Chen Nan didn't hold it against him. After all, hating the Dao country was ingrained in every Hua person's genes. He could understand Yo Dazhuang's reaction. "It's fine, I didn't take it to heart." Good. By the way, brother, what's your Dao country name?" "Bizai. That name? What do you think?" Yo Dazhuang shook his head. "I don't know, but I inexplicably feel that name is awesome." Chen Nan handed all his documents to Yo Dazhuang, then pulled out 10,000 US dollars and asked him to exchange it for Dao country currency. After Yo Dazhuang left, Chen Nan went to the hotel where he had stayed the first night. 2 hours later, Yo Dazhuang returned. The trip went smoothly. He had bought the ticket and exchanged the money, 10,000 US dollars for 1.5 million Dao country currency. That afternoon, Chen Nan didn't go anywhere, he just rested in the hotel. In the evening, Yo Dazhuang cooked a few dishes at a Chinese restaurant and brought a bottle of good liquor to the hotel to share with Chen Nan. The next day at 11 a.m., Chen Nan arrived early at yesterday's location and took the yacht out again. At 1140, a black Cadillac drove toward him followed by a small truck. 2 vehicles stopped in front of Chen Nan. 6 men got out. 5 of them were Yi Xiao and his 4 henchmen from yesterday. The 6th was a young man wearing glasses. Yi Xiao introduced him as the expert who could crack the yacht. Brother Chen, the goods are all here. Please check them. Yi Xiao gestured for his brothers to open the trunk of the sedan and the rear door of the truck. I've acquired 10 MP5 submachine guns, 2 Barrett rifles, 300 cans of tear gas, and 50 hand grenades. You actually got hand grenades too? Chen Nan was taken aback yet thrilled. Yes, I've questioned every brother in the underworld. In the end, it took considerable connections to secure them. Unfortunately, the quantity is rather limited. Only 50 pieces. Enough, more than enough. Chen Nan was deeply satisfied. He had not harbored high hopes for acquiring hand grenades, yet Yi Xiao had actually managed to obtain them. Even the tear gas exceeded his expectations by an additional 100 units. Though the destructive power of hand grenades and tear gas was not overwhelmingly terrifying, their psychological deterrence on ancient battlefields was no trivial matter, and they could very well become the decisive factor in turning the tide of war. And there's ammunition as well. My brothers even traveled to other states to gather enough. In the end, we obtained a total of 1 million rounds with an additional 5,000 each of 9mm pistol ammunition and 5.56mm rifle ammunition. Excellent, outstanding work, brother Yi Xiao. You truly exceeded all expectations. Chen Nan couldn't help but give a hearty thumbs up. Brother Chen, you should inspect the goods first. The submachine guns and Barretts are in the trunk of the sedan, while the ammunition, grenades, and tear gas are all in the truck behind. Since this location was extremely remote with no one passing by, everyone conducted themselves naturally with no sense of furtive secrecy. Chen Nan walked to the rear of the Cadillac and inspected the Barretts and MP5s. To his surprise, he discovered that every firearm in this batch was brand new and each one came thoughtfully equipped with 5 magazines. Next, Chen Nan climbed into the cargo area of the truck. The interior was packed with boxes, nearly 100 in total. He randomly sampled 7 or 8 of them, including the hand grenades and tear gas, and everything checked out perfectly. If an amateur attempted to pass off counterfeit or substandard products, they might indeed fail to detect the deception. But Chen Nan, as a seasoned veteran, was far more difficult to fool. The goods are all in order. You may take the boat and depart. All right, brother Chen, I'll gift you this truck as well, sparing you the trouble of finding transportation. Yi Xiao spoke magnanimously. Then I thank you, brother Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao pointed toward the yacht. Shall we be on our way? By all means, it is yours now. Yi Xiao nodded and said to the bespectacled young man, a phone, this is your moment to shine. Rest assured, boss. Watch this. A phone leaped onto the yacht first and made his way straight to the cockpit. Yi Xiao grasped Chen Nan's hand firmly. Brother Chen, it has been an absolute pleasure cooperating with you. I sincerely hope we shall have the opportunity to work together again. I harbor the exact same sentiment. I eagerly anticipate our next collaboration. Though he spoke these words, unless Yi Xiao could also travel back to ancient times, further cooperation was virtually impossible. Yi Xiao ordered his men to transfer all the firearms from the Cadillac's trunk onto the truck. He then assigned one subordinate to drive the Cadillac away, while he himself boarded the boat with 3 other men. This river flowed directly into the sea, leading straight to Yi Xiao's seaside villa. 5 minutes later, the yacht indeed sprang to life. It seemed that the refined-looking young man with glasses truly possessed considerable capability. Yi Xiao stood on the deck and waved to Chen Nan. Brother Chen, I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, brother Yi Xiao. Chen Nan remained standing on the shore watching the yacht until it vanished beyond the horizon. He glanced around in all directions, but saw no sign of any person. With a mere flicker of thought, the truck before him instantly materialized into his personal spatial storage. The mission in America could now be considered complete. It was time to depart. The FBI was currently issuing a nationwide manhunt for him, and combined with the fact that Americans had grown profoundly cautious against theft, attempting another crime would be more than 10 times more difficult. Thus, he needed to adopt a hit-and-run strategy, striking quickly and relocating to maximize his chances of success. This time, heading to Japan, his primary objective was to steal meat, vegetables, and fruits. Walking back to the road, Chen Nan hailed a taxi and headed directly for the airport. At 4 in the afternoon, the flight departed punctually. 11.5 hours later, the aircraft successfully touched down in Tokyo. Due to the time difference, it was already 8:30 in the evening on the second day in Tokyo. Chen Nan randomly selected a hotel and settled in for the night. The following morning, Chen Nan retrieved a steamer basket of soup, dumplings, and a bowl of clay pot soup from his spatial storage. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he stepped out onto the streets. The first order of business was purchasing a flight ticket home for early tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, Nyo had no uncle residing in Tokyo, so Chen Nan had to purchase the ticket himself. To avoid leaving any trace of his movements, he used a South Korean passport this time. He intended to carry out the operation tonight and proceed straight to the airport afterward, catching the earliest flight home. A few days prior, the robberies in America had sent shockwaves around the world, yet the public in the vast majority of nations still viewed the situation with a detached, almost amused perspective. Currently, the Japanese public shared this same attitude. But if Japan were to be robbed, as well, their amusement would quickly fade. After all, Koreans only truly feel pain when it strikes their own doorstep. Learning from America's ordeal, Japan would almost certainly bolster police deployments nationwide and urge citizens to heighten their vigilance immediately after the theft occurred. Under such circumstances, executing another crime would become extraordinarily difficult. Therefore, Chen Nan had only one night to work with. Chen Nan used his South Korean passport to purchase a flight ticket to Shanghai at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, then took the subway to a large wholesale market in the suburbs. This was a comprehensive wholesale market specializing in meat, aquatic products, and fruits and vegetables. As long as tonight's operation succeeded, the food supply issue in ancient times would essentially be resolved. Hence, tonight's mission was of paramount importance. Upon arriving at the wholesale market, Chen Nan strolled about, carefully studying the overall layout and planning his approach routes to ensure a smoother operation that night. The market spanned an area of 20 hectares, with the eastern zone designated for aquatic products, the central zone for meat, and the western zone for fruits and vegetables. It was 9 in the morning, and the market teemed with people. Chen Nan navigated through the crowds completely unobtrusively. Each zone featured a massive cold storage facility used by merchants for preservation. Although every merchant possessed freezers, their storage capacity was relatively limited. As wholesalers, it was entirely normal to stockpile dozens or even hundreds of tons of goods in a single batch. Therefore, aside from reserves sufficient to sustain 2 or 3 days of sales, the remainder was typically sent to the public cold storage facilities. This arrangement actually proved highly convenient for Chen Nan. Rather than breaking into store by store, he only needed to infiltrate these 3 cold storage facilities to obtain everything he required. Chen Nan walked the streets surrounding all 3 cold storage facilities several times over and had already mapped out at least 5 or 6 escape routes. Unlike his previous heist in America, where the targets were grain and firearms located in a remote town and sparsely populated farms, allowing him simply to dash out of town and vanish into the boundless countryside, where even the FBI's prowess would be useless. This time was entirely different. The wholesale market lay in the suburban outskirts, a considerable distance away from the expansive rural areas. Chen Nan left the wholesale market and personally surveyed the area, repeatedly analyzing routes on his phone's map app until he identified 3 relatively secluded paths with minimal surveillance cameras. Chen Nan took a taxi along each of these 3 routes to familiarize himself with the terrain. Once he reached areas entirely void of surveillance, he would switch vehicles. No matter how astute the police, they would never be able to trace him. He retraced the route to the airport as well, making a note of every intersection and whether surveillance cameras were present so he could react swiftly to any unforeseen situations. Rather than returning to his former hotel, Chen Nan found a park near the wholesale market and lingered there until nightfall. As night deepened and the park emptied of people, Chen Nan slipped into a small grove of trees and summoned a container shelter to make it his temporary residence. The park's remote location meant few visitors even during daylight hours, and at night it was utterly desolate. With no surveillance cameras anywhere nearby, Chen Nan felt secure lodging there. After eating dinner by flashlight inside the container shelter, Chen Nan set his alarm and went to bed. He remembered that the farmer's market back home opened at 4 in the morning, so he expected this one to follow a similar schedule. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Chen Nan woke to his alarm, switched it off, and stepped outside to store the container shelter back into his dimensional space. Stepping onto the street from the park, he began collecting parked cars along the roadside. This time, unlike in Los Angeles, where he had seized any vehicle he encountered, Chen Nan selectively targeted only those covered in thick dust. Cars that appeared to be ownerless or abandoned. Even if these vehicles were stolen, their owners likely wouldn't notice for quite some time if they still had owners at all. After storing a dozen dusty cars in his space, Chen Nan returned to the park and systematically unlocked each one, sparing himself the rush of fumbling with keys during his escape. He avoided using the American vehicles stored in his space, primarily because their license plates were too conspicuous. Driving a car bearing U.S. plates in Japan would immediately raise suspicions among anyone with common sense. Once all the cars were unlocked, Chen Nan quietly infiltrated the wholesale market. Past 1 in the morning, the vast complex stood completely deserted, the streetlights extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. Having scouted the area during the day, Chen Nan headed straight for the cold storage facility where meats were kept. At this hour, with no one around and no residents nearby, he could operate freely, even using a cutting torch without fear of detection. For additional precaution, Chen Nan pulled a black stocking over his head. He soon located the entrance to the meat cold storage, but just as he was about to begin, a beam of light suddenly flashed behind him, accompanied by a loud shout. Nanny mono date. The sudden startle nearly sent Chen Nan's soul flying. What on earth had they just said? He couldn't understand a word of it. Fortunately, Chen Nan had anticipated this scenario and quickly composed himself. It didn't matter if he didn't understand. A bit of simple deduction would reveal their general intent. 2 security guards patrolling in the dead of night who spotted suspicious activity, would likely utter only a handful of standard phrases. Nothing more than questions about who he was and what he was doing. Chen Nan remained silent, simply raising both hands above his head. This universally recognized gesture of submission signaled that he posed no threat and begged them not to escalate the situation. Chen Nan wasn't truly afraid of them. Rather, he sought to keep them calm and prevent them from raising an alarm that would summon more people. The two guards exchanged glances. Someone wearing a stocking over their head in the middle of the night. Undoubtedly not a respectable person. Yet the figure seemed unusually subdued. Rather than fleeing at the sound of their voices, he had immediately raised his hands and frozen in place. At most, this appeared to be a timid thief. They should apprehend him first and deal with the authorities later. The two guards approached, planning to seize one arm each and escort him back to the security office before calling the police. A faint smile of triumph curved Chen Nan's lips. His plan was working. The moment the guards reached him and lunged to grab his arms, syringes with tranquilizers materialized in his palms, striking both men simultaneously. After brief convulsions, both guards collapsed to the ground, and Chen Nan casually tossed them into a nearby corner. With no one left to interfere, he successfully entered the cold storage facility. The cold storage's temperature likely plummeted well below freezing, and Chen Nan immediately began shivering upon entering. He quickly donned a military greatcoat before surveying the facility. The cold storage stretched far beyond sight, lined with countless shelves arranged in perfect order, each row stacked high with enormous boxes. Chen Nan summoned a car and drove it along the aisles, and wherever it passed, the shelves and their contents vanished instantly. In merely 1 minute, he had completely emptied the entire cold storage facility. He rushed out and moved to the next cold storage unit. In less than 5 minutes total, every shelf across all 3 facilities had been stripped bare, leaving nothing but empty frames. Chen Nan's consciousness entered his personal storage space, and he surveyed the abundant supplies piled in the corner with satisfaction. Staples, meats, vegetables, and fruits. Everything he needed was now secured. The military rations problem was solved. At minimum, he could now sustain an entire battalion. He had no way of knowing the exact quantity stolen across the 3 cold storages tonight. That would have to wait for tomorrow's news coverage, where the media would surely report the figures. Chen Nan departed swiftly along his pre-planned escape route, switching vehicles at isolated locations devoid of surveillance cameras. After changing vehicles multiple times, Chen Nan was confident that even in China, where surveillance cameras lined every street, the police would struggle to identify him in such a short time frame. Nowhere near as equipped as China-Japan's surveillance network was in fact less dense than that of the United States. At 3 in the morning, Chen Nan drove toward Tokyo International Airport. Since the airport sat by the coast, the entire route followed the seaside highway. The day before, while traveling from the airport into the city, Chen Nan had spotted several luxury yachts docked at a port and had kept that discovery in mind ever since. Luxury yachts commanded prices ranging from several million to hundreds of millions of yuan. Excellent assets for quick liquidation. In Los Angeles, Chen Nan had used a yacht to directly purchase over $1 million worth of military supplies, and upon returning home, he relied on these vessels to settle outstanding payments and acquire additional provisions. Upon reaching the harbor, Chen Nan quickly exited his vehicle, stealthily approached the waterfront, and teleported all 4 yachts into his storage space before swiftly departing. He arrived at the airport past 4 in the morning, with less than 4 hours remaining before his flight. Since few travelers were catching early departures, the terminal was quiet, and Chen Nan reclined in a chair with his eyes closed. As dawn broke, chaos had already erupted outside. At 4 in the morning, when the first batch of merchants from the wholesale market arrived at the cold storage facility to collect their goods, they unexpectedly found the door wide open, with frigid air pouring out in whooshing gusts. Sensing something was amiss, the merchants rushed through the gate and were utterly stunned by what lay before them. The vast cold storage stood completely empty. What on earth was happening? Yesterday, the shelves had been packed to the brim, stretching beyond the reach of sight. Yet after only 1 night, not a single item remained. The merchants exchanged bewildered glances. "Where are our goods?" someone cried out in utter despair. "We don't know," replied everyone, their faces frozen in disbelief. "Could the market staff have secretly moved our cargo overnight? That must be it. Let's go confront the manager in charge." Just then, the cold storage supervisor arrived. Every day at this hour, he would faithfully come to unlock the doors and let the merchants in to collect their shipments. The moment the merchants spotted the supervisor, they all surged forward and began berating him without restraint. The supervisor was completely dumbfounded. Why were these people so worked up today? As if possessed by some dark fury. "Everyone, please calm down. Can someone tell me what exactly happened? You disgust me, secretly moving our goods." "Exactly. So despicable. You filthy merchants. Compensate us." The supervisor immediately denied it. "Gentlemen, this is pure slander, naked slander. How could we possibly move your cargo?" "Then how did the cold storage become completely empty?" someone demanded. "Empty? How is that possible?" The supervisor refused to believe it. "Go take a look for yourself. The door is wide open. Would we really lie to you?" Half convinced and half doubting, he pushed through the crowd toward the cold storage. Before reaching the entrance, he noticed the door was indeed flung open. This was bizarre. The key to this cold storage door was kept solely by him, and he alone operated it each day. So how had it been opened? He stepped forward for a quick inspection and discovered the door had been forcibly pried open. No key had been used. Glancing further into the cold storage interior, the supervisor was equally dumbfounded. The cold storage was entirely bare. Were it not for the lingering cold air still seeping outward which told him this was indeed a cold storage facility, he might have sworn it was an abandoned warehouse long deserted. He came and went here every single day. He knew this cold storage better than anyone could know it. He distinctly remembered that when he left yesterday afternoon, the warehouse had been filled to capacity with shelves stacked high beyond counting with merchandise. How could it have been reduced to an empty shell in less than a day? This was far too eerie. The merchants closed in once more. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The supervisor shook his head. I'm innocent. I truly don't know what happened. How could you not know? You're the ones who stole them. The supervisor was exasperated. Gentlemen, do you really believe we could have secretly relocated such massive quantities of goods in such a short time? How much manpower and resources would that require? Just dismantling those shelves would take at least 10 days or half a month at the very least. The supervisor's words sent the merchants into deep thought. Earlier blinded by fury and stripped of reason, nobody had troubled to think. But now with calm minds they found his argument quite reasonable. Such a massive cold storage facility housed tens of thousands of tons of cargo. Moving it all away was hardly something simple. Besides, who in their right mind would steal the shelves as well? Oh no. Could it be that mysterious thief from the United States? Someone suddenly blurted out. Everyone present was struck by sudden clarity. Just a few days ago, news had broken about a mysterious thief in America who could steal anything simply by passing nearby. A story that had become the hottest topic worldwide. If this was truly the work of that mysterious thief, then everything suddenly made perfect sense. Back then, everyone had treated it as mere amusement, never imagining it would come to their own doorstep within 2 days. Where was justice to be found? The cold storage supervisor phoned the managers of the other 2 cold storage facilities, and sure enough, they had been robbed as well. Someone reminded him, what about the security guards? Don't they patrol at night? Right, let me call them. As the supervisor reached for his phone, someone suddenly shouted, no need. He's right here. The security guards are right here. The supervisor put down his phone and walked toward the speaker alongside the others. There, sprawled awkwardly in the corner, lay 2 figures, the 2 night shift security guards. After rousing them, the supervisor asked, what happened? One guard replied, when we were patrolling and reached this area, we suddenly spotted someone wearing a black stocking over their head, acting suspiciously near the cold storage entrance. We decided to bring them back to the security office for questioning. But the moment we approached, they produced 2 needles from somewhere and jabbed them into our hands. After that, we remember nothing. There was no longer any doubt. It was undoubtedly that mysterious thief from the United States who had come to Japan. Everyone fell silent. The losses were certainly unrecoverable. Curse that wretched soul. Couldn't you torment the Americans like you were supposed to? Why come to Japan? At 8 o'clock the flight departed on schedule. The entire journey took 3 hours, and accounting for the time difference, they arrived in Shanghai at noon. After landing, Chen Nan immediately transferred to the bullet train back to his hometown. He finally arrived in his city at around 2:30 in the afternoon. On the train, many passengers were discussing the news of the wholesale market theft in Tokyo the night before. Everyone's face was alight with smiles, as joyful as during the spring festival. Chen Nan suddenly remembered he hadn't yet checked the full extent of what had been stolen, so he opened his phone, launched the Douyin app, and the very first video in his feed was this news report. Moreover, the news report kindly provided a detailed breakdown of the losses. Meat, 32000 tons. Seafood, 26000 tons. Fruits and vegetables, 24000 tons. Plus other equipment and shelving units. The total loss amounted to nearly 5 billion yuan. It was already the 8th day, with only 2.5 days remaining until the transition. There was still plenty of time. The armor, cold weapons, and clothing, all of which Chen Nan had been urging every day, were promised to ship out tomorrow. Chen Nan didn't fully trust it, for everyone knows a merchant's words are never entirely honest. Regardless, by the 9th day, whether everything arrived in full or not, Chen Nan would sign for receipt. Stepping out of the high-speed rail station, Chen Nan hailed a taxi. He had intended to lean back and rest his eyes, but the driver, a chatty man in his 40s, wouldn't stop talking, making any rest impossible. Brother, you heard about Japan getting robbed yesterday, right? Of course. It's all over the trending searches. Anyone with a brain knows about it. Ha ha ha, feels so good. They ought to rob Japan completely bare. This isn't some mysterious thief. That's a mysterious hero. Ha ha ha. Sir, what if this mysterious hero comes to China to steal? Oh well. Chen Nan's single sentence left the driver completely speechless. For a long while afterward, he said not a word. Chen Nan had thought things would finally be quiet, but before half a minute had passed, the driver spoke again. The mysterious hero probably wouldn't come to our Hua nation to steal things. Why? Because I feel the mysterious hero must be one of our own Hua people. Chen Nan was slightly taken aback. This guy had some real insight. How could he have guessed that? Why do you say that? Look, the mysterious hero first stole from the Pyongyang nation, then from the Dao nation. I hate those two countries the most, so I guess the mysterious thief must be our Hua person, a national hero. After the driver babbled on for the entire journey, they finally reached the city. Chen Nan headed straight to People's Park. He needed to find a Nyo and deal with those yachts first. This time he'd only stolen 4 yachts. It didn't look like much, but this haul alone would fetch a fortune. Ever since making a killing selling yachts in the Pyongyang nation, Chen Nan had devoted time to researching the yachting market. All 4 yachts were Italian Azimut Grand Series models, with even the cheapest priced at no less than 70 million yuan. Their combined value exceeded 300 million, and selling them secondhand for over 200 million wouldn't be difficult at all. 200 million yuan could basically cover everything he wanted to buy. Selling yachts was still the fastest route to wealth. Chen Nan picked up his phone and called Nyo. "Brother Nan, where are you?" For some reason, Chen Nan detected unusual excitement in Nyo's voice. "I'm at our usual spot in People's Park. Are you free now? I'll settle up with you." Yes, I'm coming right over." 10 minutes later, Nyo arrived at People's Park. Nyo approached Chen Nan and glanced left and right. Finding no one nearby, he lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Nan, that mysterious thief isn't you, is it?" "Why do you say that?" Chen Nan played dumb. Nyo wore an expression that plainly said, "Are you really asking? You went to the Pyongyang nation and a mysterious thief appeared there. You went to the Dao nation and one showed up there too. Call that coincidence if you want, but that's too convenient to be random." "No, I didn't stop guessing." "All right then." Even though Nyo was certain Chen Nan was the mysterious thief, there was nothing he could do if the other party refused to admit it. Chen Nan picked up his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Nyo. WeChat payment received 100,000 yuan. Hearing the notification chime, Nyo pulled out his phone and opened WeChat. When he saw that string of zeros after the 1, he couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. In just a few days, he'd already earned 400,000 yuan from Chen Nan. This was easy money. Nyo could no longer be bothered to wonder whether Chen Nan was the mysterious thief. Even if the Pyongyang nation and the Dao nation were looted bare, what difference did it make to him? As long as he kept close to Chen Nan, wealth would flow endlessly. "Thank you, Brother Nan. You're too generous and cool." Chen Nan was not at all surprised that Nyo had guessed his identity. After all, Nyo had handled all the documentation and the itineraries matched perfectly. Chen Nan didn't worry too much about it, for he knew Nyo was a smart man. Now the entire world knew that the mysterious thief possessed the ability to make tens of thousands of tons of cargo vanish in an instant, something that seemed godlike to outsiders. Even with 10 times his courage, Nyo would never dare to spread the word. If Nyo truly dared to leak the secret, Chen Nan wouldn't mind taking him along when he crossed over. After all, one more person wouldn't make much difference. Right now, focusing on gathering as much supplies as possible before the crossing was what truly mattered. There was nothing else worth worrying about. "Old Nyo, I have one more favor to ask of you. Just say the word, Brother Nan. I have 3 luxury yachts. Could you help me sell them quickly?" "Shouldn't be a problem. Companies running sea tourism operations would definitely be interested." "Good. Then sell them as soon as possible. The money should reach my account by this time tomorrow at the latest." "Brother Nan, that's rather difficult. The time frame is too tight. Price it lower if you need to. Whatever you sell them for, I'll give you a 5% commission." Nyo's eyes lit up instantly. Standard luxury yachts went for 30 to 40 million, and even second-hand ones could fetch 20 to 30 million. 3 yachts would nearly hit 100 million, and a 5% commission would net him 5 to 6 million. Financial freedom straight away. Before, making fake certificates earned him only a few $100,000 a year, and he was often arrested. This time he'd truly struck it rich. Who cared about being a thief or not? The one paying the bills was the real dad. Nyo almost called him dad, right then and there. "Dad Nan." "Wait, I mean Brother Nan, I'm on it." "Right, by the way, these yachts are all secondhand and come without keys. When you find buyers, have them bring an engineer along to unlock the systems and remove the GPS trackers." "Understood, Brother Nan. Don't worry, I'll handle everything properly. Also, I need you to buy some things for me." "Tell me what you need, Brother Nan." "I want to buy some speedboats, 20 or 30 of them, and a medium-sized coastal cargo vessel, preferably secondhand. See if you can negotiate a better price." "All right." Although Nyo had no idea why Chen Nan needed all this equipment, he never asked. His only job was to get things done as instructed. Everything else was unimportant. Chen Nan intended to take all of it back to ancient times as well. In case naval engagements became necessary, these vessels would come in handy. The speedboats could be used to disrupt enemy formations, while the cargo ship served as troop transport. With this kind of setup combined with firearms dominating the waters should not be an issue. Chen Nan sent Nyo the brands, models, and photographs of those yachts, instructing him to find buyers. Today was the 8th day. According to their agreement, this was supposed to be the delivery date for the armor, cold weapons, and various clothing. The representatives from those factories had already reached out proactively, saying everything was ready, and they would ship immediately upon receiving the final payment. However, Chen Nan only had a few $100,000 yuan on hand. Until Nyo disposed of those yachts, he wouldn't be able to pay the balance. So Chen Nan told them to wait until tomorrow to settle the final payment, and simply prepare the goods for shipment. Chen Nan's current task was to rent a warehouse, so he wouldn't be left wondering where to direct the merchant's deliveries the next day. Chen Nan pulled out his phone, opened the 69 Tongxing app, found a large warehouse in the suburbs, and immediately called to rent it. Once the merchants delivered the goods to the warehouse tomorrow, Chen Nan would quietly transfer everything into his storage dimension. Perfect. That evening, Ang Yo called to say he had already found a buyer. It was a high-end tourism company in Xiamen. Upon hearing that someone was selling 3 second-hand luxury yachts in one lot, their boss was extremely interested. The deal was finally closed at 170 million yuan. Chen Nan opened a map, located a river in Xiamen that flowed to the sea, then cross-referenced satellite imagery to find a remote stretch of land. He set the transaction location there. Early the next morning, Ang Yo drove over to pick up Chen Nan. After more than an hour of driving, they finally arrived near the location Chen Nan had chosen. It was a rural area on the outskirts of Xiamen with no sign of human habitation for kilometers, a perfect transaction site. Old Nyo, stay in the car and don't move around. Wait for my call. Although Chen Nan knew Nyo likely suspected his true identity, he still needed to put on the proper show. Nyo played along perfectly, sitting motionless in the car to signal that he would follow all instructions. Chen Nan walked through the woods to the riverbank, found a suitable spot, and with a focused thought, all 4 azimuth yachts materialized on the surface of the river. Chen Nan called Nyo. Old Nyo, you can come over now. When will Mr. Lu and the others arrive? Brother Nan, they're here, just arrived. I'll bring them over right away. A few minutes later, Nyo arrived with 4 people. Walking at the forefront alongside Nyo was a middle-aged man in a suit with a large belly. Without Nyo's introduction, Chen Nan knew that the pot-bellied man in the suit was Manager Lu of the travel company. Gazing at the magnificent fleet of yachts on the river, Nyo was secretly astonished. How on earth had they appeared? After exchanging a few words with Chen Nan, Manager Lu led the group onto a yacht. After a brief inspection, he expressed great satisfaction and asked Chen Nan to send him his bank card number. President Chen Nan arranged for the finance department to make the payment immediately. It should arrive within 10 minutes at most. 170 million yuan was a large transfer that couldn't be made to an individual only through a company account. So Chen Nan didn't send his own card number, but gave Nyo's company account. Fortunately, Nyo had registered a shell company for doing business, otherwise Chen Nan wouldn't have been able to receive the money. Then Manager Lu said to one of the young men, "Go and unlock all these yachts." This young man was a marine electronic engineer brought by Manager Lu. He was very professional. The first yacht took a bit longer, but with experience he quickly finished the rest. There were 4 yachts on the water. Chen Nan had sold only 3. The cheapest one was kept for himself to take to ancient times, and he also had the engineer unlock it as well. After the engineer unlocked all the yachts and removed the GPS trackers, the payment arrived. Manager Lu didn't linger. He told the 3 men to each pilot a yacht and head toward the sea. Nyo, being considerate, said, "Brother Nan, I'll wait for you in the car." After the 3 yachts disappeared from sight, Chen Nan stored the last yacht into his space, then walked through the woods toward the car. The 3 yachts were sold for a total of 170 million. With a 5 commission, Nyo could get 5 million. To show gratitude to Chen Nan for bringing him the opportunity, Nyo waived the remainder and only took 8 million. Nyo was a shrewd man. He knew that making a reasonable concession would leave a good impression on Chen Nan, ensuring that Chen Nan would think of him first for any future business. Today's concession was merely for smoother cooperation in the future. However, it was foreseeable that days later, when Nyo learned that Chen Nan had vanished without a trace, he would surely regret it bitterly. For the next 2 days, Chen Nan kept Nyo by his side as payments still needed to be arranged through Nyo. On the other hand, Chen Nan also worried that this kid might abscond with the money. After all, human nature was not to be tested. It was safest to keep him close, especially since there were only 2 days left. Yesterday, while looking for buyers for the luxury speedboats, Nyo also took care of the cargo ship and speedboats that Chen Nan needed. The cargo ship was a nearly new vessel, only 5 years old, 105 meters long, 18 meters wide, with a deadweight of about 700 tons, costing 24 million. The owner of this cargo ship had bought it 5 years ago for 60 million. However, over the past 5 years he had suffered heavy losses and could no longer operate it, so he had to sell it at a huge discount. Yet he had listed the cargo ship on the maritime market for nearly 3 months with no takers, and the price had dropped from the initial 45 million to 30 million. Finally, Nyo came to inquire. He bargained straight down to 24 million. Although the owner was not entirely satisfied with the price, he didn't want to delay any longer and reluctantly accepted the deal. This 105-meter cargo ship was merely a small fry compared to ocean-going vessels, but taken to ancient times, it would be considered a behemoth. Moreover, a modern cargo ship is made of steel, making it a steel giant against ancient wooden ships. It could ram them to pieces. On an ancient battlefield, it would be an invincible force. As for the speedboats, since no second-hand ones were available at the moment, Nyo bought brand new ones directly from the shipyard. These weren't expensive either. Ordinary rescue speedboats cost only a few tens of thousands, luxurious ones with enclosed cabins range from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. Following Chen Nan's instructions, Nyo purchased 20 ordinary speedboats, 5 luxury speedboats, and also 20 jet skis for a total price of less than 3 million. Transporting the speedboats was quite troublesome and time was tight, so Chen Nan didn't plan to use logistics. Fortunately, the shipyard was right by the sea. Chen Nan asked them to simply leave the goods by the shore for him to inspect since the cargo ship was also to be traded at the seaside. During the day, the seaside was crowded and conspicuous. If Chen Nan waved his hand and stored the cargo ship and yachts away, it would likely cause a stir. So he decided to go at night and handle other matters during the day. Only 2 days remained, and there was still much to buy. Every second counted. On the way back, Chen Nan contacted the factories to pay the remaining balances and asked them to deliver everything to the warehouse he had rented in advance. The armor, cold weapons, compound bows, arrows, and other equipment were all ready. Chen Nan breathed a sigh of relief. With these items at least on the battlefield, he would have ample confidence. The remaining payment totaled 8 million, and Chen Nan didn't even blink. Then he purchased other battlefield supplies such as entrenching tools, pepper spray, rebar, and so on. The uses of the entrenching tool were obvious. It could chop, cut, saw, dig, stab, and chisel, and it even came with a flint for starting fires in the wild. This was far from enough. He had to continue purchasing. First, container houses, each 8 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 7 meters high for soldiers to live in the wild. Chen Nan ordered 500 units. Along with the container houses, he purchased 300 bunk beds along with matching sheets, pillowcases, tables, and chairs. Chen Nan planned to place 4 to 5 bunk beds in each container house, accommodating 8 to 10 people per room. In addition, he bought some large beds with spring mattresses and comfortable sofas, which were naturally reserved for himself and some important people. Next came the purchase of medicines and some medical equipment. Medical conditions in ancient times were limited. A cold or wound infection could be fatal. So medicines were crucial, especially for external injuries. Medicines for various plagues should also be brought. A single plague outbreak in a military camp could wipe out the entire army. In ancient times, there were countless examples of defeats due to plague outbreaks in the army, so this factor must be taken into account. Chen Nan originally planned to sweep through street pharmacies, but Nyo volunteered, saying he knew a pharmaceutical representative who could provide the medicines more conveniently and at a lower cost. So Chen Nan compiled a long list of medicines and equipment and entrusted Nyo with full responsibility. In the end, Nyo finalized the deal at 20 million. During the last 2 days, Chen Nan spent money extravagantly, just like Wang Duyu in the movie The Richest Man in Shihong City. He wasn't afraid of not having enough to spend, he was afraid of not being able to spend it. Wang Duyu needed to squander 1 billion within a month, while Chen Nan had to spend 160 million in just 2 days. On the surface, Chen Nan's task seemed more daunting, but in reality the opposite was true. Because Chen Nan faced no restrictions, he could spend freely, buying whatever he desired without any constraints. The previous procurements were primarily for military purposes. Now it was time to acquire everyday necessities, items related to clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Clothing had already been purchased, so there was no need for more. Next, he decided to stock up on food. Although his storage space contained over 100,000 tons of provisions, they were all raw ingredients that would require cooking in the ancient era. How convenient it would be if he could bring prepared meals to the ancient times. Whenever hunger struck, he could simply retrieve them from his storage space. Since time stood still within the space, a steaming hot dish would remain piping hot even after a century. Thus, Chen Nan commissioned dozens of restaurants to cook non-stop for an entire day. The prepared dishes were packed into thermal containers and periodically delivered to the warehouse. Chen Nan frequently made trips to the warehouse to store the packaged food into his personal space. These restaurants weren't necessarily upscale, but they all shared one trait: the food was delicious. Some were eateries he had personally visited, while others came highly recommended by netizens. Ultimately, flavor was Chen Nan's most crucial criterion. To avoid monotony, Chen Nan deliberately selected restaurants from diverse cuisines and categories covering all major Chinese culinary traditions, including main courses, breakfast, snacks, and more. Tobacco and alcohol were also essential, as military camps were gathering places for men, and having cigarettes and liquor made life worthwhile. For shelter, container houses had already been procured, so that was sorted. For transportation, his space contained thousands of vehicles, all stolen from the United States and Japan. However, most of these cars were outdated models, uncomfortable to drive. Moreover, without keys, he had to unlock them each time before driving. Under normal circumstances, this was manageable, but during escapes or pursuits, it would be a serious hindrance. Therefore, Chen Nan purchased new vehicles, including sedans, buses, trucks, and motorcycles. The new vehicles came with keys, allowing his subordinates to drive, even in his absence. The sedans were for his personal enjoyment, the buses for transporting soldiers, and the trucks for hauling cargo. Motorcycles served as alternatives to cars, given that ancient roads were incomparable to modern ones. Even official highways were riddled with potholes, and only a few routes were suitable for automobiles. Relatively speaking, motorcycles had far lower road requirements. As long as there were no rivers blocking the way or rain turning the paths muddy, they posed little problem. Moreover, motorcycles were fuel efficient, a crucial factor. Since oil was not produced in ancient times, every liter consumed was one less, so conservation was key. Chen Nan also bought several excavators, loaders, and other construction vehicles to facilitate any engineering projects. For entertainment, Chen Nan acquired over a dozen smartphones, tablets, and laptops, downloading a vast library of movies, TV series, novels, songs, and various single-player games. He also brought playing cards, mahjong, go, chess, and ludo. This way, life in the ancient times wouldn't be unbearably dull, or at least he could pass the time with these amusements when not busy. Chen Nan also prepared some hard currency, 2 kilograms of gold and 100 kilograms of silver. The amount was modest, primarily for emergencies. After all, with so many items in his space, he could easily awe the ancient people by pulling out any modern object. Making money would be effortless. Chen Nan also visited a Xinhua bookstore. As a modern man, his knowledge base could easily surpass that of the ancients, but the human mind was no match for written records. A poor memory is no substitute for the tip of a pen. He selected numerous science and technology books covering fields such as agriculture, industry, engineering, and natural sciences. He also picked up volumes on economics, management, medicine, practical life skills, and even leisure reads like novels and children's books. Without listing every detail, Chen Nan prepared anything that might prove useful in the ancient era. For instance, seeds, farming tools, tea, salt, coal, and so on. Finally, with over 20 million left, he emptied more than a dozen large supermarkets, encompassing virtually all daily necessities. The 160 million was nearly all spent. Over 2 consecutive days, an endless stream of trucks arrived at the warehouse Chen Nan had rented, and workers tirelessly unloaded the goods and carried them inside. Just as the warehouse was about to overflow, Chen Nan waved his hand, and all the goods vanished in an instant. This cycle repeated, and the supplies in his portable storage space piled up higher and higher. Unfortunately, time was too short. If he had been given a year, Chen Nan was confident he could even procure armored vehicles, allowing him to conquer the entire planet upon traveling to the ancient era. Everything was ready, leaving only one final matter to attend to: taking the right people along. Chen Nan had already given Lu Jigang and Jiang Ying a chance, but they hadn't cherished it, so he couldn't be blamed. At 7 in the evening on the 10th day, Chen Nan dialed Lu Jigang's number. Lu was having dinner at home when his phone rang. He pulled it from his pocket, and the name on the caller ID instantly made him gnash his teeth. It was Chen Nan. Ever since that beating, the kid had vanished into thin air, missing work for 10 consecutive days, and HR couldn't reach him either. That day, Lu had undergone a forensic injury assessment which concluded he had sustained minor injuries. According to the police, Chen Nan had committed an offense and could be detained. But with Chen Nan unreachable, the police couldn't do much. After all, a simple fight didn't warrant a wanted notice. Lu was furious. If Chen Nan never returned, would this drag on forever? So he had taken the beating for nothing. Just as Lu had given up hope after 10 days, Chen Nan unexpectedly contacted him. Lu Jigang got up from the table and pressed the answer button. "Chen Nan, how dare you call me?" "Manager Lu, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I'm calling to apologize." Lu was taken aback. This wasn't what he expected. Chen Nan was actually admitting fault. Hadn't he been tough when he threw the punches? So you had a cowardly side too. After a moment's thought, he figured the kid must have acted on impulse, and once he sobered up, realized the trouble he was in and hid somewhere in fear. Now, knowing hiding wasn't a long-term solution, he was calling to beg for forgiveness. Well, then Lu decided to seize the opportunity to blackmail him and vent his anger thoroughly. "Chen Nan, if you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? The 3 of us have completed injury assessments. All minor injuries grade 2. The lawyer says it's already a criminal offense, at least 6 months in prison, and with 3 victims the sentences will stack." Lu deliberately exaggerated the consequences. After all, Chen Nan was just a soldier without a college education. He could easily be fooled. On the other end of the line, Chen Nan sneered inwardly. This guy really thought he was an idiot. But to lure Lu into the trap, Chen Nan had to continue playing weak. "Oh, is it that serious? Manager Lu, I was wrong. I don't want to go to prison. Please, for the sake of us being colleagues, forgive me, and tell the police not to arrest me. I truly realize my mistake." A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lu Jigang's mouth. Sure enough, he was still young and lacked social experience, so easily manipulated. Lu Jigang feigned a sigh. "Ah, Chen Nan, you're very young. I understand making mistakes, but you've broken the law, do you understand?" "Whoa, I know, Manager Lu. I was young and ignorant. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold a grudge. From now on, I promise to be more obedient than Zhang Yang, and I'll serve you like a beast of burden for the rest of my life." To sell the act completely, Chen Nan even forced a sob. Lu Jigang grew even more smug. "Regardless, we were colleagues. I don't want to make things too ugly. I'll give you one chance. It's up to you whether you treasure it." Chen Nan played along perfectly. "As long as I don't go to prison, I'm willing to pay compensation." "Fine, it's good that you have this awareness. Give me 100,000 yuan, and I'll write you a letter of forgiveness. If you write a letter of forgiveness, I won't have to go to prison." Yes, the officer said that as long as I issue the letter, they won't prosecute you, so naturally you won't go to prison. "But Manager Lu, I only happen to have 100,000 yuan. There are 3 of you. I can't come up with 300,000. You don't need to compensate Zhang Yang's share. Just compensate me and Jiang Ying, 50,000 for each of us. During the injury assessment at the police station, last time Jiang Ying was also present. Lu Jigang had initiated a conversation, and upon chatting they discovered both were victims of Chen Nan. The two, sharing a common plight, became more and more engrossed in their conversation and eventually exchanged WeChat contacts. Zhang Yang doesn't have any objections. Don't worry, does he dare to defy me? That statement wasn't wrong. Given Zhang Yang's sycophantic nature, if Lu Jigang said east, he wouldn't dare go west. If told to eat shit, he wouldn't dare drink piss. A complete lackey. As for why Lu Jigang wanted to split the 100,000 with Jiang Ying, it was purely a man's petty scheming. After meeting Jiang Ying last time, jealousy had consumed him. Although Jiang Ying's face had been swollen from Chen Nan's slap, by the time she reached the police station it had nearly subsided. Her face, her figure, absolutely exquisite. It made Lu Jigang's heart itch unbearably. Who would have thought that a waist like Chen Nan could have such a good catch? But since Jiang Ying was Chen Nan's ex-girlfriend, they must have broken up. Perfect. He could take a bite. In just 10 days the two had grown quite close. On WeChat, Jiang Ying called him Brother Jigang in a coquettish tone that made his heart race. Seizing this opportunity, he could do Jiang Ying a favor, letting her pocket 50,000 yuan effortlessly. Wouldn't she be grateful? Lu Jigang's abacus clicked loudly. On the other end of the phone, Chen Nan was tearfully grateful. Manager Lu, thank you. You're truly a good person. Chen Nan, if you had realized this earlier, wouldn't today's incident have been avoided? A young man must be careful in the future. I will change. So Manager Lu, how should I give you the money? Lu Jigang pondered. Of course he would call Jiang Ying out to fetch the money together with Chen, and then take her for a drink, and finally. Just imagining it was delightful. Here's the plan, I'll call Jiang Ying out, and we'll go with you to withdraw the money. Meanwhile, we'll write you a letter of forgiveness, and then we'll be even. How about that? Fine, that's the best. I agree. Chen Nan was secretly delighted. He had been worrying about how to get both him and Jiang Ying together, and this guy had just done him a huge favor. Of course Chen Nan knew exactly what Lu Jigang was up to. It was only natural. With Jiang Ying's looks and figure, what man wouldn't be dazzled? Even Chen Nan had been utterly bewitched by her. These two were truly a perfect match. Lu Jigang was greasy, sleazy, and lecherous. Jiang Ying was pretentious, two-faced, and materialistic. But Lu Jigang's skill was still lacking. If he actually got together with Jiang Ying, he would probably be devoured to the bone. With his pig-like appearance, even if Jiang Ying agreed to be with him, it would definitely be for his money. Jiang Ying might be a fake, but she wasn't desperate enough to swallow just anything. Although Chen Nan had been badly taken advantage of by Jiang Ying these past few years, he had truly enjoyed himself. Chen Nan was quite looking forward to seeing these two together. Unfortunately, there would be no chance. Manager Lu, I'm at People's Park now. Could you drive over to pick me up? No, can do. Some bastard stole my car. I don't have one now. Chen Nan suddenly recalled that Lu Jigang's car, the leading model, was still in his spatial ring. So the bastard Lu Jigang was referring to was none other than himself. Chen Nan's face darkened. You dare curse me? Then don't expect to die an easy death. Manager Lu, I'll drive over to pick you up, then we'll get Jiang Ying and go to the bank to withdraw the money. Fine, do as you say. I'll be waiting at the entrance of the residential complex. After hanging up with Chen Nan, Lu Jigang said to his wife, there's an urgent matter at the company. I need to go in for overtime. I might be back very late, or even not at all. Don't wait up for me. Overtime again. What can I do? You know that little bastard Chen Nan from our department has gone missing, and I have to take over most of his work. Alright, go ahead. Come back early when you're done. Lu Jigang grunted in acknowledgement and left the house. As soon as he stepped into the elevator, he couldn't wait to dial Jiang Ying's number. Hello, Brother Jigang, is there something you need? Hearing that sugary voice on the phone, Lu Jigang's bones turned to jelly. Miss Jiang, I have good news for you. What good news? Chen Nan just contacted me. Chen Nan, what did he contact you about? He chickened out. He's afraid of being detained and came begging for mercy. Ha, really? Hearing this, Jiang Ying's mood soared. So even he could be scared. Really? He begged me to forgive him. I told him I could forgive him, but he had to pay each of us, you and me, 50,000 yuan. No money, no letter of forgiveness. And what did Chen Nan say? He agreed. He's going to withdraw the money now. That's wonderful. Brother Jigang, you're amazing. I don't know how to thank you. Hey, it's nothing. Since you want to thank me, how about you accompany me to the bar for a couple of drinks after we get the money? Of course, Brother Jigang. You've helped me so much. By rights, I should be the one treating you. Sister Jiang Ying, you're joking. How can I let a lady pay? I'll treat you. Tonight we drink till we drop. Then thank you, Brother Jigang. Tonight we drink till we drop. Go to the entrance of your residential complex now. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. Hanging up, Lu Jigang was overjoyed. He never expected to win Jiang Ying over so easily. Such a top-notch beauty. Tonight he would have a taste. At the thought, he couldn't help licking his lips. Go to the entrance of your residential complex now. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. Hanging up, Lu Jigang was overjoyed. He never expected to win Jiang Ying over so easily. Such a top-notch beauty. Tonight he would have a taste. At the thought, he couldn't help licking his lips. 5 minutes later, a dilapidated Toyota pulled up in front of Lu Jigang. The driver's window rolled down, and Chen Nan poked his head out, Manager Lu, get in. Chen Nan, this is your car? Why no license plate? I just bought a used car, cost me 3,000. The plate will come in a few days. Chen Nan replied casually. In truth, this was a car he had acquired in Los Angeles, probably over a decade old and battered beyond recognition. He had removed the license plate, using it as a temporary means of transport. A flicker of disdain passed through Lu Jigang's eyes. What a broke loser. This wreck was worlds apart from his own 80M9. Lu Jigang got in, and after another 10 minutes they arrived at the entrance of Central Mansion. Jiang Ying stood at the door in a white dress. Her fair skin, set off by the white dress, seemed to glow under the streetlight. Lu Jigang's eyes were glued to her. She was 100 times more beautiful than the plain wife at home. Lu Jigang got out and waved at Jiang Ying. Miss Jiang, over here. Jiang Ying walked over, and Lu Jigang gallantly opened the car door. Miss Jiang, please get in. Once both were inside, Chen Nan started the car again. As soon as Jiang Ying got in, Lu Jigang grew excited, flirting with her, as if no one else were present, making her laugh uncontrollably. Lu Jigang grew bolder, eventually reaching his hand onto Jiang Ying's thigh. Oh, what's this? So smooth. Jiang Ying coquettishly. Oh, brother Jigang, you're so naughty, stop it. Chen Nan, who was driving, almost threw up. What a shameless pair of dogs. Seeing Jiang Ying not resist, Lu Jigang grew even more audacious, keeping his hand on her thigh. They didn't notice the road growing increasingly remote with fewer vehicles and pedestrians. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Ying finally sensed something was off. Chen Nan, where are you taking us? To get your money. No, why would we go to such a remote place to get money? Oh, my money is in a small bank that doesn't have many branches. Can't you withdraw from another bank? There's a fee for cross-bank withdrawals. I'm broke now, so I need to save wherever I can. Not a soul would believe that. Jiang Ying panicked. Chen Nan's excuse was too flimsy. Cross-bank withdrawals within the same city had long been free. Taking a girl to a deserted place late at night was terrifying. She even began to suspect Lu Jigang and Chen Nan were in cahoots. Chen Nan, pull over. I want to get out. Get out. Chen Nan sneered. You think you can get in and out of my car as you please? Jiang Ying finally grew scared. She lifted her bottom off the seat, leaned forward, and grabbed Chen Nan's shoulder. Stop the car. Chen Nan controlled the steering wheel with his left hand, summoned a stun baton from his space, pressed the switch, and thrust it backward. Ah! Jiang Ying screamed, her body convulsing as she collapsed into the seat. Lu Jigang snapped out of his earlier excitement. Seeing Jiang Ying unconscious beside him, he realized he had fallen into a trap. No wonder Chen Nan had been acting so strangely today, playing the fool. He had been scheming all along. And carrying a stun baton meant he came prepared. Lu Jigang was furious, yet wary. Chen Nan, what do you want? Didn't you ask for compensation? I'm going to get your money. Bullshit. I'll kill you. Chen Nan floored the accelerator, then slammed on the brakes. Lu Jigang unbuckled, flew forward, crashing into the seat back, dazed and disoriented. Chen Nan again pulled out the stun baton, reached back, and jabbed it into Lu Jigang's thigh. Lu Jigang convulsed and fell unconscious. 10 minutes later, Chen Nan drove into an abandoned, unfinished housing complex. It was originally a project by Evergrande, but after the company collapsed and the boss was arrested, it became a ghost building. Chen Nan drove inside, got out, opened the rear door, and dragged the two out. They were still unconscious. He took 2 bottles of water from his space and poured them onto their faces. The cold water jolted them awake. They sat up, disoriented by the pitch-black surroundings. After a few seconds, their eyes adjusted to the darkness. When they saw the familiar face before them, they instantly recalled what had happened in the car. Chen Nan was holding a stick, obviously the stun baton. He had actually stunned them. How inhumane. Now he had brought them to this desolate pitch-black place, a terrifying thought. Jiang Ying's voice trembled. Say, Chen Nan, what do you want? A faint smile curled on Chen Nan's lips. I brought you to a place like this. What do you think I want? Lu Jigang and Jiang Ying's hearts sank. The Chen Nan before them was a stranger. He was no longer the submissive employee Lu Jigang knew, nor the doting good man Jiang Ying had once taken for granted. At this moment, Chen Nan was like a demon from hell. Lu Jigang shouted, Chen Nan, I'll pay you back right now, please don't hurt me. Now you remember to pay me back? Sorry, too late. Don't kill me, I'll give you money, whatever you want. Jiang Ying, afraid to be left out, also cried, don't kill me, I'll sleep with you any position. Chen Nan shook his head. 10 days ago, I gave you a chance. You didn't treasure it. Lu Jigang's face twisted in terror. He kicked his legs on the ground, sliding backward on his butt. Chen Nan, don't do anything rash. This is a society ruled by law. You know it's a society ruled by law. When you used every means to dock our wages, you didn't have the law in mind. Lu Jigang was still struggling. Taitish, that's different. I was just being greedy. You're going to kill someone. Murder carries the death penalty. Think carefully, is it worth dying for a scumbag like me? Whether it's worth it is none of your concern. Anyway, you won't see tomorrow's sun. Don't come closer, don't come closer. Chen Nan, I beg you, don't kill me. Overcome with fear, Lu Jigang wet himself, a stench of urine wafting in the air. The next moment, Lu Jigang's head lolled to the side, and he passed out. Jiang Ying too had collapsed on the ground. How boring. He had planned to torment them a bit more, but they were so fragile, they fainted from a little fright. Chen Nan woke them up again, then finished them off with one knife each. He dumped the bodies directly into his portable space, planning to discard them somewhere in the ancient world later. He was to travel through time tomorrow, so Chen Nan didn't intend to go anywhere else. He simply stayed in the abandoned complex, ready to cross over directly the next day. The ancestor said he would arrange for Chen Nan to transmigrate at the Mao hour on the 11th day. The Mao hour corresponds to 5 to 7 in the morning, so the transmigration should take place at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. For days Chen Nan had been trying to contact the ancestor, but there was never a response. It made him begin to doubt whether the ancestor truly existed at all. However, thinking of the enormous virtual space within his mind, Chen Nan felt his worries were largely unfounded. He found a clean, flat location and took out a container house. This container house was intended for Chen Nan himself to live in. He had decorated it nicely with a bed, sofa, computer desk, and study desk inside. Chen Nan played with his phone for a while before getting ready for bed, setting an alarm for 4:30. He wondered how he would transmigrate tomorrow, whether it would be his soul alone or his entire body. If it were only his soul transmigrating, what would become of his physical body? As these thoughts swirled, Chen Nan drifted into slumber. This time he dreamed of the ancestor once more, that figure with the white beard. "Ancestor, why are you appearing now? I've been trying to reach you for many days." The ancestor seemed helpless as well. "My cultivation isn't sufficient. I can't send dreams to you continuously. I asked you to prepare supplies. How has that gone?" At this mention, Chen Nan's resentment surged within him. "Ancestor, you told me to prepare supplies, yet you never gave me a single coin. Do you have any idea how I've survived these past days?" Unexpectedly, the ancestor grew furious at these words. "What do you know? In the underworld, I use spirit money. Do you want that? Would even 1,000,000,000,000 of it be useful to you? You think this is easy for me? Do you realize how many years of my cultivation it took to give you that enormous portable warehouse? And yet you're still being picky." After the ancestor's furious barrage, Chen Nan felt overwhelming shame and dared not show any resistance, for the ancestor's words were entirely justified. The storage space the ancestor had gifted him proved far more valuable than mere money, which is how all the supplies had been gathered. "You're right, ancestor. I was ignorant." The ancestor's tone softened considerably. "The fact that you recognize your mistakes and accept them humbly shows you'll surely become a good emperor in the future. Thank you for your praise, ancestor." "How are the supplies coming along?" the ancestor asked once more. "Everything is ready. Weapons, armor, and food are all prepared. I've also acquired some firearms from our world that can take a life from 100 zhang away. We can transmigrate at any moment." "Good, then all is well. Chen Nan, you are someone I have high hopes for. Do not disappoint me. Don't worry, ancestor. Give me 5 years, and I guarantee I'll build you an empire. I have faith in your abilities. It's almost dawn, and I must go." "Wait, ancestor, I still have 2 questions. Ask quickly. How should I reach you in the future? I've been trying to contact you these past days, but don't know how." "You needn't contact me. Once you've restored the Great Qian Dynasty, I'll come to you naturally." "Enough. Ask your remaining question quickly. In what form will I transmigrate? Will it be just my soul, or my entire body?" "Your whole body will transmigrate. In that parallel world, there's another version of you with the same name, appearance, and age, also orphaned. Upon arrival, you'll completely replace him." "If I replace him, what happens to him?" "I'll send him to your world to replace you." Chen Nan nodded. "Well, that's fair." But he quickly realized something was wrong. "Wait, ancestor. I've stolen things here, killed people, taken out usurious loans. If you send him over, won't that be setting him up to fail?" "You needn't worry about him. Oh, just focus on yourself." Since the ancestor had said so, Chen Nan had no choice but to accept it. It was unfortunate for the other Chen Nan. Let's hope he has good fortune. About to journey back to ancient times, Chen Nan felt both anticipation and excitement. Over the past 2 years, Chen Nan had watched numerous short dramas, and typically protagonists transmigrated to ancient times and were given a wife right from the start. What was remarkable was that those beautiful women, for various reasons, went unchosen, as if they were meant specifically for the protagonist. More thrilling still, it wasn't just one beautiful woman. Being transmigrated meant the protagonist could enjoy the life of a man with multiple wives and concubines. Now that he had become the protagonist himself, barring any mishaps, he should be receiving a wife soon. It was time for him to enjoy himself too. He wondered what time it was now. Why hadn't the alarm gone off yet? Get up, get up. One more moment of dawdling, and I'll whip you scum to death." A harsh voice pierced through Chen Nan's ears. Chen Nan rubbed his eyes and slowly opened them. To his surprise, instead of the familiar white tin ceiling, he saw a sloped roof made of dried straw. Chen Nan sat up and looked around, discovering the environment had completely changed. It was a room of about 30 square meters with rammed earth walls on all 4 sides, neither sturdy nor able to keep out wind and rain. Nearly 30 people were in the room, all dressed like the lower-class characters from historical dramas, wearing coarse hemp garments that barely covered their bodies, each with the character for prisoner written on their clothing. These people were all emaciated with sunken eye sockets, clearly suffering from prolonged starvation. Only one man, a burly figure with a scar across his face, looked rosy and healthy, seeming to have never gone hungry. Chen Nan looked down at himself. His attire was no different from the others. Touching the top of his head, he found his short, neat hair had inexplicably grown long and been tied into a knot with a cloth strip. At this moment he was sitting on a pile of straw with nothing beneath him, not even a mat. This was where he had slept the night before. Damn it. How had he transmigrated directly? Why hadn't the alarm he'd set gone off? He quickly directed his consciousness into the portable space within his mind. Fortunately, that enormous storage space remained intact, and everything inside was still there. The grain gun's container house and other supplies were all present. Even the container house where Chen Nan had slept the previous night had been somehow packed away along with the corpses of Lu Jigang and Jiang Ying, that vile couple. Chen Nan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the space and supplies remained, he had nothing to fear. No matter how difficult the beginning, he could still turn things around. I'm talking to you. What are you standing there for? Want to get whipped? Chen Nan followed the sound and saw a soldier-like figure standing at the doorway, his right hand gripping a whip pointing angrily at him. Seeing everyone else heading toward the exit, Chen Nan hastily got up and followed the group. He felt frustrated. This wasn't what he had expected. Shouldn't the story begin with a wife being given to him in the village? How had he ended up as a prisoner? Chen Nan merged the memories of 2 lifetimes, and along the journey he began to sort through that entirely new set of remembrances. The original owner of these memories, also named Chen Nan, had lost both his parents at the age of 15 and from then on became a street idler. The family's meager few mu of farmland had long been sold off, and over the years he made a living as a casual laborer for local landlords. Whenever he had a few coins in hand, he would head to the gambling dens in town to play a few hands. If he won, he'd visit the pleasure houses. If he lost, he'd return home and make do with water to stave off hunger. At least this aimless drift kept him from starving. Half a month ago, when the original owner earned a bit of money, he immediately rushed to the gambling house in town and lost everything. He cursed his ill fortune, knowing he could not go to the pleasure house this time and would have to rely on his right hand at home instead. As he left the gambling house, a girl resembling a celestial maiden appeared on the street, instantly stirring his lustful desires. He approached her and began to harass her with lewd remarks. In truth, the original owner lacked the courage to do anything more than satisfy himself with crude words. On ordinary days in the village, he would often tease the young married women, finding satisfaction in watching them blush and step aside. Unfortunately, this time, he had picked a fight with the wrong woman. She was actually the county magistrate's concubine, out strolling the streets with several guards trailing behind her. Before he could utter 2 more vulgar phrases, the girl cried out for help. 4 burly guards immediately rushed forward, seized the original owner on the spot, and dragged him straight to the county yamen, where he was sentenced without delay. Under the laws of this dynasty, merely harassing an honorable woman typically warranted 50 strokes of the heavy bamboo. However, because the original owner had assaulted the county magistrate's concubine, the magistrate sentenced him to exile for attempted rape. It took 15 days of traveling to reach this wretched place, arriving only last night. Chen Nan cursed inwardly 10,000 times. What an idiotic bastard dared to provoke the county magistrate's concubine, truly courting death. And now look at this. He had been trapped by it. Previously, Chen Nan had worried his own deeds in the modern world would implicate this fellow, but now he realized he should be more concerned about himself. In ancient times, exile was hardly different from the death penalty. In fact, it was often worse. Death by execution ended suffering in a single blow, whereas exile meant enduring relentless torment until death, which was virtually guaranteed. Exile was not enlistment. They were forced into grueling physical labor every day, frequently whipped by soldiers, and during wartime had to serve as cannon fodder, working until they collapsed from exhaustion or fell in battle. There was barely any hope of ever rising above this fate. He said, barely, because nothing is absolute. If a prisoner earned military merit, he could potentially be incorporated into the regular army. But for prisoners to achieve such distinction was extraordinarily difficult. Among 1,000 convicts, perhaps not one would ever rise. Those who succeeded were the chosen ones. Chen Nan was precisely such a chosen one. Therefore he felt no despair. As a modern veteran with his own golden finger, if he could not rise within this military camp, he might as well buy a block of tofu and dash himself against it. Chen Nan continued sorting through memories of this world. Centuries ago, this land had fractured into over a dozen small kingdoms, and after years of continuous warfare, only 5 remained. These 5 states had coexisted for nearly 100 years, each refusing to yield to the others, none able to conquer, the rest locked in perpetual stalemate. To the north lay the state of Qi, to the west the state of Liang, to the east the state of Wu, and to the south the state of Nanyu. At the center stood the state of Chu, the homeland of the original owner. Chu maintained relatively peaceful relations with the other states. Though occasional friction arose, large-scale warfare had not erupted for decades. Only with the western state of Liang did relations amount to a generational feud. For over 2 centuries, the two had been bitter rivals. Major conflicts every 3 years, minor skirmishes every 2, with constant small-scale clashes along the border. Their hostilities never ceased. Chen Nan had been exiled to a place called Shahukou, literally tiger-slaying pass. Situated at the border between Chu and Liang, the imperial court had established a frontier military garrison here. Being the most forward position, battles erupted with great frequency. Frequent warfare meant ample opportunity to earn merit. Chen Nan planned to work his way up to a minor leadership position, gradually build connections, and once he had sufficient influence, seize power through force. Today's assignment was repairing the city walls. A few days prior, Liang forces had raided and breached sections of the wall, and heavy rains had caused more than half to collapse. For the past several days, the prisoners had worked around the clock in rotating shifts to rebuild the fortifications, and Chen Nan had arrived right at the start of this grueling effort. After hours of backbreaking labor, he was exhausted to the point of cursing his fate. Strictly speaking, wall building was not particularly arduous, but the relentless pace with no respite made it unbearable. Beyond exhaustion, Chen Nan felt another pressing sensation: hunger. In ancient times, common folk ate only twice daily. 3 meals were reserved for the nobility and wealthy. As a prisoner, Chen Nan was entitled to but 2 feedings. For Chen Nan, accustomed to 3 square meals, beginning labor on an empty stomach was genuinely tormenting. Though his spatial pouch held an abundance of delicacies, he dared not produce them before the others. He persisted until mid-morning, his head spinning from hunger, when he finally heard the call for mealtime. The break, lasting a chi of tea time, approximately 15 minutes, offered both nourishment and respite. Yet upon seeing the rations, all appetite vanished instantly. Each prisoner received only a bowl of watery congee, with barely a handful of rice grains accompanied by a dark coarse cornbread roll. Could this truly be considered food fit for human consumption? To avoid drawing attention, Chen Nan also claimed his portion, a bowl of thin gruel and a roll. He would find an excuse to use the latrine, shortly seeking a private corner within his spatial dimension to treat himself to something decent. Just as Chen Nan was about to fabricate such an excuse, a man with a shifty rat-like face pointed toward him. You. It's your turn this time. Hand over your buns. The man pointed at 7 individuals in succession, Chen Nan among them. The previous night, when the original owner first entered the cell, his cellmate had already warned him that there were 2 individuals in this quarters whom one must never offend. The first was the scarred man, Li Xiong, the tyrant who ruled this cell. The second was the weasel-faced creature before him, Fei Shu, Li Xiong's most devoted lackey. The other 6 men pointed out by Fei Shu showed no reluctance whatsoever. They obediently approached and surrendered their buns without hesitation. Fei Shu then handed the confiscated food to Li Xiong. Deprived of their buns, these 6 would subsist on plain rice gruel for the remainder of the meal. Yet none dared voice complaint. Chen Nan was also singled out by Fei Shu, but he had no intention of meekly surrendering his bun. Even if he did not desire it, that did not give Fei Shu the right to confiscate it. This was a fundamentally different matter. Seeing everyone else hand over their buns while Chen Nan remained unmoved, Fei Shu strode directly toward him and lunged for the food in his hand. Chen Nan withdrew his hand swiftly, and Fei Shu grasped only empty air. Startled, Fei Shu reached out once more, but Chen Nan pulled back again, leaving him grasping nothing but air a second time. Oh, looks like I've run into someone who doesn't value their life, lad. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over that bun properly. No. As the flying squirrel was about to erupt, the young man whose cornbread had been snatched by the flying squirrel approached with a flattering smile. Brother Squirrel, don't let your anger ruin your health. This newcomer doesn't know the rules yet. Let me talk some sense into him. Find a Mayo. I'll give you face. Make sure to teach this brat the rules here, or he won't even know how he died. Brother Squirrel is right. I'll certainly persuade him. Ameo, Chen Nan's cellmate who slept beside him, pulled Chen Nan aside and lowered his voice. Listen to me, brother. Just give the cornbread to Flying Squirrel. Give it to him. Then what will I eat? Ameo grew anxious. Skipping one meal won't kill you, but if you die you'll be in for a world of pain. Brother Xiong won't let you off. Chen Nan shrugged indifferently. He takes my cornbread, and I'm supposed to just swallow it. That's not right. Brother Xiong doesn't take your cornbread every meal. He only eats 8 at a time, meaning only 7 people need to hand theirs over. There are 30 of us here, so it's your turn once every 2 days. Ameo's math was surprisingly good. Chen Nan feigned understanding. Sounds decent. Skipping one meal every 2 days won't starve me. Exactly. That's the right way to think. Ameo was pleased with Chen Nan's newfound wisdom. No. Chen Nan spat out the same 2 words again. Chen Nan wasn't about to indulge such people. He knew clearly, yield once, and you'd be at their mercy forever. Look at these men, 30 of them bossed around by 2. He didn't know what to say. Ameo shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do for such a stubborn man. Forget it. Let him be. One beating would knock some sense into him. Flying Squirrel grew impatient and strode over, cursing Ameo. What the hell took you so long? Can't even talk some sense into him. Useless piece of trash. Get the hell out of my way. Ameo put on a sycophantic smile, bowed, and backed away. Flying Squirrel stood before Chen Nan arrogant as ever. Kid Ameo must have explained the rules already, right? Yeah, he did. Flying Squirrel thrust his hand out. Since you know the rules, hand over the cornbread. No. Flying Squirrel's face darkened. Kid, aren't you afraid of Brother Xiong? Brother Bear. What bear? Brown bear, black bear, or maybe a grizzly? Flying Squirrel's face twisted with rage. How dare he show such disrespect to Brother Xiong? Fine, kid. You've got guts. Just wait. He stormed off, shaking his hands in fury. Chen Nan was speechless. He thought the rat was going to start a fight, but instead, he just turned and left. Chen Nan figured why. Prisoners probably weren't allowed to brawl casually. In the distance, a few guards were watching. If they fought under their noses, both sides would face punishment. So Flying Squirrel held back only because the timing was wrong. Back in the cell, he would definitely make a move. Flying Squirrel returned empty-handed to Li Xiong, who had already devoured 4 cornbreads and was about to start the 5th. Seeing Flying Squirrel come back with nothing, he was slightly surprised. Flying Squirrel quickly said, "Brother Xiong, that kid's a stubborn fool. Won't listen to reason. I think we need to teach him a lesson tonight." Li Xiong glanced at Chen Nan, making a mental note of this man. A clueless guy like this popped up every now and then. Usually a good beating sorted them out. They needed to know who was king around here. Chen Nan noticed Li Xiong staring at him and met his gaze. Their eyes locked, and Chen Nan saw murderous intent in the other's eyes. Chen Nan suddenly felt that this man, named Li Xiong, might become his stepping stone. To quickly gain attention in the military camp, he had to show his strength, and Li Xiong was the perfect target. Ameo had mentioned last night that Li Xiong was originally a squad leader in the army, but after losing 2 battles, the colonel had demoted him to the death row battalion. It was said that Li Xiong was extremely skilled in combat, ranking among the top of all squad leaders in personal valor. So if Chen Nan could beat Li Xiong to a pulp, the other squad leaders would surely notice him, giving him a chance to escape the death row battalion. Chen Nan walked toward Li Xiong. The prisoners forgot their food, staring dumbfounded, wondering what he was up to. Chen Nan stopped in front of Li Xiong and announced in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, "I don't care if you're a brown bear or a grizzly. I'm warning you, keep your dog Flying Squirrel away from me, or I'll rip both your heads off." The entire prison yard was stunned. This brother was truly brave, talking to Brother Xiong like that. Li Xiong's face shifted through several shades of anger. Ever since he entered cell No. 3, he had been treated like an emperor. Not even the prison guards dared to boss him around, let alone the inmates. Now a prisoner who had just arrived was pointing at his nose and threatening him. Li Xiong laughed in fury. "Daring to challenge me, Li Xiong? Good kid. You've got guts. We'll settle this back in the cell tonight." At that moment, the crowd went wild. This was the boldest prisoner cell No. 3 had ever seen, daring to touch the tiger's tail. A show was coming. Everyone now eagerly awaited nightfall. Only Ameo sighed to himself. He admired Chen Nan's courage to resist, but he also thought Chen Nan was too impulsive. Just for a moment of pride, he had made an enemy of Li Xiong, and the harshest punishment awaited him. After throwing down his threat, Chen Nan excused himself to go to the latrine, slipped into a deserted corner, tossed the cornbread into his space, grabbed a few xiaomai, and Zilongbao stuffed them into his mouth, downed a cup of soy milk, and returned to the city wall, satisfied to resume work. Around 5 in the afternoon, the day's labor finally ended. Dinner was no different. A bowl of watery porridge with barely any rice grains and 1 cornbread. Chen Nan didn't take the porridge. He picked up the cornbread, nibbled on it, and walked away. Evening meal lasted half an hour, during which prisoners could move freely around the camp, but not near the city wall or gate, or they'd be hacked to death on the spot. Chen Nan again found a secluded corner, tossed the cornbread into his space, and took out a bowl of swansai feichong geijiafen. He wolfed it down, wiped his mouth, and began to stroll. When the yard time was almost over, Chen Nan returned to cell No. 3. As soon as he entered, everyone's eyes fixed on him. The show was about to begin. Stepping into the prison cell, Chen Nan nearly vomited up the rice bowl meal he had just eaten. 30 people were crammed into the 30 square meter space, and these prisoners never took baths. The stench was absolutely unbearable. Even more disgusting was the fact that all 30 prisoners relieved themselves within this single room. 2 wooden buckets were placed in the corner, one for feces, the other for urine. Even with lids, the foul odor still seeped out relentlessly. Chen Nan had arrived late, and his cot was positioned closest to those 2 buckets. Yesterday, the original host, the good-for-nothing, had simply endured it silently. But Chen Nan, who had transmigrated from the modern era, would not let himself suffer like this. Li Xiong and Fei Shu slept by the door farthest from the buckets, an perfect opportunity to swap places with them. The moment Chen Nan stepped into the cell, he heard Fei Shu call out in a mocking tone, Well, the flower picker has arrived." During the earlier yard exercise, Fei Shu had gathered intelligence from all sides and finally figured out what crime Chen Nan had been imprisoned for. No sooner had Fei Shu spoken than the prisoners in the cell turned to stare at Chen Nan with open contempt. Those exiled to military service were almost without exception notorious villains. You could call them scum without exaggeration. Yet even among scum there existed a hierarchy of disdain. For instance, rebels looked down on murderers, scorned bandits, and bandits despised corrupt officials who oppressed the common people. The flower picker sat at the absolute bottom of this chain, despised by every prisoner. Chen Nan looked at Fei Shu and Li Xiong. "Cut the chatter. Do you want to come at me one at a time, or both together?" Fei Shu sneered. "Kid, you are not worthy to cross swords with Brother Xiong." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his voice. "Come on, brothers, teach this kid a lesson." Brother Xiong said whoever puts up the most effort gets exemption from 1 round of tribute. Hearing those final words, the prisoners grew restless. The temptation was simply too great. In this place, food was more precious than gold. Their daily rations were already meager, yet every 2 days they had to hand over a steamed bun for nothing. An exemption from tribute meant they could survive a few more days. Thus 8 prisoners at the closest distance stepped forward. It was not that the others did not wish to join. They simply could not push through the cramped space. In contrast, Chen Nan remained utterly composed, his expression never shifting throughout. That calmness stemmed from confidence in his own strength. Attack! At Fei Shu's commanding shout, the 2 prisoners nearest to Chen Nan struck first. Their fists came at Chen Nan's face as though in slow motion. Chen Nan caught each wrist with one hand and twisted fiercely in opposite directions, drawing 2 blood-curdling screams of "it hurts." Chen Nan then delivered 2 swift kicks, sending those 2 men flying backward and toppling those behind them. This disrupted the formation of the remaining attackers. Capitalizing on his advantage, Chen Nan pressed forward, employing both fists and feet, and in quick succession laid all 8 men sprawled on the ground. Chen Nan's performance briefly stunned the prisoners in the cell. Defeating 8 men so effortlessly, he had to be a true master. Fei Shu muttered, "Brother Xiong, this kid has some serious skills." From the moment Chen Nan entered until now, Li Xiong had remained leaning quietly against the wall. Even witnessing Chen Nan defeat 8 opponents alone, he showed not the slightest surprise. To him, this was nothing remarkable. These prisoners, weakened by years of grueling labor and chronic hunger, possessed little combat effectiveness to begin with. Chen Nan had only just arrived, his physical condition near peak form. Defeating 8 men barehanded was hardly extraordinary. Fei Shu, keep it up. Don't let him catch his breath. Arm yourselves. Don't worry, Brother Xiong, leave this to me. Fei Shu rose to his feet. Brothers, grab your weapons. Whoever takes him down first gets 2 tribute exemptions. 2 exemptions from tribute. A far greater temptation this time. Nearly every prisoner in the cell sprang into action except for Mao. They bent over and reached into the straw, searching for something. Chen Nan immediately understood. There must be weapons hidden within the straw. They certainly did not possess iron weapons. They likely had wooden clubs or similar implements. Even wooden clubs. If over 20 men each wielded one, that would be more than enough to overwhelm Chen Nan. Fighting multiple opponents unarmed was sure to put him at a disadvantage. No, I need a weapon too. What kind of weapon? Naturally, rebar. As a cold weapon, this stuff was devastating, and it was cheap, sold by the ton. Before transmigrating, Chen Nan had directly procured dozens of tons of 12mm rebar, all cut into lengths of 80 centimeters, 1 meter, and 2 meters. Chen Nan quickly rushed to his cot and plunged his hand deep into the thick layer of straw, feigning that he was retrieving something. When Chen Nan withdrew his hand, a slender 80-centimeter rebar had appeared in his grip. The prisoners were momentarily stunned. When had this kid hidden a stick? But such a thin pole in his hand. What use could it possibly be? It would likely snap upon impact. What are you staring at? Attack! Li Xiong urged. At Li Xiong's command, Fei Shu naturally dared not disobey. This time he personally led the charge, grabbing a wooden club and charging to the front. The other prisoners followed Fei Shu, surging forward together. Fei Shu and 3 others led the vanguard, their 4 wooden clubs striking simultaneously toward Chen Nan's head. Chen Nan raised the rebar and swung it forcefully upward. Since rebar was much heavier than wooden clubs, Chen Nan easily deflected all 4 clubs aimed at his head. Then Chen Nan dropped low and swung the rebar in a wide arc toward the legs of the 4 men. Anyone struck the rebar lost their combat effectiveness on the spot. Those 4 men dropped their wooden clubs, collapsing to the ground and clutching their thighs where the rebar had swept across them, wailing incessantly. The pain was excruciating, especially for the first one struck. Even if bones were not broken, the swelling would be severe, making walking difficult. Days of labor were out of the question. In this place, unable to work meant no food, and death awaited him. Fei Shu felt fortunate that he had stood on the far right. Chen Nan's strike had passed through 3 bodies, dissipating much of its force before reaching his leg. Yet he still felt a piercing pain in his leg. This was no wooden club, it was an iron bar. Damn it, how in the world did he bring an iron bar inside? Brothers, keep charging. Don't let him stop. Fei Shu shouted. After yelling those words, he dragged his half-paralyzed leg and quickly retreated toward the doorway. Where there is heavy reward, brave men will surely appear. The prisoners behind continued to charge forward relentlessly. Chen Nan rapidly retreated and pressed himself against the wall. This ensured he had no enemies behind him. The cell was small, and with so many people, maneuvering was impossible. 20+ men could not all charge simultaneously. They could only attack in waves. If they had been in open terrain with everyone attacking from 4 directions at once, Chen Nan truly would not have been able to handle it. This tiny cell had actually played a crucial role in his favor. As he backed against the wall, a powerful stench of feces and urine assaulted Chen Nan's nostrils, and he nearly vomited again. Why had he retreated right next to those 2 buckets at this critical moment? But then Chen Nan suddenly had an idea. He could put this waste to use. Forcing back his disgust, Chen Nan lifted the lid of the urine bucket, then grasped the handle with one hand and supported the bottom with the other, hurling its contents directly at the charging crowd. With a splash, nearly half a bucket of liquid was poured out, and the group charging forward almost entirely received its benefits. especially those at the very front whose faces were thoroughly washed clean. Although these men disregarded hygiene, being drenched in urine on their faces still made them feel terribly ill. Gag. What followed was a chorus of retching. One by one they bent over coughing and retching long, having forgotten what they had come to do. But Chen Nan had not forgotten. Strike while the iron is hot. Chen Nan tossed the toilet aside, gripped the steel rebar, and charged into the crowd, swinging wildly. Anyone struck by the rebar immediately let out a scream of pain. Soon the entire room was littered with bodies, nearly everyone clutching the parts they had been struck and crying out in agony. Flying Rat felt a chill of fear. He had run fast enough, or else he would have been drenched in that bucket of urine. Just thinking about it made him sick. Chen Nan's combat strength also left him amazed. Regardless, Chen Nan had held his own against 20 opponents and was nearly matching the strength of his esteemed brother Li Xiong. Elder Xiong, there's something off about that staff in his hand. It doesn't look like wood. It seems to be iron. I'm aware. Although Li Xiong had not been struck by that staff, he too had noticed something was amiss. An ordinary wooden staff could hardly possess such power. Li Xiong no longer dared underestimate Chen Nan. He reached into the straw and retrieved a 1-meter-long, 5-centimeter diameter straight wooden club, then stood up and approached Chen Nan. Only now did he clearly see the staff in Chen Nan's hand. It was as thin as a finger, pitch black all over, with strange patterns running along its length, resembling an iron whip. No one knew how this kid had smuggled such a thing inside. Regardless, the young man had some real skill. The fact that he had taken down over 20 people single-handedly was proof enough of his strength, even if he wielded an iron staff. Kid, I admit I was blind earlier and underestimated you. I respect you as a true warrior. Here's what I'll offer, a chance. How about you join my gang? Chen Nan didn't even deign to look him in the eye. Join you? What right do you have to command me? Chen Nan's attitude infuriated Flying Rat, who stood nearby. He immediately rebuked him. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Elder Xiong offering to take you under his wing is showing you respect. Although his thigh still ached standing beside Li Xiong, Flying Rat had returned to his sycophantic posture. Chen Nan squinted slightly. You doggy lackey dare bark at me. I'll knock every rotten tooth from your mouth. Kid, I'll admit you're stronger than all of us. But before Elder Xiong, you're nothing but a nobody. Do you even know where Elder Xiong comes from? Chen Nan sneered. Isn't he just a defeated coward stripped of his rank? Is that even worth groveling over? Stripped of his face by the direct words, Li Xiong's resentment surged, his face contorting with bulging veins, his teeth grinding until they nearly shattered. Whoever dares expose my past shall be flayed alive. A Mao hiding in the corner was terrified half to death. He shrank further inward, cursing Chen Nan's entire lineage in his heart. Good one, Chen Nan. I warned you out of kindness and you've sold me out. Flying Rat glanced at a Mao in the corner and had already made his judgment. Earlier, when he had called everyone to punish Chen Nan, the others had moved, but this fellow had not. Coupled with the fact that he had been hanging around Chen Nan intentionally or unintentionally throughout the day, it was highly likely he was the one who had leaked the information. Elder Xiong, let me handle this detestable Chen Nan first. As for that guy who exposed your secrets, leave him to me. I'll drag him out for sure. So you understand that losing a battle is shameful. If I were you, I would have bought a block of tofu and smashed my head against it long ago. How do you have the face to keep living like this? Chen Nan had entered full mockery mode. Li Xiong was already boiling with rage. Chen, originally, I offered you a chance out of my respect for talent. If I were restored to my position in the future, I would have taken you with me and freed you from this prisoner status. But since you reject my grace, don't blame me for having no mercy. Elder Xiong, teach him a lesson. Flying Rat cheered from the sidelines. Are you two doing crosstalk? All this nonsense. If you want to fight, fight. If not, get on your knees. Li Xiong wasted no more words and raised his club, swinging it at Chen Nan. Chen Nan immediately raised the steel rebar to block. The collision between the wooden club and the steel rebar produced a crisp, ringing sound. Chen Nan's palm went numb from the impact. Li Xiong was indeed different from those starved prisoners. After this single exchange, Chen Nan knew he was at a disadvantage in raw strength. At first, Chen Nan could barely hold his ground, but after a dozen exchanges, he gradually fell behind. Chen Nan began retreating while fighting, and soon he was backed against the corner of the wall. Not bad, kid. In the entire camp, few can exchange more than a dozen moves with me and still stand, Li Xiong praised sincerely. Chen Nan shook his head. As expected in close combat with cold weapons, he could not match Li Xiong. This was understandable. Li Xiong was after all a career soldier of this era, trained precisely for this. If it were a competition of marksmanship or the 400-meter obstacle course, Chen Nan could leave Li Xiong 100 lengths behind. But combined with the size disparity between the two, Chen Nan's chances of defeating Li Xiong fairly and squarely were slim. As a transmigrator blessed with a cheat, Chen Nan would never expose his weaknesses against someone else's strengths. That was the behavior of fools. Since the steel rebar was of limited use, Chen Nan could only invite him to taste the power of the electric baton. The rebar was physical attack. The electric baton was essentially magical attack. He refused to believe Li Xiong could withstand it. Chen Nan dodged one of Li Xiong's attacks, concealing the steel rebar behind his back. When his hand emerged again, he was holding a 50-centimeter police electric baton. Li Xiong's gaze tightened. The staff in Chen Nan's hand had just been thin and long. How could it suddenly become short and thick? This sight puzzled him greatly, but he did not dwell on it. His only thought was to take the kid down and deal later. Whether thick or thin, long or short, as long as it was a weapon, Chen Nan could never be his match. Chen Nan thrust the electric baton at Li Xiong, but Li Xiong grabbed it in one move. Li Xiong sneered, "Fool. A staff is not a sword. The use of a staff is to smash and cleave, not to thrust. Today I will teach you how to properly wield a staff. Idiot, you're celebrating far too early. Die." Chen Nan pressed the switch. A surge of electric current rushed along Li Xiong's arm and throughout his entire body. Li Xiong felt an overwhelming surge of energy assaulting every tendon and every organ in his body. The sensation was excruciating. Even as a brave warrior, he could not bear it. Wah! What kind of weapon is this? Before he could finish speaking, Li Xiong collapsed straight to the ground. The entire crowd was stunned. Li Xiong, invincible and unmatched in the eyes of all the prisoners, had been killed so easily by Chen Nan with nothing but a staff. Flying Rat was utterly terrified. You killed Elder Xiong." Li Xiong was dead. Next would be his turn. Given everything he had done today, Chen Nan would certainly not spare him. Limping, Flying Rat ran to the door, frantically banging on it while shouting, "Murder! Murder!" "Sir, guards, open the door quickly." Chen Nan's expression darkened. "You still dare to call for help? I'll kill you." Fear made Flying Rat's legs go weak, and he increased the force of his pounding on the door, shouting even louder, "Guard, save me. Someone is trying to kill me." The next moment, the sound of a lock being unlocked came from outside the door. Flying Mouse finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was hope. Chen Nan also heard the commotion outside. He didn't move forward, but instead found a nearby bunk and stuffed the electric baton he was holding into the straw. It was better not to let those soldiers discover this thing, lest it invite unnecessary trouble. There was plenty of time to deal with that rat anyway. Soon the door was opened, and a soldier named Zhang Wei walked in. The pungent stench of urine assaulted his sense of smell, and Zhang Wei couldn't help but cover his nose. What the hell is this smell, eh? Looking around the room, he saw the entire cell littered with prisoners, all of them groaning and wailing in pain. Flying Mouse fell to his knees before him with a thud. "Officer Zhang, you must seek justice for us." "What happened?" Flying Mouse pointed at Chen Nan. "Officer, he killed someone." "Killed? Who died?" "Brother Xiong is dead, killed by him." "You mean Li Xiong, the squad leader? How could anyone kill him?" "Officer Zhang, I'm not lying to you. Brother Xiong's body is right there." Flying Mouse pointed again at Li Xiong lying on the ground. Zhang Wei walked over to Li Xiong, reached out to feel under his nose, and found he was still breathing, so he relaxed. "Squad leader Li isn't dead, just unconscious." Not dead." Flying Mouse sighed in relief. That's good. Zhang Wei patted Li Xiong, but couldn't wake him up. It seemed he would remain unconscious for a while. He stood up and said to Flying Mouse, "Tell me in detail what exactly happened just now." Flying Mouse again pointed at Chen Nan. "Officer Zhang, it was him. He beat up everyone in our cell, and he knocked out Brother Xiong too." Zhang Wei looked Chen Nan up and down, somewhat incredulous. With arms and legs like that, he managed to injure so many people. "Officer Zhang, he hit an iron rod. Whenever that rod hit someone, it rendered them combat ineffective. Look at them. They're all probably nursing broken bones." Seeing the prisoners lying on the ground, some clutching their arms, some their calves, or heads, it indeed looked like they had been struck by a blunt object like an iron rod. In truth, the soldiers guarding the cell were well aware that the prisoners had hidden wooden sticks, but everyone turned a blind eye. But an iron rod was different. It was a dangerous item, even a threat to the soldiers. Zhang Wei walked up to Chen Nan, hand over the iron rod. Chen Nan protested his innocence. "What iron rod? This rat is framing me. Don't give me excuses. Hand it over now, or I won't be polite." Zhang Wei raised the whip in his hand. "The room is this small. If you can find it, I'll admit it. If you can't, then I'm being wronged." Zhang Wei didn't want to waste words with him. For disobedient prisoners, a direct lash of the whip would do. Even the most stubborn prisoner would turn into a docile kitten after 2 lashes. "I see you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Zhang Wei drew the soft whip from his waist, raised it high, and brought it down heavily, the whip cutting a sharp arc through the air. Chen Nan seemed as if stunned, standing there without dodging. Just as the whip was about to land on him, he suddenly reached out and caught the whip in his hand. Zhang Wei was stunned. Someone actually caught the whip. In the past 2 years, he had whipped hundreds of prisoners, and no one had ever dared or been able to catch his whip. Zhang Wei tried to pull the whip back, but found it firmly grasped by Chen Nan, impossible to budge. "Bastard, let go." Chen Nan stared coldly at Zhang Wei, squeezing out 3 words through clenched teeth. "You are courting death." Chen Nan's eyes were sharp, filled with murderous intent. Zhang Wei felt as if he was being stared down by a bloodthirsty beast, and fear crept into his heart. Before a prisoner, he was actually afraid. Chen Nan released his grip on the whip, and Zhang Wei stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. Zhang Wei steadied himself. His performance just now had been a disgrace to the soldiers, showing fear in front of a prisoner. His right hand moved toward the saber at his waist, but in the end he didn't draw it. Though furious, he didn't have the courage to actually fight Chen Nan. After all, that was a man who had taken on 30 opponents single-handedly. Even the ruthless Li Xiong had been defeated by him. If you dare raise your whip at me again, I'll kill you. Chen Nan threatened again. Zhang Wei's face changed colors several times, and being publicly berated by a prisoner made him lose face. Finally, he gritted his teeth and threw out a harsh word. Fine, you've got guts. We'll see about that. I admit I can't beat you, but I have comrades. I don't believe a group of 10 fully armed soldiers can't take you down alone. Zhang Wei put away his whip, turned, and left the cell, locking the door behind him. Chen Nan looked at Flying Mouse, and instantly Flying Mouse was drenched in sweat. He fell to his knees with a thud. Spare me, Master Chen. This little mouse had eyes but couldn't see. Begging for mercy now? Too late. Where were you earlier? That rat had been so arrogant, a beating was the only way to teach him a lesson. Chen Nan picked up a wooden stick from the ground and struck Flying Mouse viciously, just like he had with Lu Jigang, sending him rolling on the ground. When he grew tired of beating, Chen Nan threw down a sentence. Take this bear and get to the very back. With that, Chen Nan walked to the bunk by the door and sat down. From now on, this bunk belonged to him. Under Chen Nan's overwhelming pressure, Flying Mouse endured the pain all over his body, got up, and dragged Li Xiong toward the corner bunk. Flying Mouse's brows were deeply furrowed. Chen Nan had just dumped all the urine from the chamber pot, and the straw there was completely soaked. A strong stench of urine assaulted his nose. What difference was this from a latrine? The other prisoners all felt a lingering fear. This new guy was too ruthless, even more so than Li Xiong. Although Li Xiong was mean and unreasonable over the past 2 months, he mainly stole food from everyone and didn't often resort to violence. But this new flower thief had beaten up everyone in Cell No. 3 on his very first day. Now Li Xiong was still unconscious, and Flying Mouse had nearly been beaten to death. However, Chen Nan was about to face trouble. Li Xiong was no ordinary prisoner. A few months ago, he had been a squad leader and had a good personal relationship with Wang Sheng, the squad leader in charge of Cell No. 3. Now that Chen Nan had knocked Li Xiong unconscious, Wang Sheng would surely not let him off. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei left the cell and hurried toward the barracks. In the barracks, 5 soldiers were sitting around a table playing dice. A burly man cursed under his breath. Hey, what bad luck. Small again. 3 smalls in a row. I don't believe my luck is this rotten today. 1 more round, I dare you to keep betting small. The burly man was none other than Zhang Wei's direct superior, squad leader Wang Sheng. Zhang Wei stepped forward and said, Squad leader, trouble. Wang Sheng barked, shut up. No matter how big the trouble, it has to wait until I finish this round. Zhang Wei could only stand aside, daring not to utter another word. Wang Sheng picked up the dice cup and shook it furiously, then slammed it down on the table with a sharp click. The soldiers who had placed their bets shouted at the top of their lungs, small, small, small. Wang Sheng lifted the lid, revealing 3 dice, showing 1, 2, and 3. Fuck, small again. Wang Sheng cursed, grabbed the dice cup, and hurled it to the ground. I'm done. At that moment, he finally remembered he still had business to attend to. He turned to Zhang Wei and asked, what's going on? Speak. Sergeant, there's been a mass brawl in cell block 3. Wang Sheng waved it off dismissively. What's there to make a fuss about? It's probably just Li Xiong bullying the new guy. As long as nobody's dead, there's no need to report it. Sergeant, it is Li Xiong, but this time, he's the one being bullied. What? Someone actually dared to pick on him. This surprised Wang Sheng. He knew Li Xiong's martial arts were among the best of all the squad leaders. If someone could give Li Xiong a hard time, this prisoner must have some real ability. That's right. Actually, it's not just Li Xiong. Except for 1 or 2 prisoners, everyone in cell block 3 was beaten, and it was the same person who did it. Wang Sheng was even more stunned. There's such a formidable prisoner here, and we never noticed before. That kid only arrived last night. Arrived last night? Is that Chen Nan, the one who raped that decent woman? Yes, that's him. Wang Sheng was baffled. That kid looks so skinny and weak, how could he be this formidable? Sergeant, to be honest, I didn't believe it at first either, but everyone says the same thing. However, his impressive record also relied on the advantage of weapons. Weapons? Yes. Those prisoners all say that kid beat them up with an iron rod. No one knows how he managed to get it inside. Wang Sheng pondered for a moment. I don't think it's just about weapons. Even with a long spear, someone without combat experience couldn't defeat Li Xiong. This kid is definitely not ordinary. Sergeant, regardless of how he managed to beat squad leader Li, this kid is too arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson, or he'll cause trouble for us in the future. Thinking about how Chen Nan had threatened him in front of everyone, Zhang Wei wanted nothing more than to tear Chen Nan apart to satisfy his hatred. But Wang Sheng had a different idea in mind. The fact that he could defeat Li Xiong showed that Chen Nan was exceptionally skilled in combat, making him a valuable asset to exploit. Before other squad leaders took notice, Wang Sheng needed to bring Chen Nan over to his side. With someone like him as an ally, mission success rates would improve significantly in the future. If Wang Sheng accumulated a few more merit credits, he could be promoted to deputy company commander. Who said we should punish him? Zhang Wei was bewildered. Sergeant, this kid injured so many people and even dared to attack Li Xiong. If we don't teach him a lesson, won't he become uncontrollable? Wang Sheng cursed, you fool. Chen Nan is so formidable. Why not have him fight for us? Zhang Wei had no reply to that. Indeed, in the death row camp, any prisoner this capable was usually fiercely contested by different squads. It was completely normal for a squad leader to try to recruit him. It seemed this grievance would have to wait for another opportunity. You're right, Sergeant. Go bring Chen Nan to me. Yes. The sound of unlocking came from outside the cell, and all the prisoners' eyes turned back to Chen Nan. This time 9 times out of 10, it was Zhang Wei returning with reinforcements to take revenge. Fei Shu's heart swelled with gloating pleasure. You arrogant bastard, you deserve to be beaten to death by the military guards for your arrogance, and for beating us up. But when the cell door opened, everyone was surprised to see only Zhang Wei walking in alone. Something wasn't right. Weren't they here to retaliate against Chen Nan? Why was Zhang Wei alone? Chen Nan, come with me. Our squad leader wants to see you. Fei Shu understood. Probably squad leader Wang intended to handle him outside. Yes, that must be it. Chen Nan, however, showed no expression and calmly followed Zhang Wei out of the cell. Where are you taking me? Zhang Wei barked. Stop wasting words, just follow me. Chen Nan's tone turned chillingly cold. Who do you think you're talking to? Zhang Wei's heart tightened. He was so used to towering over these prisoners that he had forgotten this man could knock out Li Xiong. He immediately put on a gracious smile and bowed, deferentially gesturing for Chen Nan to proceed. Master Chen, our squad leader invites you to come. Your squad leader wants to recruit me as his subordinate, doesn't he? Yes, Master Chen, you're so valiant and mighty that being a prisoner is a waste of your talents. Chen Nan smiled. As he had suspected, once he revealed his abilities, he would definitely attract attention. Soon Chen Nan was brought to a barracks building. The so-called barracks was actually also a mud brick house, but unlike the cells, the roof was covered with tiles, and the furnishings inside were quite complete with beds and tables. At least he wouldn't have to sleep on the ground. Sergeant Chen Nan has been brought. Wang Sheng examined Chen Nan from top to bottom, but no matter how he looked at him, the young man in front of him didn't seem like someone who could fight 30 people alone. I heard you single-handedly beat up 30 prisoners and taught Li Xiong a lesson. Yes, Chen Nan replied. Had you served in the military before? I was a local militia soldier in my hometown. Wang Sheng nodded. With military experience, that explained it. Boy, I'm giving you a chance to leave the death row camp now. Are you willing? Of course I am. Wang Shun smiled. I knew you'd agree. But don't get too excited yet. You're still a convict. To be released from the prisoner register, you must achieve considerable merit. For example, Wang Shun held up 2 index fingers, crossing them into a 10 shape. At least 10 heads. Note that they must be enemy regular soldiers' heads. Captives and civilians don't count. Chen Nan internally cursed. This was way too difficult. Ancient methods of recording military merit were straightforward and brutal, with counting severed heads being the most common approach. But bringing back a complete head from the battlefield was no easier than winning a medal at the Olympics. First, soldiers on the battlefield all wore armor, making it extremely difficult to kill even one person. Second, even after successfully killing an enemy, you had to bend down to sever the head. Even an experienced veteran would take about 5 seconds to cut off a head. On the battlefield, blades and swords showed no mercy, with people charging in all directions. There was no time to sever a head. The moment you bent down, enemies would rush over and hack you to death. While guarding against enemies, you also had to watch your fellow soldiers, since a head equated to noble titles and silver. Countless examples existed of comrades turning on each other over a single severed head. Even if you were lucky enough to evade enemy pursuit and escape your comrades' greed, successfully severing a head, you still had to continue fighting while carrying that head with you. During battle, wearing a severed head would inevitably make you a conspicuous target surrounded by countless enemy forces. In other words, even if you successfully killed 10 people on the battlefield, you might not be able to bring back all 10 heads. It required both strength and luck. That's why Chen Nan had sighed at how difficult this condition was. Of course, difficulty was relative to others. For Chen Nan, it was far from difficult. Those Liang soldiers should pray they never encountered him, for once his MP5 was drawn, collecting merely 10 heads would be as effortless as purchasing groceries. Fine, I accept. 10 heads is nothing. I'm confident. Having confidence is a good thing. Wang Sheng stepped forward and patted Chen Nan's shoulder. Work hard. As long as your military merit is sufficient, I will certainly not treat you poorly. Thank you, Sergeant Wang. All right, go back now. I'll find you when there's a mission. In the cell, Li Xiong finally awoke. A foul stench assaulted his nostrils, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered he had been lying in the farthest corner with all the straw beneath him thoroughly soaked. Fei Shu, seated nearby, immediately recounted the events that transpired after Li Xiong had been knocked unconscious. Brother Xiong, that kid is in deep trouble. Captain Wang will surely teach him a harsh lesson for you. However, Li Xiong was far from as optimistic as Fei Shu. As a former squad leader, he knew all too well what Wang Sheng intended to do. For any squad leader, a prisoner with Chen Nan's capabilities was exactly the kind of talent they would want to recruit into their own ranks. Unfortunately, what Wang Sheng did not know was that Chen Nan's true strength was far from impressive. The reason he had defeated Li Xiong rested solely on that bizarre iron rod. The moment his hand had grazed that iron rod, his entire body had gone numb and electric, followed by immediate unconsciousness. If only he could get his hands on such a weapon. It would serve as a deadly surprise tool on the battlefield, capable of achieving complete unpredictability. Even if the enemy wore armor, it would be of no use. Once struck by that iron rod, the victim would be entirely at his mercy. With such a miraculous weapon, he was certain he could kill far more enemies and earn greater military merit than ever before. When Chen Nan had switched weapons earlier, the others likely had not noticed clearly, and none of them could possibly know the true nature of that iron rod. Therefore the secret must not spread. He had to get his hands on the iron rod. Fei Shu, did Chen Nan take the iron rod with him when he left? No, he went out empty-handed. That iron rod seems to have been shoved into the straw over there. Fei Shu pointed to a sleeping berth. Excellent. Li Xiong gave a satisfied cry and pointed at several men, ordering them. You lot go find that iron rod Chen Nan was using. With Chen Nan absent, Li Xiong remained the undisputed master of this cell. Several prisoners immediately set to work clearing out the straw from all the berths Li Xiong had indicated. But even after they scraped away until the uneven stone floor was exposed, the iron rod was nowhere to be found. They even tossed aside the straw from several adjacent berths on both sides, yet the result remained the same. Fei Shu, did you, or did you not look carefully? Where the hell is that iron rod? Brother Xiong, I swear I saw it clearly. It was right in that spot. Then where's the rod? Did it grow wings and fly away? Fei Shu said with a desperate expression. I don't know what happened either. Just then the sound of a lock turning echoed from outside the cell, startling Li Xiong. If they were caught searching for the iron rod, it would surely infuriate Chen Nan. But restoring the cell to its original state in such a short time was impossible. The next moment the door swung open. Chen Nan walked in with his hands clasped behind his back. Surveying the mess within the cell, he immediately understood. Li Xiong's gang was clearly hunting for his electric baton. During their earlier scuffle, Li Xiong had been shocked by the baton and undoubtedly now comprehended its devastating power. In an era lacking such modern weaponry, this device was nothing short of a dimensional strike-killing weapon. Who wouldn't want to get their hands on it? Fortunately, the secret of the electric baton had not yet leaked. Otherwise, it would have caused great trouble. It seemed this fellow could not be left alive. Chen Nan had already sentenced Li Xiong to death. Tonight would be his last night. Chen Nan said nothing, merely instructing one of the prisoners beside him to help spread dry straw, then lay down to rest. Seeing that Chen Nan was not pursuing the matter, all the prisoners finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xiong, however, lacked such forbearance. Too consumed by his desire for that miraculous iron rod, he rose and walked toward Chen Nan. Hearing the footsteps drawing nearer, Chen Nan grew sharply alert and immediately sat up. Li Xiong crouched down, smiling as he said, Brother Chen Nan, you're quite vigilant. Not bad. Did you serve in the military back in the day? Chen Nan held no fond impressions of this man and replied coldly, What do you want? Li Xiong made no denial. How about we make a deal? What kind of deal? Li Xiong lowered his voice. Could you hand over that short, thick iron rod to me? So the fellow was indeed after his electric baton. In that case, he absolutely could not be spared. No. Chen Nan refused quite plainly. You needn't rush to refuse. Since it's a transaction, of course, there will be benefits for you. Unless you offer up your mother to me, this conversation is over. Li Xiong's eyes flashed with viciousness. If not for his fear of Chen Nan's mysterious iron rod, he would have strangled him long ago. Chen Nan, think carefully before you speak. I am not an ordinary prisoner. Crossing me will not end well for you. I seem to have offended you several times already. What are you going to do about it? Show me whatever tricks you've got. Chen Nan, don't be so ungrateful for kindness. Push me too far and I'll... Chen Nan interrupted. What are you threatening me? Words have been spoken. Consider them well for yourself. Chen Nan's gaze turned bitterly cold. Anyone who has ever threatened me shares one common fate. They are all dead. Li Xiong sneered. Dare you kill me? Prisoners killing each other is a capital offense. You can't execute me, but I can certainly execute you. One day I will regain my position, and the first thing I'll do is put you to the sword. Chen Nan's lips curled into a wry smile. What's so frightening about death? I was already a death row prisoner. Is there anything I wouldn't dare to do? Let me give you a piece of advice. When you sleep tonight, keep one eye open. Otherwise you may never see tomorrow's sunrise. Li Xiong froze. Right? He had forgotten that Chen Nan was already a condemned prisoner. Threatening him with death had been a strategic blunder. It seemed he truly would have to sleep with one eye open tonight. Returning to his sleeping berth, Li Xiong said to Fei Shu beside him, Don't sleep tonight. Why, Brother Xiong? Fei Shu asked, his face clouded with confusion. Keep an eye on Chen Nan for me. I'm afraid he'll make a move against me in the dead of night. That can't be right. Would he really dare to commit murder? Li Xiong shook his head. I don't know either, but it's always better to be prepared. Watch over me tonight. Don't worry, Brother Xiong. Leave it to me, Fei Shu said confidently. Hearing those words, Li Xiong suddenly felt a terrible premonition. Because every time Fei Shu had said something like that before, the outcome had never been good. Li Xiong growled viciously. If you dare close your eyes tonight, I'll skin you alive tomorrow. Fei Shu sensed the gravity of the situation, sat upright, and said with utter seriousness, Rest assured. Li Xiong cut him off. Save those words. Do well, and there'll be a reward tomorrow. But if you neglect your duty, don't blame me, Li Xiong, for showing no mercy. Yes, Brother Xiong. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. Due to the poor lighting, the cell interior grew even darker, nearly pitch black. So dark one could barely see their own fingers. Ancient people's schedules differed completely from modern ones. Lacking diverse forms of entertainment, they tended to sleep early, around 8 o'clock in the evening. Prisoners who had endured a full day of grueling labor fell asleep even sooner. By around 8 o'clock, nearly everyone in the cell had fallen asleep with snores rising and falling in waves. Li Xiong held out until around 9 o'clock before exhaustion finally claimed him, and he slipped into dreamland. Only Fei Shu remained awake, still battling against it. In truth, he was already incredibly drowsy, leaning against the wall and yawning continuously, his eyelids constantly fighting each other. But he remembered Li Xiong's warning and dared not close his eyes, occasionally pinching his thigh to force himself to stay alert. As for Chen Nan, his eyes were wide open like copper bells. As a modern man, he was accustomed to staying up past midnight every night, his biological clock firmly set, so he felt absolutely no drowsiness now. Chen Nan glanced toward the innermost corner. Bathed in the moonlight filtering in from outside, he could vaguely make out a dark figure slumped against the wall, swaying slightly, as if ready to collapse at any moment. Competing with me, a modern man, to stay up late. You're still too green. It was probably around 10 o'clock at night now. Chen Nan's mind was crystal clear, he was simply terribly bored. In the past, when he couldn't sleep, he could play games or scroll through short videos. Now he could do nothing and was forced to listen to a room full of people snoring. Chen Nan quietly took out his phone and Bluetooth earphones, shielded the phone with his body, and opened the already downloaded Great Gang's complete crosstalk collection. Chen Nan inserted the Bluetooth earphones and tossed the phone directly into the straw pile, then began listening to crosstalk. With Great Gang and Yu Qian keeping him company, things wouldn't be so dull anymore. After listening to crosstalk for roughly 2 hours, Chen Nan glanced toward the innermost corner again, but that figure was no longer swaying. Fei Shu had fallen into a deep, death-like sleep. Cough, cough. Chen Nan let out a heavy cough, but the entire cell block showed no reaction. In fact, Chen Nan's cough might not have been louder than their snoring. Moreover, these men were far too exhausted. Chen Nan reckoned he could have sang karaoke and still wouldn't have woken them. Chen Nan stood up and made his way toward the innermost corner. His movements were very light, making virtually no sound. Arriving at the corner, Chen Nan saw Li Xiong lying on the straw, snoring thunderously. Fei Shu in the next berth still maintained his slumped against the wall posture, also fast asleep. Chen Nan crouched beside Li Xiong, reached into his spatial storage, and produced an electric baton, thrusting it hard into Li Xiong's body. Under the intense electrical shock, Li Xiong was jolted awake. As he opened his mouth to shout, Chen Nan immediately covered his lips with his gloved hand. After struggling briefly, Li Xiong fell completely unconscious. Chen Nan tossed the electric baton back into his spatial storage and retrieved a syringe filled with anesthetic. Chen Nan inserted the syringe into Li Xiong's armpit and slowly pushed the medication in. He chose the armpit because the injection would leave a tiny wound. If the wound were on the arm or leg, a careful inspection might reveal it, but a mark hidden in the armpit would be extremely difficult to spot. After injecting all the medicine, Chen Nan quickly withdrew the needle, discarded it into his spatial storage, and crept back to his own sleeping spot on tiptoe. The entire process took less than a minute. The others remained in deep slumber, and even Fei Shu, who was closest, failed to notice anything. Chen Nan hadn't taken out Fei Shu as well. After all, someone still needed to take the blame, didn't they? The dosage in the syringe was more than enough to kill Li Xiong multiple times over. Before long, his heart and pulse would cease. As soon as Chen Nan lay down, Fei Shu stretched and opened his eyes. Suddenly remembering Brother Xiong's orders, he was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. Glancing at Li Xiong beside him, he felt relieved. Li Xiong was still snoring. Fei Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Xiong must not have realized he had fallen asleep secretly, otherwise he would have kicked him awake long ago. He had no idea how much time had passed. Fei Shu grew somewhat irritable, for waiting was the most tormenting thing. Without knowing the time, one never knew how much longer one had to endure. As he kept watch, Fei Shu slowly closed his eyes again. When he opened them once more, it was already the next morning. Get up, get up. Keep dawdling, and I'll whip you scoundrels to death. Hearing that familiar voice, Fei Shuang immediately sprang his eyes open, and a cold sweat broke out over his entire body, soaking his back instantly. It was over. He had actually slept straight through until dawn. Brother Xiong would surely skin him alive this time. He shot upright with a start, and turned his head to look at Li Xiong beside him. Thank goodness. Brother Xiong was still sleeping. Fei Shu sighed in relief once more. Another close call. But soon he felt something subtly off. Officer Zhang was already at the door calling them, yet Brother Xiong still hadn't woken up. Having known Brother Xiong for so long, he had never once seen him sleep in. Almost invariably, Brother Xiong was already awake long before Officer Zhang arrived. What on earth was going on today? Everyone else was already getting up and heading out, yet Brother Xiong was still lying perfectly straight, sleeping far too soundly. On the other side, Chen Nan was still asleep. After bellowing once, Zhang Wei heard Chen Nan mutter something in his sleep, roll over, and fall back into slumber. Zhang Wei seethed with anger at the sight. How did this fellow look like a convicted exile? More like some important master come to be served. If it were anyone else, Zhang Wei would have already rained blows with his whip, ensuring they cried out for their mothers and fathers. Zhang Wei pointed randomly at a prisoner. You? Go wake Chen Nan up for me. Looking further inside, Zhang Wei noticed another person who hadn't gotten up in the corner. The arrogance was outrageous. Chen Nan staying in bed was one thing, but other prisoners daring to be so insolent. They simply had no respect for him. Officer Zhang. I don't dare bully Chen Nan, but I sure as hell can bully you lot. You in the very back? You damn well dare to stay in bed. I'll whip you to death. But the moment he raised his whip and strode to the corner, all his bravado vanished instantly. This time the one dawdling was Li Xiong. Zhang Wei hastily apologized. Brother Xiong, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you. Yet Li Xiong showed no response at all, still sleeping peacefully. Zhang Wei ordered Fei Shu nearby. Hurry up and wake Lieutenant Li. Fei Shu acknowledged and reached out to pat Li Xiong, but the instant his hand made contact, he snatched it back. Strange. Why was Brother Xiong's body so cold? Fei Shu reached out again. This time he discovered that Li Xiong's body was not only cold, but also rigid, as hard as stone. Cold and stiff. A dreadful thought arose in Fei Shu's mind. Officer Zhang, Brother Xiong. He's dead. Zhang Wei snapped irritably. What nonsense are you spouting? Last time you said he was dead, and he was only unconscious. Are you pulling that trick again? Tell you what. Believe it or not, I'll whip you to death. Officer Zhang, I'm not joking this time. Brother Xiong is truly dead. His whole body is stiff. Seeing Fei Shu didn't seem to be teasing, Zhang Wei immediately squatted down and held his hand beneath Li Xiong's nose. Indeed, Li Xiong was no longer breathing. This time he was really dead. Zhang Wei immediately rose to his feet and bellowed, "Nobody move. Anyone who has already exited, get back here at once." The prisoners who were about to leave halted in their tracks and simultaneously shouted for those who had already walked out to return. Zhang Wei's expression grew grave. He never expected such an incident to occur in the cell block under his charge. Truth be told, a prisoner dying here was hardly a major matter. But Li Xiong was no ordinary prisoner. Zhang Wei knew full well how critical this was and must report to the squad leader immediately. All of you stay put. Whoever dares to step even half a pace outside this cell will be killed on the spot. Casting those words over his shoulder, Zhang Wei hurried off toward the barracks. Squad leader, something terrible has happened. In the barracks, Wang Sheng was still sound asleep. Zhang Wei's shout jolted him awake. Wang Sheng sat up, glaring fiercely at Zhang Wei. You dare disturb my sweet dream. If you don't have a good reason, I'll skin you alive. Squad leader, something truly awful occurred. Squad leader Li is dead. Wang Sheng's drowsiness vanished instantly. What? Li Xiong is dead. When did he die? How did he die? Zhang Wei shook his head. I don't know. I went to the cell to rouse them for work. I saw squad leader Li still fast asleep, but when I checked his breathing there was none. His body had already turned cold. Wang Sheng immediately dressed and headed to the cell with several soldiers. Upon arriving at cell No. 3, he found everyone crowded at the door, while Li Xiong's body lay alone in the farthest corner. Death was considered unlucky and no one wanted to stay near the corpse. When Wang Sheng entered, Fei Shu spoke with a tearful voice. Squad leader, Wang, you must seek justice for Brother Xiong. What happened? Do you know the cause of Li Xiong's death? Fei Shu pointed directly at Chen Nan. He must have killed Brother Xiong. Squad leader, arrest him at once. Do you have evidence? Asked Wang Sheng. No, but in our cell only he and Brother Xiong had a grudge. Yesterday, he even knocked Brother Xiong unconscious. Everyone here can testify. Chen Nan stepped out from the crowd and retorted, that's not accurate, is it? What's not accurate? You said only Li Xiong and I had a grudge. That's wrong. He had a grudge against everyone here. Except for you, his lackey, who else didn't want to kill him. Nonsense. Fei Shu raised his voice. Nonsense. I'm afraid in everyone's eyes you, his lackey, are hardly better than Li Xiong. In fact, they despise you even more and would love to kill you first. You what? You'd better sleep with your eyes open these days, or you'll die without knowing how. Fei Shu was drenched in sweat. Because Chen Nan was right. Over the past 2 months, Fei Shu had relied on Li Xiong's backing and acted arrogantly toward everyone. He cursed and beat whomever he pleased, carrying himself with the air of Li Xiong being the boss and himself the second in command. The prisoners, though furious, dared not speak out, only cursing him behind his back as a lackey. Now that Brother Xiong was dead, could this lackey survive? Squad leader Wang, look. Chen Nan is threatening me. He must be the one who killed Brother Xiong. Please, you must uphold justice for Brother Xiong. Wang Sheng was tired of their bickering. He waved his hand. Enough, stop arguing. Zhang Wei, go inspect the body for any wounds. Yes, sir. Zhang Wei responded, stepped forward and crouched down to conduct a thorough examination of Li Xiong's corpse. But he found no wounds on the body. Finally, he stripped off all of Li Xiong's clothes, yet still found nothing. Squad leader, there are no wounds on Li Xiong's body. Wang Sheng frowned. No wounds. Could he have been poisoned? I don't know, sir. It would be best to have the coroner examine him. That will have to do. Just as Wang Sheng turned to leave, Chen Nan said, Squad leader Wang, I think Fei Shu is the most suspicious. Fei Shu bristled with rage. How could someone be so shameless? The most likely culprit was Chen Nan himself, yet he was now turning the accusation back on him. Fei Shu shouted, Squad leader Wang, he's slandering me. Don't listen to his nonsense. Silence. Wang Sheng barked, then turned to Chen Nan. Why do you say that? Chen Nan replied. In the entire cell, Fei Shu was the closest to Li Xiong, so he had the best opportunity. Moreover, he woke up early, but waited until Officer Zhang told him to wake Li Xiong before discovering the death. Isn't that suspicious? Then when you came in, he was eager to falsely accuse me of murder. It's clearly an attempt to muddy the waters and divert suspicion from himself. Chen Nan's words drew unanimous support from the prisoners. Right, I also think Fei Shu is the most suspicious. Suspicious? It's definitely him. Chen Nan's analysis is spot on. Everyone chimed in, all pointing fingers at Fei Shu. At first Fei Shu tried to defend himself, but the prisoners' outcries drowned him out. When a wall is about to collapse, everyone gives it a push. Even if he had 8 mouths, he couldn't clear his name. Wang Sheng pressed his hands down. All right, enough. This is a serious matter. I will report it to Company Commander Gua. As for the cause of Li Xiong's death, we'll wait for the coroner's findings. The Company Commander Gua, Wang Sheng mentioned, was his direct superior. In the Chu army, 10 men formed a squad, with 1 squad leader. 5 squads formed a company, with 1 company commander and 1 deputy company commander. 4 companies formed a battalion, with 1 colonel and 2 deputy colonels. The garrison at Shahu Pass was a battalion, but due to its strategic importance, it contained 6 companies totaling over 300 men, essentially a reinforced battalion. Wang Sheng ordered his soldiers to remove a door panel and carry Li Xiong's body out of the cell. He was feeling extremely agitated. In truth, he didn't care whether Li Xiong lived or died. But Li Xiong was Company Commander Gua's most trusted squad leader. When Li Xiong was demoted to the death row prison, Commander Gua had specifically instructed Wang Sheng to look after him. Now that he had looked after him to death, Commander Gua would surely be furious. With heavy steps, Wang Sheng walked to Company Commander Gua Qing'an's quarters. He knocked on the door. A vigorous voice came from inside. Enter. Wang Sheng pushed open the door to find Guo Qing'an, dressing himself, apparently just risen. Chief, something's wrong. Li Xiong is dead. Wang Sheng lowered his head slightly, his tone heavy. What did you say? Guo Qing'an stopped what he was doing. Just now my subordinate Zhang Wei went to cell no. 3 to rouse them for work. Everyone else got up, but Li Xiong was still fast asleep. Zhang Wei went over and found Li Xiong's body, already cold. I've had his corpse brought here, it's on the open ground by the door. Wang Sheng sneaked a glance at Guo Qing'an and saw his expression unchanged, which calmed him slightly. What was the cause of death? Guo Qing'an asked. Wang Sheng shook his head. I've already conducted a preliminary examination of Li Xiong's body and found no external injuries. We need the coroner to conduct an autopsy. Summon the coroner then. I've already sent for him. You were just at the cell? Did you notice anything? Any suspects in Li Xiong's death? Yes. Who? A prisoner named Fei Shu. The inmates in the cell unanimously consider him the most suspicious. Soon a soldier reported that the coroner had arrived. Guo Qing'an, now fully dressed, headed outside, with Wang Sheng following closely. After Guo Qing'an gave the order, the coroner began examining Li Xiong's corpse. The coroner conducted a thorough examination from head to toe, finally coming before Guo Qing'an and cupping his hands, saying, reporting to the team leader upon examination, the time of death is between 2 to 4 Shurchen. There are no external injuries on the body, indicating it was not caused by external force. But his face was ashen, lips and nails purple and dark pupils dilated, most likely death by poisoning. However, I am of limited knowledge and cannot determine the specific poison. No matter, it's enough to know it's poison, said Guo Qing'an. Wang Sheng, bring the suspect called Fei Shu here and execute him on the spot. Wang Sheng clasped his fists. At your command. Yes. Wang Sheng instructed Zhang Wei and another subordinate. You 2 bring Fei Shu here immediately. Zhang Wei and his companion dared not delay and quickly headed to cell no. 3. Due to the murder, all prisoners in cell no. 3 were confined to their cells with no one allowed to leave. They, however, were quite content with this leisure, even wishing for a death every day so they wouldn't have to work. Zhang Wei opened the cell door and Fei Shu immediately approached, saying respectfully, Master Zhang, I request a transfer to another cell. Chen Nan's words plunged him into deep fear. Staying here, he would sooner or later follow Li Xiong's fate. Zhang Wei smiled and said, Brother Fei Shu, I don't think you need to change cells. You killed Li Xiong, and Captain Gua is going to execute you on the spot. Fei Shu collapsed to the ground in terror, wailing, Master Zhang, I am wronged. It really wasn't me. You've made a mistake. Sorry, Fei Shu, the order came from Captain Gua. If you have grievances, take them to him. Zhang Wei and another soldier stepped forward, each grabbing one of Fei Shu's arms, lifting him up and preparing to drag him out. Master Zhang, I want to report something. Who do you want to report? Speak quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. Chen Nan. He is more suspicious than me. You saw yesterday he knocked Brother Xiong unconscious. He and Brother Xiong are the ones with genuine enmity. I had no grudge against Brother Xiong. Zhang Wei frowned in thought for a moment, then made a decisive decision. Fei Shu, you have a point. Then we'll take both of them and let Captain Gua deal with it. Since Fei Shu was willing to be a tainted witness, why not take advantage of it? If he could get Chen Nan executed together with him, that would be perfect. Let him humiliate me. Although Captain Gua only ordered to bring Fei Shu, since Chen Nan was also suspicious, Zhang Wei naturally chose to enforce the law impartially. Chen Nan, of course, knew Zhang Wei's thoughts. He had originally been too lazy to bother with this jumping clown, but unexpectedly, he actually wanted to kill him. Then he would have to find an opportunity to send him to meet Li Xiong. Chen Nan was not angry, not furious. His tone was very calm. Zhang Wei cherished the last few days of your life. Zhang Wei gnashed his teeth, bastard. At death's door, and still dare to threaten me. Today you must die. Seeing this, Fei Shu, who had been crying bitterly just moments ago, finally stopped crying, and instead wore a gloating expression. Chen Nan was too stupid. At such a moment, he actually dared to provoke Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei would surely embellish the events of yesterday when reporting to Captain Gua. In fact, there was no need for embellishment. As long as he remained impartial and fair, even a fool could see that Chen Nan was the most suspicious, while Fei Shu had no motive at all. This time Chen Nan is completely finished. Thinking this, Fei Shu burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, Chen Nan, Chen Nan. You tried to frame me, now look, you're going to die too. And maybe I'll even be acquitted. Chen Nan was speechless. This guy was really thinking too beautifully. There would be time for him to cry later. Idiot, you're celebrating too early. Do you believe I won't die? I don't believe it. Soon the group returned to the front of Gua Qingang's barracks. Seeing Chen Nan among the crowd, Wang Sheng frowned. Zhang Wei, why did you bring Chen Nan too? Zhang Wei stepped forward and gave a military salute. Reporting to the team leader and squad leader, Fei Shu was pleading his innocence and implicated Chen Nan. I thought Chen Nan was also suspicious, so I brought him here for your interrogation. Wang Sheng's brow furrowed even tighter. This Zhang Wei actually dared to be outwardly compliant, but inwardly disobedient. Yesterday, he had already taken Chen Nan under his wing. He had deliberately not mentioned Chen Nan's name earlier to protect him, but this guy had directly brought Chen Nan here. Gua Qinggang glanced at the two prisoners. Which of them is the murderer of Li Xiong? Zhang Wei replied respectfully. I dare not presume to guess. I can only report the facts and leave it to your judgment. Speak. Both are suspicious. Fei Shu was closest to Li Xiong, so he had the best opportunity. However, Chen Nan had a fight with Li Xiong in the cell yesterday, and Li Xiong was knocked unconscious, so Chen Nan has a stronger motive. Gua Qinggang also frowned. Zhang Wei's words were as good as nothing. He was not a magistrate and had no experience in solving cases, but Li Xiong was still his soldier, and he had to give Li Xiong an account. Among the 5 squad leaders under him, Li Xiong was the most valiant and skilled in battle. Gua Qinggang had been planning to have him reformed for a few months, and then find a way to get him out, but unexpectedly he died in the cell. Since he couldn't solve the case, he might as well kill both suspects and be done with it. Better to kill the wrong person than let the guilty go. Take them both and behead them. Yes. Several soldiers beside Gua Qinggang responded in unison. A smug smile curled at the corner of Zhang Wei's mouth. Done. Finally, he had sent that despicable bastard to the execution block. So satisfying. Too satisfying. Meanwhile, Fei Shu collapsed to the ground again, wailing loudly. The hope that had just been kindled was extinguished. In the end, it was still death. The only consolation was that Chen Nan would be executed with him. Just as 4 soldiers were about to drag Chen Nan and Fei Shu to the execution ground, Wang Sheng stepped forward and said, Chief, hold on. Wang Sheng, what do you want to say? Wang Sheng pointed at Chen Nan and said, could you show leniency? I want this man. Gua Qingang's tone was indifferent. Li Xiong was your comrade, your partner. How can you plead for the murderer who killed him? Chief, he is only one of the suspects, and there is no evidence that he is definitely the murderer. Moreover, this man is brave and skilled in battle. I am willing to take him to the battlefield to atone for his crimes through merits. Even if he must die, let him die on the battlefield. Gua Qinggang suddenly remembered that Zhang Wei had just said that this prisoner named Chen Nan had knocked Li Xiong unconscious yesterday. In terms of personal combat ability, he might not even be a match for Li Xiong, yet this guy was stronger than Li Xiong. That was indeed a promising talent. What crime did he commit to end up here? Rape. Rapey. Yes, but there are actually hidden circumstances. He only verbally harassed a woman, and it happened that the woman was the local magistrate's concubine, so the magistrate had him exiled as a rapist. Gua Qinggang pondered for a moment, then said, All right, Wang Sheng, I'll do you this favor. Take Fei Shu and behead him. Fei Shu was utterly despairing. After all the fuss, in the end, only he would die. You corrupt official. You are taking lives recklessly. Brother Xiong was not killed by me. I curse your entire family to hell. These were the last words Fei Shu left to the world. With Li Xiong and Fei Shu dead, Chen Nan became the new prison overlord of Cell No. 3. Now Chen Nan enjoyed certain privileges, such as the right to choose the lightest work first. Occasionally he could slack off without anyone saying a word. Every time meals were served, the other prisoners would voluntarily offer their coarse bread, but Chen Nan refused every single one. Because of this, Chen Nan's reputation improved considerably. The fellow inmates felt that although he was fierce when fighting, he was not bad at heart, at least far better than Li Xiong had been. In truth, Chen Nan simply looked down on that kind of coarse bread. Not even a dog would eat it. Several days later, at night, Zhang Wei came to the cell once again. Tomorrow we will carry out a mission and may encounter soldiers from the Liang state. We currently need 9 prisoners to assist. Anyone willing to volunteer? Actually, Wang Sheng needed 10 people in total, but Chen Nan was mandatory, so 9 additional spots remained. An ominous silence fell over the entire cell. Zhang Wei added, Oh, and here is the incentive. As long as you survive and return, each of you will be rewarded with 3 days of leave. No labor required, and you will enjoy the same rations as soldiers. This time 3 people finally raised their hands. For prisoners enduring 6 long hours of backbreaking labor every day, the promise of 3 good days upon survival was simply too tempting. Besides, Zhang Wei had said they might only possibly encounter Liang state troops. If no encounter occurred, they would earn 3 days of rest for nothing. Yet more prisoners dared not sign up. If they did run into Liang soldiers, they would likely never return. Even though life here was worse than that of a dog, at least they could still breathe alive, wasn't that so? Seeing no further volunteers, Zhang Wei said, "Since no one stepped forward, I will choose the team myself." In the corner, A Mao shrank into himself, lowering his head, secretly terrified of being selected. But fear has a way of summoning its very object. Zhang Wei scanned the cell and called out names one by one: Zhu Tong Zhong, Juming Wang, A Mao. A Mao's body jolted. He had actually been chosen. Soon Zhang Wei had named 7 men, filling all 10 slots. A Mao looked as though he were about to be led to the execution block and burst into tears. A Mao crawled to Zhang Wei's side, dropped to his knees, and pleaded desperately, "Officer Zhang, have pity on me. I do not want to go to the battlefield." Zhang Wei kicked him away, his voice ice cold. "Those who defy military orders will be put to death, without mercy." A Mao immediately choked back his sobs. "Going to the battlefield might kill you. Refusing meant dying right now." The other selected prisoners dared not plead further. They sat quietly in their places, their eyes hollow, lost in thought. Early the next morning, Zhang Wei arrived at cell No. 3 and led the 10 chosen men away. In front of the barracks, a crude long table made of wooden boards and 4 pillars stood on the open ground. 7 or 8 dishes, both meat and vegetables, were laid upon it, making the prisoners salivate. Wang Sheng emerged from the barracks accompanied by a group of soldiers. He smiled broadly and said, "As the saying goes, an emperor does not send hungry soldiers. Since you are about to carry out a mission, we certainly will not stint on your treatment." The prisoners' eyes gleamed with hope. Were they truly being invited to dine at the table today? Perhaps it would not be unpleasant to eat a good meal before dying. Soon they would realize how wrong they had been. For the soldiers immediately took seats and filled the long table. Wang Sheng beckoned to Chen Nan and pointed to the empty space beside himself. "Chen Nan, sit here." The prisoners turned to look at Chen Nan with envy in their eyes. Seeing the inmates staring greedily at the dining table, Zhang Wei snapped, "What are you looking at? Your food is over there." The prisoners followed Zhang Wei's gesture and saw 9 earthenware bowls lined up on the ground, not far away, steam still rising from them. In that moment, the 9 prisoners surged toward the bowls like madmen. Inside the bowls was coarse brownish-yellow rice topped with green vegetables, and occasionally a piece or 2 of crackling pork fat could be found. Though far inferior to the feast laid out before them, the prisoners treated the bowls as treasures and devoured the contents ravenously. Chen Nan showed no interest in the food on the table. Instead, he was more curious about today's mission. He asked, "Squad leader, might I ask what our mission is?" Wang Sheng took a mouthful of rice, chewed and swallowed before answering. "According to reliable intelligence, the Liang state will send a team of spies through Shanhu Pass into our Great Qian territory within the next couple of days, approximately 10 in number. The colonel has dispatched 4 squads to intercept and eliminate these spies. Currently, our garrison is short 1 deputy captain, so this mission also serves as an evaluation among the 4 of us squad leaders. Whoever succeeds shall be promoted to deputy captain. Brother Chen Nan, I need your help this time. I am deeply grateful for your trust, Squad Leader Wang. I will do my utmost. Rest assured, if you help me secure the position of deputy captain, I will not treat you poorly." Wang Sheng made an empty promise. "Then I thank you, Squad Leader Wang. Please allow me to toast you." Since there was still a mission ahead, the meal was eaten quickly. After breakfast, the soldiers went to the armory to collect armor and weapons. Naturally, the soldiers were fully equipped, protected from head to toe, and armed with a variety of long and short weapons: spears, waist, swords, daggers, and bows, capable of both close combat and ranged attacks. The prisoners, having no armor at all, were each issued only a single spear, and its blade was rusted, a far cry from the gleaming weapons held by the soldiers. Wang Sheng had never expected them to return alive. Why waste good weapons on them? Those weapons had long been obsolete anyway, though losing them would cause no regret. Chen Nan, however, received a spear identical to those carried by the soldiers, since Wang Sheng still relied on him to kill enemies. After receiving their armor and weapons, each person carried 3 days' rations, and Wang Sheng led the party to the city gate. The other 3 squads arrived at the city gate at the same time. The guards opened the gate to let them pass, and the 4 squads dispersed in different directions. The border between the Chu state and the Liang state was a long mountain range. Around Shanhu Pass, there were 4 suitable infiltration points, each squad responsible for scouting one of them. Of course, if the Liang spies were willing to brave the mountains, cross ravines, and climb sheer cliffs, nothing could stop them. The party of 20 headed north. 5 soldiers led the way, 5 brought up the rear, and the 10 prisoners walked in the middle. Once outside the city, as the group gradually moved away from the walls, some prisoners began to entertain thoughts of escape. This place was surrounded by mountains on all sides. As soon as he darted into the forest, no heavenly king or earthly god would ever catch him. A Mao crept close to Chen Nan and whispered, "Brother Nan." Chen Nan turned to look at him. A Mao glanced left and right, then secretly extended his right hand, making a fist with his index and middle fingers pointing downward and moving them back and forth. The meaning was clear. He wanted Chen Nan to slip away together at this opportunity. Chen Nan was speechless. What a clever fellow. Could you possibly outrun these professionally trained soldiers? Besides, their bows and arrows were no joke. Chen Nan shook his head slightly, signaling him not to do anything rash. But a Mao was not the only clever one. The other prisoners also seemed ready to make a move. Finally, Zhu Tong, one of the prisoners, dropped his spear and bolted with incredible speed, swift as a rabbit. Seeing that Zhu Tong had already bolted, the other prisoners rubbed their hands, eagerly ready to follow his lead and sprint forward. However, Wang Sheng and his men showed no sign of panic. Such scenes were commonplace, and they had long grown accustomed to them. A soldier calmly took his war bow from his back, knocked an arrow, and drew the string. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow pierced the air, striking its target dead center. The next moment, Zhu Tong mid-stride pitched forward and collapsed to the ground, never to move again. The prisoners who had been ready to charge alongside him immediately froze in their tracks. They silently thanked their luck for having been a step slower, otherwise it wouldn't have been just Zhu Tong who got pierced. Wang Sheng's face remained expressionless. Go cut off his head. Yes, sir. A soldier swiftly strode toward Zhu Tong. Reaching the corpse, he drew his saber, raised it high with both hands, and brought it down with brutal force. The prisoners dared not watch any longer. They turned their heads away. Soon the soldier returned, carrying a severed head, which he casually tossed at the feet of the captives. The stench of blood permeated the air. Zhang Wei sighed. Pity we can't pass it off as an enemy's head. Wang Sheng snapped, don't play with fire. If the higher-ups find out, your own head won't be safe. Zhang Wei gave an awkward chuckle. Heh, squad leader, don't be angry. How would I dare? Just a joke. Wang Sheng raised his voice. You all saw it. This is the fate of those who flee. Enough, let's move on. With a living example lying at their feet, no one dared to entertain thoughts of escape any longer. A Mao cast a grateful glance at Chen Nan. He had just barely escaped death. The group continued their march, which lasted a full 4 hours. All right, we've arrived. You have the time. 2 incense sticks burn to rest, and then start patrolling. After 2 incense sticks, Wang Sheng ordered everyone to rise and enter the woods to begin patrolling. For 3 straight days they scoured the forest, but not a single trace of a Liang Kingdom spy was found. On the 3rd day, their dry rations were nearly gone, and still no discovery. Wang Sheng was deeply troubled. If someone else found the Liang spies, his hope of being promoted to deputy team leader would be utterly dashed. In contrast, the prisoners were overjoyed, for Wang Sheng had promised that anyone who survived this mission would receive a reward. Wang Sheng looked up at the sky and sighed helplessly. Everyone, let's head back. The prisoners were ecstatic, rare smiles spreading across their faces. This was wonderful. Finally they could rest and even have meat. The past few days of trekking over mountains had been no less strenuous than training in the camp. When they reached an open area, everyone's spirits lifted. After days in the gloomy forest, they finally saw sunlight. Some soldiers even began to hum a tune. As they walked, Chen Nan suddenly felt something was off. He had an inexplicable sensation of being in a sniper's crosshairs, and the feeling grew stronger and stronger. Chen Nan turned his head to look left. There on the slope about 60 or 70 meters away, amid the sparse trees, several dark human figures appeared. Their movements seemed familiar, the same as the soldier who had shot Zhu Tong earlier. Chen Nan shouted in alarm, watch out. There are archers ambushing us on the right hillside. Find cover. Hearing this, everyone panicked. There was no time to question whether it was true. But the open ground was utterly bare with no cover to be found. Only a large banyan tree stood about a dozen meters to the left. If they could reach it, they would be safe. But running meant exposing their backs to the enemy, turning them into living targets. In desperation, the soldiers rushed toward the prisoners in the center, each grabbing one to use as a human shield. One soldier, the slowest, saw that all the other prisoners had been taken. Only Chen Nan remained. Without a second thought, he seized Chen Nan and yanked him forward. Chen Nan erupted in fury. You bastard, you want to use me as a shield? You're asking for death. Chen Nan violently slapped away the soldier's hands, then grabbed the man's arms in return. With a roar, he summoned all his strength, lifted the soldier off the ground, and placed him in front of himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of arrows rained down. 3 prisoners were pierced through and died screaming. The soldier that Chen Nan held in front also took an arrow. Even his leather armor was useless. The arrow struck his heart, killing him instantly. The prisoners were no fools. Seeing 4 people killed, they threw themselves flat on the ground. In their minds, lying down had a much lower chance of being hit than standing. Theoretically, that reasoning was sound. But the enemy archers held the high ground. They didn't need to use high-arcing shots. Their arrows flew flat and could still pick off targets with precision. Wang Sheng and his men knew that was useless. Wang Sheng thought about organizing a counterattack, but there was no time. The enemy was hidden in the shadows while they were exposed. The enemy was uphill while they were downhill. It was a hopeless situation. No choice but to make a dash for the banyan tree. If they could reach it, they'd be safe. A distance of a dozen meters. At a sprint, it would take less than 2 seconds. That was enough. Chen Nan kicked a Mao who was lying on the ground. Follow me if you want to live. With that he hoisted the dead soldier onto his back and using every ounce of his strength charged madly toward the banyan tree. Carrying a body slowed him down, but it also made him safer. The arrows that flew at him were all blocked by the corpse. The soldiers stared in disbelief. That's fucking brilliant. Who would have thought of that? One by one they regretted not having carried a prisoner on their backs while running. During the sprint 2 more soldiers were hit by arrows and fell. The prisoners who had stayed on the ground didn't survive a single one. They were all riddled with arrows turning into pincushions. Those who made it safely behind the banyan tree breathed a collective sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. What a close call. They had barely escaped with their lives. The banyan tree was over 3 meters in diameter, forming a natural barrier. Even if the enemy had a Barrett sniper rifle, they couldn't harm those behind it. Chen Nan dropped the corpse and slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Sheng's face was grim. He hadn't expected to be ambushed by the treacherous Liang soldiers. The losses were devastating. Of the 10 prisoners, 8 were dead. Of his own men, 3 had fallen. Losing prisoners was no big deal. Even if all of them died, it didn't matter. But losing his own soldiers was a serious matter. If he couldn't eliminate those Liang dogs, forget about becoming deputy team leader. He might even lose his current position as squad leader. Wasn't Li Xiong sent to the death row battalion precisely because he lost a battle? The only way now was to take the heads of those Liang soldiers and present them to the colonel. Once everyone had caught their breath, Zhang Wei stood up, drew his saber, and pointed at Chen Nan. Brothers Chen Nan, a mere death row prisoner, used Zhou Chong as a shield. If we don't avenge Zhou Chong, how can we hold our heads high in the army? In truth, Zhang Wei and Zhou Chong weren't even close. They'd had some minor conflicts. But that didn't stop Zhang Wei from using the excuse of avenging Zhou Chong to pick a fight with Chen Nan. Zhang Wei's words won support from his comrades. They rose to their feet and drew their sabers, ready to seek revenge for Zhou Chong. Hold! Wang Sheng shouted. The soldiers halted their movements, turning their gazes toward Wang Sheng. Zhang Wei never expected that at this moment Wang Sheng would still stand by Chen Nan. He clenched his teeth tightly. Squad leader Chen Nan got our brothers killed. Do you still intend to shield him now? It will break the men's hearts. Wang Sheng narrowed his eyes, his aura spreading. Zhang Wei, are you trying to rebel? On the day Li Xiong died, Zhang Wei had openly defied his orders, delivering Chen Nan, whom he wanted to protect, to Captain Gua, nearly costing him a valuable asset. Now before the assembled comrades, he was openly challenging him. It was as if he had no respect for the squad leader at all. A chill ran through Zhang Wei's heart. The squad leader was truly angered. But since matters had come this far, he could only persist. Zhang Wei dares not disobey. I beg the squad leader to reconsider. You saw it yourself. Chen Nan used our brothers as shields. If you shield this flower thief today, who will ever fight for you in the future? Wang Sheng understood Zhang Wei's thoughts all too well. This man harbored a deep hatred for Chen Nan, seizing the moral high ground only to drive him to his death. As squad leader, if he couldn't handle a few of his own men, he might as well resign from the post. Zhang Wei, I understand your feelings. But have you considered that we've lost 3 brothers and our combat strength is severely diminished? In a situation where the enemy is hidden and we are exposed, we might all perish here. Even if we barely escape with such heavy losses, how will we answer to the captain? Seeing no one refute, Wang Sheng continued. Killing Chen Nan would certainly be satisfying, but his strength is evident to all. Wouldn't it be better to let him atone for his crimes through meritorious deeds? Everyone was angered by Zhou Chong's death, yet they could not refute the squad leader's words. So they remained silent. Zhang Wei still refused to yield. Squad leader, a man like this has a wolf's ambition. I fear he won't kill a single Liang soldier, but will instead get us all killed. That's simple. Keep him away from us. Wang Sheng commanded. Chen Nan, you caused Zhou Chong's death. By military law, I could execute you here and now. But I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. I order you to take Wang Ameo and find a way to circle behind the Liang army and ambush them. If the ambush fails, make a commotion to draw their attention and create an opportunity for us. Ameo's mind raced with a million curses. This had nothing to do with him. Beyond this banyan tree, the terrain was flat and open. The nearest forest ahead was at least 30 to 40 zhang away, a perfect target. Chen Nan remained remarkably calm. Squad leader, I'll go alone. Wang Sheng was somewhat surprised. Normally when facing death, people would drag someone along as a sacrifice. But Chen Nan wanted to go alone. You alone? Are you sure? If I can't do it alone too, won't make a difference. I need no burden, or it would only slow me down. Ameo cast a grateful look at Chen Nan. Though he was called a burden, he didn't mind at all. As long as he survived, he would even be fine being called a dog. Seeing the corpses strewn across the ground, Ameo deeply felt the preciousness of life. Good Chen Nan. I haven't misjudged you. As long as you make any gains. Even if you kill just one Liang spy, I will petition the captain for a commendation. Then I thank the squad leader. Over the past few days, Wang Sheng had been feeding him too many empty promises. Chen Nan was nearly stuffed. Well, Chen Nan hesitated. Could I borrow Brother Zhou's body? The forest ahead was still dozens of meters away. Running directly would be no different from being a live target. If he could continue using Zhou Chang's corpse as a shield, it would be much safer. This remark stirred up public outrage once more, and the soldiers erupted in curses. Bastard! What did you say? Zhou Chong is dead, and you still want to defile his corpse. You're insane and utterly insolent. Chen Nan remained utterly indifferent. He's dead anyway. Waste not, want not. Who are you calling waste? I'll cut you down. Several soldiers drew their blades ready to strike at Chen Nan when Wang Sheng stepped forward again. Put down your swords. With the squad leaders command, the soldiers, though seething with rage, had to swallow their fury. I think Chen Nan is right. From the moment we stepped into the barracks, we should have had this realization. We are soldiers of Great Qian in life and ghosts of Great Qian in death. Since Zhou Chang's body can still serve a purpose, that is his fortune. If anyone dares to obstruct Chen Nan again, don't blame me for enforcing military law. Wang Sheng's words were so harsh that the soldiers had no choice but to sheath their blades. Seeing no further objections, Wang Sheng ordered, begin the operation. Chen Nan held a spear in his left hand and dragged Zhou Chang's body with his right as a shield, sprinting toward the forest ahead. Carrying a corpse, he covered the 100+ meters in over half a minute. Finally bursting into the woods, Chen Nan immediately dropped Zhou Chang's body and gasped for air. The corpse now bore over a dozen arrows resembling a veritable porcupine. Watching Chen Nan disappear into the forest, Zhang Wei worried, squad leader, what if he seizes the chance to escape? Wang Sheng shrugged it off. He won't run. Why are you so certain, squad leader? In this deep mountain forest, where could he go without rations? Plus the woods are infested with beasts. He can't make it out alone. And there's one more crucial reason. What reason? He has ambition. Ambition? Wang Sheng shook his head. Never mind. You wouldn't understand anyway. Then, squad leader, do you think he can succeed? Wang Sheng shook his head again. I don't know. Let fate decide. But I hope he does. Chen Nan darted through the forest. The spear had long been stowed in his space, and in his hand now appeared an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle with a silencer. He also wore a bulletproof vest. At last he could freely use hot weapons. Halfway up the mountain, Zheng Dabiao, a low-ranking Liang officer, said to his two subordinates, "You two go intercept that man. Don't let him escape. This time I'm going to wipe out all these Chu soldiers." Yes. The two Liang soldiers acknowledged and turned to pursue Chen Nan. Zheng Dabiao was delighted inside. This was the 4th Chu patrol he had ambushed in 3 days. Back with the Chu forces, no one had realized that all of this was a Liang conspiracy. The Liang army deliberately leaked intelligence that they would send a squad of about 10 men into Chu territory in the coming days. The Chu forces took the bait. Since the intelligence didn't specify the infiltration route, the Chu garrison at Tiger Slaying Pass dispatched 4 squads to intercept separately. The Liang army chose to wait at ease, picking them off one by one. In 2 days they had annihilated 3 Chu squads without a single casualty. They now had 30 heads. If not for the uselessness of prisoners' heads, they would have 60. Once they wiped out the last Chu squad below, the mission would be complete. With 40 heads, Zheng Dabiao would find it hard not to get promoted. Haha, this time I'll definitely secure the position of company leader. Foolish Chu pigs. You are destined to be the stepping stones on my path to becoming a legendary general. Chen Nan crept toward the mountain with his rifle held ready. Before he had walked for a minute, a rustling sound came from somewhere ahead. Upon closer inspection, 2 soldiers in armor were sprinting toward him. The leather armor they wore was completely different in style from that worn by Wang Sheng and his men. Obviously these 2 were soldiers of the Liang kingdom. Well, you dare to deliver yourselves into our hands. The 2 Liang soldiers also spotted Chen Nan and were taken aback. They had assumed the fleeing man was either a Chu army squad leader or at least a regular soldier, not a prisoner. Furthermore, the prisoner wore strangely shaped clothing and held an unusual object in both hands that resembled a tree branch, yet was unmistakably not one. The 2 Liang soldiers made no effort to ponder whether it was a branch. This prisoner was not fleeing, but actually running toward them. A clear invitation to die. Kill him, one of the Liang soldiers commanded. At less than 30 meters, a single arrow would easily put down this foolhardy prisoner. Before they could even draw their bows, Chen Nan raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! With 2 shots, the 2 Liang soldiers fell in disbelief. Chen Nan rushed forward, drew a blade from one of them, and severed both heads. Then he deposited the corpses and weapons into his spatial storage. He continued advancing. Minutes later, Chen Nan had crept behind the remaining Liang soldiers. There were 8 of them up ahead, and together with the 2 Chen Nan had already killed, they formed a complete group. Each of the 8 Liang soldiers held a bow and arrow ready to loose at the slightest movement from Wang Sheng's men on the opposite side. But they had yet to realize that death itself was already standing behind them. Chen Nan was only about 20 meters away, close enough that he could not possibly miss even with his eyes shut. Moreover, all of them had their backs turned to Chen Nan, making it effortless for him to cut them down. Zheng Dabiao felt something was off. Lao Lu and Lao Ba have been gone for over 2 brews already. Why haven't they returned? Boss, could they have walked into an ambush? A Liang soldier nearby suggested. Zheng Dabiao frowned, thinking the worst was indeed possible. Perhaps the escaping Chu soldier was meant as bait. Sansheng and Lao Chi, go check it out. Be careful, don't fall into a trap. Yes, boss. Sansheng and Laoqi turned to run downhill froze when they spotted Chen Nan aiming his rifle from across the way. Who goes there? Before the words left his lips, a bullet pierced through his leather armor and struck his heart with a sickening thud. Another shot rang out. Laoqi fell as well. Both men watched in horror as their blood sprayed from their wounds. They tried to warn their comrades, but could only gape in silence before collapsing to the ground. Zheng Dabiao whirled around at the commotion, and his eyes burned with fury at the sight. You damned shameless Chu people. I'll kill you. His arrow was already knocked, and his bow drawn to full length. A single release would have cost that Chu man his life. But Chen Nan pulled the trigger first. The bullet whistled through the air, piercing the leather armor, and finding its mark in Zheng Dabiao's heart. The bow snapped back with no tension left, and the arrow clattered harmlessly to the ground at his feet. After 3 days of dreaming, the nightmare finally ended. Zheng Dabiao's captain was just out of reach. The gunshots rang out relentlessly, and in less than 10 seconds, all 8 Liang soldiers lay dead at Chen Nan's hands. Rifles against bows, the rifle won hands down. Though Chen Nan had fitted a suppressor to his barrel, no device could truly silence gunfire. At this distance, Wang Sheng and his men below could still hear it. Still, it didn't matter. As long as they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, exposure was unlikely. What's that noise from across the way? Wang Sheng asked, frowning. I don't know, came the uncertain reply. None of them had ever heard the sound of gunfire before, leaving them bewildered. What on earth is Chen Nan doing? A surprise attack should be quiet. How could he make such a racket? That hardly counts as stealth. On the mountainside, Chen Nan had dispatched the Liang soldiers, but made no move to leave immediately. He severed the heads of all the Liang soldiers and tossed the corpse into the denser woods. Within days, the mountain beasts would reduce them to nothing. The bodies of Lu Jigang and Jiang Ying had been stored in his spatial inventory all along, never getting proper disposal, and Chen Nan added them to the pile. Yet even after completing this task, he remained where he was. For the past 3 days, he'd been stuck with Wang Sheng's group with no chance to eat properly, forced to chew on hard rations alongside them until his taste buds had gone completely flat. Now that he finally had a moment alone, he decided to treat himself properly. Chen Nan found a level spot, removed his bulletproof vest, and summoned a table and chair from his spatial storage to sit down. He pulled out boiled pork slices, blood duck, shredded meat with glass noodles, and 3 cans of ice-cold beer, savoring his meal without a care for anyone else. Of course, Chen Nan wasn't staying behind solely for a private feast. He had a more important purpose waiting for someone. Chen Nan knew that if he kept stalling his return while the Liang forces remained silent, Wang Sheng would inevitably send someone to investigate. Given Zhang Wei's hatred for Chen Nan, the young man would certainly volunteer to come looking for him. If the Liang army had killed Chen Nan, Zhang Wei would naturally want to see the body with his own eyes. If Chen Nan were still alive, but barely hanging on, Zhang Wei would seize the chance to finish him off. But unfortunately for Zhang Wei, he was nothing more than a dish on Chen Nan's table. Chen Nan drank his ice beer leisurely and ate heartily, enjoying the gentle breeze that swept through. A truly pleasant moment. Behind the banyan tree, 2 incense sticks had burned since the strange sounds echoed from across the way, yet Chen Nan still hadn't returned. Wang Sheng also had his men repeatedly peek over to watch the mountainside opposite, but the Liang forces there seemed to have fallen silent as well. Amao, go out and scout, Wang Sheng ordered, pointing to the clearing beside the banyan tree. He wanted to know whether the Liang soldiers on the mountainside were still there. Squad leader, I can't. The Liang soldiers will shoot me dead with a single arrow, Amao protested. Wang Sheng drew his saber and pressed it against Amao's throat. Do as I say, or I'll cut your head off right now. Tears welled up in Amao's eyes as he pleaded, Squad leader, have mercy. I'll go. Wang Sheng withdrew his blade and watched silently. Swallowing his fear, Amao stepped out into the open. Without the banyan tree for cover, any arrow from the Liang soldiers would be certain death. With his eyes shut, Amao resignedly awaited the reaper. A full tease time passed, yet no arrow came. He checked himself, still unharmed. Wang Sheng noticed the same thing and wondered what was happening. Could Chen Nan have killed all the Liang soldiers? Or had the Liang soldiers deliberately spared Amao, recognizing he was merely a prisoner, in order to lure the regular troops out into the open? Further testing was clearly needed. Zhang Wei stand beside Amao. Me? Zhang Wei pointed at his own nose and asked. Wang Sheng snapped, You bastard, so you want me to go? Zhang Wei was left speechless by the scolding. He wasn't foolish, he knew exactly what Wang Sheng meant. It was clearly a bit of personal vendetta disguised as duty. But on the battlefield, if one failed to carry out an order, the superior had the right to execute him on the spot. Reluctant as he was, Zhang Wei had no choice but to step forward. Approaching Amao, Zhang Wei's heart pounded with unbearable tension, nearly leaping out of his throat. Fortunately, no arrows came flying this time either. Cautious Wang Sheng sent another soldier. The result was the same. As more and more men emerged from behind the banyan tree, Wang Sheng finally believed that the Liang Kingdom soldiers across the field had withdrawn. Could it be that Chen Nan had truly slaughtered all those dozen Liang soldiers single-handedly? That would be too incredible. After all, he had only a single spear while his opponents were at least 10 fully armed warriors. Moreover, if Chen Nan had killed all those Liang soldiers, why didn't he return with their heads to claim credit? Or perhaps he never launched an ambush at all, simply fleeing into the woods. Then where had those Liang soldiers gone? Many questions swirled in Wang Sheng's mind, yet not a single answer emerged. Was Chen Nan dead, or were the Liang spies dead, or had both sides annihilated each other? Wang Sheng needed an answer. The situation over there is still unclear. I need 2 men to go and investigate. Who will volunteer? Zhang Wei volunteered. Squad leader, let me and Yu Liang go. Wang Sheng was surprised that someone had stepped forward. Delighted, he said, good Zhang Wei. I'm pleased to see you have this sense of duty. It's my honor to share your burden. Wang Sheng suddenly found Zhang Wei exceedingly agreeable. He decided to overlook the earlier 2 offenses. Your mission is to find out why those Liang soldiers suddenly vanished, why Chen Nan hasn't returned, and what those strange sounds were all about. Understood. Go ahead and be careful on the way. Zhang Wei clasped his hands, and together with Yu Liang headed toward the opposite hillside. On the way, Yu Liang complained, Brother Wei, why did you have to drag me along? Because you're my closest buddy. It's too dangerous over there. We've already lost a few brothers to the Liang men. I just don't get it, Brother Wei. Why do you have to wade into this mess, eh? Zhang Wei's tone was filled with helplessness. Even if I didn't volunteer, the squad leader would have sent me anyway. So I might as well step up on my own, at least to ease the tension between us. But you didn't have to bring me along. Don't worry, there's no danger. Those Liang soldiers are already gone, otherwise we'd be dead by now. Yu Liang was puzzled. How could that be? They had the advantage. Why would they leave? I think it's connected to those strange sounds earlier. But I'm not sure exactly what happened. And Chen Nan. That guy must be hiding somewhere. How do you know? Let me ask you, if the squad leader ordered you to wipe out those Liang soldiers alone, what would you do? I'd find a place to hide. Only a fool would charge and to die. At that, Yu Liang suddenly understood. Brother Wei, what should we do when we find Chen Nan? What to do? Zhang Wei's expression turned vicious. He's humiliated me many times. We'll kill him. Brother Wei, they say even Li Xiong is no match for Chen Nan. Can the 2 of us beat him? Don't go for wool and come back shorn. Don't stir up a hornet's nest. Spouting proverbs. Are you aiming for the imperial exams? Zhang Wei shot him a glare. Look at you all, cowardly. He's just one man, we're 2. He's got only a spear, we're fully equipped. What's there to fear? But nothing. Don't you want to marry my sister? If you don't, I still want to marry your sister. No more nonsense. If you dare to chicken out today, I'll marry my sister off to Wu Lauer in the next village. Yu Liang panicked. No, Brother Wei. Wu Lauer is blind and lame. Marrying your sister to him would ruin her. If you truly care for my sister, then stand with me. All right, for your sister's sake, I'll do it. That's my good brother. Let's go. They reached the foot of the mountain without a single arrow being fired, and Zhang Wei finally relaxed. Climbing halfway up the hillside, they found many footprints and bloodstains. Looks like there was a fight here. Let's search around. Maybe we'll get lucky and find a head or 2. That would be a jackpot. The 2 began scouring the area centered on that spot. Meanwhile, Chen Nan had already eaten his fill. He was lounging on a folding deck chair, patting his belly and burping. By his reckoning, Zhang Wei should be arriving soon. 5 minutes later, Chen Nan heard rustling sounds from the thicket ahead. The next moment, 2 figures emerged from the woods. It was Zhang Wei and Yu Liang. The 2 were startled, but when they saw it was just Chen Nan reclining there, they breathed a sigh of relief. Dense forests like this could harbor large predators, such as tigers and leopards. Relatively speaking, Chen Nan was far less dangerous. Still, Zhang Wei was curious, where did that thing under Chen Nan's rear come from? It looked neither like a bed nor a chair. That chair. No, that bed. Where did you get it? Found it. Probably left behind by the Liang soldiers. Having located Chen Nan, Zhang Wei was in a good mood and couldn't be bothered to dwell on the matter. He didn't approach further, keeping a distance of 30 paces from Chen Nan. He knew well how formidable Chen Nan was. Even Li Xiong couldn't match him. Engaging in close combat would be suicide. This distance was just right. Chen Nan's spear couldn't reach him, but his arrows could easily kill Chen Nan. Chen Nan, you're too reckless. The squad leader ordered you to ambush the Liang army. Why are you hiding here? Disobeying a military order is a capital offense. Don't you know that? Chen Nan lazily sat up. Who said I disobeyed? Then what are you doing? I completed my mission. Can't I take a break? Completed it. How? I killed all 10 Liang soldiers. Doesn't that count as completing the mission? That was too much. Zhang Wei couldn't stand it. You're full of shit. Killing an entire squad of Liang soldiers with a crappy spear. What kind of pipe dream are you having? See for yourself. Chen Nan casually pointed to his right. Zhang Wei and Yu Liang turned to look and immediately gasped in shock. On the open ground about 3 zhang to Chen Nan's right, 10 heads were stacked neatly. A truly horrifying sight. Among them, 9 heads were arranged in 3 layers, 5 on the bottom, 3 in the middle, and 1 on top. A small head mountain. Chen Nan had arranged them in imitation of Mei Chaofeng's skull pile, with the extra squad leader's head placed in front. Fortunately, Zhang Wei and Yu Liang had been on the battlefield a few times, and were no strangers to bloody scenes, or they would have been scared out of their wits. The top knots on these heads were indeed the common Liang style, and they were all fresh, clearly cut off not long ago. So Chen Nan probably hadn't lied. But Zhang Wei racked his brain. and still couldn't fathom how Chen Nan, armed only with a single spear, had managed to behead an entire squad of Liang soldiers. Chen Nan, how? How did you do that? Simple. Ambush. Ambush. How exactly? Zhang Wei felt that even with an ambush it would be nearly impossible to fight 10 men alone on the battlefield, especially since Chen Nan wielded only a single spear. Killing 1 or 2 men through ambush was fine, but the others were not blind or deaf. None of them would simply stand there and let themselves be hacked down. This is my secret. Why should I tell you? Chen Nan's single sentence left Zhang Wei speechless. However, the temptation of 10 enemy head counts was too great. Zhang Wei, who had originally intended to fight Chen Nan to the death, now wore a sycophantic expression. Brother Chen Nan, could I discuss something with you, eh? Chen Nan saw that the boy's eyes were nearly watering at the sight of those heads, and he knew exactly what he was planning. You want me to give you a few heads? Zhang Wei nodded frantically. Yes. I'm not greedy. I only asked for 2 heads, and our grudge will be forgiven. How about it? In the Daichu army, ordinary soldiers could be promoted by 1 rank upon capturing 2 enemy heads. If he could obtain 2 heads from Chen Nan, he would be promoted to squad leader the moment he returned. Unfortunately, Li Xiong had died, leaving their squad short 1 position. Clearly head counts were universal currency, and Yu Liang couldn't resist either. Brother Wei, could you also arrange 2 for me? Don't worry, your share won't be forgotten. Seeing Chen Nan remain silent, Zhang Wei continued his coaxing. Chen Nan, once I become a squad leader, I will look after you in the future and ensure no one bullies you. What do you say? Not a good offer. Once I submit these 10 heads, I'll be cleared of my death row status and become an ordinary soldier. I don't need your protection. Zhang Wei refused to give up. How about this? I'll add 50 taels of silver. Is that sincere enough? If you really want to spend money, that's fine, but 50 taels won't be enough. Then name your price. 5,000 taels. Zhang Wei's expression darkened. That price was clearly not meant for serious negotiation. Are you mocking me? Chen Nan didn't answer, but instead asked, Zhang Wei, do you know why I haven't returned yet despite having already killed those Liang soldiers? Zhang Wei couldn't figure it out. Why? Because I knew you would come. You deliberately waited for me here. That's right. This is the burial ground I've chosen for you. Chen Nan, you're too arrogant. You think a single spear can take on 2 of us? Yu Liang nudged Zhang Wei's arm and whispered, Brother Wei, do we really have to fight him? He took down 10 Liang soldiers all by himself. Zhang Wei cursed. Useless fool, didn't you hear him? He relied on ambush. We're fighting him head-on 2 against 1. We have nothing to fear. But, cut the nonsense. If we kill him, all 10 heads will be ours, enough for us to be promoted to deputy squad leaders. Do you want to remain a grunt forever? Yu Liang's eyes lit up. You're right, Brother Wei. I want to be a deputy squad leader. I want to return home in glory and marry your sister. Chen Nan found it amusing. These 2 seemed to have completely misread the situation, already dreaming of promotions. Chen Nan, I'll give you 1 final chance. Hand over all 10 heads, and I'll let you live. Chen Nan picked his ear with his little finger. What audacious demands. You asked for 2 earlier, and now you want all 10. Are you assuming I have no way to resist? Chen Nan, I know you're formidable, but your weapon is inadequate. Your spear is a close combat weapon. We are 30 paces away. You'd have to run toward me to strike, while I only need to knock an arrow to turn you into a porcupine. Chen Nan sneered. Who said a spear is a close combat weapon? He rose to his feet, reached behind his back, and when his hand emerged again, a Glock 19 pistol was in his grasp. Know what this is? This is also called a gun. It was now Zhang Wei's turn to sneer. What joke is this? A gun? That wooden block barely qualifies. I can't explain it to people like you. Anyway, this is also a gun. The firearm you issued me is indeed a close combat weapon, but this one is a long-range killer. What nonsense is this? Are you reciting some doggerel? If you don't believe me, test it yourself. Then die. Yu Liang, move out. Before the words had even finished echoing, Zhang Wei and Yu Liang swiftly removed their bows from their shoulders and drew feathers from their quivers. These movements took less than a second. Just as they were about to draw their bowstrings, Chen Nan raised his arm and pointed the so-called gun at them. Bang! Bang! Zhang Wei looked down at his chest in disbelief. A hole the size of a little finger appeared on his leather armor, and blood gushed from the wound. Whatishgun. Having spoken those final words, Zhang Wei fell straight backward. He would never know the answer. On the other side, Yu Liang also stared at his chest, unwilling to accept his fate. Zhang Wei, you've ruined me. Why did you provoke that demon Chen Nan? Zhang Wei, I'll damn your ancestors. Yu Liang also collapsed straight backward. Chen Nan had initially considered tossing both corpses into the forest, but upon further reflection, Wang Sheng would demand explanations. He needed to handle this properly. Chen Nan approached Zhang Wei's body, retrieved a Liang army feather arrow from his spatial storage, and drove it forcefully through the gunshot wound. Thwack! The sound of the arrow piercing flesh was dull and gruesome. Chen Nan repeated the process, embedding another arrow into Yu Liang's wound. Chen Nan was satisfied. As long as no autopsy was performed, not even a god would deduce that these 2 had been killed by a handgun. He then patted down their bodies and found 2 black cloth bags. These bags were not meant for rations, but for carrying severed heads. On the battlefield, one could hardly carry heads by hand, so soldiers typically prepared such bags to meet various contingencies. Chen Nan placed all 10 heads into the 2 bags, secured each bag tightly with rope at both ends, and hung them around his neck. Then, gripping one leg of Zhang Wei and the other of Yu Liang, he began trudging down the mountain. Beneath the banyan tree, sharp-eyed, A Mao shouted, "Squad leader, look quick. Chen Nan is coming down." Everyone emerged from behind the banyan tree and saw Chen Nan dragging 2 corpses toward them. "Let's go take a look." Wang Sheng rushed ahead first. When they drew close to Chen Nan, they finally recognized the 2 corpses, none other than Zhang Wei and Yu Liang, who had climbed the mountain to confront Chen Nan. What shocked them even more was that Chen Nan had 2 black cloth bags hanging around his neck. These were precisely the kind of bags used on the battlefield to carry severed heads, though most soldiers would never need them in their lifetime. Yet now they saw both bags on Chen Nan's neck bulging heavily. How many heads were packed inside? Chen Nan, what happened up there? How did Zhang Wei and the others die? It's a long story. Let me catch my breath first. Chen Nan appeared utterly winded. This was no act. With 10 heads hanging around his neck and 2 corpses dragging behind him, hauling them out of the deep mountains was truly exhausting. Wang Sheng ordered men to take the corpses and heads from Chen Nan, and they all returned to the banyan tree. Chen Nan plopped down gasping for air and said, "Give me water." Wang Sheng immediately handed over his own water pouch. Though his stomach was already bloated, Chen Nan still gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Wang Sheng had someone untie the 2 cloth sacks. The next moment, a pile of human heads tumbled out. Good heavens, so many heads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 heads, squad leader, 10 heads in total. Everyone stared at Chen Nan in shock. Wang Sheng was dumbfounded. "Chen Nan, are these all the heads of Liang soldiers?" "Yes, you can tell from their hair." "Any survivors?" "None, they're all here." Wang Sheng was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Chen Nan to single-handedly annihilate an entire 10-man Liang squad with just a spear. This time, not only would he avoid punishment, but the position of deputy squad leader was also as good as his. Now he no longer cared at all how Zhang Wei and Yu Liang had died. As long as he could get promoted, it didn't matter if all these men died. Wang Sheng pressed on. "Chen Nan, tell me quickly, how did you manage it?" Everyone knew Chen Nan was formidable. After all, he had even defeated Li Xiong. But on the battlefield, personal valor was only a small part of the equation. Even if you could take on 10 men in the training ground, on the battlefield, blades and spears showed no mercy. Not to mention that Chen Nan had only brought a single spear, while the Liang soldiers were fully armed, including bows and arrows as ranged weapons. So when Wang Sheng asked this question, everyone else pricked up their ears. "I couldn't have beaten them in a head-on fight. I only managed it through ambush." "Ambush? And you killed 10 Liang soldiers?" someone questioned. Chen Nan glared at him. "Then you tell the story." Others scolded the soldier for being nosy and urged Chen Nan to continue. That soldier apologized repeatedly, and Chen Nan finally went on. "I made a wide detour to their rear, then made some noise to attract their attention." Wang Sheng suddenly understood. "So that strange sound on the mountain was you." "Chen Nan, what kind of sound was it? We could hear it even from so far away." "Nothing special, just whipping a vine against a rock." Chen Nan brushed it off casually. "Go on." "After making the noise, I immediately hid in a dense thicket. The Liang squad leader sent 2 men to investigate. When they got close to my hiding spot, I rushed out and stabbed one to death with my spear. The other tried to call for help, but I killed him too." Wang Sheng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Chen Nan, you're both brave and resourceful. You're a born warrior." The other soldiers were also convinced. Though it sounded simple, it required an extremely calm mind and fearless courage, something ordinary soldiers could never achieve. "What happened next?" someone pressed. "Next, I took their bows and quivers, let out a scream, and hit again." Sure enough, hearing the scream, the Liang soldiers sent 2 more men. Then it became a game of cat and mouse. I kept hiding, they kept searching, and I took every chance to shoot. Another confusion was cleared. Wang Sheng said with a smile, "No wonder they stopped shooting arrows at us later. You had drawn them all away." "Yes. With this method, I shot and killed 6 Liang soldiers in a row. Finally, they dared not send any more separate groups. The remaining 4 moved together, making the ambush exponentially harder." Wang Sheng agreed. "You're right. Taking out 2 men from the shadows isn't difficult. You just need to shoot 2 arrows quickly. But it's impossible to shoot 4 arrows in an extremely short time. Once they spot your hiding place, you lose all advantage. So I kept waiting for an opportunity. I was lucky. Just when I was at my wits' end, Master Zhang and Master Yu arrived. Their appearance drew the Liang soldiers' attention, and a fierce battle broke out between them. I seized the chance to shoot from behind and killed the last 4 Liang soldiers. But sadly, Master Zhang and Master Yu both died in battle. I couldn't save them." Chen Nan wore a look of deep anguish, as if he and Zhang Wei had been the best of friends. Wang Sheng thought to himself, "Oh, spare me. You're acting like it's real." Everyone knew Chen Nan didn't get along with Zhang Wei. If Zhang Wei died, Chen Nan must be happier than anyone. For all anyone knew, this kid might even be involved in Zhang Wei's death. But Chen Nan had wiped out the entire Liang squad. He was a hero and a meritorious man. Even if he had actually killed Zhang Wei, it didn't matter. "Chen Nan, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Besides, you annihilated those Liang soldiers, avenging them both. Yes, squad leader, you're right. This time I didn't fail the mission. I accomplished what you asked. Wang Sheng patted his shoulder. You did well this time. I'll definitely recommend you for a reward when we get back. Then I thank you in advance, squad leader. Wang Sheng suddenly turned serious. Chen Nan, I have a favor to ask. Squad leader, please speak freely. This time you killed 10 Liang soldiers single-handedly. That's your achievement, and we all know it. Could you spare me 2 heads? Though he had completed the mission, he had also lost 5 brothers. It might end up with merits and demerits canceling out, leaving him with nothing. If he could personally hand over 2 heads, everything would be fine. No, I just have exactly 10. Wang Sheng said earnestly. Chen Nan, rest assured. Although the military rule says a prisoner must obtain 10 heads to be freed from penal status, so far no prisoner has ever gotten even 1 head. You've obtained 8. That makes you an unprecedented genius. With this alone, you absolutely won't be overlooked. As long as I report back that you killed 8 Liang soldiers, the colonel will surely approve your release from penal status. Wang Sheng's words made sense. In that case, giving him 2 heads wasn't unacceptable. After all, Chen Nan's goal was to be freed from his criminal status, not to hoard heads. Moreover, a prisoner's merits were reported by the highest-ranking commander on the battlefield. This time that commander was naturally Wang Sheng. If he wanted to pocket all the credit, it would be all too easy. Now Wang Sheng was only asking for 2 heads. That was quite fair. Plus, concerning the Li Xiong incident, Wang Sheng had spoken up for him all along. This was just returning the favor. Since you spoke up for me in the Li Xiong matter, I can give you 2 heads. I'm truly grateful, Chen Nan. With the head issue settled, the next step was to deal with the bodies of Zhang Wei and the others. They had no horses or carts, so bringing the bodies back to camp was impossible. The men dug a few pits under the banyan tree, tossed the 5 corpses inside, and cut down a tree to make simple grave markers. As for the 8 prisoners, they received no such treatment. Their bodies were left unattended. Within 2 days they would be gnawed clean by wild beasts, leaving no trace to pollute nature. The sky was darkening rapidly, and Wang Sheng decided to return the following morning. Traveling in such pitch-black conditions was highly inconvenient, and even if they reached the camp, the guards on the city walls would not open the gates at night. They had barely enough rations to begin with, but with over half dead, they now had more than enough food left over. Finding a clean patch of ground, Wang Sheng ordered a campfire to be lit. After eating their rations, 2 men were posted on rotating night watch, and the rest fell asleep. The next morning at first light, a party of 7 set out toward the military camp, carrying 10 severed heads along the way. Throughout the journey, Wang Sheng could not suppress his excitement. Since they had encountered Liang soldiers, it meant the other 3 groups had not. In other words, those 3 groups could not have completed their mission. As for him, Wang Sheng had not only stopped the Liang spies, but annihilated them, entirely exceeding his mission requirements. By the time they arrived at the camp gate, it was already around 9 o'clock in the morning. Wang Sheng shouted to the soldiers on the ramparts, "Open the gate quickly. I am Wang Sheng, squad leader of the 3rd group, 4th team." The soldiers on the wall confirmed his identity and immediately arranged for the gate to be opened. Wang Zhong, the squad leader guarding the gate, and an old acquaintance of Wang Sheng, sighed upon seeing that only 7 of them had returned. "Brother Wang, the losses this time are indeed severe. My condolences." Wang Sheng retorted irritably. "Brother Wang, that's an ill-omened thing to say. I have returned in great victory. What on earth should I mourn?" Wang Zhong was momentarily bewildered. "Great victory? Nonsense." Wang Sheng pointed to the 2 cloth bags hanging around a Mao's neck. "All 10 heads are here. Do you think I'd make such a claim without proof? 10 heads? Heavens above." Wang Zhong was utterly stunned. After a long pause, he finally managed. "Brother Wang, the position of vice captain is undoubtedly yours this time. Please take care of me in the future." "Haha, naturally. We're old friends after all." He paused, and then asked, "By the way, have the other 3 groups returned yet?" "Not yet. I expect they'll be back soon. The 3-day deadline has expired, and even if they failed their mission, there's no need for them to continue feeding the mountain mosquitoes." "Very well, Brother Wang. I'll go report to the colonel first. When my promotion is confirmed, I'll treat you to a drink." Wang Zhong raised his fists in salute and joked, "Farewell, Vice Captain Wang. Brother Wang, it's not set in stone yet. You're celebrating far too early." Though he spoke these words, Wang Sheng was quite pleased with the title, and the smile on his face could not be concealed. "Brother Wang, it's only a matter of time. Let me get accustomed to it first." After a few more pleasantries, Wang Sheng told Chen Nan and Mao to return to the cells first while he went to report to the colonel. Back in cell no. 3A, Chen Nan and Mao collapsed onto the straw and lay down immediately. After walking for 4 continuous hours, their legs had gone completely numb. Especially Mao, who had been carrying all 10 severed heads along the entire journey. It couldn't be helped. All the other prisoners were dead, leaving only him and Chen Nan alive. Chen Nan had achieved such great merit and was therefore exempt from labor, so the burden fell entirely on Mao. When only the 2 of them returned, everyone grew curious. Several prisoners gathered around Mao and asked, "Mao, why are only the 2 of you back? Where are the others?" "Dead," Mao replied. "All dead? What? All dead?" "Yes. Yesterday afternoon, we were ambushed by Liang soldiers. Old Zhou and the others were shot on the spot, and 5 officers also perished. Thanks to brother Nan I managed to keep my life. Otherwise I wouldn't have made it back either. Good heavens, how terrifying. The prisoners shuddered with lingering fear, relieved that they had not been selected for this mission. Otherwise they too would have perished there. By the way, a Mao among the 5 officers who died was Zhang Wei, one of them. Yes. Ha ha ha, good riddance. Serves him right. This was the only piece of news that brought any sense of consolation. It was clear just how unpopular this fellow was. Meanwhile, in the barracks of Team 3 Group 4, Wang Sheng waited endlessly for the colonel's messenger. He had fought so brilliantly that the colonel would surely announce his promotion to vice captain before all the soldiers. But he waited, and by midday no messenger had yet arrived. Wang Sheng dispatched a subordinate to scout for news. Soon the man returned with information. Squad leader, something terrible has happened. What is it? Those 3 groups never returned. An hour ago the colonel sent cavalry to search for them. When I went to investigate just now, those cavalrymen had just come back. They found the bodies of all 3 groups in the forest, all of them decapitated. It is said that the corpses had nearly been devoured by wild beasts. You mean all 3 groups are dead? Yes, not a single one made it back. Wang Sheng was overjoyed. This was perfect. Although he had lost half his men, the other 3 groups had been completely wiped out, making his losses the smallest of all. More importantly, he had completed his mission and annihilated the entire Liang detachment. With this, the position of vice captain was undoubtedly his. After the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn, the colonel's messenger arrived. Squad leader Wang, the colonel requests your presence at the training ground along with all your men and the accompanying prisoners. This time the colonel will bestow generous rewards. Understood. I will be there shortly. Wang Sheng washed his face, straightened his appearance and uniform, and set out for the training ground with his 5 men, Chen Nan and a Mao. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the training ground was packed. Except for the soldiers guarding the city gate, who could not leave their posts, nearly every soldier in the camp was present. Colonel Su Dingyan ascended the platform and addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, 3 days ago our camp launched an operation to intercept Liang spies. Regrettably, of the 4 groups dispatched, 3 were completely wiped out. Only Team 3 Group 4 has returned. The soldiers below all turned to look at Team 3 Group 4. The squad leaders gazed at them with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Wang Sheng was certainly going to be promoted this time. Although Team 3 Group 4 also lost half their men, they completed their mission flawlessly, annihilating all the Liang spies. Of special praise is Wang Sheng, who not only led his team to success, but personally killed 10 Liang soldiers. As he spoke, Su Dingyan ordered the 10 severed heads of the Liang soldiers to be brought forward and placed at his feet. Gazing at the 10 heads lined up on the platform, the entire crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. 1 against 10. If it were an unarmed contest on the training ground, fighting 10 opponents would be nothing remarkable. But on the battlefield, such a feat was beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. If cutting off heads were so easy, the camps would not be filled with so many common soldiers. Given squad leader Wang Sheng's meritorious service, he rightly deserves reward. Therefore, I hereby announce that effective immediately, Wang Sheng is promoted to vice captain of Team 3, assisting Captain Guqinggang. Next, Wang Sheng stepped onto the platform, where the colonel personally presented him with his appointment warrant and the silver belt badge of a vice captain. Wang Sheng delivered his acceptance speech, which was nothing more than thanking his parents, the imperial court, and the colonel. The crowd below erupted in cheers. A Mao glanced at Chen Nan beside him and saw an expression so dark and grim it was unsettling. To see such a great merit snatched away, no wonder Chen Nan was furious, and even a Mao, merely an onlooker, felt outraged. But what could be done? Could a condemned prisoner truly compete with a squad leader for recognition? This was precisely why death row inmates in the military camp would never rise above their station. Even if you earn merit, you would need a righteous officer willing to honestly report your deeds to superiors. But how many such principled men could there be? After Wang Sheng concluded his acceptance speech, the commandant continued to announce the rewards. Gentlemen, given Wang Sheng's merits, he could have been promoted to squad leader. However, our camp currently has no shortage of squad leaders, so we must ask him to temporarily serve as vice squad leader. The remaining merits will be converted into silver taels, totaling 300. The entire military camp erupted in envy. Promotion and wealth were achieved by Wang Sheng alone. The soldiers who accompanied them cannot be overlooked. Though you may not have earned merits, your hardships are recognized. Each of you shall receive 30 silver taels. Several soldiers also broke into smiles. Although far less than Wang Sheng's reward, 30 silver taels was already considerable. As border troops, their monthly pay was slightly higher than that of inland guards, yet it was merely 1 tael and 5 qian per month. 30 taels equated to 20 months' wages. Of course, we cannot forget the role of the prisoners. Before this mission, I promised that any prisoner who survives will be granted 3 days of leave and provided the same rations as soldiers during those 3 days. Upon hearing this, a Mao felt a surge of joy. Surviving death only to receive 3 days of rest was an extraordinary blessing. However, thinking of Chen Nan's situation, his smile faded. Putting himself in another's shoes, a Mao knew he would be utterly devastated if it happened to him. A Mao patted Chen Nan on the shoulder, Brother Nan, don't be so despondent. Rest well these 3 days. We are prisoners with no choice but to endure 1 day at a time is all we can manage. Chen Nan replied calmly. You need not worry about me. It is Wang Sheng you should be concerned about. Chen Nan was not bluffing. He was merely adding another name to his death note. He had already shown generosity by giving Wang Sheng 2 heads, but this insatiable man had seized all the military merits for himself. Men like this deserved death even more than Li Xiong and Zhang Wei. As for the merits he had stolen, Chen Nan would reclaim them. After the commendation concluded, Wang Sheng descended from the podium. Along the way, people offered congratulations with folded hands, and Wang Sheng returned each greeting with a beaming smile. Returning to his unit, Wang Sheng noticed Chen Nan's gloomy expression and approached him with sincere apology. Chen Nan, I regret what transpired this time. It was never my intention. Since merely securing 2 heads could not atone for the loss of 5 soldiers, I took the liberty of claiming all the merits upon myself. I should have consulted you beforehand. That was my mistake. But rest assured I will make it up to you. Next time we go on a mission, even if I claim the heads myself, I will credit them to your account. What do you say? Chen Nan responded coldly. Why should I accept your compensation? What belongs to me, I will take back right here and now. As Su Dingyan was about to turn and descend from the podium, Chen Nan shouted, Commandant, please halt. This prisoner Chen Nan has something to say. Su Dingyan paused, his gaze turning toward the voice, surprised to find that it was a prisoner who had stopped him. What is it? Su Dingyan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an innate authority. Wang Sheng panicked. He had not expected Chen Nan to dare address the commandant directly. Quick, take Chen Nan away. 4 of his men immediately moved to seize Chen Nan and remove him from the scene. Stop, Su Dingyan commanded. At the commandant's word, the 4 soldiers dared not disobey and retreated. Wang Sheng clasped his fists and said, Commandant, this man is merely a death row prisoner. What right does he have to speak with you? Please allow me to drive him away. Su Dingyan waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. I am in good spirits today, let us hear what he has to say. Su Dingyan nodded toward Chen Nan. I grant you one opportunity, speak. Wang Sheng fidgeted like ants on a hot pan. What a miscalculation. He never imagined the wretched Chen Nan would truly dare to expose him before the commandant. He should have killed him yesterday while they were still in the forest. Chen Nan bowed slightly and clasped his fists. Commandant, this prisoner finds this unjust. In what way is it unjust? The 10 Liang soldiers were slain by this prisoner, yet Wang Sheng has claimed all the merit for himself. I find this deeply unjust and implore the commandant to render justice. The entire military camp erupted in shock. Could it be that the person who annihilated an entire Liang squad was a death row prisoner? Su Dingyan also frowned. A prisoner from the death row camp had dared to step forward and contend for merit against Wang Sheng. If the prisoner's words proved true, it would mean he had been deceived by Wang Sheng, publicly and completely. Wang Sheng hastily defended himself. Commandant, he is slandering me. Those Liang spies were all killed by my hand. My soldiers can testify to this. What right does a mere prisoner have to claim he killed 10 Liang soldiers? Wang Sheng's 4 subordinates prudently stepped forward to corroborate his claims. Many present agreed with Wang Sheng's assertion. Everyone knew that while prisoners were sometimes taken to the battlefield, no one placed their hopes on them. These prisoners served merely as human shields. To prevent them from turning their weapons against their handlers, the arms issued to them were long obsolete and defective. Wang Sheng silently exchanged a glance with Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong immediately understood and stepped forward, clasping his fists. Sir, I have something to say. Speak. Sir, the arena is no battlefield. In the arena, personal bravery is tested, but on the battlefield, victory depends on formation and strategy. Even a fierce warrior like Zhao Yong may not necessarily claim more heads on the field of war. All eyes turned to Zhao Yong. As leader of the 2nd squad of the 5th team, his martial prowess was unmatched throughout the entire garrison. Towering over 6 chi, tall, broad-shouldered, and heavily built, merely standing in his presence sent an invisible pressure coursing through one's body. As Wang Zhong had said, though formidable, Zhao Yong remained only a squad leader to this day. Therefore, I submit that victory by either man in the arena proves nothing. And what are your thoughts on this matter? Since Chen Nan insists he is the one who slain 10 Liang soldiers, why not grant him a chance? If he can defeat Zhao Yong, the most formidable warrior in our garrison, then we shall concede with a clear conscience. Su Dingyan pondered for a moment and found the proposal reasonable. He was eager to see what confidence this condemned prisoner named Chen Nan possessed to claim he could dispatch 10 fully armed Liang soldiers with nothing but a spear. Wang Sheng, Chen Nan, what say you both? Wang Sheng was only too happy to agree. With Zhao Yong as the opponent, Chen Nan stood no chance whatsoever. I have no objections. Chen Nan clasped his fists. This prisoner is willing to accept the challenge. Very well then. As Wang Zhong suggests, Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong stepped forward and bowed. I am here. You will spar with this prisoner Chen Nan. Do not hold back, or you shall lose face. Fear not, sir. This subordinate will give it his all. Wang Sheng cast a grateful glance toward Wang Zhong. It was indeed a cunning move, swapping Chen Nan's opponent with the strongest fighter in the garrison. A confrontation with Zhao Yong would leave Chen Nan dead or disabled at the very least. Zhao Yong mounted the platform first, and the crowd erupted in cheers, quickly turning to jeers aimed at Chen Nan, urging him to step up and meet his doom. Facing a mountain of a man like Zhao Yong and the overwhelmingly hostile atmosphere, Mao Mao couldn't help but swallow hard. This was terrifying. Brother Nan, are you sure about this? Perhaps we should just bail. Chen Nan smiled. Don't worry. I won't lose. With an unshaken expression, Chen Nan walked onto the platform. Admittedly, standing beside Zhao Yong exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall and weighed over 100 kilograms, his build comparable to a professional heavyweight fighter. In a fighting ring, Zhao Yong would be a full-blooded heavyweight, while Chen Nan was more akin to a middleweight. They were simply not in the same weight class. Yet Chen Nan felt no anxiety whatsoever. He was certain the one who would fall was this oafish giant. Since this is but a sparring match, let us forego weapons. How about an unarmed bout? Su Dingan proposed. Agreed. Zhao Yong had no objections. As long as it was 1 versus 1, whether unarmed or armed with any of the 18 weapons, his confidence in victory remained unshaken. Chen Nan had no qualms either. To employ his hidden weapons, he needed to get close, for they were easily detected from a distance. Unarmed combat suited him best. Su Dingan descended from the platform, clearing the way for the two combatants. At his command of begin, the burly Zhao Yong struck first. He charged toward Chen Nan with massive fists swinging. A single blow would surely end the fight instantly, so Chen Nan naturally avoided meeting it head-on, swiftly sidestepping to evade the attacks. Having trained in modern martial arts during his military service, Chen Nan could utilize footwork to evade even when outmatched. Zhao Yong's initial strikes were all effortlessly dodged. Such evasive tactics were commonplace in modern combat sports, where the weaker fighter conserves energy while waiting for an opening to deliver a decisive blow. But in an ancient military camp where every strike could prove fatal, the onlookers grew restless. The spectacle offered little excitement, and the soldiers in the stands grew increasingly restless. Fight! Stop hiding and show some skill. If you're too scared to fight, get down here. Get down. Get down. This could not continue. To maintain his reputation as a true warrior, Chen Nan needed to take the initiative and end the fight swiftly. Chen Nan adjusted his position, turning his back to the crowd, so his concealed weapons would go unnoticed. Zhao Yong was forced to turn around, as well, facing the spectators. This time Chen Nan did not retreat. Instead, he charged head-on, drawing a contemptuous sneer from Zhao Yong's lips. Bold fool. Zhao Yong unleashed a devastating punch aimed squarely at Chen Nan's head. However, Chen Nan had anticipated this move and dropped low, causing Zhao Yong's blow to miss entirely. Seizing the opening, Chen Nan swiftly summoned an electric baton from his spatial storage and pressed the trigger, driving it forcefully into Zhao Yong's flank. A powerful current surged through the baton and into Zhao Yong's body, causing him to shudder violently. Fearing discovery by the soldiers below, Chen Nan retracted the weapon within a second. Though the brief contact was insufficient to render Zhao Yong unconscious, it was more than enough. Zhao Yong remained conscious, yet utterly disoriented and trembling, his body swaying unsteadily. Capitalizing on the moment, Chen Nan launched himself upward and delivered a devastating kick to Zhao Yong's chest. The crash echoed as Zhao Yong's massive frame slammed into the wooden platform, threatening to shatter it apart. Pressing his advantage, Chen Nan rained down relentless punches upon Zhao Yong's face. Even with his considerable stamina, Zhao Yong could only cry out in agony. I yield. I yield. Had he waited any longer, his face would have been utterly destroyed. Chen Nan finally relented, straightening his posture and clasping his fists. Your humble servant accepts your victory. The scene before them left the soldiers utterly dumbfounded. They exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. A frail condemned prisoner had defeated the garrison's most celebrated warrior, Zhao Yong, with barely any effort. It was as if reality itself had unraveled. Yet there it was, undeniable and irrevocable. Wang Sheng's face was etched with despair. He never imagined Chen Nan would prove so extraordinarily powerful. They were finished. The sheer ferocity Chen Nan had displayed was terrifying. Regardless of whether he had truly slain those 10 Liang soldiers, the commandant would surely value his talents highly. Not only would he lose all promised rewards, but he might even suffer demotion, stripped of even his humble position as squad leader. Wang Zhong approached with an apologetic expression. Brother Wang, I truly had no idea this youth possessed such ability. It is not your fault. Commandant Su Dingan was equally taken aback, never imagining such a formidable prisoner existed within their ranks. Though defeating Zhao Yong did not definitively prove Chen Nan's claim about the 10 Liang soldiers, promoting him was still worthwhile. Such talent ought to serve the nation. Wang Sheng, this subordinate is present. What crime did this Chen Nan commit to warrant exile to our unit? According to reports, sir, he was exiled here for raping an innocent woman. Rape? Su Dingan's brow furrowed with distaste. Had Chen Nan slain a local tyrant or bully, Su Dingan would have simply wiped his record clean with a stroke of his brush. but the crime of raping an innocent woman was abhorrent beyond tolerance. No matter how formidable his strength, such a man could never be trusted with responsibility. That's not right, Wang Sheng, you didn't say that before. Wang Sheng turned his head and saw that the speaker was actually squad leader Guqinggang. Su Dingyan grew interested. Squad leader Gu, tell me what you found out. In answer to the colonel, according to my understanding, Chen Nan only verbally harassed a woman, and it so happened that the woman was the concubine of the local magistrate, so the magistrate sent him to the frontier as a rapist. Chen Nan was surprised that Guqinggang would actually speak up for him. Truly rare considering he had just slapped the face of Guqingang's subordinate, the section leader. Wang Sheng regretted bitterly why he had mentioned this to Guqinggang a few days ago. Now he had dug his own grave. Su Dingyan looked at Chen Nan. Is this true? Chen Nan swore, absolutely true. If the colonel does not believe me, he can send someone to my hometown to inquire, and the truth will be known. Su Dingyan nodded. If that was the case, Chen Nan had likely committed no real crime, and was not a bad man, worth cultivating. Very well then. I, the colonel, hereby declare that from this day forth Chen Nan's prisoner status is revoked, and he is conscripted into the army. Chen Nan clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Colonel. Su Dingyan then turned his gaze to Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng was extremely nervous. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Su Dingyan's eyes. Su Dingyan pondered for a moment, and decided not to punish Wang Sheng after all. Although Chen Nan had defeated Zhao Yong, it could not directly prove that he had killed those 10 Liang soldiers. As for Wang Sheng's words, Su Dingyan would not take them lightly either. However, he did not intend to delve further. Regardless, Wang Sheng was still one of his squad leaders. If he was too partial to Chen Nan, it would inevitably chill the hearts of the others. As for Wang Sheng, a bet is a bet. I'll temporarily revoke your deputy squad leader token, but you can continue as your squad leader. Thank you, Colonel. Wang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Although his dream of being deputy squad leader had lasted only a few minutes, at least his position as squad leader was safe. Next, Su Dingyan had to consider how to arrange Chen Nan. Su Dingyan would rather keep Chen Nan by his side, as he was in dire need of a bodyguard with superb martial skills. Especially someone like Chen Nan, who seemed unremarkable, but could defeat even Zhao Yong with a single move. With such an expert guarding him, his safety could be greatly assured. Chen Nan, how about being my personal bodyguard? As soon as Su Dingyan finished speaking, everyone present cast envious glances at Chen Nan. A prisoner from the death camp becoming the colonel's personal guard. This was like a pie falling from the sky. It was an opportunity that these common soldiers could never dream of. Yet Chen Nan's answer stunned everyone. I am deeply honored by the colonel's favor, but I do not wish to serve as your personal guard. Apart from shock, everyone felt only confusion. Chen Nan was too foolish. How wonderful it would be to be the colonel's bodyguard. The most important duty of a bodyguard was to protect the colonel's safety, with very few chances to face the enemy in battle. As the supreme commander of Shahoku, the colonel usually stayed in the rear and rarely went to the front lines himself, so his bodyguards naturally did not have to go to the front either. In Shahoku, where the death rate was so high, being the colonel's personal guard was arguably the safest military role. Just this one mission to intercept Liang spies had involved 40 soldiers, but only 5 returned, a mortality rate of nearly 90%. What was so bad about being the colonel's bodyguard? And refusing the colonel in front of so many people, wasn't that slapping him in the face? Wasn't he afraid the colonel would make things difficult for him? Chen Nan knew full well the benefits of being the colonel's guard, yet he still resolutely refused. He hadn't traveled through time just to be someone's bodyguard. The reason he stayed in the army was to cultivate his own power. Staying by Su Dingyan's side would make that impossible. Su Dingyan was also surprised, but he wasn't angry at Chen Nan's refusal. He was merely curious. Oh, and why is that? I am very grateful for your appreciation, but I have trained in martial arts, and only wish to kill more Liang bandits for the Great Qian and repay the court. In my humble opinion, whether serving as your bodyguard or fighting on the front lines, I can contribute to our Great Qian. This impassioned speech stirred even Su Dingyan's blood. Well said, well said. Chen and I have not misjudged you. To have such a heart, I am truly gratified. Thank you for understanding, Colonel. In that case, Chen Nan, I respect your choice. You may join whichever squad you wish. Before Chen Nan could speak, Wang Sheng interjected. Colonel, let Chen Nan be under my command. You want Chen Nan to be your subordinate? Yes, Colonel. Just now I was blinded by greed and acted against my conscience. Now I realize my mistake. I want to atone for my greed and foolishness, and I hope the Colonel will allow it. Su Dingyan thought it over and finally nodded in agreement. Very well. Your squad suffered heavy losses and is short of men. But I hope you have no other intentions, or I will not let you off. Colonel, I wouldn't dare. Chen Nan, what do you think? Su Dingyan asked. Chen Nan again put on a formal tone. Squad leader Wang thinks highly of me, and I am deeply honored. The earlier incident was a misunderstanding. I hope to put aside our past differences with squad leader Wang and fight side by side to protect our Great Qian. This guy was so eager to pull him into his squad. He certainly wasn't up to any good. Since that was the case, he might as well let him have his wish. After all, he was already on his hit list. Being in the same squad would make it easier to strike later. The next mission would be Wang Sheng's death. In truth, Su Dingyan could see that Wang Sheng had ill intentions, but since Chen Nan himself hadn't objected, he didn't want to interfere. He hoped that the two of them would truly put aside their differences and reconcile. After all, in a place like this, just dealing with the Liang people was exhausting enough. If they also had to scheme against each other, it would be too tiring. The two of you setting aside your grievances is excellent. If you can join forces to defeat the enemy and earn merit in the future, it will surely become a fine tale in the army. After a few more polite exchanges, Su Dingyan dismissed the assembly. Mao was the first to offer congratulations. Nango, oh no, Mr. Chen, congratulations on finally getting rid of your prisoner status. Just call me Nango. Mr. Chen sounds too strange. Alright, Nango. Mao lowered his voice. Nango, I'm curious. Why did you agree to go to squad leader Wang's squad? Aren't you afraid he'll deliberately make trouble for you? Chen Nan smiled and casually replied, don't worry, I have my plans. By the way, thank you for stepping up to testify for me earlier. Mao sighed. Alas, Nango, I'm afraid squad leader Wang has taken a grudge against me too. There won't be any good days ahead for me. Chen Nan patted his shoulder. Don't worry. With me around, no one will dare bully you. Not even Wang Sheng. Thinking of Chen Nan's strength, Mao felt a little relieved. Thank you, Nango. Alright, let's go back. As Chen Nan was about to leave, a large figure blocked his path. Chen Nan's expression turned cold. What? Lost to me just now, and not convinced. Want another round? Zhao Yong waved his hand. No, Chen Nan, please don't misunderstand. I am thoroughly convinced by you. Since I joined the army, I have never encountered an opponent who could defeat me. You are the first one. I only have respect for you. Oh, then why did you come to me? Zhao Yang scratched his head and grinned. Actually, I wanted to invite you to join my 5th Squad 2nd Unit. I didn't expect Wang Sheng to beat me to it. Chen Nan nodded. So this big guy had been conquered by his overwhelming presence. Though if he knew Chen Nan had resorted to hidden weapons, he'd probably wish to slap him dead on the spot. Brother Zhao, I appreciate your high regard for me, but it's truly a pity you were a step too late. It's alright. You can choose to transfer squads. Sorry, I have no intention to switch squads at the moment. Zhao Yong glanced at Mao, then lowered his voice. Brother Chen, could I borrow a word with you in private? Brother Zhao, Mao is no stranger. Just say whatever is on your mind. Yes, Brother Chen, you shouldn't have joined Wang Sheng's unit. That man is truly despicable. He's as narrow-minded as a pinprick and holds grudges. You publicly exposed his lies in front of everyone, humiliated him, and cost him the deputy squad leader position. He will certainly find ways to make your life miserable in the future. Despite being soundly beaten by Chen Nan, he could still speak with such wisdom. This told Chen Nan he was not a bad person, and his impression of him improved considerably. Brother Zhao, thank you for the reminder. However, I've already joined his unit. Let it be as it is. Brother Chen, as long as you're willing, I can apply to the squadron commander to transfer you to my unit. Rest assured, if you join the 5th Squad 2nd Unit, I will never treat you as an ordinary soldier. In fact, I am willing to relinquish the position of unit leader to you. Mao, watching from the side, was utterly dumbfounded. This big guy was far too honest. Logically, a unit leader wanting to recruit talent like Chen Nan was perfectly reasonable, but offering to hand over his own position as unit leader to replace himself was beyond comprehension. One could only say this big guy had extraordinary thoughts. Chen Nan was also moved by Zhao Yong's sincerity. If not for other factors, he would have been willing to join Zhao Yong's unit. Moreover, Zhao Yong was a man of good character, broad-minded, and forgiving, someone worth cultivating a deep friendship with. In the future uprising, he could certainly be brought into Chen Nan's team. If properly nurtured, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset to Chen Nan. However, Chen Nan still had matters to attend to first. At least he needed to eliminate Wang Sheng to prevent him from causing trouble when the time came to act. Brother Zhao, I appreciate your goodwill. However, I just refused the squadron commander, so if I go to him about transferring again, it might displeasure him. Therefore, let's wait a while. When the time is right, I will consider it. True enough. Let's talk about it later then. I hope to spar with you when we have free time. It's settled. Chen Nan did not go to cell block No. 3 again, as there was nothing to pack. Instead, he went directly to the barracks of the 3rd Squad 4th Unit. Besides Chen Nan, there were currently 5 other men in the unit. At this moment, only 4 people were in the barracks. Wang Sheng was missing. The 4 had been chatting cheerfully, but the moment Chen Nan entered the door, they fell silent one by one. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat awkward. A prisoner who used to beat and scold them at will had now become an ordinary soldier like them. It was difficult for anyone to accept. Fortunately, Chen Nan had only been there a short time, and he had swiftly beaten Li Xiong immediately upon arrival. No one had had the chance to bully him, so the group harbored no deep grievances toward Chen Nan. The barracks were slightly larger than the cells, with a square table in the center and heated Kong beds along both walls. Although the overall environment was far from ideal, it was much better than the cells. At least there was no commode visible in the barracks. Which bunk is empty? Chen Nan asked. A soldier pointed to the western row. All of those are vacant. Half the soldiers had perished in this operation, naturally leaving half the bunks empty. Since they were all empty, Chen Nan did not hesitate. He lay down, directly occupying several positions with his single body. 3rd Squad 1st Unit Barracks. The door was firmly closed. Wang Sheng and Wang Zhong sat inside the room with a jar of wine, 2 bowls, and a dish of peanuts on the table. Wang Sheng raised his bowl and drained it in one gulp, then slammed it heavily onto the table. Damn it. I'm absolutely furious. Wang Zhong advised, Brother Wang, do not be angry. Ruining your health over this is not worth it. Wang Sheng ground his teeth in anger. How can I not be angry, Brother Wang? I had already secured the deputy squad leader's badge only for that bastard Chen Nan to ruin everything. You are also a unit leader. You know how difficult it is to advance from unit leader to deputy squad leader. If we miss this opportunity, we may have to wait another 10 or 20 years. Who knows if we'll even be alive by then. And those 300 taels of silver. Wang Zhong nodded. He could understand Wang Sheng's fury. From unit leader to deputy squad leader was truly incredibly difficult. Across the entire regiment, there were 30 unit leaders, yet only 6 deputy squad leader positions existed. Most unit leaders might never even reach the fringes of that rank before dying in battle. If one had never obtained it, well, that would be that. But to have obtained it and then lost it, that was the cruelest feeling of all. I will never forgive that demon Chen Nan. Wang Zhong picked up the wine jar and poured another bowl for Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng drained it once more. Brother Wang, you must help me. Brother Wang, how do you want me to help? Just say the word. We enlisted together, rose to the battlefield together, and were promoted to squad leaders together. Our bond is closer than that of sworn brothers. I want to apply for the next mission as soon as possible and then take the opportunity to. Wang Sheng made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand. But you've also seen it. Even Zhao Yong is no match for him. Now I only have 4 men left under my command. I fear even the combined efforts of our 5 cannot kill him. So you want me to join this mission with you, and using the combined strength of our 2 units, eliminate Chen Nan? Exactly, Brother Wang. You truly understand me. Brother Wang, for the sake of our relationship, I would certainly help if you asked. However, we've been guarding the city gates for the past month. It may be difficult to request an external mission. Wang Sheng sneered inwardly. Nonsense. It was simply an excuse to extract benefits. As old comrades who had served together for years, Wang Sheng knew exactly what Wang Zhong was after the moment he raised an eyebrow. Brother Wang, this mission, let you apply for it. As long as you help me kill Chen Nan, all the merit from this mission will be yours alone. I will not compete for it. How does that sound? Wang Zhong was overjoyed inwardly, though his face remained unchanged. Brother Wang, you are far too polite. What are we talking about? Of course I will help you. I will go to the squadron commander now to apply for the mission. I leave it to you, Brother Wang. The 2 departed together. Wang Zhong went to see the squadron commander, while Wang Sheng naturally returned to his own barracks. Back in the barracks, when Wang Sheng saw Chen Nan sprawled carelessly on the Kong bed, a cold sneer flickered across his lips. Chen, this time you're dead. Because the 4th squad of the 3rd team had earned merits, there were no assignments from above for the following few days, not even the usual duty of guarding the prison cells. Chen Nan rested soundly on the Kong for 3 full days. 3 days later, Wang Sheng returned to the barracks from outside. Brothers, have you rested well these past 3 days? An assignment has been arranged from above. We depart tomorrow. A wail of lamentation rose throughout the barracks. Recently the missions had been far too frequent. Half of the team had perished on the last assignment, and who knew how many more would fall this time. Squad leader, we've only got 6 people left now. Less than a full squad. Can we pull this off? Brothers, don't be so pessimistic. This time the 1st squad will be moving with us. Then what's the mission this time? The Liang forces have recently constructed a new watchtower fort near the border garrison with a full squad's worth of troops. Our objective is to launch a nighttime assault and eliminate the entire garrison. As he spoke, Wang Sheng's gaze kept drifting toward Chen Nan, barely concealing the smirk tugging at his lips. Chen Nan silently chuckled to himself. This guy was just as eager to see him dead. They were perfectly matched in their mutual hostility. Early the next morning, the mess hall once again prepared a feast for the 4th squad of the 3rd team. This was an old tradition. Whenever a mission was assigned, the kitchen would cook an extra meal of fine dishes for the soldiers about to embark on it. After all missions carried real danger, many believed they wouldn't return alive. That's why people jokingly called this meal a last meal before execution. The grim reality bore this out. 40 men had set out on the previous mission, but only 5 came back. For those 35 who fell, that final meal had indeed been their last. After finishing the last meal, the group made their way to the armory to collect armor and weapons, where the 1st squad of the 3rd team was already present. Once armored and equipped with weapons and rations, the 2 squads set off toward the city gate. Beyond the city walls, the long march began. On foot, the journey would take at least a full day at the quickest pace. After hours of traveling, they had put considerable distance between themselves and the military camp, arriving at an open expanse. Wang Sheng and Wang Zhong exchanged a glance, both sensing it was time to make their move. Before setting out, both men had quietly coordinated with their subordinates, all agreed that Chen Nan had to be dealt with before reaching their destination. Now they simply waited for the signal, ready to close in together and cut Chen Nan down with their blades. Whether Chen Nan had suspected something, he stayed at the rear of the group, maintaining a gap of over 10 meters from the others. This positioning meant Chen Nan could see clearly any moves they attempted. Though outnumbered 15-1, a direct confrontation would surely cost them casualties against Chen Nan's capability. With more missions ahead, they needed to minimize losses, or they'd be at a disadvantage against the Liang forces. The ideal outcome would be ambushing Chen Nan without suffering any casualties themselves. After a moment's thought, Wang Sheng turned and called out to Chen Nan at the rear, "Chen Nan, go scout ahead." "No." Chen Nan's reply was abrupt and firm. Wang Sheng's expression turned icy. "You insolent fool. Do you realize defying a superior officer's command gives me the authority to court-martial you?" "Is that so? I wasn't aware. Since you refuse to comply, don't blame me." Sun Quan Gosheng, administer military justice. 30 strokes with the bamboo stick on Chen Nan. "Yes, sir." Sun Quan and Gosheng advanced toward Chen Nan, who let out a cold snort. "Let's see which of you dares. Take one more step, and I'll kill you." The two men froze, unwilling to push further. Facing them was Chen Nan, the man who had single-handedly killed 10 Liang soldiers and kicked the towering Zhao Yong off his feet in the arena. Chen Nan was far more terrifying now than any Liang soldier. Seeing Sun Quan and Gosheng hesitate, Wang Sheng erupted in fury. "You idiots! What are you standing around for? Daring to disobey your squad leader's orders? Do you want to face military justice yourselves? Seize him now." The two men exchanged desperate glances. Both Chen Nan and the squad leader were dangerous to cross, but after weighing the consequences, they chose to anger Chen Nan. Because Chen Nan wouldn't dare kill them. After all, killing a fellow soldier was a capital offense. Wang Sheng, however, had other options. As their squad leader, he could find ways to make their lives miserable, like assigning them to the most dangerous missions where they could be openly sent to their deaths. Gritting his teeth, Sun Quan continued forward with a friendly warning. "Chen Nan, you'd best not resist, or your punishment will be even severer." Chen Nan gripped his spear, weighed it twice in his hand, and hurled it like a javelin. Thud! The spear pierced through the leather armor and embedded itself in Sun Quan's chest. Sun Quan collapsed to the ground, his scream of agony involuntary. Thankfully, the leather armor had softened the impact. The spear tip had only penetrated half an inch into the flesh, sparing him from certain death. He never could have imagined Chen Nan would be so brazen as to strike a fellow soldier in broad daylight. Gosheng stood frozen nearby, terrified to move. But Wang Sheng burst into sudden laughter. "Haha, Chen Nan. You dared to assault a fellow soldier. That's a capital offense." This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Regardless of justification, fratricide among comrades was unforgivable. Even executing Chen Nan on the spot, the colonel would not utter a single word of protest. Chen Nan smiled disdainfully. "Death penalty. There's no one in this world who can pass sentence on me. Audacious. Chen Nan, you've chosen the path of destruction when salvation was offered. I truly wonder what possesses you. To know I regard you as a thorn in my flesh, and yet still dare to join my squad. Because anyone who crosses me is destined to die." "Ha ha ha." Wang Sheng laughed as though he'd heard the finest joke in the world. Chen Nan facing death and still boasting. "Don't think defeating Zhao Yong makes you invincible. With over a dozen bows loosing simultaneously will turn you into a porcupine." "Boasting? Wang Sheng, do you know how those 10 Liang spies met their end? Weren't they killed by your ambush?" Chen Nan shook his head. "No, I killed them face to face. Weren't you curious about that sound from the mountain that day? Now I'll show you." In the next instant, an MP5 submachine gun appeared in Chen Nan's hands. "That sound you heard was from this weapon. Now let me send you all to heaven with it." Everyone opposite him was stunned. They racked their brains trying to understand how Chen Nan had suddenly produced that elongated object. Furthermore, they had never seen anything like the weapon in Chen Nan's grip. Yet Wang Sheng, who had spent years on the battlefield, sensed a signal of danger. That feeling intensified with each passing moment. "Quick, loose your arrows. Kill him," Wang Sheng roared. The soldiers weren't fools. Wang Sheng's tone convinced them that Chen Nan was extraordinarily dangerous at this moment. Fortunately, they were well-trained warriors of Great Qian. After a brief moment of shock, they sprang into action. Left hand drawing the bow from their shoulder, right hand knocking an arrow from the quiver on their backs. Excluding Sun Quan lying on the ground, the remaining 14 soldiers drew their bows in perfect unison, determined to riddle Chen Nan with arrows like a honeycomb. However, against a modern submachine gun, bows and arrows were utterly inadequate. Chen Nan pulled the trigger and opened fire. Rat-tat-tat. The 30 rounds in the magazine emptied in an instant. Of the 14 opponents, 8 died instantly, while 2 were wounded. Their bows had barely been drawn before they were completely overwhelmed. Wang Sheng and Wang Zhong's instinct for danger was clearly sharper than those rank-and-file soldiers. The moment Chen Nan squeezed the trigger, they quickly took cover behind one of their men, narrowly escaping death. "This is the sound. This is exactly the sound," Wang Sheng shouted. It was the same sound from last time when they had ambushed the Liang spies, coming from halfway up the mountain. But this time it was denser and more terrifying. No wonder Chen Nan had so easily defeated 10 enemies alone. He possessed such an invincible weapon of destruction. It was terrifying. What exactly was that thing capable of firing so many projectiles? Against such a lethal weapon, their leather armor was as useless as paper. Moreover, the projectiles flew so fast that everyone was hit, before they could even react. Only the danger sense honed through years of surviving on the battlefield had saved him and Wang Zhong. Yet the threat had not been neutralized. Wang Sheng swallowed hard. Beside him, two wounded men were screaming in agonizing torment. One had been struck in the left arm, the other in the thigh, their faces contorted with excruciating pain. At that moment he and Wang Zhong still maintained their original posture, each holding a corpse as a shield, afraid to expose themselves. The previous time Chen Nan had carried a corpse to block arrows had given him inspiration. As long as they kept using the corpses as shields, those hidden weapons could not harm them. The corpse in front of Wang Sheng had been riddled with several holes by Chen Nan's projectiles, but he was still unscathed. The other two fortunate survivors were now shivering uncontrollably. The continuous gunfire had nearly rendered them stupid with fear, and their bows and arrows had long been abandoned somewhere. They did not have the human shields that Wang Sheng and Wang Zhong possessed. As long as Chen Nan continued firing his hidden weapons, they were dead men walking. Yet Chen Nan surprisingly ceased his attack. Because the magazine was empty. The MP5 submachine gun was satisfying to wield, but the ammunition consumption was incredibly rapid. 30 rounds emptied in a single burst. However, in suppressing enemy fire, the submachine gun proved extraordinarily effective. That one round of suppression had rendered the opposing archers utterly incapable of loosing their arrows. Seeing Chen Nan no longer firing, Wang Sheng seemed to realize something and burst into sudden laughter. Haha, brother one, his hidden weapons are exhausted. Wang Zhong was overjoyed. Exhausted? Excellent. Now it's our turn. Zhang Lei Jiang Yuan counterattack immediately. Upon hearing their squad leader's command, the two fortunate ones immediately crouched to retrieve the bows they had discarded. However, the moment they rose, they were horrified to discover that the weapon in Chen Nan's hands had changed. The previous one was clearly not so long, nor did it resemble this one at all. Chen Nan had swapped his MP5 submachine gun for an AR-15 rifle. He pulled the trigger. Bang bang. The two men watched in disbelief as bullets streamed from the barrel, yet they could not dodge in time. Wang Sheng was stunned. He still has hidden weapons. Wang Zhong almost cursed himself to death. He had nearly been killed by Wang Sheng's recklessness. Fortunately, he had remained cautious, still hiding behind the corpse when he ordered Zhang Lei and the others to counterattack. Brother Wan run. Wang Sheng roared, slinging a corpse over his back and bolting at full speed. Facing Chen Nan, he had lost every ounce of will to resist. Chen Nan was too powerful to the point of despair. Such devastating weapons materialized from nowhere, just like the immortals described in legendary tales. If he could start over, he would never have crossed Chen Nan. Instead, he would prostrate himself and beg to follow Chen Nan. But now he had irreparably burned his bridges with Chen Nan. Given Chen Nan's vindictive nature, even kneeling and begging would be futile. There was only one path to survival. Run. Reach a place where Chen Nan could not pursue, and he would be safe. Wang Zhong lacked such awareness. Before those invisible assassins that killed without sound, he had completely broken down. The iron-willed squad leader, Wang Zhong, fell to his knees. Grandfather Chen Nan, this humble one was blind and foolish. I beg you, spare my life. Chen Nan's response was a bullet. Bang. The bullet struck squarely between his brows. You sought my death. Now you expect me to spare you. Wang Sheng was still sprinting for his life. Burdened by the corpse on his back and his various equipment, his speed was severely hampered, and he had only managed to put 30 or 40 meters between himself and Chen Nan. Chen Nan shouldered his rifle and took aim. Bang! The bullet struck the corpse on Wang Sheng's back. The impact of the bullet caused Wang Sheng to stumble, nearly toppling over. Thankfully, his desire to survive steadied him, and he continued to sprint wildly. Wang Sheng rejoiced. It seemed those hidden weapons were not omnipotent, at least they could not pierce through a corpse. Keep going. Once he reached the forest ahead, he would be completely safe. Chen Nan murmured, I didn't expect to need to bring out the Barrett so soon. Of course, if Chen Nan pursued him, now he could easily catch up with Wang Sheng's pace. But there was no need. Let this man experience the true taste of despair. With a single thought, the AR-15 in Chen Nan's hands vanished. With another thought, a Barrett appeared in his grasp. To handle unexpected situations, these firearms were always loaded and ready to fire, which was exceedingly convenient. The Barrett weighed over 10 kilograms, making standing fire nearly impossible, so Chen Nan placed it on the ground and lay prone himself. At this point, Wang Sheng had already run 50 or 60 meters with less than 10 meters separating him from the forest ahead. Once he charged into it, he would be safe. And Chen Nan gently squeezed the trigger. Boom! A thunderous report exploded beside Chen Nan's ears, leaving them ringing. A 12.7mm bullet whistled through the air. Squelch! Then a sickening crash. The bullet entered through the back of the corpse and erupted from its chest cavity. The massive caliber tore and crushed human muscle, internal organs, and even bone into fragments. The bullet did not stop. It passed through the corpse and struck Wang Sheng's chest, replicating the same devastation. Wang Sheng watched in horror as massive chunks of flesh and bone fragments mixed with scalding blood erupted from a wound in his chest wider than a bowl. In that moment, Wang Sheng felt no pain whatsoever. He simply felt his entire support system collapse. In an instant, all strength drained from his body. Then his body went limp and he crumpled to the ground. Chen Nan stowed the Barrett and returned it to his spatial storage. With Wang Sheng killed, only 3 wounded remained on the battlefield, 2 shot by the submachine gun, and the third Sun Chuan injured by Chen Nan's spear. His injuries were the lightest, but having witnessed every scene unfold before his eyes, he was now terrified beyond measure. A warmth spread between his legs, and he had no idea whether he had urinated himself. There was no need to use the Barrett against these 3. Chen Nan switched to a Glock 19 pistol. Seeing Chen Nan approach, Sun Chuan begged desperately. "Chen Nan, please spare my life. I mean you no harm. It was all that bastard Wang Sheng who plotted against you. They are all dead. Keeping you alive would only bring trouble." Chen Nan aimed at Sun Chuan's head and pulled the trigger. The other 2 mangled and broken-limbed were not spared either. 1 bullet each sent them to their deaths. This was a struggle of life and death. Whether their actions were their own will or not made no difference. With that, Chen Nan had annihilated all 3 squads and the 4th group. He needed to carefully consider his next move. If he returned immediately, he would have no explanation to give. After all 16 men had set out on this mission together, yet only Chen Nan returned alone. Any fool would find that suspicious. Abandon the military camp outright. Also unfeasible. Chen Nan had already shed his convict status, established himself within the camp, and even won over a formidable warrior like Zhao Yong. Leaving now would mean starting from scratch. To build his own faction, the military camp was still the safest starting point. The entire Shudahu garrison totaled over 300 men. Even if he could only win over half, that would still be 160 or 70 people. These over 100 men were frontier soldiers seasoned from years of campaign, with rich combat experience, true elites. With the elite force of over 100 men coupled with the modern weapons in his spatial storage, he could achieve invincibility. Unifying the surrounding nations would merely be a matter of time. Therefore Chen Nan could neither return to camp nor simply flee. He had to press forward. As long as he captured the Liang army's watchtower and brought back their heads, not only would he avoid suspicion, he would likely earn a promotion. With several squad leader positions now vacant, and given Chen Nan's meritorious achievements, securing a squad leader role would be well within his grasp. Chen Nan's current location was not far from the military camp, roughly 14 or 15 kilometers away. If cavalry rode over, they would arrive in at most half an hour. Thus the corpses on the ground had to be disposed of cleanly. That was easy to handle. Chen Nan stowed them all into his storage space along with their weapons and equipment. Just as lunchtime arrived, he decided to find a secluded patch of forest to eat. Every time he was alone, it was the moment Chen Nan felt most at ease and carefree. His storage space contained everything he could need. A comfortable bed and sofa, delicious cuisine, chilled beer and cola, and so on. If he ate alone, the food would be enough to last him a lifetime. After all, the mission had no time limit, as long as he could return with the heads. This time Chen Nan directly took out the container house, shut the door, and enjoyed his meal in solitude. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Nan decided to take a nap. Though he had been in this world for less than 10 days, he still deeply missed the soft Simmons mattress. He slept for 2 whole hours. With his stomach full, thirst quenched, and rest replenished, Chen Nan's spirits were exceptionally high. Putting away the container house, Chen Nan continued onward. Wang Zhong had carried a map that marked the locations of enemy blockhouses and the specific route. After killing Wang Zhong, Chen Nan retrieved the map from his body. To avoid the Liang army's patrols as much as possible, the route was extremely concealed, requiring traversal over mountains and ridges. He rested overnight, midway set off again the next morning, and by the afternoon Chen Nan finally spotted a blockhouse in the distance. The blockhouse consisted of a beacon tower and a few rooms surrounded by a wall, so the interior was not visible from outside. Chen Nan surveyed the terrain and noticed a nearby mountain. The view from its summit should allow him to scout the situation inside. He immediately crept toward that mountain. Reaching the top, he found the view indeed excellent. The entire compound lay open before him. Since the distance was nearly 2 kilometers, the houses looked no bigger than a matchbox, and the people were indistinguishable. Thus Chen Nan took out a military telescope. Through it, everything became crystal clear. The blockhouse was not built on flat ground, but on a small earthen mound. The mound was about 5 meters high with slopes on 3 sides nearly 90 degrees, resembling small cliffs. Combined with the wall, the total height reached roughly 7 meters. Only the southern side had a steep slope of about 50 degrees. This terrain was excellent, a textbook example of easy defense and hard attack. Anyone attempting to assault the blockhouse would have to charge up from the south, easily becoming a live target. With rolling stones and bows, 10 men could withstand the assault of 50 or 60. The top of the mound was a large flat area equivalent to 3 or 4 standard basketball courts, encircled by a 2-meter-high wall. At the northernmost point stood a solid beacon tower 7 or 8 meters high. If enemy activity was detected, wolf smoke could be quickly lit to summon reinforcements. Besides the beacon tower, the compound contained 3 houses and a stable. Oh, and in the northeast corner there was a low thatched hut, likely a latrine. People were coming and going in the yard, some training, some sunbathing, everyone occupied with something. However, one thing caught Chen Nan by surprise. The numbers were off. Intelligence said the blockhouse was guarded by only one squad, but now there were at least 20+ people in the yard, not counting those inside the houses. The garrison likely consisted of at least 3 squads. What were those scouts even doing getting such basic intelligence wrong? But this time Chen Nan had actually misjudged the scouts. The fault in fact lay with him. Originally the blockhouse's garrison was indeed only one squad of 10 men. 7 days ago Zheng Dabiao led a squad to ambush Liang troops claiming 30 heads in a row. The news shook the border forces. But when they attacked a 4th Liang squad something went wrong. Zheng Dabiao's squad did not return by the scheduled time. 2 days later they still hadn't come back. Undoubtedly they had been wiped out. Although Zheng Dabiao's squad was annihilated, they had killed over 30 Chu soldiers. The Chu side would surely not let the matter rest. For safety, the blockhouse's defenses had to be strengthened in the coming days. Thus the higher-ups dispatched 2 more squads for support. Now the garrison indeed consisted of 3 squads totaling 30 men. But for Chen Nan this was not necessarily a bad thing. 16 against 30 attacking a blockhouse with only Chen Nan surviving. This outcome would be acceptable and would never raise suspicion. Now only he remained, and the next battle was a 1 versus 30 ordeal. Difficulty was certainly present, but it could be overcome. As for the timing of the attack, he chose deep night around 2 in the morning. Launching a surprise assault when the enemy was most drowsy would greatly increase the odds of victory. Even with the truth on his side, he couldn't be too reckless. After all, he only had 1 life. So Chen Nan slipped back into the dense forest, hid inside the container house, and waited for nightfall. This world had no GPS satellites. The electronic devices taken from his storage space could not auto-calibrate time, so the displayed time was all wrong. But that didn't matter. He only needed a rough idea. For instance, it was now around 7 in the evening. Chen Nan set an alarm for 6 hours later. 6 hours later, roughly 1 in the morning, he could start preparing. The location was about 5 kilometers from the enemy blockhouse deep in a dense forest. It was highly unlikely that Liang patrols would come here. Even if by bad luck a Liang patrol discovered him, it wouldn't matter. A large container house appearing in the deep wilderness would frighten them out of their wits. They would never dare to attack rashly. With the container door closed, it was as strong as a fortress. Even if the Liang soldiers tried to attack, they couldn't breach the defense quickly. Any move they made would instantly wake Chen Nan. Then it would be a one-sided slaughter. 6 hours later the alarm rang punctually. The 6 hours had been peaceful. Naturally no Liang patrols appeared. Chen Nan stepped out of the container, stored it back into his space, and then using a flashlight headed toward the blockhouse. After reaching the vicinity, he climbed the same mountain peak from which he had scouted that afternoon. An ordinary military telescope was almost useless in the dark, especially at a distance of 2 kilometers, revealing nothing at all. So Chen Nan switched to a more advanced piece of equipment, a military thermal imaging scope. This device was unaffected by darkness. Anything that emitted heat was exposed provided there was no obstruction. Through the thermal imaging scope, Chen Nan observed that there were still 5 people active inside the blockhouse. 4 were sitting in the yard, and 1 was at the high point of the beacon tower. The man on the beacon tower had an excellent field of view. During the day with no obstructions, he could spot activity from several kilometers away. But it was now night, overcast and moonless. Visibility was poor. Unless a large force was moving, one would need to get close to detect anything. The others were likely sleeping in the houses hidden behind walls, thus invisible to thermal imaging. After completing the reconnaissance, Chen Nan prepared to act. Descending from the mountain, Chen Nan quietly crept to within approximately 50 meters of Dunbao Fort. First he needed to eliminate the sentry atop the beacon tower to prevent him from raining down ambush arrows, and more critically lighting the signal fire to summon reinforcements from the main force. However, the man was shielded by the wall, making it impossible to strike him unless he poked his head over the crenellations. Chen Nan's mind raced, and an idea soon formed. He first equipped himself, donning a bulletproof vest and helmet. Should the Liang soldiers attempt ambush attacks from hidden positions, his modern military-grade protective gear would adequately shield vital areas. For his weapon, he selected an AR-15 rifle. Finally, Chen Nan parked a truck nearby and gave the door a heavy slap with his hand. The sound was modest, yet it rang sharply against the silence of night. True enough, both the soldiers on the beacon tower and the night watchman in the courtyard heard it. "Lao Zhang, what's that noise outside?" a soldier in the courtyard called up to the watchman. From the crenellations, Lao Zhang on the beacon tower poked his head out. It was precisely then. Chen Nan had already taken aim at the crenellation, and the moment a head appeared above it, his finger tightened on the trigger. Bang! Blood and brains splattered as Lao Zhang fell straight backward. In the darkness, the soldiers in the courtyard couldn't see what had happened, but the gunshot rang out with terrifying clarity. "Lao Zhang! Lao Zhang!" The soldiers called out several times, but there was no response from the high platform. No good. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. One soldier bellowed at the top of his lungs. Inside the barracks, Vice Commander Xue Fei's eyes snapped open. When this post originally had only one company, the commander in charge was the company leader. Later 2 additional companies were dispatched from above as reinforcements, and Xue Fei was sent along to take full command of all matters at Dunbao Fort. Enemy attack. Get your weapons now. At this forwardmost outpost, armor was never removed, even in sleep, and weapons were kept within arm's reach beside the pillow to ensure immediate for any threat. In less than 3 seconds, every soldier surged from the barracks into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Chen Nan had already climbed into the truck, started the engine, and pressed the accelerator. Roar! The engine's thunderous report shook the vehicle's frame, and in the next instant the truck lurched forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. The 50-meter distance was closed in an instant. The steep slope before Dunbow Fort offered no obstacle to the four-wheel truck. It surmounted the incline as though traversing level ground, reaching the outer wall in a flash. Chen Nan didn't ease off the gas. Crash! The rammed earth wall stood no chance against the truck's impact and collapsed instantly. When the Liang soldiers saw this colossal entity casually topple the fortress wall, they froze in shock. With no moon that night, the darkness prevented them from seeing the full shape of that colossal beast, only its general outline. Regardless, it was enormous, taller than the wall itself. What manner of monster is that? Xue Fei cried out in desperation. No one knew, so no one could answer. Quick, surround it, and kill that monster. Xue Fei roared. As the commanding officer here, he had to maintain composure under any circumstances. What if it was a monster? Didn't they have enough men to kill one beast? He had faced such large creatures before. Years ago during the conflict with the kingdom of Nanyue, he'd encountered elephants on the battlefield for the first time, and his legs had nearly buckled with fear. In the end, hadn't he found a way to counter the elephants and turn defeat into victory? The creature before him was hardly larger than an elephant. Fearsome as it was, this wasn't a situation without hope. At Xue Fei's command, over a dozen soldiers seized their spears and charged. But before the truck, human bodies were as fragile as paper. From inside the cab, Chen Nan sneered and drove toward where the troops were most concentrated. Seeing the truck bearing down on them, the soldiers gripped their spears and thrust them at the vehicle. The spear tips struck the body with a sharp metallic clang, but couldn't penetrate, leaving only shallow dents. In the next instant, the truck plowed through without regard for any obstruction. Liang soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were dragged beneath the wheels in an instant. Where the tires rolled, screams of agony and the cracking of bones merged into one horrifying symphony. The stench of blood filled the air. The remaining soldiers stared in stunned horror. How terrifying. Fully armed warriors proved so helpless before this thing. Xue Fei's expression darkened. This creature was far more dangerous than any elephant. Any soldier it caught would surely die. How could they possibly fight this battle? Zhang Eru, light the signal fire and call for reinforcements this instant. Xue Fei bellowed upward toward the beacon tower's peak. Vice Commander Zhang Eru is already dead. One of the night watchmen replied. Already dead? Hadn't this monster just breached the wall? Could there be archers waiting outside? Then you two go up and light it at once. The soldier and his companion immediately ran toward the beacon tower. They had already reached the truck's left rear flank. The courtyard wasn't large and turning the truck was difficult, so catching them was impossible. As they were about to reach the stairs, Chen Nan rolled down the window. A pistol materialized in his left hand, and he pulled the trigger, firing at the two soldiers. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and both soldiers collapsed. The scene was even more terrifying to witness. They had thought only direct contact with the monster would mean death, yet those 2 soldiers were over 20 paces away and still couldn't escape. This was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter, utterly despairing. However, Xue Fei finally saw clearly in this moment that there was a person sitting inside that monster. He also finally understood how Zhang Eru on the beacon tower had died. Those 2 soldiers had been killed by a concealed weapon wielded by that person, and Zhang Eru likely met the same fate. Since it was a human inside, this was solvable. If he could kill the person within, the monster would collapse without a fight. Everyone has seen clearly. The monster harbors a person inside, and it's being controlled by human hands. If we eliminate that person, we can turn the tide. Keep your distance, seek cover, use bows and arrows, and do not let it catch you. Though the monster was terrifying, these border garrison soldiers, experienced from years of combat, maintained solid composure. Under Xue Fei's leadership, the surviving troops quickly adjusted. They began to withdraw from the beast, knocking arrows to their bows. 20 meters ahead of the truck, Xue Fei led 4 soldiers in drawing their bows in unison. Although Chen Nan wore a bulletproof vest and helmet ensuring his survival, 5 arrows striking simultaneously still posed a risk of injury. If you think you can harm me, it won't be that easy. A contemptuous smile played on Chen Nan's lips as he simultaneously switched on the high beams. Xue Fei was still gloating over his cleverness when in the next instant a blinding beam of light shot toward them. The searing glare struck Xue Fei and his 4 companions' eyes, forcing them all to squeeze shut. With their eyes unable to even open, aiming and shooting arrows was out of the question. And a distance of 20 meters was nothing to the truck. Chen Nan accelerated and closed the gap in moments. At the critical moment, one soldier snapped out of his daze and shoved Xue Fei aside. Crack! 4 soldiers were dragged beneath the wheels, their deaths gruesome and horrifying. Gongzi. Watching Gongzi being pulled under the truck, Xue Fei let out a heart-rending scream. But he had no time to mourn, for the monster had already turned around and was charging toward him again. He had thought he'd discovered the enemy's weakness, but the foe possessed none at all. Shuefei scrambled to his feet, discarding everything on his person that he could throw away. Gear that had once protected his life on the battlefield had become nothing but dead weight. 10 years in the military, and he had known defeat many times. How many times had he brushed against death? How many times had he risen from mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Yet he had never known fear. But this time he was truly afraid. One man had routed 30 of them, sending them fleeing in disarray with nowhere to hide. Shuefei panicked and lost his way, and just as the pursuit was closing in, he bolted into a barracks with several soldiers scrambling in behind him. Chen Nan cursed under his breath. The perimeter wall had already been smashed to pieces. Could these dilapidated buildings possibly stop a truck? With a stamp of the accelerator, the walls crumbled like biscuits and collapsed in an instant. The truck pressed forward, and the opposite wall crumbled as well. Deprived of support, the roof beams and tiles came crashing down. Chen Nan had no idea whether those men had been crushed by the wheels or buried under the rubble, but he had no time to concern himself with them now. Even if they survived, they were crippled and unable to escape, at least not for now. First handle those who could still run. Chen Nan shifted into reverse, backed out, then engaged drive, and continued the pursuit. Within his line of sight, only 6 survivors remained. The 6 split into 2 groups, 4 fled south, and 2 fled north. Those running south were the smarter ones, for the southern side was the only exit from the fort. The wall Chen Nan had smashed open provided a direct path out. To the north stood the wall, and beyond it a cliff. A 5-meter cliff face and a 2-meter wall created a vertical drop of at least 7 meters. Jumping from such a height meant certain death, or at the very least broken bones. Those 2 men had truly lost their wits in the panic. The pair running north had apparently forgotten the cliff beyond the wall. Their agile figures sprang forward, scaling the 2-meter wall in seconds with effortless ease, and then leaped into the void. In the next moment, 2 screams tore through the air. Chen Nan decided those 2 could be dealt with later. First, he would eliminate the 4 fleeing south. By then, the 4 Liang soldiers had already run 100 meters. Glancing back, they saw the fort growing ever smaller in the distance. Brothers, run faster. They only regretted not having more legs. Chen Nan swung the truck around, aligning the front directly with the 4 soldiers fleeing south. As the vehicle turned, the headlights swept across them. The truck's high beams penetrated far into the night, and the 4 men were clearly visible within the illumination. Chen Nan climbed onto the roof, shouldered his AR-15 rifle, aimed casually at one target, and gently squeezed the trigger. The bullet whistled through the night sky and struck its mark with precision. The man hit by the force of the projectile pitched forward dramatically and crashed heavily to the ground. The remaining 3 were terrified. They had already put so much distance between themselves, yet the shot had been precise and instantly fatal. What kind of weapon was that? Now was not the time to ponder such questions. All they knew was that if they didn't run faster, they would share the same fate. Quick, run toward the darkness. If he can't see us, he can't aim properly. One soldier immediately identified the solution. The other 2 found the reasoning sound, and instead of continuing straight ahead, veered to their right, quickly slipping out of the headlight range. Just as Chen Nan was about to aim at the next target, he suddenly noticed the 3 men had already charged into the darkness, blending seamlessly with the night. Chen Nan smiled. This little trick might work well against archers of this era, but in a nighttime environment, especially without moonlight, anything beyond a range of 10 or so meters becomes nearly impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. But against Chen Nan, it was utterly useless. He had dozens of illumination methods at his disposal. The AR-15 rifle he wielded was equipped with a high-powered tactical flashlight. He flicked the switch, and the tactical flashlight's beam erupted into the darkness. Though its spread was narrower than the truck's high beams, its reach was no less impressive. Indeed, it penetrated even farther. Bathed in the tactical flashlight's glow, the 3 Liang soldiers had nowhere to hide. Chen Nan eliminated them one by one. Every last one. Having dealt with those 4, Chen Nan drove the truck to the northern wall, positioning the front bumper flush against it. Chen Nan climbed back onto the roof, strode to the edge, and shone his flashlight downward. To Chen Nan's surprise, the 2 men who had jumped down were neither dead nor critically injured. They were supporting each other, limping forward as they fled. From their appearance, it seemed their legs had been badly injured. In nearly half a minute, they had only managed to cover a dozen meters. Chen Nan felt no sympathy. After 2 rifle shots, the last 2 Liang soldiers fell. Chen Nan jumped down from the truck and climbed to the highest point of the beacon tower. Sweeping his flashlight across the surrounding area, he found no sign of anyone hiding or attempting to flee, and only then did he feel at ease. On the beacon tower lay a corpse, the very man Chen Nan had killed with his first shot. Rather than beheading him on the spot, Chen Nan stored the body in his storage space, intending to take the head once they reached a safer location. Besides wanting to leave quickly, there was another important reason for this. These men had died in various ways, some crushed by the truck, others shot. Regardless of how they perished, none of their deaths resembled those caused by weapons from this era. Chen Nan did not yet wish to attract too much attention, so the bodies were best left to the forest beasts. Descending from the beacon tower, he disposed of every corpse he encountered into his storage space. Even Xue Fei and the others who had been buried beneath the collapsed building were dug out by Chen Nan. Finally, Chen Nan stepped out of the fort and collected the 4 bodies from the south and the 2 from the north. Upon counting, there were 30 bodies in total, meaning Chen Nan had claimed 30 heads. This time around, not only would he secure a promotion from squad leader, but he would more than qualify for deputy company commander. However, Chen Nan still felt something was off. One was missing. The count of 3 squads totaling 30 men seemed correct on paper, but Chen Nan felt there should have been a supreme commander among them. If Chen Nan's guess was correct, the one who had been issuing commands throughout, and ultimately took shelter in the barracks before being crushed alive by the collapsing building, that was him. His rank was certainly no mere squad leader. He was more likely a company commander or deputy company commander. If only 3 squad leaders had been dispatched, none would have yielded to the others. Once combat erupted, the ambiguity of command would very likely have led to defeat. Therefore, to avoid command confusion, the Liang army would inevitably have sent an officer of higher rank to provide unified leadership. Then where was the missing man? Chen Nan had scanned the area from the top of the beacon tower and saw no one within several hundred meters. Given how little time had passed, it would not have been easy for someone to flee beyond visual range. Therefore, if a survivor truly existed, they were most likely still within this fort. Chen Nan had yet to inspect the 2 barracks and the stable within the fortress. The fortress contained 3 barracks in total. The one on the west side had already collapsed. Chen Nan, flashlight in hand, walked toward the middle one. Fearing an ambush, Chen Nan fired a burst into the room before rushing in swiftly. However, it was empty with no one in sight. Next came the eastern barracks, which served as a kitchen and storage. It still held a fair amount of grain, which Chen Nan unceremoniously stowed away into his space. Aside from the grain stove and cookware, there was no one hiding there either. Now only the stable remained. The stable was open, allowing a clear view of the interior. It was impossible to conceal anyone. Apart from a few horses tethered inside, there was nothing else. How strange. Neither in the barracks nor the stable. Could that fellow have taken flight? Or perhaps it had been 30 men, not 31. Chen Nan was considering whether to simply leave when his flashlight beam swept across the latrine in the northeast corner. Oh, could he be hiding in the latrine? Chen Nan approached, flashlight in one hand and pistol in the other. He fired 2 shots into the latrine, heard no sound, then kicked the door open and rushed in rapidly, gun raised. Don't move. Hands up. Yet the latrine was equally empty. It seemed there truly was no one. Chen Nan holstered his pistol and turned to leave the foul-smelling outhouse. Ancient latrines were dry toilets, usually a large pit divided into 2 halves. One half had a simple thatched hut built over it with 2 stone or wooden planks set across the pit, leaving a gap of about a dozen centimeters. People would squat over that gap to defecate. The other half of the pit was left exposed for people to collect feces as fertilizer. Outside the latrine, Chen Nan shone his flashlight into the open pit and indeed noticed something amiss. The water in the pit seemed unusually unsettled with faint ripples. That was abnormal. There was no wind and no one had thrown anything in. Why would the sewage be moving? Chen Nan simply stood there silently, flashlight in hand. Half a minute later, the agitation in the pit grew stronger. It was as if a large fish were stirring beneath the surface, the ripples growing increasingly violent. After another 5 seconds, bubbles began to rise from the pit. 2 seconds more, and a head emerged from the water. The man gasped for air and vomited violently. Chen Nan was stunned. Good heavens, someone actually submerged in a cesspool. If not for his keen observation, that fellow would have slipped away. Watching the man retch so miserably, he must have swallowed quite a bit. Chen Nan felt nauseated as well. After emptying his stomach, the Liang soldier wiped his face. Seeing a figure silhouetted against the light above, realizing it was the terrifying killer, the Liang soldier immediately begged for mercy. "Spare me, grandfather, spare me." To be honest, Chen Nan admired the man's desperation to survive. He even had the nerve to dive into a cesspool. But today he could not be spared. Chen Nan did not waste a bullet. He took a spear from his space and thrust it. The Liang soldier fell back into the pit and sank. Then Chen Nan left the place without looking back, breathing deeply of fresh air. As for the soldier's corpse, he couldn't be bothered to retrieve it. Though he could store the body with a mere thought without physical contact, he still found it repulsive. He would forego that head. One more or less made little difference between 30 and 31. Moreover, the man had neither been run over by a cart nor shot by a bullet. Leaving him wouldn't reveal anything. Chen Nan grabbed a broom and erased the wheel tracks on the ground. Then he went to the stable and untied all the horses. Before leaving, Chen Nan set the barracks on fire. Finally, he mounted one horse and tied the reins of the others together with a rope, setting off toward the Chu kingdom with 1 rider and 8 horses. The journey was uneventful. When he was still a few kilometers from the Shihoka military camp, Chen Nan stopped. He took out the Liang soldiers' corpses from his space, severed all the heads, roasted them over a fire, smoked them, and finally packed them into black cloth bags. Chen Nan continued on. By the time he neared the Shihoku camp, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The soldiers on the city wall were drowsy and listless. Night watch duty was the toughest, as they had to stay awake all night. The first half of the night was tolerable, with the men chatting and joking. But as the second half wore on, it grew increasingly unbearable. Fatigue, hunger, and sleepiness all descended, eyelids drooping, bodies swaying. The squad leader yawned, slapped his own face twice, and shouted, "Snap out of it. This is when we must be most alert." Startled by the shout, the men jolted awake. Squad leader, trouble. Enemy attack, a soldier suddenly cried. The men quickly peered into the distance. Indeed, a dark shape was approaching the wall from about a li away. Hurry, beat the drum. A soldier shouted and ran to the large drum, raising the drumstick to strike. But the squad leader yelled, "Wait." The soldier froze drumstick in midair. Squad leader, what's wrong? It doesn't look like an attack. Too few men. Let's observe first. As the dark shape drew nearer and the sky grew brighter, the defenders finally saw clearly. The group consisted of only 7 or 8 horses, with just the front one bearing a rider. The rest were riderless. The tension eased. A single rider meant it wasn't an assault, likely a comrade returning from a mission. But the only teams sent out recently were Squad 3's first and fourth groups, each with 8 men, 16 in total. After another short while, they could make out the rider's face. It was Chen Nan from the 4th group of the 3rd squad. A few days earlier, Chen Nan had defeated Zhao Yong on the arena in front of the entire camp and publicly thwarted Wang Sheng's promotion. He had become a camp celebrity. Oh, everyone knew him. Isn't that Chen Nan? Why is he the only one back? Where are the others? Who knows? We'll ask him later. Soon Chen Nan reached the city wall. He shouted, "Open the gate. Let me in." The squad leader above asked, "Chen Nan, why are you alone? Where are the others?" "They're all dead." "What? All dead?" The men were shocked. The casualty rate was terrifyingly high. Last time 40 men went on a mission and only 5 returned. This time 16 went and only 1 returned. An even higher death rate. It was horrifying. From now on, no one would volunteer for missions anytime soon. "What are you waiting for? Open the gate and let me in." The squad leader replied, "Chen Nan, I'm sorry, but I can't let you in for now." Chen Nan frowned. "What do you mean? 16 men left the camp and only you returned. That defies logic. We have reason to suspect you've defected. If you're a spy sent by the Liang army, letting you in would endanger the entire camp." Chen Nan's face darkened. All grand words, but nothing but nonsense. These veteran soldiers from above were determined to give this prisoner-born man a lesson. The bullying of rookies by veterans was a tradition in the military, unavoidable even in 21st century Huagua, especially in this man-eating ancient society, particularly since that superior had some personal connection with Wang Sheng. His name was Su Ning, the squad leader of the 3rd squad 3rd group, and he, Wang Sheng, Wan Zhong, and Li Xiong had all enlisted together, sharing a certain camaraderie. Chen Nan's rivalry with Wang Sheng was common knowledge, so Su Ning naturally knew and used this as an excuse to cause trouble for him. But Chen Nan would never be turned away by someone like this. He cursed without restraint, "You blind dogs. I've returned with 30 enemy heads from the Liang army, yet you dare block my return to camp. If the colonel holds me accountable, how many heads do you think you'll lose?" "What did you say? 30 Liang army heads? You're bluffing." Chen Nan drew his saber and slashed at a cloth bag hanging from another horse, tearing it open with a long gash. 5 heads rolled out one after another. The soldiers on the city wall stared in shock. The black cloth bag had indeed been filled with severed heads. Moreover, there weren't just one black bag. There were 6 in total, each bulging heavily. Good heavens! If they were all filled with heads, that would indeed amount to 30. What kind of divine being was this? Su Ning's legs went weak with fear. Anyone capable of severing 30 heads would surely be the colonel's most prized asset. With such achievements, he deserved more than just a squad leader position. He could be a company commander. Before long, Chen Nan might become his own superior officer. Su Ning didn't dare delay further. He immediately led his men racing down the city wall, flinging open the gates to welcome Chen Nan back to camp. "Brother Chen Nan, I was only joking earlier. Please don't take it to heart." Chen Nan found it amusing how quickly the man changed his tune. But at least he knew when to back down. Had he been as obstinate as Wang Sheng, he would have met the same fate. As Chen Nan glanced at the heads scattered on the ground, Su Ning instantly understood. He retrieved a black cloth bag from his person and personally bent down to collect the 5 severed heads back into it. A soldier approached. "Squad leader, rest. Let me help you pick them up." "Get lost. None of your business." Su Ning snapped angrily. How dare he compete with me? After finally finding this golden opportunity to curry favor, how could Su Ning possibly let someone else take it? The soldier grumbled and stepped aside, well aware that his squad leader was at it again. There was no helping it. Su Ning's rise to squad leader depended entirely on this particular skill. Carrying the bag, he approached Chen Nan with a sycophantic grin. "Brother Chen Nan, all the heads are inside here. Just place them on the horse's back." No, I'll carry them myself. They might fall off if left on the horse." Chen Nan was speechless. Why would someone prefer carrying dead heads on their own back? What peculiar obsession was this? But since he insisted on carrying them, Chen Nan let him. Noticing Chen Nan's silence, Su Ning took it as tacit approval and hoisted the bag full of heads onto his shoulder. Even more absurd was the fact that he had freed one hand to lead the reins of the horse Chen Nan was riding. "Brother Chen Nan, let me take you to report this success to the colonel. I'm sure he'll reward you handsomely." Perhaps you'll be promoted straight to company commander. Su Ning paid no mind to the strange looks from his men, his expression completely natural. You lot keep watch at the gate. I'll take Brother Chen Nan to report to the colonel. Su Ning, familiar with the route, quickly arrived at the colonel's quarters. Since it was still early, Su Dingyan had not yet risen. 2 guards stood at the entrance playing their role as door deities with dedication. When they spotted Chen Nan approaching with 2 men and 8 horses, both guards were momentarily bewildered. What was this odd sight? Chen Nan, a mere foot soldier seated on horseback, while squad leader Su Ning walked ahead as a groom. But that was secondary. The real issue was Chen Nan's refusal to dismount before the colonel's quarters, an act of grave disrespect. Outrageous. Dismount at once, one guard barked. Chen Nan ignored him, provoking the guard to charge forward and teach him a lesson. Su Ning hurriedly restrained him. Brother, calm down, don't be impulsive. Su Ning, you're the squad leader. Don't you know the rules anymore? Even those company commanders wouldn't dare ride near the colonel's quarters. This low-ranking soldier has the audacity to act so rudely. I must discipline him on the colonel's behalf. Brother Chen Nan is now a great hero. Not only should we tolerate his riding, we'd endure him trampling over our heads. The guard stared in disbelief. What are you saying? A great hero? Su Ning lowered the black bag from his shoulder and opened it. See for yourself. The guard jumped back in shock. Severed heads. Good heavens, this bag is bulging. Could there be 5? Su Ning sneered. 5? 30. Look, there are more on those horses. The guard looked toward the horses and indeed saw several black bags bulging on their backs, leaving him completely stunned. Are they all human heads inside? Naturally. Did I stuff dog heads in there? The guard was at a loss for words. Did Chen Nan take them all by himself? Yes. With that confirmation, both guards were thoroughly convinced. 30 heads taken by one man. What did that even mean? This was a true hero, and even as the colonel's personal guards, they needed to show proper respect. Seeing the 2 guards had been silenced, Chen Nan said, "Go and report this." The guard hesitated. The colonel usually rises at the 6th quarter of the Mao hour. It's still quite early. Su Ning reasoned with him. It's not too early, brother. The sky is already bright. Moreover, Brother Chen Nan has achieved such great merit. The colonel will surely be pleased. If we don't report promptly, we risk displeasing him. The guard thought it over and realized this was true. Disturbing the colonel's sleep might earn a scolding, but ignoring such great news could truly anger him. And that would be far worse than mere reprimand. The guard immediately pushed open the door and approached the bed where Su Dingyan was still fast asleep. Colonel. He called 3 times before Su Dingyan finally opened his eyes. Though abruptly awakened, Su Dingyan showed no anger. He knew his personal guards would never dare disturb his sleep unless something urgent required attention. Su Dingyan quickly rose and began dressing. What is it? Reporting, sir. Chen Nan has returned. Chen Nan. He remembered. Chen Nan's 3rd squad 4th group had set out 2 days ago alongside the 1st group on a mission. He hadn't expected such a swift return. Then it struck him, something was wrong. 2 groups had returned from their mission, yet he was only hearing about Chen Nan. He paused mid-dressing. Where are Wang Sheng and Wan Zhou? I'm unaware, sir. I only saw Chen Nan return alone on horseback, leading 8 horses and bringing back 30 severed heads. What? 30 heads? Yes, my lord, I saw them with my own eyes. Chen Nan is waiting outside. You will see for yourself once you step out. Su Dingyan quickly dressed himself and strode briskly to the entrance. Chen Nan had already dismounted. Upon seeing Su Dingyan, he clasped his hands in salute. Greetings, Colonel. Su Dingyan nodded, noticing 8 horses behind Chen Nan and 6 bulging black cloth sacks at his feet. Open all these sacks. 2 personal guards, and Su Ning swiftly set to work, soon opening all 6 sacks and pouring out the heads. Gazing at the rolling heads on the open ground, even Su Dingyan, who had witnessed countless grand spectacles, could not remain calm. How can there be so many heads? My lord, the intelligence was wrong. The Liang garrison in the fortress was not a squad, but 3 squads, 30 men total. Intelligence wrong. Su Dingyan's face darkened. Faulty intelligence had always been the most fatal mistake on the battlefield. Countless examples existed where a single intelligence error led to the annihilation of tens of thousands of troops. Yet Su Dingyan grew even more puzzled. Since the intelligence was wrong, how did Chen Nan manage to bring back so many horses and 30 heads? Chen Nan, why are you the only one who returned? Where are Wang Sheng and Wan Zhou and the others? Finally asked this question, Chen Nan immediately put on a bitter expression. My lord, Squad Leader Wang and Squad Leader Wan. They fell in battle. What? All fallen. What exactly happened? My lord, the enemy outnumbered us 2 to 1, and it was a siege assault, so the losses were severe. Still, there shouldn't be so many casualties. Since the intelligence was faulty and our strength insufficient, we should have withdrawn and requested reinforcements. You are right, my lord. Squad Leader Wan said the same, but Squad Leader Wang was eager to distinguish himself and rejected the proposal. The 2 squad leaders had a fierce argument, and in the end Squad Leader Wan yielded. After nightfall we launched a sneak attack, but we were discovered by the enemy's hidden sentries. Our losses were catastrophic. The enemy even had cavalry. There was no chance to escape, and we were quickly overtaken. In the end they all died in battle. Chen Nan began fabricating the story again, and he spun it convincingly. After all, it was a dead man's tale, unless their ghosts leaped out to expose him. Su Dingyan pondered Chen Nan's account carefully, finding no apparent flaw, for it was entirely plausible. It made sense that Wang Sheng was desperate to earn merit. After all, the deputy squad leader position he had nearly secured had slipped away like a piece of fat from his mouth, leaving him deeply resentful. 16 against 30. Heavy casualties were hardly surprising. But there was one thing Su Dingyan still couldn't understand. Everyone else died in battle. How did you come out unscathed? Chen Nan bowed slightly. My lord, I must offer you an apology. Oh, why is that? Because I disagreed with squad leader Wang's plan and did not join them in the sneak attack. That is how I managed to save my own life. I know that disobeying a superior's order on the battlefield is a violation of military discipline, so I hereby beg the colonel for punishment. Su Dingyan nodded. Disobeying orders on the battlefield is indeed a breach of discipline, and in principle, you should be flogged. However, this time it is not entirely your fault. Their tactical arrangement was too unreasonable. Had you not exercised your own judgment, perhaps you too would never have returned. This time I will waive the punishment. Thank you for your understanding, my lord. Then what about these 30 heads? Chen Nan began to spin another tale. My lord, I felt I could not return empty-handed. So I waited until the deep hour of Chou when the Liang soldiers in the fortress were all drowsy, then quietly infiltrated the fort and managed to set a fire. As the weather had been dry for days, the fire quickly engulfed their barracks. Taking advantage of the chaos, I charged into the crowd and wiped them all out. Fearing reinforcements, I hurriedly cut off the heads, led the horses, and started back. As for the bodies of squad leader Wang and the others, I simply lacked the strength to bring them back. Chen Nan's story was logical, yet the earlier personal guard raised a doubt. Killing 30 men like that sounds too incredible. Before Chen Nan could defend himself, Su Ning rebuked. What do you know? Brother Chen Nan is highly skilled in martial arts. Even Zhao Yong was no match for him. Moreover, Brother Chen Nan is resourceful and wise. Just a few days ago, he single-handedly took 10 heads. Why is it impossible for him to take 30 now? The guard was left speechless. Su Dingyan, however, did not trust Chen Nan as blindly as Su Ning did. He walked over to the heads, crouched down, and examined them closely. Judging by the hairstyles and facial features of these heads, they were undoubtedly Liang people. Although both Chu and Liang once belonged to the Great Qian Dynasty, and the two peoples were racially indistinguishable. After centuries of artificial division, the differences in living habits and dietary culture between the two nations had grown increasingly pronounced. This led to subtle distinctions in the appearance of their people, which could be discerned upon careful inspection. Among the heads, some had hair largely burned away, while others appeared blackened, as if by smoke. Overall, there was no significant discrepancy with Chen Nan's description. Chen Nan, you've been traveling all night. You must be tired. Go rest for a while and report to the training ground in 1 hour. Yes, my lord. Chen Nan took his leave and headed toward the barracks of the 3rd Squad 4th Platoon. Brother Nan, wait for me. Su Ning caught up. I'm going back to sleep. Why are you following me? I'll escort you to the barracks. It's only a few steps. No need for an escort. Su Ning changed the subject. Brother Nan, this time you're definitely getting promoted. In an hour, the colonel will surely commend you in front of everyone. I estimate you'll be promoted to at least squad leader. Alright, you still have to guard the city gate. Don't follow me. No problem, it's almost time for the shift change. I can rest too. Su Ning chattered all the way, and Chen Nan was nearly driven mad by him. Finally reaching the barracks, Chen Nan slammed the door shut with a bang, blocking Su Ning outside. Brother Nan, rest well. I'll come wake you in an hour. 2 hours later. A loud banging on the door echoed. Brother Nan, it's time. Please get up quickly. The colonel wants you at the training ground. Chen Nan rose, tidied his attire, and hurried toward the training ground. When he arrived, most of the men were already assembled. Chen Nan found the 3rd squad leader Guo Kang and took his position behind him. Chen Nan glanced around. The other squad leaders each had 3 or 4 rows of soldiers behind them. Only Guo Kang had a single row behind him, which was Su Ning's platoon plus Chen Nan. Fortunately, Su Ning's platoon had just finished their shift, otherwise the 3rd squad would have consisted of just Guo Kang and Chen Nan staring at each other. 2 months ago, Li Xiong had gotten everyone in the 2nd platoon killed, and he himself was demoted to a prisoner. 8 days ago, the 4th and 5th platoons intercepted Liang's spies. The 5th platoon was completely annihilated, and the 4th lost half its men. 2 days ago, the remaining half of the 4th platoon, together with the 1st platoon, launched a raid on a Liang fortress, leaving only Chen Nan as the sole survivor. Thus, of the 5 platoons in the 3rd squad, only the 3rd platoon remained. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned toward the 3rd squad, their faces showing either sympathy or schadenfreude. After a short wait, Colonel Su Dingyan ascended the high platform. The entire assembly fell silent. Most people had no idea what had happened, but everyone knew it must be something significant. Only when major events occurred would the commander personally summon the entire camp to the training ground. Yet upon seeing the empty ranks behind squad leader Guo of the 3rd squad, one could roughly guess what had transpired. Su Dingyan spoke from the platform saying, I have some good news and some bad news to share. A murmur rippled through the crowd below. As for the bad news, there was no need to explain. It was evident to all. A couple of days prior, Squad 1 of the 3rd Division had teamed up with the 4th Division for a mission, and now only Chen Nan, who had just joined a few days ago, remained. The others were most likely wiped out. True enough, Su Dingyan continued. To begin with the bad news, 2 days ago, Squad 1 of the 3rd Division and the 4th Division voluntarily requested to eliminate a border outpost of the Liang Kingdom. However, an error occurred mid-operation. Intelligence was faulty, resulting in the death of 15 soldiers of our Great Qian. No sooner had Su Dingyan finished speaking than several members of Squad 3, 1st Division, broke into a cold sweat, and their squad leader trembled uncontrollably. This was because they were the ones who had provided the intelligence in question. We're finished. Faulty intelligence leading to the deaths of numerous comrades in arms means all relevant intelligence personnel will be demoted to the death row camp. Those responsible for the intelligence looked as though their fathers had died, their expressions extremely grim, while others felt relieved to have escaped unscathed. For most people, this bad news didn't stir much emotion. After all, they weren't in the same division, or even the same squad, and their interactions were merely polite nods. Yet recently too many had died, and that was hardly a good sign. Who knew whether the next target wouldn't be themselves? Everyone was now curious about what the good news could possibly be. The loss of 15 comrades pains me deeply. This is a loss for our entire camp. However, there is one piece of good news I must share with you. Su Dingyan waved his hand, and 3 of his personal guards climbed the platform, each carrying a bulging black cloth sack. Were these not the same kind of bags used on the battlefield to carry the heads of enemies? There were actually 6, all filled to capacity. Could there truly be 30 severed heads? The 3 guards untied the black sacks and emptied their contents, arranging the heads in a single row at the very front of the platform. A most spectacular sight. Good heavens, they truly were the heads of Liang Kingdom soldiers. But that didn't add up. If both squads had been nearly wiped out, how had these heads come about? Su Dingyan answered everyone's questions. Although 15 of our men fell in battle, the sole survivor Chen Nan did not give up. He demonstrated both courage and wisdom, launching a fire attack under the cover of night to throw the enemy into chaos, then charging into their camp and claiming 30 heads. The crowd was stunned. Good heavens. All 30 heads were taken by Chen Nan alone. He was simply too formidable. Moreover, Chen Nan also brought back 84 warhorses. In this battle, his merit was outstanding. I hereby announce that effective immediately, Chen Nan shall be promoted to deputy squad leader of the 3rd squad, and he shall be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Chen Nan, please come forward. Chen Nan stepped onto the platform, and Su Dingyan personally presented him with the badge of deputy squad leader and 100 taels of silver. From this day forward, Chen Nan was the deputy squad leader of the 3rd squad. Every soldier below could hardly contain their envy. Just a few days ago, Chen Nan had been a prisoner, and now he had transformed into a deputy squad leader. This was a promotion of 4 ranks in succession. Who wouldn't be envious? Of course, absolutely no jealousy. Even though everyone knew Chen Nan had come from the death row camp, no one at this moment harbored any dissent. With talent like his and achievements like these, a mere deputy squad leader position was hardly enough. These 30 heads from this battle plus the 10 from last time. In just a few short days, he had single-handedly claimed 40 enemy heads. Given your merits, Chen Nan, you are more than qualified to serve as squad leader. However, I regret to inform you that there is currently only a vacancy for a deputy squad leader. I hope you understand. Your Excellency is too kind. Rest assured, as soon as a position opens up, I will arrange it for you without delay. The implication was clear when one of the 6 current squad leaders fell in battle. The position would be Chen Nan's. From this, it was evident that Su Dingyan held Chen Nan in high regard, otherwise he would not have made such a veiled threat. Your Excellency, I have something to say. From below, Guqing spoke up. The crowd's gossip was instantly ignited. The last time Wang Sheng was promoted to deputy squad leader, Chen Nan had stepped forward to cause trouble. Now that Chen Nan himself was being promoted, would Guqing also come to interfere? Was there going to be more drama? Yet this time, they were disappointed, for Guqing was not there to stir trouble. Su Dingyan turned to him and asked, "What do you wish to say?" "Your Excellency, I am willing to yield my squad leader position to Chen Nan." These words sent shockwaves through the crowd once more. Had Guqing lost his mind, giving away a squad leader position so readily? One would have to be missing a few strands to say such a thing. Standing behind Guqing, Su Ning inwardly cursed. Damn it, someone can be more of a sycophant than I am. To curry favor with Chen Nan, he was willing to abandon even a squad leader post. I became a bootlicker to gain rank and wealth, and this guy doesn't even want the rank anymore. He's really willing to invest heavily. Su Dingyan was also surprised. Guqing, are you not joking? Guqing nodded. Your Excellency, Chen Nan possesses both courage and wisdom. I am thoroughly convinced. Under his leadership, the 3rd squad will surely excel. Our Great Qian needs talents like him. I am willing to step aside and yield to the worthy. Su Dingyan was deeply impressed by Guqing's magnanimity. Excellent. Truly excellent. Guqing, your broad-mindedness is a blessing to our Great Qian. If everyone were as you, our Great Qian would surely unify the Central Plains soon. Your Excellency flatters me. Effective immediately, Chen Nan shall serve as squad leader of the third squad, and you shall assist him as deputy squad leader. I hope you will lead the third squad to become the most distinguished division in the entire camp. Know in all of our great Chu. I shall not disgrace this mission. Chen Nan himself was taken aback. Guo Qinggang's actions amounted to rewarding injury with kindness. He had killed 3 squad leaders under Guo Qinggang's command, nearly reducing him to a one-man squad, and yet Guo Qinggang was willing to yield his position. Truly a gentleman of noble character. Thus Chen Nan was promoted 4 ranks at once, becoming a full squad leader, and incidentally gained a capable subordinate. Su Dingyan turned to Chen Nan and said, "Your third squad now has only 1 division remaining, but that is not a concern. I will petition the higher authorities to send additional reinforcements." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Sheohoku was too important. It served as the western border's primary line of defense for the Chu kingdom, so replenishing their ranks was urgent. "Very well, go about your duties." Just as Su Dingyan was about to depart, another voice rang out from the crowd. "Your Excellency, wait." This time it was Zhao Yong of the 5th Squad 2nd Division. "Zhao Yong, what is it that you wish to say?" "Your Excellency, I wish to transfer to the 3rd Squad." The squad leader of the 5th Squad turned completely green with embarrassment. Having someone publicly request a transfer to another squad was no different from slapping his face in front of everyone. "What the hell? Can't you ask to transfer in private? Must you make me lose face in front of so many people?" Su Dingyan glanced at the 5th Squad's leader and asked, "What is your opinion?" The 5th Squad leader mentally cursed Zhao Yong's entire family. With such a public demand, what else could he possibly say? Disagree. That would only provide amusement for the crowd. At moments like these, one must respond with a broad smile and generous magnanimity. "Your Excellency, every man has his own aspirations. I am willing to facilitate this transfer." "Excellent. You share the same noble spirit as Guo Qinggang. Having people like you makes me most gratified." Inside, the 5th Squad captain seethed. "What noble spirit? Do you really think I have no objections?" The 5th Squad captain cursed inwardly, but dared not show it. Chen Nan was not at all surprised by Zhao Yong's actions. The last time Zhao Yong had already attempted to recruit Chen Nan, and even offered to hand over the position of squad leader to him. This time Chen Nan had brought back 30 enemy heads, which made Zhao Yong even more eager to recruit him. Warriors like Zhao Yong only respected those who were stronger than themselves. "Very well, Zhao Yong. Since your squad leader has agreed, I have no reason to stop you. Our 3rd squad is indeed short on personnel, so go ahead and transfer with your men." "I am grateful, my lord." Su Dingyan then turned to Chen Nan and said, "Although Zhao Yong joins your squad, the 3rd squad is still less than half its full strength. But rest assured, I will immediately submit a request to the higher command, and the missing personnel will all be replenished." "Then I thank you, my lord. I believe this matter should be handled as soon as possible. Last night, I destroyed a Liang frontier watchtower and slaughtered over 30 enemies. This will surely provoke those Liang people, and they may take action within the next few days. I will handle this matter on my own, you need not worry about it." Su Dingyan then announced the dismissal and ordered his attendants to take those heads away for disposal. After Su Dingyan left, Chen Nan bowed his fist to Guo Qinggang and said, "Brother Guo, thank you. Brother Chen, you are too kind. To be honest, I also have my own selfish motives." "Oh, what selfish motives?" "Brother Chen, I won't hide it from you. I have always been good at reading people. When I first saw you, I sensed a kingly aura about you and knew you were no ordinary man. Now it has proven true. In less than half a month, you have already been promoted 4 ranks. Your future achievements will far exceed this. That is why I am boldly choosing to follow you now, hoping to earn a title of nobility or a ministerial position someday." Chen Nan thought to himself, keep it down. He remembered that when they first met, if not for Wang Sheng pleading on his behalf, Chen Nan would almost have been killed by this fellow Guo Qinggang. Regardless, Guo Qinggang was far smarter than Wang Sheng. No wonder Wang Sheng could only serve as a squad leader, while Guo Qinggang rose to become a company commander. Vision determines everything. However, circumstances change with time. Guo Qinggang had gone to such lengths, so Chen Nan had no desire to expose him. "Brother Guo, I am honored by your trust. In the future, I will not forget today's kindness." As others gradually dispersed, only the 3rd squad remained on the drill ground. Su Ning grinned with a sycophantic smile and said, "Brother Nan, pardon me, Commander Chen, congratulations. I told you back then that you would at least be promoted to company commander, and lo and behold, I was right. Enough. Get your men to form up. I, your company commander, have words to address." "Yes." Su Ning turned around and barked at his subordinates, snapped to it. "Show Commander Chen your best formation." Zhao Yong also led his men over and lined them up in front of Chen Nan. Currently, aside from Chen Nan himself, the 3rd squad had only 21 men. This was his existing foundation. Chen Nan surveyed everyone and spoke. "I will be your company commander. Does anyone object?" "No one, sir. We are fully convinced. From this day forward, we will follow your lead." Su Ning shouted. Chen Nan glared at him. "Shut up." Su Ning reluctantly closed his mouth. "Let me ask again. Does anyone object?" "No." The voices of all the soldiers rang out in perfect unison. "Relax. I am not yet officially your commander. If you feel I do not deserve the position, you may speak up now. You are free to transfer to other squads, and I will not make things difficult for you. One of the soldiers spoke up. Commander Chen, there is no need to say more. Your bravery is unmatched. You took 30 enemy heads in a single battle. Not only us, but no one in the entire camp dares to object. We are willing to follow you. We are willing to follow Commander Chen. All the soldiers chimed in unison. Good. Since you are all willing to follow me from now on, we are brothers. I will not waste time with hollow pleasantries. Simply put, as long as you follow me, you will eat well. Su Ning, at your service, sir. Su Ning was extremely respectful. Distribute all 100 taels of my reward silver to the brothers. What? Distribute it all. Boss, won't you keep any for yourself? Money is but an external thing to me. This is a welcome gift for the brothers. Boss, you treat your brothers too well. Cut the chatter and distribute it quickly. Yes. Qian Gang spoke up. Brother Chen, I think I should forego my share. There are exactly 20 of them, so each can receive 5 taels. Chen Nan nodded. This fellow had served as a company commander for several years, and certainly did not lack money. Moreover, the fact that Qian Gang voluntarily gave up 5 taels of silver showed that he was not a person who counted every penny. Such a person was worth befriending deeply. In short, he would find an opportunity to compensate him later. Those who received the silver were overjoyed and continuously thanked Chen Nan. If before everyone held feelings of admiration and fear toward Chen Nan, now an additional sense of respect and closeness had been added. After all, a commander who handed out a 5-tael welcome gift right from the start was rarely seen. Has everyone received their silver? Yes, sir. Thank you, Commander Chen. Chen Nan nodded, then suddenly shed his kind expression. Now that the welcome gift has been given, I must also speak plainly. As long as you wholeheartedly follow me, I will never mistreat you. But if you harbor disloyal intentions, I will personally purge our ranks. Those who betray me will regret ever being born into this world. Upon arriving at the entrance of the blacksmith's workshop, the 2 soldiers on guard immediately stepped forward, clasping their fists in salute. Greetings, Captain Chen, they said respectfully. Just moments earlier at the drill ground, both had witnessed with their own eyes how Chen Nan had been promoted several ranks from a common soldier to a team captain, so neither dared to show the slightest negligence. Chen Nan gave a slight nod. Go fetch a prisoner named Wang Amao. Yes. One soldier went inside, and soon returned with Amao in tow. When he saw Chen Nan, Amao's face lit up with joy. Brother Nan, what brings you here to see me? A soldier barked angrily. You insolent fool. Who gave you permission to call him Brother Nan? Call him Captain Chen. Amao was thoroughly confused. Had only a few days passed since Chen Nan's promotion. Yet the sycophantic expressions on those 2 soldiers' faces made it all too clear this was true. So Amao bowed deeply and called out respectfully, Greetings, Captain Chen. Wang Amao. The criminal is present. I'm asking you, what crime did you commit to end up here? Reporting to Captain Chen, I was convicted of murder and sentenced to exile. Chen Nan studied the young man, finding it hard to believe he had the courage to kill someone, and suspected there was more to the story. Why did you kill, eh? As expected, Wang Amao confessed honestly. At the time I was blinded by rage and acted on impulse, which led to the killing. Amao fell into thought and began recounting the events. A year ago, a matchmaker from the village had introduced him to a woman named Alon from a neighboring town. Alon was the most beautiful girl in the village, and both Amao and his parents were deeply pleased. However, the betrothal gifts her family demanded were far beyond what Amao's household could possibly afford. But Amao was determined to marry Alon, so his parents reluctantly borrowed from every relative and friend they knew, barely scraping together enough for the betrothal gifts. Once Alon's parents received the betrothal gifts, they agreed to the marriage and set the wedding date for 3 months later. Yet 2.5 months later, when Amao's family went to discuss the wedding arrangements, they discovered in shock that Alon had already been married off a month prior. It turned out that a month earlier, Alon's parents had taken her to town to purchase wedding supplies, where they nearly got struck by a carriage on the street. The driver cursed profusely as a young nobleman stepped out of the carriage. Upon seeing the pure and lovely Alon, the young man's eyes fixed on her with immediate interest, and he proceeded to berate the driver harshly. The young man, surnamed Wang, was the eldest son of a wealthy landowner in town. He became instantly enamored with Alon at first sight and promptly recorded her family's address. The following day, Lord Wang arrived with betrothal gifts to formally propose. At first, Alon's parents refused, citing her existing engagement, but once Lord Wang displayed his gifts, they immediately dismissed any thoughts of Amao. Lord Wang's betrothal gifts were worth 10 times what Amao had offered. No one could refuse such wealth. The very next day, he dispatched a wedding procession with an 8-bearer palanquin to take Alon away. Consequently, Amao's family was furious upon learning of this. But the matter was already settled beyond undoing, and there was no hope of reclaiming Alon. Amao's family then resorted to demanding the return of Alon's betrothal gifts instead. To their surprise, Alon's parents became shamelessly deceitful, refusing to return the gifts and instead hurling insults. In pursuit of the betrothal gifts, Amao's family made over a dozen visits to Alon's home, yet the other party simply refused to negotiate. Having borrowed heavily to gather the betrothal gifts, Amao's parents found themselves besieged by creditors a year later as debts came due. As honest folk without the shamelessness of Alon's family, Amao's parents grew too ashamed and distraught after repeated creditor visits, and took their own lives by drowning in a river. Amao broke down blaming Alon's family for his parents' deaths, and stormed to their home seeking justice. Yet rather than show any compassion, Alon's family mocked him as an orphan without parents. After a year of pent-up grievance finally erupting, Amao, who had always been obedient, could bear it no longer. He rushed to the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and began furiously attacking Alon's entire family. Amao killed Alon's parents and older brother with the cleaver. When he finally calmed down and saw the 3 bodies and pools of blood around him, fear overwhelmed Amao. He dropped the cleaver and collapsed to the ground in shock. It wasn't until the constables brought him to the county yamen that he truly came to his senses. Though murdering an entire family seemed a capital offense deserving death, the county magistrate considered the circumstances and Amao's willing confession, ultimately sentencing him to military exile instead. After hearing Amao's tale, Chen Nan sighed with compassion. This had been a massacre triggered by a bride price dispute, and Alon's family had only themselves to blame. Your daughter has already wed another man and taken substantial betrothal gifts. Simply returning Amao's portion would have resolved everything. Greed has destroyed them all. This demonstrated that Amao was not truly a monster. He was a wretched soul who over a mere betrothal gift had lost his parents and fallen into such despair. Wang Amao, I wish to offer you a position in my 3rd squad as a common soldier. Would you accept? Amao was stunned, staring blankly at Chen Nan as he struggled to determine whether this was some cruel joke. What? You refuse? Seeing that Chen Nan spoke in earnest, Amao's face lit with overwhelming joy. He immediately knelt and bowed deeply. This criminal gladly accepts, and thanks you, Captain Chen. I kowtow before you. Rise. There's no need for such formality. Amao stood, his excitement barely concealed. Chen Nan observed him and noted how thoroughly overjoyed he appeared. Even more than winning the lottery. You are no longer a prisoner. Henceforth you need not refer to yourself as this criminal, nor prostrate yourself at every opportunity. I find such servility distasteful. Captain Chen's instruction is received. This humble one will heed your words henceforth. Let us go. For now, take quarters in the 2nd squad's barracks. In a few days, once our ranks are replenished, I will assign you accordingly. Chen Nan organized Zhao Yang's group as the 1st squad, while Su Ning's group retained their status as the 3rd squad. The remaining 3 squads' barracks stood vacant with lodging available throughout the camp. With Amao's affairs settled, Chen Nan returned to his quarters. Now that he had his own private room, he could conduct many things more conveniently. For instance, enjoying a proper meal without having to do so furtively. He could also watch videos and play games on his phone at night. Within the barracks of a major Liang state camp, Commander Deng, who was attending to military affairs, when a loud cry echoed from outside. Deng, who raised his eyes slightly and called out, "Enter." A soldier sprinted into the room, dropping to one knee while gasping for breath. Commander Deng, who, disaster has struck. The man was a squad leader from the Border Patrol unit, and Deng, who immediately understood that something grave had occurred along the frontier. He set down his work and asked, "What is the matter?" After catching his breath, the soldier continued. "This morning at dawn, when I led my men to inspect the Hulin fort, we discovered a gruesome scene." Elaborate. The fort was completely consumed by fire last night. Several buildings and the stables have collapsed, and bloodstains cover the interior and exterior. Deng, whose brows furrowed deeply. "Last night. Why was there no report sent back?" "Reporting to your excellency, everyone perished. All of them. All 31 men are dead." "Yes, sir. Moreover, the corpses have vanished entirely save for a single body left in the latrine." "Damn it. The Chu bandits grow too bold in their insult." Deng, who slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it to pieces with a sharp crack as objects scattered across the floor. A fort barely a month old had been massacred, and even the corpses had been taken. As a veteran who had spent years on the battlefield, Deng, who understood the significance of claiming enemy heads. If the Chu forces had merely severed the soldiers' heads, Deng, who might have accepted it as routine warfare. But the Chu army had stripped away even the bodies, a complete desecration. This was an open provocation against the Great Liang. If this can be tolerated, nothing can be intolerable. Messengers. Within moments, several signal runners entered the room. "Sir, awaiting your orders." "Issue the order. Leave a small force to defend each camp and gather all remaining troops. Tonight we attack Shao Pass." "Yes, sir." Chen Nan had a wonderful day. After returning from the blacksmith's workshop, he caught up on sleep until around 3 in the afternoon. Upon waking, he washed his face, rinsed his mouth, and took out a lavish meal from his spatial storage to enjoy. Being a squad leader was quite pleasant. Unless there was a battle aside from the morning and evening drills, there was nothing else to do. The entire day was so leisurely that it was almost boring, comparable to the idle government departments of modern society, like the Archives Bureau or the Seismological Bureau. After eating and drinking his fill, a knock sounded at the door. Chen Nan quickly cleared the table and called out, "Come in." It turned out to be time for drills. As a squad leader, he was required to attend the morning and evening drills, so Guo Qinkang had come to summon him to the training ground to lead the troops. Personal physical training, the use of various weapons, tactical coordination. These were all mandatory exercises for soldiers. Although Chen Nan didn't have to personally lead the training, his presence as a squad leader was necessary for supervision. After the drills, Great Qian took Chen Nan to enjoy a special meal. Officers of deputy squad leader rank and above had the privilege of private meals with a balanced mix of meat and vegetables. Although it was far inferior to the lavish meals in his spatial storage, in order to blend in, Chen Nan, already full, had to eat another meal. After dinner, there was essentially nothing to do. Chen Nan took out a handheld game console and started playing Tetris. Around 10 o'clock, a frantic knock sounded at the door. "Squad leader Chen, are you asleep?" Chen Nan recognized the voice. It was the personal guard who had been stationed at Su Dingen's door in the morning. He quickly put away the game console. "Not yet. What is it?" The colonel invites all officers of deputy squad leader rank and above to proceed immediately to his quarters. There is an urgent military situation. "All right, I'll be right there." Chen Nan donned his armor and immediately made his way to Su Dingen's quarters. Although the guard had said nothing more, Chen Nan could roughly guess what was happening. Summoning so many people in the middle of the night definitely meant a battle, and it was highly likely related to the fort he had raised. Chen Nan had anticipated retaliation from the Liang army, but he hadn't expected it to come so swiftly, arriving this very night. Arriving at Su Dingen's quarters, he saw Su Dingen and another man seated in the center with 7 or 8 squad leaders and deputy squad leaders already standing fully armored on either side. The one who could sit alongside Su Dingen was naturally the deputy colonel, second only to him. However, with the colonel present, the position of deputy colonel was rather awkward, because he had no authority to manage anything. Each squad reported directly to the colonel, and no one would ever seek out the deputy colonel. Hence, the deputy colonel was essentially a figurehead, only gaining importance if the colonel died in battle or was promoted and transferred away. After a moment's wait, all squad leaders and deputy squad leaders had arrived. Su Dingen spoke. "The scouts have just reported that a large force from the Liang kingdom is approaching, numbering at least 1,200 or more. They will be at the city walls in less than 2/4 of an hour. What countermeasures do you propose?" The 5th squad leader spoke first. "Sir, our battalion has suffered heavy losses recently and is severely understrength with only slightly over 200 men remaining. I believe we should immediately light the beacon fires to request reinforcements." The others echoed their agreement, all endorsing the 5th squad leader's proposal. When one's own numbers are at an absolute disadvantage, holding the city and awaiting rescue is indeed the optimal strategy. "No." A discordant voice rang out. Everyone turned to look at Chen Nan. If anyone else had voiced opposition, they would have been drowned in criticism. But Chen Nan was different. He had been making headlines recently and was the most prominent figure in the entire battalion. Since he was raising an objection, everyone wanted to hear what he had to say. Su Dingen thought the same way, so he nodded at Chen Nan, signaling him to share his views. Chen Nan first looked at the 5th squad leader. "Squad leaderly, the strategy of holding the city and awaiting reinforcements is not inherently wrong. However, the enemy is advancing with overwhelming force, outnumbering us 5 or 6 to 1. Can we really hold out until reinforcements arrive?" The others fell silent. Chen Nan was right. The premise of awaiting rescue is that one can survive until help comes. If everyone is dead by the time reinforcements arrive, what is the point of the rescue? Even if the rear reinforcements receive the message immediately, it would take at least 3 hours to arrive. Yet the enemy, driven by burning fury, was attacking. Could these 200 men hold out for 3 hours? Therefore, lighting the beacon fires to seek help is absolutely not feasible. Once we light the fires, the Liang army will know that our city defenses are weak. Then they will attack recklessly, determined to seize our camp before reinforcements arrive. Then what do you suggest we do? The 5th squad leader showed no displeasure at being publicly contradicted by Chen Nan. Instead, he asked humbly for advice. Mixing the real with the false with the real. Chen Nan spoke 8 words, but everyone present looked bewildered, and many showed signs of dissatisfaction. At a time like this, why speak in riddles? Chen Nan hadn't meant to show off, so he quickly explained. "It means we must not let the enemy gauge our true strength. So we need to employ a bit of deception." Su Dingen was puzzled, but the enemy already knows the number of troops in our city. Even at full strength, we only have about 300, and we haven't replaced the recent losses yet. That's precisely why I said we need to use deception. Before they could ask, Chen Nan continued. "Although we currently have only about 230 soldiers, we still have nearly 100 auxiliary troops and over 100 prisoners. Combined, that's over 400 people." The 1st squad leader questioned. "Auxiliary troops and prisoners can't fight on the battlefield, and 30% of the prisoners are women." "You're right, but I don't need them to fight. I just need them to fill the ranks." "How do we fill the ranks?" "Visibility is poor at night, and the Liang soldiers below the city walls can't see clearly. If we just have those people stand on the city walls, that alone will be a deterrent." The 1st squad leader's eyes lit up with admiration. That's not a bad idea. But then he raised another doubt. "However, 400 still seems insufficient. It's far fewer than the enemy." "Then we prepare scarecrows. They are very simple to make. 2 incense sticks worth of time is enough to produce 2 or 300. When we place these scarecrows on the walls along with our soldiers, auxiliaries, and prisoners, we'll have 600 or 700. The Liang army won't dare to act rashly. Chen Nan's plan received unanimous praise, as it seemed the best solution under the current circumstances. Importantly, the plan was almost without difficulty and cost nothing. Squad leader Chen is truly both brave and resourceful. We admire you. The 5th squad leader praised sincerely. Chen Nan felt a bit lightheaded from the compliments. Although in modern society he had only been a common soldier in the barracks, he had read the 36 stratagems in his spare time. This particular tactic came from the stratagem decorating the tree with blossoms. He had never had the chance to use it before, but now it had finally found its purpose. However, Colonel Su Ding'an was not as optimistic as the others. Chen Nan, your idea is good, but the enemy is not foolish. Given enough time, they will naturally sense something is wrong. When dawn breaks, all the deceptions will be exposed. What do we do then? Su Ding'an's question once again made everyone's hearts tighten. They had been too simplistic in their thinking. The 1st squad leader echoed, the colonel is right. Once daylight comes, all the tricks are useless, and we'll still be doomed, won't we? Chen Nan explained, so the most important thing is not this deception, but the reinforcements. Su Ding'an looked at him with suspicion. Didn't you just say we couldn't ask for reinforcements? Your Excellency, this subordinate did not say we cannot request reinforcements. I only said we cannot use the method of lighting beacon fires to call for them. The disadvantages of this method I have already explained. Besides lighting beacon fires, what other method is there? Cavalry. Chen Nan uttered 2 words. The 5th squad leader was puzzled. Cavalry. Cavalry to the rear Tongzhou takes 3 hours, and the reinforcements coming back takes another 3 hours. By then they'll arrive just in time to collect our corpses. Chen Nan shook his head. No, you misunderstood. We are not going to the rear for reinforcements, but to King Shanku. The cavalry can get there in less than 3/4 of an hour. King Shanku. There are only 200 men there, even fewer than our Shahoku. Even if we transferred all the troops from King Shanku, they couldn't plug this huge gap. Chen Nan raised a finger and wagged it. The reinforcements don't need to come here. If the reinforcements aren't coming here, why call for them? Someone questioned. Right, squad leader Chen, aren't you just making fun of us? A chorus of voices rose. It was Su Ding'an who thought faster. Chen Nan, do you mean to have the reinforcements directly strike the Liang army's rear? Exactly, Your Excellency. As a Xiaowei, you see right through the problem. Chen Nan slipped in a flattery without a sound. Su Ding'an was naturally pleased, a smile spreading across his face. Chen Nan continued, this time the Liang army has brought over 1,000 men. Most of their main force has likely been deployed, so their camps must be weakly defended. We don't need many troops, just 100 cavalry. Launch a surprise attack on them. The remaining soldiers and support troops won't be able to hold. We can easily break their camp. Then they will be forced to call for help, and the Liang troops outside the city will have to retreat. Excellent. Su Ding'an couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Nan, I truly did not misjudge you. Promoting you to 3rd squad leader is the best decision I have ever made. The others present also cast aside their doubts, once again showering Chen Nan with praise and not stinting on flattery towards Su Ding'an either. Truly their commanding officer was far superior to them, grasping the essence of the problem at a single glance. Su Ding'an interrupted the sycophancy. Enough time is pressing. We must act quickly. Now someone needs to go to King Shanku to request reinforcements. Who is willing to go? The 5th squad leader stepped forward. Your Excellency, this subordinate is willing to go. Su Ding'an gave him an approving look. Good. Take my token, lead 30 riders, and ride fast to King Shanku. Inform Xiaowei Lu of our situation here, then assist him in a swift raid on the Liang army's rear camp. Yes. All right, all of you go and make your arrangements. Chen Nan, stay here with me at headquarters. The others cast deep glances at Chen Nan. It seemed that before long Chen Nan would become their direct superior. Half a month ago he had been a prisoner. The 5th squad leader, having received the token, immediately led 3 squads of soldiers to the stables, mounted their horses, and galloped south out of the camp. Meanwhile, the other squad leaders and assistant squad leaders began their busy preparations. With less than 2/4 of an hour to prepare, the situation was dire. Everyone wished they could grow 2 more legs or split themselves in 2. Soon the entire camp became a hive of activity with no one idle. Suddenly the door to a prison cell was kicked open, startling all the prisoners awake. Everyone get up. Light the lamps immediately. Though the prisoners did not know what was happening, they scrambled to their feet as fast as they could. Someone lit an oil lamp, and the cell instantly brightened. Officer Yang, what's going on? A prisoner asked. No more nonsense. You are to make 60 scarecrows right now. The soldier, named Yang, barked. Sir, where is the straw? Yang cursed, are you blind? Isn't the straw you're sitting on right under your asses? Sir, we can't do that. This straw is what we sleep on. The prison conditions were already poor. No beds, no tables. Using the straw to bed down was the only comfort they had. If all that straw was taken, they would have to sleep on the uneven hard ground. After a full day of hard labor, sleeping on such a hard surface would break their bones. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than Yang raised his whip and lashed out. The prisoner who had spoken screamed in agony. Any more nonsense from you bastards, and I'll cut you down. Hurry up and make the scarecrows. If your cell doesn't deliver 60 scarecrows within a quarter of an hour, I'll send every one of you to hell. Strict orders had come from above. If the task was not completed on time, even the soldiers would suffer. Over 1,000 enemy troops were lurking outside the city, and these scum were still worried about having a place to sleep. Seeing Officer Yang, enraged, the prisoners trembled in fear. To save their own skins, they immediately set to work gathering all the straw together. 30 people making 60 scarecrows in a quarter of an hour was not all that difficult. But the problem was that straw alone wouldn't make a scarecrow. They needed a long and a short stick tied together in a cross as a frame. They also needed hemp rope rags and so on. These materials were not easy to find, but find them they must. These soldiers were not bluffing, they would really kill. To find materials, Officer Yang allowed a few prisoners to go out of the cell, knowing they couldn't escape anyway. Anyone approaching the wall or city gate at this time would be shot dead by an arrow. The support troops were also busy. Some were distributing weapons to the soldiers, others were making torches and sending them to every corner of the camp. They planned to fill the camp with torches to create the illusion of many people inside the walls. The soldiers donned their armor, collected their weapons, and rushed to the walls. Now only Chen Nan and Su Dingyan were idle. Su Dingyan brewed a pot of tea and invited Chen Nan to taste it. As for the deputy Xiaowei, Su Dingyan had sent him to stabilize the morale. Thus Chen Nan seemed more like the deputy. After sitting for a while, Chen Nan stood up and said, "Your Excellency, I must leave as well." Su Dingyan put down his teacup and looked up at Chen Nan. "Leave? Where to?" "Out of the city." "Out of the city? What do you intend to do?" "Find an opportunity to assassinate the Liang army's commander." Su Dingyan's heart trembled, his voice unable to conceal his excitement. "Chen Nan, are you joking?" "Your Excellency, this subordinate would never dare joke about such a matter." "Do you feel confident?" Su Dingyan asked. "I dare not claim certainty, but if an opportunity arises, I will surely sever his head. Upon success, I shall send a signal, and Sir may lead an elite force to charge out of the city. We should be able to claim many scalps." "Excellent." Su Dingyan rose to his feet, his heart churning with overwhelming emotion. He never expected Chen Nan to bring him such a tremendous surprise. Chen Nan would not speak so boldly without absolute confidence. If he truly succeeded in beheading the enemy commander, the Liang forces leaderless would fall into chaos, and they might truly deal a crippling blow to the enemy. "Advance rapidly. We should resolve this battle within 1 hour." "Yes." Zhou Shun turned and roared to those behind, "Advance rapidly." Cavalry led the way with infantry close behind. At last, emerging from that mountain range, the view opened up, and far in the distance everyone spotted a military encampment. Yet everyone wore perplexed expressions. Zhou Shun asked puzzledly, "Sir, what on earth is going on? Why is the Chu camp so brightly lit in the dead of night? Are there many troops stationed inside?" Deng Hu shook his head slightly. "Unlikely. The Chu forces at Shaokou have always been but one company, numbering just over 300 at full strength. We killed quite a few of them recently, so they now number no more than 250. Could they have called for reinforcements?" "Impossible. Our movement was so swift that they could not possibly have learned of our attack tonight. Even if they had known in advance, it would have been exceedingly difficult to mobilize so many troops in such a short time." Zhou Shun suddenly understood. "Sir, I see it now. The Chu troops are bluffing. They deliberately lit so many torches to deceive us, making us hesitant to attack rashly. In truth, there are scarcely any soldiers inside." Deng Hu agreed. "That must be it." Zhou Shun sneered. "These Chu bandits are quite cunning. Fortunately, our commander is wise and brilliant. Such petty tricks are nothing before him. Continue advancing. Brothers, slaughter the Chu bandits. Charge." Zhou Shun shouted loudly. The cavalry suddenly quickened their pace, and the army drew ever closer to the city wall. The closer they came, the clearer they saw, and the clearer they saw, the more alarmed Deng Hu and his men became. Though visibility in the dark was far worse than by day, borrowing the light of torches on the city wall, Deng Hu saw that the wall was teeming with people. Almost every 1 or 2 steps stood a soldier. That meant nearly 200 troops alone on the western section of the wall. On the other 3 sides, even if not as many, there must have been 150 to 60 soldiers. Thus the Chu troops on the walls alone numbered 600 or 700. No commander would position all his soldiers on the walls, for once the gate was breached, the defenders on the wall would be trapped and doomed. In other words, the garrison within the city likely numbered close to 1,000. In a siege, if the attacker wished to completely capture the city and annihilate the enemy, the force needed to be at least 5 times that of the defenders to be safe. Thus this time, he had nearly emptied his entire reserves. If there truly were close to 1,000 soldiers inside, this attack might yield nothing. The attacking force did not even reach twice the number. A forced assault would likely result in enormous casualties without successfully breaching the gate. Zhou Shun stood dumbfounded. "Sir, what? What is happening? Didn't you say the Chu bandits were bluffing? Why are there so many troops on the wall?" Deng Hu's expression grew grim. He desperately wanted to say, "How should I know?" But as commander of the entire army, he could not show the slightest panic before his subordinates. Otherwise, before the battle even began, his men would lose all courage. And what point would there be in fighting? "Halt!" 200 paces from the city wall, Deng Hu ordered the army to stop. Advancing further would bring them within range of the Chu archers' bows. Gazing afar at the dense shadows upon the wall, Deng, whose face darkened like storm clouds about to burst. From the moment he received news of the destruction of Hulan Fort, Deng, who had not wasted a single instant in rallying his troops and launching a full-strength assault, only to receive this result. He could not accept it. If Deng who possessed a telescope at this moment, the Chu troops' tactic would indeed seem like a crude trick. But the problem was they had no telescope, and in the darkness they could not possibly distinguish whether those dark silhouettes on the wall were real men or not. In truth, Deng who still refused to believe the Chu forces could respond so flawlessly in such a brief time. However, Deng, who was a cautious man, not just him, most commanders were equally cautious. For on the battlefield the reckless died the fastest. Captain Zhua. Here, Zhua Shun straightened his posture. Send a few men to quietly approach the city wall and scout the situation at close range. I want to know exactly what is on that wall. Yes. Zhua Shun rode to his men's position and selected 8 sharp-witted soldiers. You will work in pairs approaching the wall from 4 different directions. Scout the situation up close and determine whether those figures are truly fighters. Yes, sir. We guarantee mission completion. Go. Whatever group performs best shall be commended to the adjutant upon your return. Thank you, sir. The 8 men split into 4 groups and departed from the formation, quietly creeping toward the wall in 4 different directions. On the city wall, Su Dingan personally supervised the defense. For him, this was the most extraordinary night. He had long believed he would spend 3 or 5 years in this wretched place, never expecting to find such an opportunity so soon. A decisive victory this time would give his father reason to issue a transfer order pulling him away from this forsaken place. A rapid promotion would then be merely a formality. As he dreamed of a bright future, a patrol approached and pointed to the distance, saying, "Sir, look quickly. 2 figures are quietly creeping over there." Su Dingan followed the direction indicated and indeed caught sight of 2 suspicious silhouettes stealthily approaching under cover of darkness. Had he not known beforehand that someone was there, he would hardly have spotted them. Sir Commander Chen's foresight is truly remarkable. His guess was correct. The Liang army has indeed dispatched scouts to approach the wall and reconnoiter. Su Dingan barked, "Archers, prepare." 2 archers immediately stepped forward to the parapets, knocking their arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 feathered arrows were loosed, tracing graceful arcs through the darkness. Puffed. 2 arrows found their marks, and 2 Liang scouts fell dead upon the ground. Deng, who watched the scene unfold before his eyes, frustration boiling within him as he cursed, "Cowards." Zhua Shun, standing nearby, wished for a crack in the earth to swallow him whole. The 2 elite soldiers he had carefully selected had been spotted with such ease and killed on the spot. He had hoped to make a good impression before the commander, yet instead, he had only brought disgrace upon himself. "My lord," Zhua Shun attempted to defend his men, "it cannot be entirely their fault. The Chu rebels are cunning. All trees within 2 li beyond the walls have been felled, and not even weeds remain. The terrain is as flat as a millstone, offering nowhere to hide." Deng, whose face darkened like thunder. "If gathering intelligence were so simple, what use would I have for you good-for-nothings?" Zhua Shun dared not argue further, unwilling to provoke the commander's wrath any more. Though what he said was indeed the truth, being scolded was hardly unjust. When a mission fails, no excuse will suffice. "My lord, please do not lose heart. I dispatched 4 teams in total. Losing 1 team matters little, 3 remain. I am confident they shall return with valuable information." Deng, whose mood lifted ever so slightly. They could only wait. Perhaps the other 3 teams would bring good news. Half a tea's time passed, yet still none returned to report. A full tea's time passed, and still nothing. Seeing Deng, who on the verge of explosions, Zhua Shun immediately declared, "My lord, let me go and investigate personally." Deng, who said nothing which counted as permission. Zhua Shun summoned several soldiers and spurred his horse toward the north. The image of his 2 men falling was still vivid in his mind. Daring not approach too closely to the city walls, Zhua Shun kept his distance at roughly 200 paces. "My lord, look over there." A soldier pointed into the distance. Zhua Shun followed his finger and strained his eyes only after a long, while making out 2 dark shapes upon the ground 100 paces away. There was no doubt about it, those were the bodies of his scouts. Earlier, when facing the main wall, those 2 men had fallen in the exact same posture. Zhua Shun sighed. "Another team lost. Let us return. My lord, 2 more places remain unsearched. There is no need. They are all dead. Had they survived, they would long have returned to report. Then what of their bodies?" Zhua Shun glared at him. "Dare you go fetch them?" The soldier fell silent. These men had already proven with their lives that once within the range of Chu archers, death was certain. Only a fool would venture there. The group sighed heavily. Unable to recover the bodies, they could only await the Chu army to come and claim the heads. They were comrades who had shared food and drink day and night, and inevitably a sense of sorrow arose for one's fallen companions. Seeing the despondent Zhua Shun, returned Deng, who already knew the outcome. "My lord." Deng, who interrupted him. "I do not care what means you employ. You have 1 stick of incense's time, and I expect a full report on the situation upon the wall, even if every man in your squad perishes in the process." On the other side, Li Jing, captain of the 5th Squad, urged his horse forward and arrived at Qingshan Pass earlier than expected. It was already deep into the night, and Li Jing and his party galloped wildly, frightening the garrison soldiers so badly they nearly loosed arrows on them, mistaking them for enemies. Fortunately, Li Jing quickly spoke the secret password used by the Great Chu border forces, and the guards held their fire. But though they would not shoot, entering the city was another matter entirely. Li Jing nearly wore his throat raw arguing, yet the guard remained unmoved. One could hardly blame them, for it was an established rule never to open the gates at midnight, for no one could be certain whether pursuers were lurking behind. Even one's own people could not be trusted blindly. Should wolves be led into the den, every person in the camp would perish. Su Dingon had anticipated this very scenario, and had therefore instructed Li Jing to prepare accordingly. Li Jing raised a bag of silver pieces and shouted toward the ramparts, "Brothers, here are 200 taels of silver. Take it, and buy wine to warm your bodies. Please let me in. I bear urgent military intelligence and must see your Lord Lu." Money speaks volumes. At the prospect of silver, the squad leader upon the wall wavered. That was 200 taels. Each of the 10 men could share 20 taels, and as leader taking 50 was hardly unreasonable. The squad leader called down, "Only you may enter. Your companions must retreat 200 paces and wait outside." Li Jing gestured, and the rest of his men withdrew beyond 200 paces. The squad leader confirmed several times and saw that indeed only Li Jing stood alone, so he granted him entry. Upon entering the gate, a soldier escorted Li Jing to the quarters of Commander Lu Dihao. The soldier roused Lu Dihao against his will, but luckily Li Jing immediately presented Su Dingon's brass token, which cooled the commander's anger. Honorable Commander, Shao Fort is surrounded and on the verge of collapse. If relief does not arrive before dawn, all 300 souls in the garrison shall be wiped out. I implore you to send aid. Lu Dihao wore a troubled expression. Captain Li, the garrison at Qingshan Pass has but this meager force. How may I possibly relieve you? Moreover, without orders from higher command were I to move troops on my own authority, and the matter were investigated, a humble captain such as myself could not bear the consequences. I have no authorization from above to deploy troops on my own. Were I to be held accountable, a junior officer such as myself could not shoulder the blame. Li Jing suppressed the urge to curse inwardly. As Chen Nan had predicted, this man would not agree so easily, and would surely seek excuses to refuse. Chen Nan had said that if one wished to get another to labor, one must pay them well. Provided the reward was sufficient, any objection could be overturned. My lord, you speak wisely. The enemy at Shahu Fort numbers 5 or 6 times our strength. Even if you brought all your troops, it would avail little. Therefore our lord's intention is not for you to reinforce Shahu Fort directly. Oh, if not to reinforce Shahu, then why have you come to me? Li Jing did not answer directly, but instead guided him gently. My lord, the Liang forces across the river have massed their entire army, nearly leaving their camps unguarded. What does this signify? Lu Dihao's eyes shifted, and in an instant he grasped the implications. If the Liang army had poured out in full strength, their own defenses must be thin. This was the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Should he manage to annihilate several of the Liang camps in one stroke, the merit would be enough to earn him passage out of this wretched place. Unconsciously, a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Li Jing saw immediately that the man had been persuaded. He stoked the flames further. Lord Su has instructed me to assist you wholeheartedly and to share no claim to merit. The 30 cavalry I have brought await orders outside the camp, ready to strike wherever you direct. Lu Dihao's smile broadened, though he feigned modesty. What merit, what credit? To relieve Lord Su's distress, is it not my duty as a righteous man to act without hesitation? Let us depart at once. Let us depart at once. Without further ado, Lu Dihao immediately mustered 2 squads of troops along with his personal guards and the 30 men brought by Li Jing, totaling over 140 soldiers. This time he led the charge himself, for such a meritorious task could not be relinquished to others. They galloped at full speed, and within less than an hour the cavalry arrived near a Liang army encampment. Though aware of the enemy's weak defenses, Lu Dihao refrained from blindly attacking. What if the intelligence was flawed? What if the enemy had a contingency plan? No commander worth his salt would act recklessly. Lu Dihao gestured to a squad leader beside him, who promptly dispatched several scouts to reconnoiter. The scouts dismounted and stealthily crept to within 50 paces of the city wall. Such a distance was well within arrow range, yet the guards atop the wall remained oblivious to their approach. The defenders were listless, yawning incessantly. Yet to be fair, their slackness was not entirely their fault. The camp had been left with only a handful of regular troops and a few auxiliary soldiers of negligible combat capability tasked with guarding all 4 sides, a pressure not to be underestimated. Had a mere 50 or 60 soldiers launched an assault, the defense would have been untenable. Moreover, their own commander had gone to raid the Chu army that very day, leaving the Chu forces to fend for themselves. Who would have thought to attack this camp? The scouts promptly returned to report their findings. Your Excellency, we counted only about 30 soldiers on all 4 walls combined. 30? Are you certain? Absolutely, Your Excellency. I stake my life on it. Several other scouts stepped forward to corroborate. Li Jing, standing nearby, remarked, "Your Excellency, the report should be accurate. The main force is at Shahoku. There can't be many left inside the walls. Likely only a few auxiliaries and prisoners capable of fighting." Lu Diheo was overjoyed. "Heaven helps us. Listen to my command, prepare to attack." All troops readied themselves for battle. Lu Diheo said to Li Jing, "Squad leader Li, take your men to the western side, the rear, and launch a feigned attack. Remember, it's a feint. You are decoys and do not engage the Liang bandits in a head-on clash. Simply make a great commotion to draw their attention. I will lead the main assault from the front. You are sent by Brother Su, so I cannot assign you to greater danger." Li Jing could not help but inwardly complain, he's just afraid I'll steal his glory. Yet he had to admit it was an impeccable tactic. Even with so few defenders, a direct assault would cause unnecessary casualties, a move best avoided. Since his role was supporting, Li Jing said nothing more. "Thank you for your consideration, Your Excellency. I shall depart." Li Jing led his 30 horsemen around 2 bends of the wall, arriving at the western side of the camp. "Brothers, charge! Kill!" The 30 cavalry raised a thunderous cry. The drowsy Liang soldiers on the wall were instantly jolted awake. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Several soldiers rushed to the crenellations to investigate, but as soon as they peered over, a dozen arrows flew up, striking 2 dead on the spot. The others dared not show their heads again. They were utterly bewildered. Hadn't the entire camp gone to raid the Chu army? Why were Chu soldiers now outside their own camp? What was going on? Yet this was not the time to ponder. A soldier had glimpsed from the battlements at least 30 cavalry were outside. Fortunately, the number was not overwhelming. The wall still held about 30 men, roughly matching the enemy's strength. As the defenders, they held the advantage with equal numbers. By summoning troops from the other 3 walls, they could leverage the terrain to repel the attack. "Quick, beat the drum." A soldier ran to the large drum, seized the drumsticks, and began to pound. The thump, thump, thump resonated swiftly through the silent night. Hearing the signal, defenders on the other 3 walls rushed to the western side. The camp was small, so the walls were short, and soon all available soldiers had reinforced the position. Both sides exchanged arrow fire. Li Jing quickly ordered his men to retreat to the extreme range of their bows. His goal was not to kill, but to keep the enemy occupied. On the eastern side, hearing the distant drum and seeing the Liang soldiers on the wall abandon their posts, Lu Diheo knew the time had come. Moved. Meanwhile, he had ordered the construction of simple scaling ladders. The wall stood empty, allowing the ladders to be raised without obstruction. Several soldiers quickly ascended the wall and opened the gate from within. "Brothers, charge in with me. Kill every soul, leave no one alive. Burn all supplies and provisions." Normally, upon breaching an enemy camp, one would take all prisoners and livestock and carry away as much grain as possible. But this time the objective was to relieve the besieged allies at Shahoku, and time was pressing. Moreover, there were several other weakly defended camps to destroy. Taking prisoners and supplies would hamper mobility, so they had to reluctantly abandon them. Over 100 cavalry charged into the camp. The auxiliary soldiers and prisoners inside offered no resistance. In an instant, cries of terror and screams of agony filled the air. The Liang soldiers on the wall finally realized they had been tricked, but it was too late. After dealing with the auxiliaries and prisoners, Lu Diheo ordered his men to ascend the wall and hunt down the remaining defenders. The defenders on the wall were trapped, either killed by the Chu soldiers or forced to jump and die from the fall. Even those who survived the fall were finished off by Li Jing's men waiting outside. From the moment Lu Diheo breached the gate to the complete annihilation of the camp's occupants, less than a quarter of an hour had passed. After the slaughter, he ordered the camp set ablaze, leaving not a single grain for the Liang. When their main army returned to find their camp reduced to ashes, they would likely be so furious they'd bash their heads against the walls. Watching the flames engulf the camp, Lu Diheo commanded, "On to the next camp." Li Jing called out, "Your Excellency, wait. What is it? Shouldn't we light a beacon fire to draw the enemy at Shahoku back?" "No, there are still several camps to visit. But tonight's purpose is to relieve Shahoku, not to burn all Liang camps. Rest assured there is enough time. Your Excellency." "Enough? Your Commander Su would do the same. I know what I'm doing." Lu Diheo's reaction was exactly what Chen Nan had anticipated. In the face of glory, what were comrades? Burning 1 camp versus 5? Was there no difference? Thus, when Chen Nan devised the plan, he did not place all his hopes on Lu Diheo. Outside the walls of the Shahoku camp, Zhou Shun stood before Deng, who trembling. Many of the scouts he had sent were dead, and not one had returned. Deng, who gritted his teeth. "Forget it. There's no time to think. Attack directly." Suddenly, strange sounds drifted from the city wall that had been relatively quiet before. "What's that sound?" Deng, who couldn't hear it clearly due to the distance, but he could faintly discern that a commotion had suddenly erupted on the wall. Zhou Shun immediately dispatched 2 subordinates to reconnoiter once more. This time, without needing to approach the wall too closely, they succeeded in gathering intelligence. "Sir, the Chu troops on the city wall are drinking, singing loudly, and playing games." Deng, who was incredulous. "Drinking games? Loud singing? Frolicking? Are you certain you heard correctly?" "Sir, we are certain." That is precisely what occurred. Deng Hu's expression darkened again. I'm besieging their city, and you're dining and carousing up there. This is an insult. Zhuo Shun's expression was grim as well. Sir, their carefree demeanor suggests they must have something to rely on. Cease the attack for now. On the city wall, Su Dingyan chuckled. The Liang forces truly dare not attack. A company commander remarked, Sir, Captain Chen's strategy was brilliant. Indeed, this was yet another of Chen Nan's schemes. He understood that as time passed the Liang army would grow anxious. Regardless of whether they were certain about heavy troop presence within the city, they would inevitably test the defenses. After all, they had come this far, no one would accept retreating empty-handed. Once they actually probed the defenses, the ruse would be exposed. So Chen Nan instructed Su Dingyan to have the soldiers on the wall make noise, drinking games, singing. If the Liang forces showed any sign of movement, the louder the better, creating the illusion that the defenders had substantial reinforcements. The Liang army would surely suspect something and dare not advance. This psychological warfare was enough to drive the enemy mad. And indeed it was working. Deng Hu was nearly losing his mind. After marching all night with the Chu camp right before them, they still hadn't reached the city walls. Su Dingyan agreed. Yes, Chen Nan is a rare talent. We are fortunate to have him. Indeed. Without Chen Nan we might not have survived tonight. But sir, why hasn't word come from Li Jing's side yet? It should come soon. Lu Dihao wouldn't dare overstep. By now it should be about time. Sure enough, after waiting another quarter-hour, flames appeared in the distant night sky. The firelight appeared faint from afar, but that was merely due to the distance. Up close that would have been spectacular. Someone on the Liang army's side also spotted the flames. Sir, trouble. That direction. Our beacon tower. Could something have happened to our rear? From the city wall, a loud-voiced Chu soldier taunted. Liang thieves, we've already destroyed several of your camps, ha. Then dozens of soldiers joined in with raucous laughter, the sound cutting through the night and reaching the Liang troops' ears with perfect clarity. The mockery was merciless. Every Liang soldier's face turned ashen. They had launched a surprise attack in the dead of night, only to discover their own homes had been plundered. If word got out, the people of neighboring states would laugh themselves to death. No wonder the Chu forces showed no fear. They were the true predators lying in wait, while the Liang army had become nothing but the foolish mantis. Since nearly the entire force had ventured out tonight, the rear camps were virtually undefended. Even 100 men launching a surprise attack could not fail to overwhelm them. Deng Hu's teeth ground together. This is too much. Sir, what should we do now? Zhuo Shun asked. What can we do? We must return and reinforce immediately. They had wasted nearly 3 hours here, gaining nothing while losing over a dozen men. Staying any longer would be futile. Deng Hu lashed his horse and galloped forward with the Liang soldiers following in quick pursuit. Meanwhile, atop a nearby hill, Chen Nan sharpened his focus. They were finally coming. Chen Nan's sniper rifle was already set up, rounds chambered and ready. His weapon had been eager for action. The hilltop offered an exceptional vantage point with clear visibility. Any retreat path for the Liang forces would necessarily pass beneath it. The distance from the hilltop down to the path at its base was roughly 400 meters. Less than a minute later, the Liang forces appeared on that very path. His sniper scope, equipped with military-grade low-light night vision, could distinguish human forms, though facial features and armor details remained indistinct in the dark. That was sufficient. All he needed to do was locate the enemy commander and deliver a killing shot. Commanders were always surrounded by their personal guards, making them easily identifiable. Once the target entered Chen Nan's range, he aimed at Deng Hu and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet tore through the night sky toward its target. The very next moment, Deng Hu, who had been galloping furiously, went rigid as though his power had been severed, then tumbled from his saddle. Because the cavalry were charging at full speed, others failed to register what had happened when Deng Hu fell. The riders behind continued advancing rapidly. Countless hooves trampled over Deng Hu's body. Even if the sniper's bullet hadn't killed him, the stampede would have finished him. Stop! All of you, halt! Zhuo Shun bellowed from horseback. Who? Zhuo Shun reined in first, and the others quickly followed suit, pulling on their reins to bring their mounts to a stop. Zhuo Shun had been riding alongside Deng Hu and had witnessed the bizarre scene unfold before his eyes. All he had heard was a sharp whistle tearing through the air. Before he could process it, a thick metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils. Captain Deng Hu had already fallen from his horse. Zhuo Shun was completely stunned, having no idea what had transpired. He wiped his face and found his hands wet and sticky. Under the faint moonlight, he saw red and white matter splattered across his skin, likely debris from Deng Hu's head that had exploded upon impact. Terror gripped Zhuo Shun's heart. He dismounted swiftly and sprinted toward where Deng Hu had fallen. Sir! Sir! But Deng Hu remained motionless despite his desperate cries. A soldier approached with a torch, and the scene was suddenly illuminated. Deng Hu's head lay pooling in crimson blood. Horribly, 2 holes pierced his helmet. One smaller on the right, one larger on the left. Some projectile had driven clean through. Gently lifting the helmet revealed an even more gruesome sight: 2 wounds on Deng Hu's skull, the left one larger, both oozing red and white matter. With injuries this severe, death was certain beyond any doubt. No connection in the underworld could have saved him. All stood frozen in shock, speechless. What manner of hidden weapon could pierce through both iron helmet and skull alike? If this weapon had struck any of them, the outcome would have been identical. In an instant, terror spread through the ranks. Zhuo Shun understood that unless he could steady his men's nerves, the entire force would disintegrate. He was about to confer with the other battalion commanders on how to restore morale, but quickly realized it was already too late. Captain Deng is dead. Captain Deng is dead. The news of Deng, whose death in battle, spread rapidly through the army. In battle, the death of a commander is the most devastating blow, leaving an army leaderless. Compounded by the horrific nature of Deng, whose death fear drove the entire army's morale to rock bottom in an instant. There was no time to care about such details now. The army's morale had collapsed, and they had to leave this place as soon as possible. If the Chu army pursued them, the losses would be even greater. An entire province's forces had besieged a single Chu battalion, yet couldn't even reach the enemy's city walls, and in the end their commander was killed. This battle was so humiliating. According to the agreement, after assassinating the Liang army's commander, Chen Nan needed to send a signal to Su Ding'an. Chen Nan took out a bow and a flaming arrow, its shaft and arrowhead junction wrapped in thick grease and tightly bound with coarse hemp cloth. Chen Nan pulled out a lighter from his spatial pocket and easily ignited the flaming arrow. He drew his bow and released it toward the sky. The burning arrow stood out brilliantly against the pitch-black night sky. Seeing the rocket soar into the sky, Su Ding'an inside the city was elated. Chen Nan succeeded. Quickly, everyone charge out of the city and pursue the Liang traitors. Not a single one left alive. Kill them all. As border troops, the hatred between them and the Liang army ran deep in their bones, irreconcilable and eternal. Countless brothers-in-arms had fallen to Liang hands, just as Liang blood stained their own weapons. When these two forces clashed, it would be a fight to the death, with only one side surviving. The Liang army naturally spotted the blazing rocket in the sky, shining like a brilliant star. A sudden dread seized Zhuo Shun's heart. The mysterious projectile that had struck the deputy commander moments ago must have come from that direction. No good, this is the Chu army's signal. Run. Once the Chu troops within the city received the signal, they would definitely sally out to pursue. Right now, without leadership and with most soldiers paralyzed by fear, they couldn't organize any meaningful resistance. Zhuo Shun quickly ordered men to load Deng, whose corpse, onto horses, then summoned several squad leaders under his command to immediately withdraw with their troops from this cursed place. With things spiraling this far out of control, there was no use trying to control everyone anymore. But as they tried to flee, Chen Nan had other plans. After sending the signal, Chen Nan lay flat again, took aim at the person leading the retreat, and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The moment the shot rang out, the lead rider collapsed from his horse. He pulled the trigger again, and a second fell. A third shot brought down the third man. Halt! Urgent cries of urging echoed around them as they finally realized the mysterious figure concealed at the mountain peak was systematically targeting whoever led the pack. No one dared to take the lead anymore. With the path ahead blocked and pursuers behind, they had no choice but to abandon their horses and flee into the forest. The city gates swung wide open and Chu army formations stood ready. At the regimental commander's command, they would charge into the Liang ranks and cut down all who stood in their path. Mounted on his warhorse, Su Ding'an wasted no time on unnecessary words. Focus solely on killing the enemy, no beheading. Those who violate this order will face military justice. Rest assured, everyone will be rewarded for a complete victory over the Liang army. Very well. Follow me and slaughter the Liang traitors. Slaughter them all. The soldiers brandished torches and charged forward in a frenzy, riding hard as they closed in for the pursuit. Since this was a chase battle, the Liang army was bound to lose. If every soldier raced to claim heads, it would waste precious time while the main Liang forces escaped into chaos. Additionally, the merit earned from severing heads of fleeing troops held little value, making such calculations impractical for rewarding service. Soon Su Ding'an and his 200 elite Chu troops caught up with the Liang forces. The Liang army descended into chaos as soldiers scattered blindly in all directions, but unfamiliar with the terrain, they stumbled headlong into the forest and lost all sense of direction. Chu soldiers slashed with saber blades, cutting down lives with swift efficiency. Though the Liang army outnumbered the Chu by 5-1, the Liang soldiers had completely lost their combat effectiveness, like 1,000 head of livestock awaiting slaughter. Watching the Chu troops pursue, Chen Nan holstered his sniper rifle and grabbed a torch to descend swiftly. He also wanted to participate in the fight to hone his skills, build combat experience, especially in the use of cold weapons. After all, as a future commander, he couldn't rely on cheating to defeat his own men, and bullets would eventually run out. True strength lay in personal capability. At the first sign of danger, he'd draw his gun. Scattered across the hillsides were Liang soldiers in panicked retreat, and Chen Nan encountered 3 disoriented ones as he descended. Despite the numerical advantage, they had no interest in fighting and immediately fled upon spotting Chen Nan. Don't run, fight me. But they ignored him entirely and changed direction, continuing their escape. A Tang Dynasty straight sword appeared in Chen Nan's hand. He chased after and struck one down. The soldier screamed and died on the spot. The other two soldiers grew furious. Insulting and excessive. We had no intention of fighting to the death, but you force us into a corner. Don't you understand the principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy? The two Liang soldiers stopped fleeing, though they had nearly lost all their weapons with only a single broadsword remaining. They drew their swords and flanked Chen Nan, one in front and one behind. That formation was highly professional, befitting a veteran soldier. Kill! Chen Nan roared, raising his tang blade to strike the front Liang soldier, who immediately braced himself to block. However, Chen Nan's move was entirely a feint. His true target was actually the Liang soldier behind him. After shouting, Chen Nan hurled his torch at the front Liang soldier, then spun sharply and slashed at the leg of the Liang soldier behind him. The blade, crafted with modern technology, truly cut through iron like mud. Combined with the fact that the Liang soldier's leg had no armor protection, his lower leg was severed clean off on the spot. Without support, the Liang soldier immediately collapsed, his excruciating pain causing him to scream. Chen Nan didn't let him suffer long. Swinging his blade again across his neck, the screams abruptly stopped. The remaining Liang soldier trembled all over upon witnessing this scene. All three had been running together, and in the blink of an eye only he remained. Already unmotivated to fight, he now dared not resist any longer. He threw his broadsword to the ground and took off running. Don't run. Keep fighting me. Chen Nan chased after him. Grandfather, spare my life. I don't want to fight you. I beg you to let me live. The Liang soldier cried out as he ran, not wanting to fight on the battlefield, only to flee. Where's such a favorable thing? Chen Nan pursued and raised his tang blade high above his head, ready to cleave down. The last Liang soldier fell to Chen Nan's blade. Having dealt with these three, Chen Nan picked up the torch and continued descending. Arriving at the spot where the Liang commander had been ambushed, Chen Nan found the area empty with no souls in sight. Only numerous ownerless horses grazing peacefully. Besides the horses, Chen Nan also saw three corpses. They were the bodies of ordinary soldiers, or possibly squad leaders or section commanders. In both the Chu and Liang armies, specialized armor was only issued to officers of deputy division commander rank or above, distinguishing them from junior officers and common soldiers. Each of these three corpses had a through-and-through wound in the chest, clearly caused by sniper fire. The commander's body must have been taken away by the Liang army. Walking further west, Chen Nan discovered another corpse. This time he was certain this body must be the highest-ranking commander of the Liang army, because the armor he wore was clearly different from others. Moreover, there was a through-and-through hole in his head. The entrance wound on the right was tiny and nearly invisible without close inspection, but the exit wound on the left was considerably larger, with a diameter of 4 to 5 centimeters. This was because the bullet entered from the right and exited from the left. It seemed they had intended to carry their commander's body back, but later in their panic, they must have fallen from their horses and, busy escaping for their lives, abandoned him. Since they wouldn't deal with it, Chen Nan had to. While ordinary Liang soldiers' bodies would go unnoticed, higher-ranking officers' corpses would certainly draw special attention from above. Explaining this wound later would be troublesome. He needed to devise a plan. Chen Nan quickly came up with an idea. He first took out a camp-issued bow and arrow, shooting an arrow into Deng Hu's chest to disguise it as the fatal wound. Then he took out a camp-issued spear and drove it into the large hole in Deng Hu's head. He left the spear there, and Chen Nan continued toward the battlefield. The battlefield was now in utter chaos. Liang soldiers scattered across the hills, fleeing in all directions, while Chu soldiers pursued them relentlessly. Though the Chu forces were outnumbered, the Liang troops had lost all will to fight, thinking only of escape. There is a saying, never corner a desperate foe, and another, a cornered dog will leap over the wall. Thus some Liang soldiers, driven to the edge, occasionally turned back to bite. Some Chu soldiers, pressing too closely, forced their opponents to fight for their lives, ultimately losing their own in the process. Logically, Su Dingyan had ordered that no heads be taken, and with no one watching on the battlefield, many would likely slack off rather than risk their lives. Just like in modern society, if a boss tells employees that everyone will get a bonus if the work is done well today, rest assured at least half will slack off or dawdle. After all, someone will always do the work, a little less effort won't be noticed, and they'll still get the same bonus as everyone else. So why were these soldiers fighting so fiercely? Because the colonel only said they couldn't take heads, not ears. Throughout history, there have been many ways to tally military merits, with heads and ears being the most common. However, since ears are less distinctive and easily lead to fraud, killing civilians to claim credit, heads were primarily used for recording achievements. Ears, mainly the left ear, were typically used as supplementary evidence. This time, cutting ears became the proof of kills on the battlefield. If a soldier honestly pursued the enemy and returned empty-handed, he would only receive the basic reward. Meanwhile, those who brought back a pile of enemy left ears would earn multiple times that reward. Of course, since this was a victorious pursuit, even if one submitted a large number of ears, the higher-ups would not grant promotion, only extra monetary rewards. Still, it was better than nothing. So the smart ones knew exactly what to do. Chen Nan walked along, killing any Liang soldier he encountered, but he didn't bother to cut off ears. They were useless to him. If he saw a fellow soldier in danger, he would lend a hand, earning him many thanks. Chen Nan had been a soldier for 5 years, and after retiring, he kept up his physical training. His physique far surpassed these ancient warriors, and after several skirmishes he grew increasingly adept at using cold weapons. As Chen Nan fought his way through the battlefield, a familiar voice called from behind, "Nan Ge, save me." It was a Mao. Chen Nan turned around to see a Mao being steadily driven back by a Liang soldier, clearly outmatched. It was understandable. Today was a Mao's first day as a soldier. He could barely hold his sword, let alone fight a trained Liang soldier. Even if the enemy had no desire to fight, he could easily defeat a Mao. A Mao had experienced a great emotional roller coaster that day. In the morning, Chen Nan had pulled him out of the death row camp and made him a soldier with official status and a government salary. But before he could enjoy a single day of happiness, the Liang army surrounded the city. Then the colonel led everyone out of the gate to pursue the Liang forces. Though it was a pursuit of a demoralized, fleeing enemy, a Mao had never been on a battlefield before. So he dared not actively chase the Liang soldiers. He even dropped his torch, hiding in the darkness, waiting for the battle to end. He didn't care about cutting ears, he only wanted to survive, not to earn merit. But as the saying goes, fear comes true. A panicked Liang soldier stumbled right into his arms. The Liang soldier was terrified himself, but he didn't expect the Chu soldier to be even more cowardly, fleeing in sheer panic. This was the first Chu soldier he'd seen run away all night, and in that instant he realized this one was a weakling. The Liang soldier was overjoyed. He had been chased by Chu soldiers all the way, but now he could chase one himself. His confidence surged and his fighting spirit returned. Even if he couldn't escape tonight, taking one with him before death would be worth it. A Mao cried out in terror, begging for help, but everyone was too busy collecting ears to pay him any attention. Just as he was about to be killed, a Mao spotted a familiar figure holding a torch, Chen Nan. He immediately cried out for help, not calling him captain, but Nan Ge, because that address could bring them closer. Hearing the cry, Chen Nan indeed walked toward him, and a Mao breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that even if 30 Liang soldiers came, Chen Nan could handle them all. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the Liang soldier instantly lost his will to fight and turned to flee. After all, it was unlikely that 2 weaklings would appear in the Chu army at the same time, and a weakling wouldn't dare to engage. So running away was the right choice. Chen Nan quickly caught up and blocked the Liang soldier's path. "I won't kill you. Fight him instead," he said, pointing at a Mao. You're sure?" the Liang soldier asked, thinking he had misheard. "If I'm lying, my whole family dies." Chen Nan swore a venomous oath. The Liang soldier believed him. After all, no one would swear such a harsh oath if they were lying. Chen Nan had used this oath countless times since childhood, and it always worked because he didn't fear it coming true. "Fine, I'll fight him. If I win, you let me go." "No problem." But a Mao disagreed. "Nan Ge, are you joking? If I could beat him, I wouldn't have called for help. I need to train your combat experience." "But Nan Ge, call me captain." Seeing Chen Nan's stern face, a Mao dared not argue further. "Yes, Captain Chen." The Liang soldier grinned at a Mao. "Come on, brother." Suddenly Chen Nan swung his sword at the Liang soldier, who couldn't dodge in time, and had his arm severed. "Ah!" The Liang soldier screamed in pain, sweat beading on his face. He clutched the stump of his arm. "You bastard, you cheated. Chu people are indeed untrustworthy. I didn't kill you, so how is that untrustworthy?" Chen Nan turned to a Mao. "Go fight. I've already made it easier for you. I won't interfere, now you must kill him. If you want to follow me, prove your worth. I don't want a useless man by my side." A Mao nodded solemnly. "Yes, Captain Chen." Although Chen Nan hadn't directly saved him, he had given him a chance to survive. Whether he lived or died was now up to him. Besides, even if he was saved this time, what about the next? And the time after that? Captain Chen was right. To survive in the army, one must prove their value. Thinking of his dead parents and the 20 years of his life spent in cowardice, a Mao felt strength surge within him. "Come on, Liang scum." He grabbed his spear and charged forward. The Liang soldier was left with only one arm, rendering his long weapon useless. He could only draw his waist saber to fight. But A.O. Mao held a long spear. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Spear against saber, the odds clearly favored the spear. For evenly matched opponents, that adage held true. Yet A.O. Mao had never set foot on a battlefield before. Even crippled, his opponent's rich combat experience made him far more than A.O. Mao could handle with ease. True to form, A.O. Mao's spear thrust was severed in one stroke by the Liang soldier's blade. The spear was long, yes, but its shaft was wooden, and it shattered upon impact. "You cowardly Chu dogs. I'll kill you with one arm." Knowing escape was impossible, the Liang soldier abandoned all hope and unleashed his full combat prowess despite his wound. A.O. Mao was furious at being looked down upon by a one-armed cripple. He knew he had no way out and steeled himself for a fight to the death. "Damn it! I refuse to believe I can't beat a one-armed man. Die!" Roaring, he threw away the broken half of his spear and charged forward with his waist saber. A.O. Mao raised his saber high with both hands and brought it down hard toward the Liang soldier's skull. The Liang soldier frantically raised his blade overhead, but with only one arm, he could barely withstand the downward strike. A sharp metallic clang echoed as the Liang soldier's saber buckled under the pressure and fell. It struck his head with a thud, But luckily the blade was single-edged, so the flat back of the saber impacted his skull, sparing him from a fatal wound. Nevertheless, the blow to his hard skull made him grit his teeth and see stars. Ao Mao, seizing the advantage with a ruthless strike, while the iron is hot, approach raised his blade once more. The Liang soldier could only raise his blade to block again. This reckless, life-disregarding assault made things incredibly difficult for him. But with one arm missing, he could not mount any effective counterattack, and each time the flat of Ao Mao's saber slammed brutally into his head. Even someone trained in Iron Head Kung Fu could not endure such relentless punishment. The Liang soldier was nearing a concussion. Ao Mao grew bolder with each exchange while the Liang soldier grew weaker. Losing an arm was bad enough, but his wound continued to bleed. Finally, Ao Mao seized his opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to the Liang soldier's chest and sending him crashing to the ground. Charging forward, Ao Mao thrust his saber straight down. Squelch! The razor-sharp blade pierced through leather armor and drove deep into the Liang soldier's abdomen. With a surge of strength, Ao Mao pushed another 10 centimeters, completely piercing through the man's body. Having done it, Ao Mao finally collapsed, sitting heavily on the ground and gasping for breath. Chen Nan said with a hint of approval, "Not bad. Despite his missing arm, this is your first time on the battlefield. It's no small feat to have defeated him. Thank you, Captain Chen. Don't get cocky. Your own problems are considerable. That fighting style of yours exhausts stamina far too quickly. You need to manage your energy. On the battlefield, if you run out of strength, death awaits you, and any passerby could easily kill you. You're right to admonish me. I'll be more careful. Good. Rest for a while, then I'll take you back into the fight." Yes. After resting, Ao Mao was led again by Chen Nan through the forest to hunt for Liang soldiers. Whenever they spotted an isolated enemy, Chen Nan would send Ao Mao, and if 2 or 3 appeared, Chen Nan would handle 2 and leave 1 for Ao Mao. Having survived one bloody encounter, Ao Mao's terror of the battlefield faded. In the subsequent fights, he grew increasingly adept. Though he sustained minor wounds himself, he killed 6 Liang soldiers in succession. Of course, those Liang soldiers were in no condition to fight at their best. Some were wounded, others exhausted from running, and most had no desire to fight at all. Hence they fell to the blade of a green recruit. Regardless, Ao Mao's record on his first battlefield was commendable. If he could endure months of military training, he would undoubtedly become an excellent warrior. After round upon round of pursuit and slaughter, the mountainsides were littered with Liang army corpses. Of those still alive, fewer than 1 in 10 remained. Deputy Commander Zhu Bing and his personal guards, along with 2 squad groups, held the entrance to a narrow canyon. The gorge was less than 30 meters wide, and any Liang soldier fleeing back to Liang territory would have to pass through it. Su Dingyan had ordered Zhu Bing to hold this canyon at all costs, allowing no Liang soldier to escape through it, while others conducted a cat-and-mouse hunt in the forest, determined to annihilate all Liang forces. Numerous Liang soldiers who tried to flee this way were shot down by Zhu Bing's men. Zhu Bing was elated. After this decisive victory, Commander Su Dingyan would surely be promoted, and Zhu Bing would naturally succeed him as commander. On the other sides was Shun, and over a dozen soldiers were stumbling wildly through the forest in utter disarray. Fortunately, he found a well-hidden small hollow, and after extinguishing their torches, became virtually invisible. But Shun was well aware. Once dawn broke, they would be exposed immediately. By now he understood that Chu's main camp did not hold many troops. Shun filled with regret. If he had known, he should have charged straight in. With 5 or 6 times the manpower, there was no way they should have been defeated so badly. But it was too late for regrets now. Their commander had fallen in battle, and like a dam breaking, the army collapsed. The surviving Liang warriors numbered perhaps no more than 200. No. Continuing like this meant certain death. He might as well risk everything. All of you go out and find our scattered soldiers. Round up whoever you can find and bring them back. We'll make a break for it together. Otherwise, we're all dead here. You have 1 stick of incense. Yes, my lord. Besides several personal guards who stayed to protect Shun, everyone else went out to search for isolated Liang soldiers. After about a stick of incense, people began returning one after another, each bringing back several comrades. As for the few who had not yet returned, they most likely would not come back at all. Shun had now gathered over 70 men. It was neither many nor few. Turning the tide with this group was impossible, but breaking through the encirclement was feasible. Having found their commander, the scattered soldiers no longer feared. They eagerly declared they would follow Shun in fighting their way out. With men at his sides, Shun found his courage. Without further word, he led the 70-some men boldly out of the small hollow. With 70 strong together, the scattered Chu soldiers dared not pursue. Arriving at the spot where Deng, who had been killed by hidden weapons, Shun sent several subordinates ahead to scout. Fortunately, no more hidden weapons rained down from that hilltop. The mysterious attacker must have left. Not far ahead, a number of their previously abandoned warhorses were grazing. Shun mounted one, and the others followed suit. Let's move. The group galloped westward at full speed. Soon, they would be safe once they passed through the gorge ahead. As the cavalry was about to burst into the gorge, suddenly several riders at the front were thrown forward along with their horses. A true spectacle of men and mounts tumbling. Ambush. It's a tripwire. Stop. Those with Shun warned in time, many still failed to break, being thrown from their saddles along with their horses. Falling from a galloping horse at full speed. Whether or not one survived combat, effectiveness was certainly lost. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows whistled through the air, felling over a dozen more soldiers. Shun's face turned ashen. He never expected an ambush here. Dismount and engage. As long as one horse fed or rope appeared, there must be more ahead, so they could only abandon their horses and fight on foot. Although they had just lost nearly 20 men, it did not matter. He still had over 50 troops under his command, while the Chu army opposing them numbered only around 20. Charge through and surround-kill that Chu commander. Taking advantage of the darkness, the Liang soldiers spread out, bent low, and rushed forward. Arrows continued to whistle past their ears, but in the darkness, with visibility poor and the weeds nearly person-high, the Chu soldiers could only fire blindly. When they reached the Chu lines, Shun's force had dwindled to over 30. At such close range, bows and arrows were useless. The two sides closed for hand-to-hand combat. Kill! Shun roared and charged straight at Zhu Bing with over a dozen men following. Zhu Bing was startled. The Liang soldiers were shameless. All 18 of them targeted him alone. Zhu Bing urgently called for reinforcements, but with the Liang troops holding the numerical advantage, everyone else was engaged and unable to help. The Liang soldiers remembered their commander's order: surround and kill the Chu army's leader. Even as a deputy commandant, Zhu Bing had only one head like everyone else. Under the assault of over a dozen attackers, he was quickly hacked to death. The Liang army's morale soared. With the Chu commander dead, could the rest still resist? Once they killed these 20-some Chu soldiers and charged into the canyon ahead, the path would be clear. The next moment, the sound of hooves rang out, and a cavalry unit of about 30 riders entered their view. Strangely, these cavalrymen were not coming from the east, but from the west, in the direction of the Liang state. Shun and his men rejoiced. Had reinforcements arrived? But they were mistaken. The cavalry's horse swords came down not in salvation, but aimed squarely at their heads. Cavalry against infantry was almost an annihilation. It turned out to be Li Jing, squadron leader of the 5th team, returning with his men. Fearing for the safety of the main camp, Li Jing had lit the highest beacon tower and then raced back without delay. In merely a few breaths, Li Jing had slaughtered all those Liang soldiers. He grabbed a soldier at random and asked, "What is going on here? Why are you not in camp? How did you end up fighting the Liang army here?" The soldier recounted in detail everything that had happened since he left the barracks. Upon learning that over 1,000 Liang soldiers had been routed, Li Jing and his 30 men were greatly astonished. They had assumed these men would remain hidden in camp waiting for the Liang army to withdraw. Who would have imagined they would dare to sally out and pursue? The Liang army outnumbered them 6-1. Even more unimaginable was the fact that these Liang soldiers had been defeated so catastrophically. All credit belongs to team leader Chen. Without him, tonight's glorious victory would not have happened. Li Jing was thoroughly convinced. This was what it meant to excel in both civil and martial arts. Li Jing did not press onward. He led his men and the two existing squads to continue holding the canyon entrance, ensuring no Liang soldier escaped through that passage. The slaughter in the forest continued until sunrise and well past mid-morning. Only when it was confirmed that not a single Liang soldier remained alive did Su Dingyan order the troops to withdraw. Next came the accounting of spoils. A total of 123 enemy combatants were killed, including 1 commandant and 10 deputy commandants and squadron leaders. A resounding victory. Our side suffered 17 killed, including 1 deputy commandant and 1 deputy squadron leader, with 28 wounded. The cost was exceedingly small. After so many years of conflict between Chu and Liang, no battle had ever produced such a staggering ratio of casualties. All of this was Chen Nan's doing. Su Dingyan ordered the bodies of all Liang officers at the rank of deputy commandant and above to be collected. These corpses were needed by superiors to verify meritorious service. As for the remaining bodies, there was no point in preserving them. One hardly drags over 1,000 corpses before a superior. Cutting off their left ears sufficed as proof. For the bodies themselves, Su Dingyan had a large pit dug in a valley lined with quicklime at the bottom, then alternating layers of corpses and earth, each compacted firmly. Lime inhibited bacterial growth, neutralized odors, and helped prevent the spread of plague. Many mass graves were made in precisely this way. After returning to camp, Su Dingyan once again summoned all personnel to the drill ground. It was time for everyone's favorite ceremony, the distribution of rewards for merit. Su Dingyan stood on the raised platform, his face beaming with satisfaction. This commandant has been at Shark Hunting Pass for 1 year, and never before have we achieved a victory of such magnitude. Today, every one of you shall be rewarded, 20 taels of silver each. A cheer erupted from the assembled troops. Su Dingyan continued, since cutting off enemy heads has been forbidden this time, individual merit will be measured by left ears instead. Every 3 left ears may be exchanged for 10 taels of silver. Because the pursuit had been overwhelmingly one-sided, the extra rewards were modest. Still, something was better than nothing. And was there not also the base reward of 20 taels? At these words, faint sighs of disappointment drifted through the crowd. Most of these men had been recently transferred from the interior provinces. Unfamiliar with frontier military customs, they had naturally obeyed the commandant's prohibition against severing heads. Now hearing that severed left ears still earned reward, they regretted it bitterly. I slew 10 Liang barbarians. My 30 taels. A soldier wailed in despair. Next, Su Dingyan assigned several support troops to tally each man's collection of left ears. These records would be compiled and reported by Su Dingyan collectively. Once the funds were dispersed from above, the rewards could be distributed. Amma had killed 6 enemies this time, earning 20 taels from his left ears plus the base reward of 20 taels, a total of 40 taels. Amma could not stop grinning. He had no idea that ears could be traded for money until Chen Nan reminded him. Throughout the march back, Chen Nan noticed many soldiers cutting off enemy ears and casually gave Amma a hint. There was also the matter of arranging compensation for the fallen and tending to the wounded. The lightly injured were to rest and recover before rejoining their units. Those seriously wounded and capable of further battlefield service would receive a generous payout before being transferred to support duty within the camp. Moreover, among those killed in the past half-month, there had been several squad leaders and deputy squadron leaders, officers whose positions now needed to be filled by new appointments. Promotions were granted, fortunes made. Everyone was delighted. Yet one matter troubled them all. Everyone had received their reward, except Chen Nan. His contribution had been the greatest of all. An old soldier explained, Team Leader Chen single-handedly drove back the Liang army. His merit surpasses all of ours combined. I believe the commandant intends to report separately to his superiors. His reward this time will surely not be small. Exactly. With this victory, the commandant is certain to be promoted. Since the deputy commandant fell and battle team leader Chen may well be appointed commandant next. All present wore expressions of envy. Just 10 days ago, Chen Nan had been a prisoner. Now he was about to become a commandant. Many of them had served for years and were still common soldiers. Comparing oneself to others truly drove one mad with frustration. That's not necessarily true. A different voice emerged from the crowd. It was another veteran who had been stationed at Shahoku for 3 or 4 years. Why not? Captain Chen's monumental achievement should at least earn him a commandant position, shouldn't it? The veteran shook his head. You youngsters don't understand. If you understand, then speak up. You stop being mysterious. The crowd jeered at him. The veteran, feeling unwelcome, continued. I admit Captain Chen's merits are immense, but the position of commandant is not something one can easily assume. If Captain Chen can't take it, who can? Exactly whose achievements can compare to Captain Chen's? Don't believe me. Just wait and see. In my opinion, Captain Chen will at most become deputy commandant. The commandant position will likely be filled by someone transferred from elsewhere. The crowd was deeply displeased. Why, that's outrageous. Captain Chen earned those merits and someone else wants to swoop in and take the credit. Why should they? I don't care about that. I won't accept a new commandant. I only recognize Captain Chen. After the ceremony for rewarding merits, Su Dingyan said to Chen Nan, come with me. Chen Nan nodded and followed Su Dingyan to the commandant's barracks. Have a seat. Su Dingyan closed the door and pointed to a chair. Chen Nan didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. Given his contributions in this battle, even if he sat on Su Dingyan's head, the man would still be grinning. Su Dingyan sat opposite Chen Nan. Chen Nan, during the merit ceremony, everyone else received rewards except you. You must not resent me, right? Chen Nan shook his head. I assume the commandant has other arrangements. Chen Nan, you're a smart man. I enjoy talking with you. Since last night, Su Dingyan's smile had not faded. An extraordinary military achievement had landed right in his lap. All thanks to Chen Nan. Without Chen Nan, not only would he not have been promoted, but he might not even have survived to return to the old man. So he had to take Chen Nan with him this time. He firmly believed Chen Nan was the god of fortune sent from heaven. Chen Nan, thanks to you, I will definitely be transferred away from here. I want to take you with me. Don't worry, I won't treat you poorly. So that was his plan. From Su Dingyan's words, he seemed to be a man with connections. But Chen Nan could not go with Su Dingyan. He hadn't come to this world for promotion. His goal was to unify this continent. To achieve this grand ambition, the most important thing was to build his own team. Now Chen Nan had established his authority at Shahoku, and few were likely to defy him. If Chen Nan raised his arm and called out, probably 60 to 70% of the men would follow him in revolt. With over 100 men, if each held a gun, he would fear no army of tens of thousands. If he went with Su Dingyan, he would have to start from scratch again. Wouldn't these past 10-odd days have been wasted? Thank you for your appreciation, sir, but I wish to remain at the border to fight the enemy. Su Dingyan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Nan to refuse. Yet Su Dingyan genuinely admired Chen Nan, so he persisted. Chen Nan, if you stay here, I'm sure you'll max out at the rank of commandant in your lifetime. How so? The Great Chu has been established for 200 years. During these 2 centuries, aristocratic families have proliferated, controlling all power in the court. The path for commoners to rise has been completely blocked. Even the imperial examinations have become a mere formality. For instance, in the last 50 years, the top 3 scholars in the exams have almost all been from aristocratic families. Chen Nan said nothing. In his view, this was perfectly normal. Wasn't every dynasty like this in its later stages? Yet Chu was too extreme, crossing the line by making the imperial examinations a mere decoration. Ordinary people truly had no chance to rise. But this was good news for Chen Nan. Under such a system, the common soldiers would surely be resentful, making it much easier to win their hearts when he rose up. Commandant, you are also from an aristocratic family, aren't you? Yes. Su Dingyan sighed. I too dislike the dominance of the aristocratic families, but since I am born into one, I am powerless to change it, and cannot change the status quo. Chen Nan could understand that. No one would willingly revolt against their own class. As a beneficiary, it was already rare for Su Dingyan to have such awareness. Chen Nan, if you rely on yourself, no matter how brilliant your talent, it will be difficult to rise. Your military career will likely end at the rank of commandant. Sorry, sir, I still wish to remain here. Are you truly decided? Even though your merits surpass everyone's, if you stay here, you'll at most be promoted to deputy commandant. Chen Nan understood. The commandant position was a gilded post for aristocratic youths. When Su Dingyan left, another aristocrat would take his place. Sir, I don't care about promotion. I only want to fight and contribute to the Great Qian. Chen Nan said solemnly. Su Dingyan looked into Chen Nan's eyes, and Chen Nan met his gaze without flinching. After about a minute of staring, Su Dingyan finally spoke. Chen Nan, you are the most upright person I have ever met. I respect your choice. If you ever regret it, you can come to me. Thank you, sir. Su Dingyan left, and Chen Nan became the most revered figure at Shaku. Even if a new commandant was appointed from elsewhere, this fact would not change. It was time to leave. Over the next few days, Chen Nan planned to find an opportunity to reveal his intentions to his brothers and begin his path to conquest. He would lay out all the pros and cons clearly. Those willing to follow would naturally reap benefits in the future. Those who chose not to follow Chen Nan would respect their decision. But if anyone harbored ulterior motives, that would be unfortunate. Even if they had once fought side by side, he had to be ruthless when necessary. These willing followers would be Chen Nan's first core team, the backbone of his entire conquest. Even if his army later grew to hundreds of thousands, these men would never be marginalized. In fact, only 12 days had passed since Chen Nan's transmigration. He had waited these 10-odd days precisely to cultivate a group of brothers absolutely loyal to him. True transmigration wasn't like writing a novel. Even with a gun, one couldn't be too reckless. Some might think that bringing a gun back to ancient times would allow them to do as they pleased. Raise an army on the first day, storm the capital on the second, and ascend the throne. But in reality, it wasn't that easy. If you randomly grabbed a few hundred people off the street and handed them guns, could you guarantee they would fight for you obediently? Most likely the moment they got their guns, they would go off looting and pillaging, ignoring your commands. Or worse, they might shoot you in the back. How could you talk about conquest then? So this first batch of followers had to undergo a test. If they failed, Chen Nan would never arm them. Only those who passed the test would truly enter Chen Nan's core circle. After leaving Su Dingyan's quarters, Chen Nan returned to his own tent. Having fought through the night in a decisive victory, Su Dingyan granted everyone a 2-day leave. Of course, certain positions required constant staffing, such as the city gates and the kitchen, so a few men had to remain on duty. Having stayed awake all night, Chen Nan could barely keep his eyes open. He collapsed onto his bed and slept soundly. When he awoke, it was already afternoon, the sun slanting toward the west, darkness fast approaching. Refreshed by his sleep, Chen Nan was about to step outside when a knock came at the door. Come in. Guijin Gang entered carrying a tray. Brother Chen, you haven't eaten yet. I just brought this from the mess hall. It's still hot. Let's share a meal. Chen Nan jested, Captain Gui deigning to serve me personally. I'm truly unworthy of such honor. Stop it. You are the hero of our entire garrison. Being allowed to serve you is my honor. Then sit. I'm hungry myself. Guijin Gang set the tray on the table and arranged the bowls and dishes. There were 2 bowls of rice and 3 dishes. A plate of stir-fried pork kidneys, a plate of scrambled eggs, and a bowl of mixed fish and tofu soup. Truly a special meal. Having food like this in the camp was rare indeed. Chen Nan, hungry after his long night, sat down and picked up his chopsticks to eat heartily. While eating, Guijin Gang casually asked, Brother Chen, with such great merit, what reward did the commander grant you? Promotion to vice commander plus 1,000 taels of silver. Guijin Gang's chopsticks paused midair. Brother Chen, forgive my frankness. I believe this reward is far too little for what you have done. What good would complaining do? This is not something Commander Su can decide. Guijin Gang sighed heavily. True enough. What can we do when we are powerless to change things? Chen Nan swallowed a few bites of rice. Have you faced injustice yourself, Brother Gua? Guijin Gang shook his head. No, Brother Chen. I speak for you. I feel the injustice you have endured. With my abilities, reaching captain would be the peak of my career. But you are different. Everyone knows you, Captain Chen. You are both wise and brave. Since joining the army less than 10 days ago, you have fought several battles, winning each one with impressive results. None of us doubts your talent. With your abilities, even the position of regional governor would not be too high. A mere vice commander. That is an insult fit only for a beggar. I did not expect you to think so highly of me, Brother Gua. It was merely luck, nothing more. Having finished his meal, Chen Nan ladled some soup into his bowl, held it to his lips, and blew gently, then drank it all in one gulp. Delicious. Brother Chen, there is no need for modesty. We are not blind. We can all see your abilities. I was just discussing this matter with the other captains, and they all feel the same way about the injustice you have suffered. Chen Nan merely smiled without responding. Brother Chen, if I were in your position, I would have risen in rebellion long ago. Can such words even be spoken aloud? Why not? There is no one else here between us. Brother Chen, with your talents, would you really be content remaining just an ordinary vice commander? Do not speak such words again, Brother Gua. You have finished your meal. Please take your leave. Brother Chen Yu, I wish to rest now. Please go. Chen Nan was clearly dismissing him. Sigh. Gua Jingang breathed another heavy sigh, gathered the dishes and chopsticks, lifted the tray, and departed. Chen Nan could not tell whether the young man was genuinely loyal or merely testing him, so he had no choice but to send him away. Chen Nan had not revealed the slightest intention to act independently, yet the moment he woke up, this person came to encourage him in rebellion. Such individuals must be approached with caution. In combat, Chen Nan feared no one, but when it came to schemes and deception, he knew he could not match these ancient men who had seen life and death countless times. After leaving Chen Nan's quarters, Gua Jingang carried the tray back toward the mess hall. Once there, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then made his way directly to Su Dingen's quarters. He knocked, and upon receiving permission, entered and promptly closed the door behind him. Standing before Su Dingen, Gua Jingang clasped his fists in a respectful salute. Sir. Yes, and did you notice anything unusual about Chen Nan? I detected no anomalies, sir. When I suggested raising the rebellion banner, he rebuked me harshly. But what? Given Chen Nan's abilities and the injustice he has suffered, I found his composure excessively calm. Su Dingen agreed. Indeed. Earlier today, I asked him whether he would follow me, yet he insisted on remaining at Shahu Pass, turning down a path with far greater promise to choose the most arduous route. I find that difficult to understand myself. After a moment of thought, Su Dingen gave his orders. Once I depart, continue monitoring him. Should you observe any unusual behavior, report it immediately to the newly appointed commander. I shall obey your command, sir. This young man is unbeatable on the battlefield. If he serves our great Chu, so much the better, but if he cannot. Though Su Dingen left the thought unfinished, Gua Jingang felt a chill run through him. To be honest, after these battles, Gua Jingang admired Chen Nan deeply. He had willingly stepped aside from his position as captain simply so Chen Nan would have more opportunity to showcase his talents. As expected, Chen Nan had not disappointed Gua Jingang yesterday. His strategies and his courage both proved he was a figure capable of determining the outcome of battle. Had he the choice, Gua Jingang would have continued serving Chen Nan, even helping him secure the position of commander. But if Chen Nan truly harbored disloyalty toward Great Chu, he would show no mercy. In truth, he never wanted to see matters reach this point. The following day, superiors dispatched officials to Shahu Pass to verify combat merits, accompanied by substantial silver payments. This time, the deputy commander led the mission personally, and the silver required 4 carts to transport. After the merits were verified, the payments were distributed on the spot. Every soldier in the garrison received generous rewards, their faces bright with satisfaction. The deputy commander singled out Chen Nan for special praise and announced his formal promotion to vice commander, filling the vacancy left by the fallen Zhu Bing. In addition to the promotion, Chen Nan received 1,000 taels of silver. Meanwhile, Su Dingen, having led the entire garrison to victory against overwhelming odds, would no longer serve as commander, effective immediately. As for what position Su Dingen would assume next, the vice commander kept silent, for he himself was unaware. He had no standing to intervene in such matters. Though unsaid aloud, those with perception understood that Su Dingen had successfully enhanced his reputation, and upon returning to his father's fiefdom, he would surely see multiple promotions. Finally, the deputy commander announced that the new commander would arrive in 2 days' time, and the troop shortages caused by recent combat would be fully replenished. All eyes turned to Chen Nan, each man feeling the injustice done to him. Chen Nan had rendered the greatest service, yet he was only awarded the position of vice commandant, while Su Dingen, who had done nothing, received several promotions. Such was the disparity between the common folk and the offspring of aristocratic families. A commoner achieved such a monumental feat, yet still fell short of the starting point of an aristocrat's son. However, such occurrences were so commonplace that they had ceased to astonish anyone. No matter how capable one was, it could never compare to having a well-connected father. Unless Chu and Liang were to wage an all-out war, plunging everything into utter chaos, only then could the entrenched aristocratic clans be uprooted entirely. Otherwise, the path of advancement for the common folk would forever remain blocked. Though they felt injustice for Chen Nan, no one could do anything about it. All they could offer was silent sympathy. Besides, everyone had just received several dozen taels of silver as reward, and they were too immersed in their joy to spare time lamenting Chen Nan's plight. Su Dingen took the stage and delivered a farewell speech filled with generic official platitudes. Though no one listened, the formality had to be observed. Finally, Su Dingen ordered the kitchen to prepare an extra meal and held a grand victory banquet. All the auxiliary soldiers were drafted to help in the kitchen, and the pinned animals suffered greatly as chickens were slaughtered and sheep butchered in a joyous atmosphere. Dozens of tables were set up on the training ground. Except for the troops needed to guard the walls, all soldiers, including the auxiliaries, took their seats. Su Dingyan even contributed his private stash of fine wine. Since it was inconvenient to take it with him, he decided to share it with everyone. Because the quantity was limited, only a select few, such as officers above the rank of deputy squad leader and his personal guards, could enjoy it. But regardless, it was a joyful day. The meal lasted a full 2 hours before it ended. After the banquet, the vice commandant left with his men, and Su Dingyan, accompanied by his personal guards, bid farewell to the entire battalion. With Su Dingyan gone, Chen Nan became the highest-ranking officer present. He gathered the men for a brief address before returning to his own quarters. Having been promoted to vice commandant, he was entitled to move into the former vice commandant's quarters, which were larger, brighter, and better furnished. However, Chen Nan would not be staying here for long, so he could not be bothered to relocate. No sooner had he sat down in his quarters than a knock came at the door. "Enter." The door opened to reveal Zhao Yong and Su Ning, the two squad leaders from the former 3rd platoon. "Your subordinate pays respects to you, sir. Why have the two of you come?" Su Ning's face beamed with smiles. "Naturally, to congratulate you on your promotion, sir." "Is it really worth congratulating?" Su Ning was taken aback. Having rendered such great service and only receiving the post of vice commandant, indeed there seemed little to celebrate. "Sir, please don't be upset. We can never compete with those aristocratic scions anyway. Your reaching the rank of vice commandant is already a blessing from your ancestors. Try to see it philosophically." Zhao Yong disagreed. "Su Ning, you're talking nonsense. I refuse to believe that with our sir's talent he will be stuck as a mere vice commandant for life. If that's the case, we might as well overthrow this court sooner or later." Su Ning shot back without hesitation. "You big fool, what do you know? Always talking about overthrowing the court. Do you really think you can? How many heads do you have to lose? You brute. You're the fool. I never said I could do it, I meant our sir." Chen Nan rubbed his forehead and interrupted their quarrel. "Enough. If you two want to argue, take it outside." Chastened by Chen Nan's rebuke, they immediately fell silent. "All right, tell me. What do you want with me?" Su Ning spoke first. "Sir, the two of us have discussed it. We wish to serve as your personal guards." Zhao Yong nodded. "Yes, sir. A commandant is entitled to 10 personal guards and a vice commandant to 5. Since you currently have none, we would like to recommend ourselves. Give up your squad leader positions to become personal guards." Chen Nan was somewhat puzzled. "To be honest, sir, being a squad leader is unrewarding. At best you lead 10 men. Besides, now that you've been promoted to vice commandant, you can no longer directly command our squad. Your subordinate simply wishes to follow you, sir." Chen Nan was not surprised that Zhao Yong wanted to follow him. Ever since his first display of skill, the big man had become his loyal admirer. However, he was quite surprised that Su Ning also wanted to become his personal guard. His interactions with Su Ning had been limited, but he knew the man was the type who never lifted a finger without personal gain. Seeing Chen Nan's gaze on him, Su Ning immediately said, "Your subordinate's thoughts are the same as Zhao Yong's. I only wish to follow you, sir." "Oh, but I'm only a vice commandant, and a new commandant will arrive in 2 days." Su Ning curled his lip. "He's an aristocrat's son. He won't give a damn about us mud-footed soldiers." Realizing he might have misspoken, Su Ning quickly corrected himself. "Even if he did, I wouldn't follow him. I only serve you." Chen Nan posed a question. Just suppose, I have a conflict with the new commandant, and it comes to blows. What choice would you make?" "I would still stand by your side." "Oh. This time I've seen it clearly. We common folk can never see eye to eye with those aristocratic brats. No matter how great the merit, the highest we can reach is vice commandant. Given my own ability, being a deputy squad leader is already a blessing from the gods. I dare not even dream of vice commandant. But you, sir, are different. You and I both rose from the bottom. Following you is far better than following them." Chen Nan nodded slightly. That was exactly the kind of reasoning Su Ning would offer. "I am deeply moved that you wish to follow me. I agree to let you become my personal guards, but you must not relinquish your squad leader positions. I want you to train the men in your squads to become my trusted followers. Can you do that?" Both men clasped their fists. "Your subordinate will not fail your trust, sir." "Good. You may leave now. Oh, and send Wang Ameo to see me." "Yes, sir." After they left, Chen Nan sank into thought. Of the two, Zhao Yong was absolutely trustworthy. The big man was strong enough to lift a cauldron, simple-minded and guileless. Su Ning, on the other hand, would need to pass tests before he could be fully trusted. If both of them could turn their subordinates into his personal loyalists, Chen Nan would effectively have 2 reliable guard squads. Before long, another knock came at the door. This time it was Ameo. "Sir, you summoned me." "Yes, Ameo. How do you find being a soldier?" Ameo bowed with his hands clasped. "To answer you, sir, for someone like me, being allowed to serve as a soldier is already a gift from heaven. To serve under you, sir, is an honor that lights up my ancestors' graves." "Well then, how about becoming my personal guard?" "What? Your personal guard?" Ameo raised his head, disbelief shining in his eyes. "What? Are you unwilling?" Ameo dropped to his knees with a thud. "Your servant is willing. I would die 10,000 deaths without regret." "Don't say such things. As my personal guard you must live well. Only by living can you protect me. Your lesson is well taken, sir. I will certainly live on. As long as I draw breath, no harm shall befall you. Get up. Don't kneel at every turn. Yes, sir. Ameo rose to his feet, but his body still trembled uncontrollably from excitement. Several days later, the new commandant arrived at Shahu Pass. Accompanying him were over 80 newly reinforced soldiers dispatched from higher command. As Deputy Commandant Chen Nan led all officers of the rank of Deputy Squad Leader and above to the city gate to offer a warm welcome. He was a young man in his early 20s with a fair complexion that plainly revealed he was a young master from an aristocratic family who had never known hardship in his life. Seeing so many people gathered at the city gate, the new commandant dismounted from his horse and walked up to the crowd, clasping his fists in greeting with a broad smile. Sirs, you have worked hard. Not at all, sir. You are the one who has endured the scorching sun and traveled a dusty road to reach us. The new commandant carried himself without arrogance, and the assembled officers held a favorable impression of him. In truth, before his arrival, everyone had already pieced together much of his background. The new commandant's name was Ding Songtao, the second legitimate son of Ding Haiba, Duke of Wuding. Although the title of Duke of Wuding was hereditary, there could be only one heir, and that position belonged exclusively to the eldest legitimate son. Thus Ding Songtao was destined to never inherit the dukedom. By court custom, other sons who failed to inherit the title could be granted a low-ranking sinecure post. Such a position, typically at the 6th or 7th rank, would ordinarily provide comfortable sustenance for life. But with a patriarch of such distinction, the prospect of settling for a minor sinecure was unacceptable to most young masters of noble families. Even if he himself could count on material comfort, his own children would face the same fate upon reaching adulthood. Unable to secure even a humble sinecure, they would be reduced to commoners. Therefore, for the sake of their descendants, these ineligible sons of aristocratic houses were forced to seek alternative paths. Those with literary aptitude would pursue the imperial examinations, confident that with their father's connections in court circles, competent writers could always secure a ranking. Yet the House of Wuding was a military lineage, one where martial arts had been practiced for generations. Without scholarly inclination, Ding Songtao's path through the civil examination system was closed to him. Though backgrounds carried weight in the examination system, they could not be the sole consideration. A barely literate man thrust into office would find countless political enemies ready to destroy him. At that point, not only would the young man perish, but his father as well. The only recourse lay in earning merit on the battlefield. With military accomplishments secured, his father could leverage his connections to arrange a nominal appointment. The frontline garrisons along the border with the Liang Kingdom offered the greatest opportunity for military distinction, where skirmishes broke out with regularity. Where there was combat, there was opportunity. Consequently, these postings were the most sought-after training grounds for young masters of noble families. Su Dingan and Lu Dihao of Qingshan Pass had followed the same path, and just days prior they had both earned significant military honors and received swift promotions. Reports indicated Su Dingan had risen 4 ranks while Lu Dihao had climbed 3. Both had escaped the lower officer ranks, and from that point forward, even without their father's patronage, they could establish independent careers and secure futures for their own descendants. Ding Songtao's father Ding Haiba had long targeted Shao Pass as a prime posting, so the moment Su Dingan was transferred, Ding Haiba swiftly maneuvered to have his son installed in his place. Ding Songtao harbored equal ambitions for his own advancement. If Su Dingan could rise, why not he? Gazing over the assembled officers, he asked, "Which among you is Deputy Commandant Chen?" Guqinggang gestured toward Chen Nan. "Sir, that is Deputy Commandant Chen." Ding Songtao approached and regarded Chen Nan with evident approval. "Brother Chen, I have heard much of your exploits before arriving. You are a distinguished hero of Shahu Pass, and I shall need your continued guidance and assistance." "You flatter me, sir. No need for such formality. Judging by your appearance, Brother Chen is perhaps a year or 2 my senior. Let us address each other as brothers from henceforth." Guqinggang stepped forward and said, "Sir, we have prepared a modest reception feast. Please grant us the honor of your presence in the council hall, so we may bid you welcome." With Chen Nan promoted to Deputy Commandant, the vacant position of 3rd Squad Leader naturally fell to Guqinggang. In effect, he had served only a single day as Deputy Squad Leader before being restored to his former post. Ding Songtao waved his hand dismissively. "The meal can wait. Assemble all personnel at the drill ground first. I wish to meet every soldier in the camp." "Yes, sir." With the commandant having spoken, no one dared press the matter of dining. The address would hardly consume more than a moment. This new commandant was truly different. After a dusty journey, his first priority was not rest or refreshment, but to address the entire garrison. He proved to be a man of action, a sound development for them all. Next, Ding Songtao had each squad leader and deputy squad leader introduce themselves, providing names and positions. After the introductions, each officer returned to summon his men to the drill ground. Chen Nan was tasked with escorting Ding Songtao there. Accompanying them were 10 personal guards brought by Ding Songtao, along with the 82 reinforced soldiers assigned from higher command. The two groups had happened upon each other en route, and now proceeded together. After suffering heavy losses in recent engagements, Shahu Pass had finally been brought back to full strength. All soldiers assembled on the drill ground within a mere minute, a speed that satisfied Ding Songtao considerably. Ding Songtao and Chen Nan walked together toward the raised platform. Displaying his practiced smile, Ding Songtao addressed the troops. "Gentlemen, I am your new commandant Ding Songtao, 22 years of age. Most of you appear older than myself, and I shall address you as elder brothers. It is my honor to meet you, and I ask for your continued guidance and support." To the soldiers, the new commandant struck them as affable and conversational. He spoke at length on the platform, sharing plain remarks that instantly bridged the gap between commander and troops. Whether his warmth was genuine or not, the gesture won their favor. For these rough-and-tumble soldiers, an officer willing to share ordinary conversation was far preferable to one who kept a perpetual scowl. Following his inaugural address, everyone expected him to dismiss them. Instead, he announced, "Brothers, I grant you 3 days of leave. Rest well during this time. On the 3rd day, the entire camp will march out." The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Why would the entire camp abandon its post? Were they abandoning the fortress altogether? Guo Gang clasped his fists in salute. "Sir, if we all depart, what if the enemy attacks our stronghold?" "Fear not. In 3 days, every one of us will march out, including all support personnel and prisoners. We shall carry away all provisions and supplies. Should the enemy invade, they will find only an abandoned camp." Hearing this, the soldiers grew even more confused. Where exactly was this new commandant aiming his first move? Was he willing to abandon their very base? Guo Gang pressed further. "Sir, might I inquire where we shall march to after 3 days?" Jianyang. Jianyang was a fortified town along the Liang Kingdom border. Not an administrative seat, but a garrison city entirely occupied by military personnel. In short, it served as a key border military stronghold of the Liang Kingdom, populated exclusively by soldiers, their families, and the support personnel and merchants who served them. Something of the same nature existed on the Great Chu side, merely tens of li from Shao Pass. At the mere mention of the name, everyone stood dumbfounded. This fellow must have lost his mind in his ambition for military glory. With only 300 men, he hoped to capture a heavily fortified enemy stronghold. What manner of liquor had he drunk to conjure such a scheme? Jianyang City boasted a garrison of 1,200 soldiers with nearly 1,000 support troops. More importantly, once hostilities erupted within a few hours, several thousand troops could be marshaled from the surrounding areas to reinforce it. If this city could not be taken within 3 hours, they would be besieged on all sides. This was not a battle, it was a suicide mission. The soldiers had initially held some goodwill toward the newly arrived colonel, but after this stunt, everyone thought he was out of his mind. Guo Gang confirmed, "Sir, do you truly intend to attack Jianyang City with a single battalion?" "Yes, I ask for your cooperation, brothers," Ding Songtao replied, his tone still polite. Guo Gang looked troubled. "But sir, we have only 300 men, while Jianyang City's garrison numbers at least 1,200. Didn't you slay over 1,200 Liang bandits just a few days ago? At that time you had fewer than 300 men." Hearing this, not only Guo Gang, but even the common soldiers below could not help but grumble inwardly. This man had no idea how to wage war. He was a fool who thought battles were like sand table exercises. "Sir, that was completely different." "Brother Guo, how is it different? This time we have more men and better preparation. Logically, the chances of success should be higher." If anyone else had uttered such mindless words, Guo Gang would have been tempted to slap them. But the man on the platform was their direct superior, a scion of a powerful family. So he had to explain patiently, "Sir, last time we were waiting at ease for the exhausted enemy. They attacked, we defended. This time we are the attackers. In siege warfare, the attacking force generally needs at least 5 times the defenders' numbers to have a sure chance of victory. Yet here the enemy outnumbers us 5 to 1. How can we fight?" Ding Songtao did not answer Guo Gang. Instead, he turned to Chen Nan. "Brother Chen, you must have a plan, right?" Chen Nan shook his head slightly. "I'm sorry, I have none." Of course, if he brought out the firearms stored in his space, taking a small city like Jianyang would be easy. But why should Chen Nan do that? He had seen through Ding Songtao, an idle, useless second-generation playboy. Seeing Su Dingyan and Lu Dihao get promoted several ranks in a row, Ding Songtao itched to do the same, eager to earn a great merit and leap ahead. So he wanted to use me as a stepping stone. "Fine, then I'll use you as mine." Chen Nan had been looking for an opportunity to lead his brothers out of the camp, and Ding Songtao presented himself. Like a pillow arriving just as one's head hits the pillow. How could Chen Nan miss such a golden chance? He would add fuel to the fire, making it blaze even hotter. Ding Songtao frowned slightly. "No? Brother Chen, 5 days ago you single-handedly took down a Liang fort, and 4 days ago you brilliantly defeated 1,300 Liang troops. How can you have no plan?" "It's different." "How is it different?" "Squad leader Guo already explained it to you. I see no need to repeat myself." "Brother Chen, can't you make an exception?" Chen Nan raised his voice, righteous and stern. "Sir, it's not that I refuse, but I cannot gamble with the lives of over 300 soldiers in the battalion." "Brother Chen, how can building a career be called gambling?" Ding Songtao kept a smile, but irritation was simmering inside. If not for seeking merit, he would never have lowered himself to speak politely to these commoners. How dare they talk back to him like this? Brother Chen, what do you mean? How could I gamble with the lives of my brothers? You are a god descended from heaven. With you here, everyone's safety is assured. I'm sorry, I am no god, just an ordinary man. Last time I only managed to ambush the Liang commander and break their morale. This time the Liang commander is stationed inside the city. We cannot infiltrate and strike. So if we force an attack on a heavily fortified city with a single battalion, we will surely be defeated. Not only will we all die here, but even your precious life will be lost. But Ding Songtao would not listen. He had been too agitated by Su Dingyin's rapid promotions. Enough, say no more. Ding Songtao's smile finally vanished. He dropped the act. Chen Nan, I order you as colonel within 3 days devise a plan to take the city. If you fail, I will have you court-martialed. Chen Nan sneered. I can't keep up the act any longer. Your fox's tail is showing. Ding Songtao, if you target only me, I'll accept whatever you do. But if you try to use the lives of 300 brothers as stepping stones for your own advancement, I, Chen Nan, will never allow it. Chen Nan's words resounded with force, and a warmth spread through the soldiers. Chen Nan was not acting for personal gain. He truly cared for their safety. Su Ning was the first to voice support. Lord Chen is truly benevolent and virtuous. We are deeply moved. Zhao Yong quickly followed. Yes, Lord Chen cares for his subordinates. We are fortunate to have such a commander. With these two leaders, more and more people spoke up in support of Chen Nan. The two highest officers were at odds. Ordinarily, the common soldiers had no right to intervene. But this time it concerned every man's life, so they had to stand up for a chance to survive. If they followed the new colonel's orders, these 300 men might as well march hand in hand to the gates of hell. 300 men attacking a heavily fortified Liang military city. What a joke. Yes, we support Lord Chen. We must never go to Jianyang City. Going there means never coming back. Lord Chen saved us once, and now he's saving us again. He is our great savior. Seeing nearly 90% of the training ground soldiers backing Chen Nan, Ding Songtao was furious. Ever since he entered this camp, he had been acting, lowering himself to call these commoners brothers. But these ungrateful wretches refused the wine and chose the punishment, openly supporting a man who rose from the death row battalion. Unacceptable. He had to crush their arrogance and make them understand that this past Shahoku now belonged to the Ding family. Chen Nan, how dare you openly defy me? Seize him. Yes. 2 fully armed guards behind Ding Songtao immediately advanced toward Chen Nan, ready to subdue him on the spot. Who dares touch my lord? A Mao, originally below the platform, saw the threat to Chen Nan. Without a word, he leaped onto the platform, using the edge for support. A Mao quickly stood in front of Chen Nan, snarling, "Stay back. Anyone who harms my lord will taste my wrath." His fierce expression, however, intimidated no one. For a Mao was unarmed, while Ding Songtao's guards were fully armed, armor spears and waist sabers. Yet a Mao did not retreat, shielding Chen Nan with unwavering resolve. "Kill him," Ding Songtao ordered. 2 of Ding Songtao's personal guards raised their spears horizontally and thrust them simultaneously toward a Mao. Despite his terror, a Mao did not dodge. Instead, he stood firm, shielding Chen Nan behind him with his own body. Just days prior, he had made a promise: as long as he lived, Chen Nan would remain unharmed. He intended to honor that pledge. Zhao Yong and Su Ning swiftly turned and leaped onto the platform. Just as the spears of Ding Songtao's 2 personal guards were about to pierce a Mao, Zhao Yong and Su Ning each seized a spear and yanked it toward themselves. The 2 guards stumbled forward off balance. Zhao Yong and Su Ning kicked them squarely in the head, sending them crashing to the ground, where they lay unconscious. The whole sequence unfolded with such speed that many could not process what had happened. Instantly, the entire crowd stood frozen in shock. The newly appointed commander had clashed with his deputy on his very first day, and the commander appeared to be at a disadvantage. Ding Songtao erupted in fury. "How dare you? You presume to openly defy my commands. All soldiers, listen to my order. Seize Chen Nan and his 3 accomplices. Whoever delivers them to me shall be richly rewarded." Yet the soldiers below remained motionless. Chen Nan's prestige among the troops at Shahoku had reached its peak. He was in truth their savior. Could Ding Songtao, a mere newcomer, expect them to turn against their own rescuer? The 80+ men who had just arrived felt no such loyalty. To them, the commander was supreme, and his orders must be obeyed. But these veterans seemed unwilling to accept that logic. They leaned far more toward the deputy commander. For a moment, neither side dared to move. Reason counseled caution. Observe first, choose later. After all, when all partake, none alone bears the blame. Witnessing this paralysis, Ding Songtao's face turned green with rage. He had expected that upon arriving at Shahoku, every order he gave would be executed without hesitation. Point anywhere, and they would strike. Instead, on his very first day, he could not even enforce his command. These detestable peasants. Chen Nan pushed a Mao aside and faced Ding Songtao directly. "Ding Songtao, I will ask you one final time, are you truly resolved to march on Jianyang City heedless of your brothers' lives?" "Nonsense. I am the commander. Whatever I order you will do." Any who dare defy my command shall be treated as spies of the Liang state. These words were aimed not only at Chen Nan, but also at the ranks of soldiers below. Xianyang's walls are high and its fortifications strong. The enemy is well prepared. A frontal assault would be nothing less than throwing flesh into an abyss. Every one of you soldiers was born of parents who cherish you. You are not stepping stones for me to climb toward merit, promotion, and wealth. You care only for your own advancement, utterly disregarding the lives of your troops. How can you bear such cruelty in your heart? Chen Nan's impassioned speech stirred deep emotion among the assembled soldiers. Presumptuous. Ding Songtao flew into a towering rage. Chen Nan, who do you think you are? A worthless convict dares to lecture me. Today, by my authority as commander, I will have you court-martialed. By my authority, you lack the power to judge me. Chen Nan turned to face the soldiers below, his voice resonating with strength. Ding Songtao harbors ambitions far greater than duty. His attack on Xianyang serves not the defense of our borders, but his own selfish interests. We garrison troops are willing to die defending our territory, but we will not perish pointlessly. Brothers, if not now, when? Would you follow this selfish man to certain death? Commander Chen speaks the truth. We can die, but not for one so selfish. I follow Commander Chen. Let us revolt. Exactly. Revolt. Kill Ding Songtao. In an instant, shouts of support for Chen Nan rose wave after wave. The crowd numbered no less than 100. Ding Songtao's face darkened like iron. Through clenched teeth he barked. I warn you once more. Seize Chen Nan and his conspirators. Any who refuse my command shall be treated as traitors to the state. The word treason instantly pulled some momentum back to Ding Songtao's side. After all, the charge of rebellion was no idle threat. It meant not only one's own death, but the ruin of one's entire family. The veteran soldiers of Shahukou immediately split into two factions. Those who supported Chen Nan gathered on the west side, while all who backed Ding Songtao moved to the east. The ratio stood at roughly 2-1, with over 60% aligning with Chen Nan. Among the 6 company commanders, no fewer than 3 had thrown their lot in with Ding Songtao. To everyone's astonishment, Guqingyang was among those 3. Just days earlier, he had willingly yielded his position as company commander to Chen Nan. Yet today, he stood on the opposite side. While the veterans divided into rival camps, the 82 newly arrived soldiers stood bewildered. They had barely reached the Shahukou camp, not even had time to drink water, when confronted by a standoff between their 2 highest commanders. And now they were being asked to choose. What manner of situation was this? If they supported the commander, they would march to their deaths attacking Jianyang City in 3 days' time. But if they supported the deputy commander, then, considering the commander's family background and influence, when the reckoning came, they would surely not escape punishment either. In the end, 60 men chose to side with Ding Songtao. They felt little attachment to Chen Nan and did not consider him particularly remarkable. After all, Chen Nan's deeds were merely hearsay to them. Seeing is believing, hearing is doubtful. They only knew that Ding Songtao was the commander, the highest authority at Shahukou, while Chen Nan was merely his deputy. The remaining 22 soldiers ultimately chose to stand with Chen Nan. In their view, following Chen Nan offered a sliver of hope, whereas following Ding Songtao meant certain death. Li Jing, company commander of the 5th Squad, looked at Guqingyang. Brother Guo, are you truly resolved to draw steel against your own comrades? Brother Li, I should ask you that. Do you truly intend to oppose the court? Li Jing shook his head. Words are futile. Since you choose to swear allegiance to such a man, you are now our enemy. Brother Li, my allegiance is to Great Qian, to the emperor, not to the commander. We may disagree with his decisions and report to higher authority. There are many ways to rectify the situation. But if you choose rebellion today, there will be no path of return. Guqingyang, since you persist in your delusion, I will not urge you further. From this moment our bond is severed. No brotherhood remains between us. The relationship between Li Jing and Guqingyang was a microcosm of the entire camp. For the sake of their own fates, brothers had become enemies, drawing steel against one another. As both sides took their clearly defined positions, Ding Songtao's expression gradually relaxed. Most of the veteran soldiers of Shahukou stood with Chen Nan. But among the new arrivals, the majority supported Ding Songtao. Combined with his personal guards, the total number was not far behind Chen Nan's side, nearly even. Moreover, his personal guards and the newly arrived troops, having been rushed to the training ground without rest, were fully armored and equipped. The veteran soldiers, meanwhile, had no duties and were neither clad in armor nor armed. It was well known that a single fully armed soldier wielding lethal weapons could cut down 10 unarmed opponents. Thus, Ding Songtao held a decisive advantage. Once he grasped this, his mood improved considerably. Hear my command. Seize Chen Nan and his conspirators. For every 5 heads delivered, 1 rank shall be granted. Whoever brings me Chen Nan's head shall be appointed company commander and rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. At the sight of such rewards, the eyes of the soldiers under Ding Songtao's command gleamed with greed, especially the fresh recruits. Could such fortune truly be theirs? They were fully armed, facing a group of unarmed men. Would it not be as easy as slaughtering a chicken? The most troublesome opponents on the other side would be those 22 newly arrived soldiers, for they too were fully armored. Yet they had 60 men plus 8 personal guards, a vast advantage. Once those 22 were dealt with, the rest would be lambs awaiting the slaughter. And the most valuable prize of all was Vice Commander Chen. His head alone was worth a company commander position and 1,000 taels of silver. Facing the gleaming blades and spears, some members of Chen Nan's camp immediately felt their hearts sink into their throats. They had completely forgotten about this. These people were unarmed. How could they possibly defeat so many fully armed opponents? It was already too late to go to the armory. This wasn't the right moment to rebel. It was a miscalculation. Someone stepped forward and shouted to Ding Songtao, "My lord, we were wrong. We are willing to capture the rebel Chen Nan." Once the first person broke, others followed. The number of those admitting their mistakes grew steadily. Ding Songtao couldn't help but smile. What an unexpected pleasure. He never expected so many with weak convictions to switch sides so quickly. Ding Songtao raised his hand. "Hold on." The soldiers who had been rushing forward to claim heads instantly stopped. "Are there any others who realize their mistake? If you return to the right path now, I will overlook your past offenses." Several more people walked toward Ding Songtao's camp. Chen Nan's side already had the disadvantage in weapons and equipment, and with people constantly defecting, they were now outnumbered as well. The vast majority of these people were from the newly arrived group. They had joined Chen Nan's side in hopes of finding a sliver of survival, but if they continued supporting Chen Nan, they most likely wouldn't survive until today. What hope was there for a chance at life then? So 22 people defected together. However, not many of the veterans switched sides, fewer than 10 in total. Compared to the newcomers, the veterans of Sha Hukou maintained much steadier positions, with only a tiny handful wavering. Because during this mere half-month period, Chen Nan had created too many miracles. They believed that no matter how dire the situation, Chen Nan could always find a way to turn the tide against all odds. However, as much as they believed, their hearts still felt uneasy. After all this time, it was a direct military confrontation where neither conspiracies nor tactics would work. Su Ning nearly ran straight across to the other side, but Chen Nan's previous displays had left such a deep impression on him that inwardly he still leaned toward believing Chen Nan could work another miracle. "These bastards are all spineless grass. I wish I could cut every one of them down." Su Ning looked toward Chen Nan. "My lord, what should we do now? We have staked our all on you. Please, you must get us out of here alive." As Su Ning had said, these fellows were nothing but spineless grass. It was good to see their true colors clearly. People with weak convictions must absolutely not be kept. This first group of followers, quality over quantity. Before Chen Nan could respond, the hot-tempered Zhao Yong cursed. "Su Ning, you son of a bitch, if you're afraid, just piss off over to their side. At worst we die. We're men here. What's there to be afraid of? Losing your head just leaves a scar the size of a bowl. Are you incapable of staying silent, you oaf? I was addressing the Lord, not asking you." These two started bickering again. Chen Nan said calmly, "Rest assured. I'm here, nothing will happen. I guarantee I'll get you all out." Su Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. "My lord, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease." Seeing no one else was defecting anymore, Ding Songtao decided to stop waiting. Now all 82 newly arrived fully armed soldiers were in his camp, plus 8 personal guards totaling 90 men. Opposite them were only about 130 plus unarmed soldiers. Anyone with common sense could see they had zero chance of winning. "Come, kill Chen Nan and his accomplices." The 8 personal guards beside Ding Songtao quickly grabbed their long spears and charged toward Chen Nan. Chen Nan's head was the most valuable prize, so they targeted him first. The other soldiers weren't so lucky since they were all below the platform with no chance to reach Chen Nan standing up there. Those guards had grabbed the best opportunity. But still, killing 5 soldiers earned a promotion, so a group of fully armed soldiers launched their charge against the unarmed soldiers on the opposite side. Chen Nan dropped his pretense and roared, "Get out of my way." Zhao Yong, Su Ning, and Ma Mao immediately moved aside. When they looked back, they were utterly stunned. An unusual object had appeared in Chen Nan's hands without them noticing. It was long and black with a strange appearance they had never seen before. Of course they had never seen it, because this was an MP5 submachine gun. The 3 of them racked their brains trying to figure out where Chen Nan had produced such a weapon. As the 8 guard spears were about to pierce Chen Nan, he pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. Chen Nan rapidly emptied a magazine. After a burst of fierce gunfire, all 8 guards fell to the ground. Their weapons clattered from their hands. Beneath them, blood poured uncontrollably, quickly staining a large area red. The entire crowd was stunned. The newly arrived soldiers who had been preparing to claim the kill stood frozen, having completely forgotten what they were supposed to do. In the blink of an eye, all 8 of Ding Songtao's personal guards were killed. They hadn't even had time to scream. It was too terrifying. They were all glad they hadn't been on the high platform, which is why they hadn't rushed toward Chen Nan immediately. Otherwise, they would be the ones lying on the ground now. Everyone stared at the submachine gun in Chen Nan's hand, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. What was that thing? It could fire such devastating projectiles, completely unstoppable. After the initial shock and fear, Ding Songtao composed himself, because a bold idea was taking shape in his mind. The weapon in Chen Nan's hands was too overpowered. If he could control it, what was a mere Jianyang city? By then not only would advancing 4 ranks be easy, but surpassing his own father wouldn't be difficult either. Chen Nan, hand over that weapon, and I'll spare your life. As for those 8 men you just killed, I can overlook it. Chen Nan found it hilarious. Did I hear that right? You'll spare me. Don't you understand where you stand? Ding Songtao showed no fear. Chen Nan, I know you have the upper hand now, so what? Do you dare kill me? I am the son of the Marquis of Wooding. My Ding family ancestors fought alongside Emperor Taizu to establish this dynasty. If you kill me, the emperor will certainly exterminate your 9 generations. Chen Nan thought this second-generation kid was a complete fool, clearly never having been beaten down by reality. Still bringing up his family background at a time like this. Who the hell would be scared of that? Besides, threatening execution of 9 generations. Absurd. When has this lord ever been afraid? Fine, if that's what you want, I'll give it to you. Catch. Chen Nan tossed the submachine gun forward, and Ding Songtao immediately raised both hands to catch it. Oh, it's so heavy. Ding Songtao's body was pulled downward by the weight of the submachine gun, and he nearly dropped it. He had thought this thing was as light as wood, but it was as heavy as iron. Indeed extraordinary. My lord, what are you doing? Su Ning was bewildered. Why was his lord handing over the weapon so easily? Ding Songtao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, Chen Nan, you're such a fool. I never expected you to be so cowardly and ignorant, handing over your weapon so readily. Die. Ding Songtao mimicked Chen Nan's stance, raising the MP5 submachine gun and aiming at him. However, the weapon didn't fire its deadly projectiles, and Chen Nan remained unharmed. That's odd. Why isn't it firing? Chen Nan, tell me quickly how to use this thing. Chen Nan reached into his coat and pulled out a Glock 19 pistol. Alright, I'll show you. Chen Nan raised his pistol, aimed at Ding Songtao, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot echoed, and a hole appeared on Ding Songtao's forehead. Ding Songtao's eyes bulged like copper bells. Even in death, he could not believe that a man named Chen Nan would dare to strike him down. I am the legitimate son of the Marquis of Wooding. How dare you? Ding Songtao's consciousness gradually faded, and finally his body went limp as he collapsed backward, hitting the floor with a dull thud. The submachine gun in his hand also fell to the ground. What could be more tragic than holding a deadly weapon yet not knowing how to use it? Chen Nan raised his pistol and fired a shot into the sky. Instantly everyone was startled. Chen Nan turned to face the crowd below. Put down your weapons. All of you. This time no one dared to disobey. Those who had weapons meekly dropped them. Long spears, waist sabers, and even bows and arrows were placed at their feet. However, Chen Nan was still dissatisfied. He spat out 2 more words: remove your armor. The group of newcomers looked at each other, and in the end no one moved. One of the soldiers, looking like a squad leader, said, My lord, we have already dropped our weapons. Please do not push us too far. Dropping their weapons already signified their surrender, yet this Vice Commander Chen was being excessively harsh by ordering them to remove their armor. If they kept their armor on, even if the other side broke their word, they could still rely on the armor for some defense. But if they removed their armor, they would truly be at the mercy of others. Chen Nan did not waste words with them. He raised his pistol and aimed at the squad leader who had just spoken. Bang! The man immediately fell into a pool of blood, dead beyond recovery. You have no choice. Remove your armor, all of you. No one dared to resist anymore, and they all meekly took off their armor. Chen Nan exchanged glances with Li Jing and the other 2 squad leaders. Li Jing and the 2 immediately led their men to gather the weapons and armor onto the raised platform. The situation reversed once again. Led by Guo Qinggang, the 3 squad leaders who had sided with Ding Songtao knelt down with a thud. Guo Qinggang bowed his head. My lord, we were wrong. We implore your forgiveness. From today onwards we will remain forever loyal to you. We were wrong. Please forgive us, my lord. A uniform cry of supplication rang out. Chen Nan snorted coldly. In my life, I loathe flip-flops the most. You wanted to kill me just now. How could I possibly spare you? The group's faces turned pale. Their constant flip-flopping had ultimately led them to an inescapable fate, death. They regretted it, especially those who had joined Ding Songtao at the last moment. Why couldn't their stance have been firmer? One wrong step, and the whole game is lost. Guo Qinggang raised his head. My lord, for the sake of the bond between us, I beg you to spare my life. Chen Nan's expression was mocking. Do I have a bond with you? Even if I did, your choice just now has ground away what little friendship there was. Chen Nan instructed his 3 subordinate squad leaders, kill. Leave no one alive. We obey, my lord. Li Jing and the other 2 accepted the order, urging their soldiers to pick up weapons and charge into the opposing crowd. One side wielded sharp weapons while the other was unarmed. Undoubtedly the battlefield situation was a one-sided slaughter. Shrieks of agony, pleas for mercy, and wails of despair filled the training ground. Different stances and choices had caused this group of comrades who had stood together against the enemy just days prior to completely fracture. The entire ground of the training field was dyed crimson with blood. After an incense stick's time, the 3 squad leaders approached Chen Nan. Li Jing clasped his fists, reporting, to my lord, the rebel forces have all been eliminated. Awaiting your orders, my lord. Good. We have killed Ding Songtao, and this place is no longer safe to stay. Otherwise we will face retaliation from the Liang army, and be besieged by the Chu army caught between 2 enemies. That is absolutely untenable. Go and gather all the horses' weapons and grain supplies. Yes, my lord. The 3 squad leaders led their respective men and quickly left the training ground. They were extremely familiar with this military camp, so the 3 quickly coordinated and divided the tasks. One team headed straight for the armory, one for the granary, and one for the stables. Squad leader Zhong Wangbei of the first team stopped Li Jing and Chao Xingbang, the squad leader of the second team. Gentlemen, wait a moment. These 3 were currently the highest-ranking officers at Shark's Tooth Pass, besides Chen Nan. Shark's Tooth Pass originally had 6 squad leaders. However, the squad leaders of the 3rd, 4th, and 6th teams had all chosen to side with Ding Songtao and were executed on the spot. Only these 3 remained. What is it, Brother Zhong? Li Jing asked in confusion. Gentlemen, there are nearly 100 support soldiers in the camp and over 100 prisoners as well. How should we deal with them? Li Jing and Chao Xingbang fell silent. Indeed, this military camp was not made up solely of soldiers. There were also support troops and prisoners. The prisoners were easy to handle. They were all scum. Killing them carried no psychological burden. The support soldiers were different. Though they had long served in the military, they did not go to the battlefield directly. Instead, they were responsible for meals, weapon storage, and other duties. Some of the support soldiers had previously been frontline fighters, but had been reassigned due to injuries or old age, making them unsuitable for combat. These men had once fought alongside them on the battlefield, and just now they had not supported that beast Ding Songtao. There was no justification for killing them. But taking them along would slow down their forces, while leaving them behind risked the possibility of betrayal or reporting to authorities. For a moment, all 3 were at a loss. After a long silence, Li Jing made a slicing motion across his own neck. Kill them all. Brotherly, must we really do this? Li Jing patted Zhong Wangbei on the shoulder. Brother Zhong, let's do it. We have no way back now. Zhong Wangbei looked at Li Jing, and after a long pause finally nodded heavily. Yes, there was no turning back. Having killed the legitimate son of the Marquis of Wooding, the imperial court would certainly not tolerate them. Zhong Wangbei glanced back at Chen Nan in the distance. I hope my lord can lead us toward a promising path. I have bet my life and fortune entirely on him. Rest assured, Brother Zhong. As long as we follow Lord Chen, we will surely be fine. Moreover, in the future, achieving great success, and even being infected as nobles or appointed as ministers, is not impossible. Brotherly, you seem to have great confidence in Lord Chen. Nonsense. Can't you see it? Lord Chen is certainly no ordinary man. Zhong Wangbei nodded. My lord is extraordinarily wise and invincibly brave. He is indeed a rare military talent. His victory of 200 men over 1,200, while personally defeating 30 foes alone, fully demonstrates his exceptional command of warfare. However, Zhong Wangbei suddenly fell into doubt again, his tone losing confidence. But this is merely a skirmish. What happens when we face tens of thousands of enemy troops? Will these tactics still work? With only about 100 men in our hands, how can we possibly contend with the imperial court's million-strong army? Li Jing did not deny it. Brother Zhong, I naturally understand this. Personal bravery is almost useless on a battlefield of tens of thousands. However, the weapons in my lord's hands are instruments that reap lives. I would not exaggerate to say he can defeat 30, let alone 100 or 1,000 foes alone. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wangbei's eyes lit up. He recalled the scene earlier when Chen Nan had instantly killed 8 fully armed bodyguards. Even now, he still found it thrilling. Those weapons are indeed formidable, but there are too few. Only 2 in total, 1 large and 1 small. I fear it would still be difficult to resist the imperial court's million-strong army. Li Jing shook his head. Silly child, do you really think there are only 2? Brotherly, do you mean our lord possesses many more of those formidable weapons? Precisely. How do you know? Let me ask you, did you observe where the lord produced those weapons from? Zhong Wangbei shook his head. No, I'm equally curious. There's no way someone could conceal such large items on their person. Where exactly did he produce them from? At the time, everyone had been so utterly staggered by the devastating power of those weapons, so swift in their obliteration of 8 fully armed personal guards, that they had completely overlooked this detail. In retrospect, this fact was indeed the most extraordinary of all. Exactly. While the smaller item he produced later is somewhat explicable, the first, and far larger one, was obviously impossible to conceal on his person beforehand. Brotherly, do you know what's really going on? Li Jing shook his head. I don't, but I know this: since our lord can materialize one weapon from nothing, he can certainly materialize many more. This, Zhong Wangbei couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. It made perfect sense. If he could produce one, he could produce many. If all over 100 of them carried such devastating weapons, who would they fear? Even tens of thousands of troops could be cut down in an instant. Zhong Wangbei was swept up in excitement. The most correct decision of his life had been to follow Lord Chen. Chao Xingbang, who had remained silent this whole time, also came to the same realization. Overcome with emotion, his face was already flushed crimson. Enough, gentlemen, hold off on your excitement for now. Don't let it delay our important business. Li Jing reminded them. Zhong Wangbei slapped his forehead. Right. Let's attend to business first. Very well. I'll reassign tasks. Brother Zhong, take your men to the armory. Brother Chao, take yours to the grain storehouse. As for me, Li Jing took a deep breath. I'll deal with those auxiliary troops and prisoners first. Without wasting another moment, the three split up. Zhong Wangbei led over 30 men to the armory entrance. Guarding the door was a lame man in his 30s. He had once been a soldier himself, but years ago on the battlefield the Liang army had shattered his leg, leaving him crippled. After his injury, he was reassigned to auxiliary duty, permanently stationed at the armory to manage the registration and distribution of armor and weapons. Upon seeing Zhong Wangbei approaching with a group of men, the lame guard clasped his fists in salute. Captain Zhong, may I ask what's happening at the training ground? There's such a commotion. I even heard someone screaming. His answer came in the form of a blade. Forgive me, old Zhong. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhong Wangbei wiped the blood from his blade and ordered his men, find several carts. Load everything inside and strap it down. Chao Xingbang's side was experiencing a similar scene, but Li Jing's operation proved the bloodiest of all. It grieved him to personally slay comrades he had served alongside for years, yet he knew he had no choice. On the raised platform of the training ground, Chen Nan surveyed the sea of blood below his heart, heavy with countless reflections. A general's glory is built upon 10,000 withered bones. Every ambition of supremacy is forged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Zhao Yong approached Chen Nan. Lord, what shall we do with these corpses? Pile them together and burn them all. Suddenly remembering something, Chen Nan added, before burning the corpses, strip them of all valuable items on their persons. Remember, everything must be turned over. No private retention. Violators will face military law. Yes. Zhao Yong joined forces with Su Ning, and together they led their men to begin carrying the corpses to the center of the training ground. While moving the bodies of those personal guards, Zhao Yong discovered 2 survivors. Those were the 2 initial assailants who had tried to attack Chen Nan, knocked unconscious by a kick from Zhao Yong and Su Ning. Just then they regained consciousness and saw their lord and 8 companions lying in pools of blood. Their minds were a tangled mess. They had no idea what had transpired. Zhao Yong resolved their confusion. 1 stroke each, sending them to continue serving their lord in the next world. Shortly after, Li Jing and the other 3 squadron leaders returned to the training ground one by one to report the completion of their respective missions. Reporting to Lord, all weapons and equipment have been loaded onto carts. Reporting to Lord, all grain supplies have been loaded. Reporting to Lord, all auxiliary troops and prisoners within the camp have been eliminated. Chen Nan nodded. Good. Now gather those corpses and drag them to the training ground as well. Burn them all. Simultaneously, Chen Nan reminded them once more to collect all valuables from the corpses and hand them over. No private retention permitted. Yes. The 3 men led their respective squads to begin moving the corpses. Soon the mountain of bodies on the training ground grew even larger and higher. Li Jing spoke up. Lord, may we now allow everyone to gather their belongings. The soldiers' silver and valuables are still in the barracks and haven't been collected yet. Go ahead. Each person may collect their own silver and valuables. As for those of the defiant soldiers and auxiliary troops, everything will be confiscated. No one is permitted to privately retain anything, or they will face military law. You 3 will personally oversee this. Yes. 5 minutes later, everyone had returned to the training ground. A few days prior, a great victory had been won and generous rewards of silver had been distributed. Almost every man carried a bulging pouch. Half of them had perished this time, and much of the reward silver had become ownerless. It was all piled onto the raised platform, forming a small mountain that glittered brilliantly under the sunlight. After a thorough count, the unclaimed silver and other valuables amounted to no less than 4,000 taels. Chen Nan announced, this ownerless wealth shall be temporarily held in trust. In the future, as long as you distinguish yourselves in service, I will not hesitate to bestow rewards upon you. With a wave of his hand, Chen Nan made all that wealth vanish in an instant, drawing it into the spatial storage within his mind. This spectacle left the soldiers utterly stunned. Earlier, when Chen Nan had materialized a weapon capable of firing hidden projectiles out of thin air, it had already been astonishing enough. Now he had somehow made several thousand taels of silver disappear entirely. What kind of immortal art was this? To make so many things vanish with a mere wave of his hand. Chen Nan had deliberately put on this display. He understood clearly to win these men's unwavering loyalty, he needed to demonstrate his capabilities lest they grow fickle and their resolve waver. Besides, by this point he had no choice but to reveal it. Going forward, he would regularly need to produce various supplies from his spatial storage, including weapons, armor, prefabricated container structures, and all manner of large equipment. He couldn't fabricate excuses every single time. Rather than letting them speculate, it was far better to simply tell them the truth. It would prove even more effective at winning their hearts and minds. Su Ning finally closed his slack jaw and asked, Lord, where did you put all those things? Can you make them reappear? Of course. Chen Nan waved his hand again, and those valuables materialized back on the platform completely intact, as though nothing had happened at all. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Chen Nan explained, just consider me to have a portable invisible warehouse on my person. With that explanation, everyone finally understood. Now Zhong Wangbei and Xiao Xingbang were fully convinced that Lord Chen possessed far more than just two of those formidable weapons. Their confidence in the future had reached an unprecedented height. Not even the heavenly kings could deter them from following Chen Nan. Li Jing exclaimed excitedly, "This is wonderful, Lord. Does that mean my weapons, armor, horses, and grain can all be stored in your invisible warehouse? Everything else is acceptable, but horses will not do. No living creature can fit inside." Li Jing and the others nodded. Even with this limitation, it was already remarkably extraordinary. For one must understand that war is fought on provisions and logistics. As the old saying goes, provisions must precede the troops. Transporting supplies and heavy equipment requires a vast number of auxiliary soldiers and conscripted laborers, all of whom consume food themselves. By the time the provisions reached the front lines, nearly half would already have been consumed. But with an invisible warehouse, matters were entirely different. All provisions and military supplies could be stowed away, greatly freeing the soldiers from heavy burdens and drastically reducing food consumption. The soldiers looked at Chen Nan with an added measure of reverence. Though they numbered only over 100, they had already begun to dream of storming the capital and toppling the old dynasty. "Does anyone among you know how to write?" "Sir, I do," Su Ning volunteered. Chen Nan produced a notebook and a ballpoint pen, briefly teaching him a few essentials. Next, Chen Nan had the soldiers register their possessions with Su Ning, and all were uniformly stored in his personal spatial warehouse, sparing them the burden of carrying heavy silver throughout the journey. Once registration was complete, everyone piled their belongings together. With a wave of his hand, Chen Nan swept everything into his spatial dimension. Then came provisions, weapons, and anything else they needed to take, all packed into the space. Finally, Chen Nan took out several barrels of gasoline and unscrewed the lids. "Zhao Yong, reporting, sir. Have someone pour these barrels of gasoline over those corpses." "Yes, sir." Though Zhao Yong had no idea what gasoline was, or why it should be poured on corpses, he carried out the order resolutely. Finally, Chen Nan took out a lighter and gave Zhao Yong a brief demonstration. Click! A flame as thick as a little finger erupted from the lighter. "This!" Everyone gaped in astonishment. Pressing lightly like that produced such a large flame. This contraption was far more convenient than a flint striker. If sold in the city, it could fetch at least dozens of taels of silver. Everyone was curious. Just how many interesting items did their lord's spatial warehouse contain? Zhao Yong pressed the lighter as Chen Nan had shown him. The moment the flame touched the gasoline-soaked clothing, the fire roared to life in an instant. Soon the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. If it were lamb or pork, the scent would make one's mouth water. However, this was human flesh being roasted. The smell could only provoke nausea. Before departing, Chen Nan retrieved over 20 AR-15 rifles from his spatial dimension. He decided to select some men to familiarize themselves with the firearms first, so they could respond promptly to any sudden emergencies along the way. Chen Nan selected only those he trusted most, his 3 personal guards, Ameo, Zhao Yong, and Su Ning, along with the men under Zhao Yong and Su Ning's command. Of course, that included Li Jing and 2 other squad leaders. Chen Nan taught them some fundamental firearm principles, such as how to engage and disengage the safety, how to aim, and how to pull the trigger to fire. Finally, he had each of them fire 2 rounds to practice. Just then a bird landed on the city wall. Li Jing raised his rifle, aimed at the bird following Chen Nan's earlier demonstration, and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bird fell to the ground instantly. Though it was his first time shooting a gun, Li Jing's marksmanship was impressive. He hit the target directly. This was because he was originally a master archer and shooting disciplines shared many common points, so he picked it up very quickly. Li Jing was exhilarated. "Excellent. Wonderful. This weapon has greater killing power than a bow, longer range, and requires no effort. Sir, with such weapons, unifying the 5 nations won't be long in coming." "Sir, does this weapon have a name?" Zhong Wangbei asked. "Yes, all such weapons are collectively called firearms. Of course, they differ from the spears you were previously familiar with. What you are using now are rifles. The one I used to kill those 8 personal guards was a submachine gun, and the compact one that killed Ding Songtao was a pistol." Everyone nodded with partial understanding. But regardless of what type of firearm it was, they only needed to know that these weapons were formidable. "Very well, we can depart from here now." Chen Nan mounted the horse Li Jing had prepared for him. A recent inventory had shown a total of 150 horses in the military camp. The entire force currently consisted of 128 people, meaning there were more than enough horses for everyone. Actually, the great battle a few days prior had captured hundreds of horses from the Liang army, but most were taken away by the deputy commander. Only over 100 remained, and when combined with those brought by Ding Songtao's party, the total came to exactly 150. Since all supplies had been stored away by Chen Nan, everyone traveled light. The group set off on horseback toward the city gate. "Sir, where are we headed?" Li Jing raised a key question. Zhong Wangbei replied, "With such devastating weapons as firearms in our possession, we should naturally capture a city, first collect taxes and grain, and soon live in comfort." Chen Nan shook his head. "Attacking cities can wait. Although our weapons and equipment are superior, our numbers are too few. A large city's walls extend for over 10 li with a dozen gates alone. Defending a city with so few men would be exceedingly burdensome, so there is no rush. Li Jing agreed. Sir is right. There is no need for excessive haste. After all, this world will belong to us in the future. He then eagerly asked, Sir, then what should we do? We must establish our own base, preferably one that is easy to defend and hard to assault. The brothers are not yet proficient with the new weapons and need time to practice lest accidental discharges injure our own men on the battlefield. Additionally, we must recruit soldiers and acquire horses to strengthen our forces. Li Jing seemed to wrestle with something internally, but finally gritted his teeth and said, Sir, your words are most reasonable. Speaking of a place easy to defend and hard to assault, I happen to recall a quite suitable location. Oh, do tell. Li Jing gave a brief introduction. That place is called Blackstone Cliff, though it is somewhat distant. Approximately 400 li from here. 400 li? That is hardly far. It would take 4 or 5 days on horseback. Very well, describe Blackstone Cliff in detail. Blackstone Cliff is a mountain formed entirely of dark hardened giant rock cliffs. The terrain is precipitous with only one treacherous narrow path for access. Its strategic position renders it easy to defend and impossible to assault. Yet the summit is remarkably flat with loose soil, dense vegetation, and arable land suitable for growing fruits, vegetables, and other crops. From your description, this place is a naturally fortified mountain stronghold. Has no faction claimed it? Li Jing's expression turned to admiration. Sir is indeed brilliant in strategy. That Blackstone Cliff has been occupied by a band of outlaws for over 60 years, and the chieftain position has changed hands through several generations. At first, the court dispatched military forces year after year to suppress them. But the terrain of Blackstone Cliff was too treacherous. As long as they held that critical pass, a single man could defend against 10,000. The court suffered heavy losses every time. Later, the court grew too lazy to bother. After all, Blackstone Cliff only ever had about 200 outlaws who occasionally raided passing caravans, but never caused catastrophic damage. That sounds like an excellent location. Let us go to Blackstone Cliff. My lord, do we really intend to attack Blackstone Cliff? What? Do you have a problem with that? Chen Nan turned his head to look at Li Jing. Zhang Wangbei spoke up. That's right, brotherly. What are you worried about? We hold a devastating weapon in our hands. Are we truly afraid of a band of mountain robbers? Li Jing shook his head. In open combat, we naturally would have no fear. My lord, with a single sword could annihilate the entire stronghold. But Blackstone Cliff holds a significant terrain advantage. As long as they cower above and refuse to show themselves, there is little we can do. I worry that a prolonged siege will take its toll on our morale. I recall last year a certain general unwilling to tolerate the situation led 2,000 troops to raid them. After fighting for over 10 days, he was ultimately forced to abandon the endeavor. Captain Li, rest assured. Since I have decided to attack this stronghold, I am fully confident. It will take no more than half an hour to secure it. Very well, my lord. With those words, I am at ease. Li Jing knew Chen Nan was not one to make empty boasts, yet he was curious about what method Chen Nan intended to employ. My lord, I have a question. Chao Xingbang, the captain of the second squad, who was usually man of few words, joined in. Proceed. My lord, you mentioned earlier that we will establish Blackstone Cliff as our base and subsequently recruit soldiers and horses. Is that correct? Of course. To rule this land, 100-odd men are far from enough. Chao Xingbang nodded. Indeed. Yet the more people we gather, the more grain we shall consume. I am familiar with the area around Blackstone Cliff. It is surrounded entirely by mountains with very few residents and little arable land. Even if we were to levy grain, there would be little to be had. I fear we cannot sustain ourselves for long. Though Chao Xingbang rarely spoke, the question he raised was truly probing, one that touched upon the very survival of the entire force. Rest assured, I have my arrangements. Chen Nan did not elaborate further. The time would come when all would be revealed. Chao Xingbang, though curious, did not press the matter. Since he had chosen to follow Chen Nan, he must trust him unconditionally. The troops marched steadily toward the northeast. It was a pity that the roads in ancient times were in lamentable condition, and many places were impassable to wheeled vehicles. Otherwise, Chen Nan would have simply brought out a bus. The force numbered 128 in total. The soldiers were mostly young men, unmarried, and without families, and most had also lost their parents. One could say that these men, like Chen Nan himself, were a combination of bachelors and orphans, untethered and unencumbered, the perfect stock for rebellion. Those with families and ties had largely chosen to side with Ding Songtao during the earlier alignment. 2 hours later, not far from the Dahang of Tiger Slaying Pass, a caravan of carriages and horses advanced slowly toward the garrison. The caravan consisted of 10 cavalrymen and 4 carriages. Cavalry squad leader Zhu Heng remarked, "Our madam truly dotes on the second young master. One might think he is coming to Tiger Slaying Pass to enjoy himself rather than to fight. She has specifically ordered us to deliver so many provisions." The madam, referred to by Zhu Heng, was none other than Ding Songtao's mother, the legitimate wife of Marquis Wuting Ding Haiba. Ding Songtao had never left home since childhood, and this mission took him to Tiger Slaying Pass, a border region plagued by constant warfare. As a mother, the Marquis's consort was heartbroken at the thought. She knew well that tiger-slaying pass offered great opportunity for merit, but also carried immense danger. Of the previous captains, only half had been promoted, the other half had perished there and never returned. Yet for the sake of securing a promising future for her beloved son, she had not objected. At the parting, the Marquis's consort was so overcome with sorrow that she could scarcely breathe, unable to utter a single word, only weeping endlessly. It was only after her son had truly departed that she suddenly realized she had overlooked many matters. Tiger-slaying pass was so perilous. Would 10 bodyguards be sufficient to keep him safe? The conditions there were so harsh. Would he sleep poorly at night? Winter would arrive within a few months. Would he suffer from the cold? Songer had always been fond of good wine and beautiful women. With neither wine nor women at tiger-slaying pass, would he become listless and demoralized? Upon reaching these thoughts, the Marquis's consort immediately sought out Wooding Ho Ding Haiba, laying out her concerns in full, hoping he would dispatch another 10 bodyguards for close protection, as well as send some fine wine and women. Ding Haiba flatly rejected the unreasonable demand on the spot. Madame Songer is going to command troops and wage war, not to seek pleasure. What would your colleagues say if you sent such things to him? The Marquis's consort immediately deployed a woman's quintessential art: weeping, making a scene, and threatening suicide. I don't care. If you refuse, I will die. Indeed, the Wooding Ho, who had faced a lifetime of battlefields, was intimidated. He promptly selected 10 highly skilled soldiers from the army. He also chose 3 of the most beautiful maidservants from the mansion, along with over a dozen jars of fine wine aged for many years, silk, cotton quilts, fur coats, and in short, everything that Ding Songtao might possibly need in the military camp. The Marquis's consort had prepared it all. As the caravan drew closer to the garrison, everyone faintly caught a whiff of roasted meat. Zhu Heng said, "The second young master truly knows how to enjoy himself. On his very first day at tiger-slaying pass, he is already eating roasted meat. We are still a li away, yet the fragrance carries this far. Just how much meat must have been roasted?" Another soldier sniffed hard and detected something amiss. "Squad leader, why do I also smell a burning odor? Has the meat gone charred?" Zhu Heng mimicked him, bringing his nose close. Sure enough, a scorched scent lingered beneath the roasting aroma. What is going on here? The column quickened its pace. Yet as they neared the city walls, the sense of wrongness grew ever stronger. Not a single person was visible on the ramparts. That was impossible. No matter what activities took place within the garrison, sentries were always posted on the walls. Not even during the new year could vigilance be relaxed. Otherwise, should enemies creep close, they could easily wipe out the entire camp in one blow. How could their own young master, however reckless he might be, fail to understand such a basic principle? Then again, one could not judge the young master by ordinary standards. Just like his mother, who, despite knowing he was sent to war, still ordered wine and beauties to be delivered to him. How could one fight a battle after one's vitality had been drained by wine and women? Like mother, like son. So even if the young master had done something of the sort, it would not be entirely out of character. Pressing onward, the soldiers suddenly discovered something even more shocking. The city gates were wide open. Something was terribly wrong. Deeply, profoundly wrong. This is bad. Something has happened at the garrison. Follow me, ride. Zhu Heng lashed his whip fiercely across the horse's flank. The others followed suit, and a troop of warhorses broke into a gallop, kicking up clouds of dust. Soon the 10 of them reached the city gate and rode straight in. The garrison was eerily quiet. Quiet enough that the sound of horses breathing could be clearly heard. The aroma of roasted meat and the acrid scent of burning grew ever stronger. Their expressions darkened one by one, for they had all without exception arrived at the same horrifying conclusion. Following the fragrance to the training ground, they could contain themselves no longer and violently retched. It was indeed the scent of roasted meat. Except what was being roasted was human flesh. Though consumed by a great fire, the burning had not been thorough, and human forms could still be discerned. After vomiting, Zhu Heng began to worry about his own head. The situation was already clear. The tiger-slaying pass garrison had been completely annihilated, every soul extinguished. It was very likely that the second young master was among that pile of roasted flesh. How could this have happened? Zhu Heng was utterly stunned. The second young master had arrived only half a day earlier. How could the tiger-slaying pass garrison be devoid of a single living soul? What made it all the more perplexing was that the city gates did not appear to have been breached by force, but rather opened from within. Moreover, there were no signs of widespread destruction inside the garrison. Quick! Search every corner of the garrison. Find out if there are any survivors. A quarter of an hour later, 2 subordinates dragged back a man whose stench was unbearable. "Captain, we found someone in the cesspit. He is an auxiliary soldier here." Since the heavy aroma of roasted meat was nearby, the auxiliary's smell of excrement was actually not that noticeable. He was a man around 40 years old. Zhu Heng asked what exactly happened. The auxiliary had been severely frightened and had not recovered to this day, completely missing Zhu Heng's question. A soldier pushed him. "Our captain is asking you what happened here." Captain, the colonel and deputy colonel were fighting." "Fighting? What for?" The auxiliary shook his head blankly. "This humble one does not know. Only that Deputy Chen won, and then Deputy Chen killed all of us, including the auxiliary soldiers and the death row prisoners." Everyone was dead. Then how did you survive? This humble one had a stomachache and was using the lathe. When I saw those people brandishing knives and slashing at anyone they saw, I was terrified and crawled into the cesspit to hide, which is how I escaped. Where are the deputy colonel and the others? I do not know. Are you sure the new colonel is dead? The auxiliary continued, shaking his head. I do not know. Since the auxiliary knew nothing, Zhu Heng stopped questioning. However, whether the second young master Ding Songtao was alive or dead had to be determined, as it concerned whether their heads would remain attached to their shoulders. Zhu Heng pointed to the pile of charred corpses. Search there, and see if you can find the second young master. The subordinates' faces showed expressions of utter despair. The smell was disgusting even from afar, let alone rummaging through corpses inside. But they dared not disobey their captain's order, so they found cloth to cover their noses, walked over, and began searching through the nauseating mess. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn out, they made a discovery, because Ding Songtao was the commanding officer and easier to identify compared to others. He wore iron armor which was only blackened by the fire, but not destroyed. The soldiers recognized his armor at a glance. Additionally, a commander's exclusive waist badge was found on the corpse. The badge was made of iron, and remained intact as well. Although the face was unrecognizable, these two items were sufficient to prove his identity. Zhu Heng's expression turned ice cold. If the second young master was dead, their fate would be dire. Though it had nothing to do with them, if the Marquis was enraged and implicated them, they would die unjustly. Zhu Heng suddenly remembered horseshoe prints outside the city extending northeastward. He guessed that Chen Nan likely fled northeast with the rebel group. Chong and you two hurry back to report to the Marquis about this situation and tell him the rebels are fleeing toward Yinzhou. I will lead the others in pursuit. If any clues are discovered, I will send word back immediately. Yes, Captain. Good. Take 3 days' rations and depart at once. The group had no time to rest and immediately rode away on horseback. Outside the city, they encountered 4 carriages still en route. Zhu Heng also sent them back and led his 7 subordinates galloping fast along the direction of the horseshoe prints. As the sun sloped westward and dusk approached, Li Jing leaned close to Chen Nan. Sir, we have been marching for so long, and the brothers are hungry. Should we find a place to set up camp and cook? Chen Nan glanced at the sky and agreed to the proposal. You go find a clean, flat, suitable place for camping. Yes, sir. Li Jing led several scouts forward quickly to reconnoiter a suitable location. About 10 minutes later, Li Jing returned to Chen Nan. Report, sir, 1 mile ahead, there is a valley suitable for camping. It is flat and well concealed. Good, let's go there. Chen Nan dug his heels into the horse's flanks, and the horse under him burst into a gallop. Upon arriving at the valley, Chen Nan took a look and was very satisfied. Indeed, it was an excellent camping site. The ground was very flat, suitable for placing container houses. Moreover, the entrance was well concealed, making it hard for ordinary people to discover without special search. The only drawback was the excessive and tall weeds. Li Jing suggested, Sir, please assign tasks. Who is responsible for setting up camp? Who digs pits for stoves? Who collects firewood? Chen Nan waved his hand. No need, just eat directly. Li Jing was puzzled. Sir, you mean eat directly? Zhong Wangbei and Xiao Xingbang were also confused. Eat directly without even digging a stove. Eat tree bark. Chen Nan did not explain. He took out dozens of sickles from his space. These are sickles. Distribute them to the brothers to clear these weeds, preventing snakes, insects, rats, and ants from swarming the camp at night. With many hands making light work and modern crafted sickles, they cleared an open area of about 500 square meters in less than 5 minutes. Chen Nan waved his hand, and a round table appeared on the open ground surrounded by 10 matching red stools. These were commonly used tables and stools for rural banquets, convenient and inexpensive. Chen Nan transformed 13 times, continuously arranging 13 sets of tables and stools neatly on the open ground. The soldiers had already grown accustomed to Chen Nan materializing objects out of thin air. But having tables and stools didn't mean they could eat directly. Could he conjure delicious food too? Indeed he could. Chen Nan waved his hand again, and 12 transparent plastic takeaway boxes filled with dishes appeared on the tables. The dishes in the takeaway boxes included both meat and vegetables, cold and hot options, even soup. Mushroom stewed chicken, braised fish chunks, boiled pork slices, braised delicacies, platter corn, and pork rib soup. It was enough to make one's mouth water just looking at them. Although these dishes were merely standard fare at rural banquets in modern society, costing only a few hundred yuan per table, in this era, everything was completely different. When had these common soldiers ever eaten such colorful, fragrant, and delicious food? More astonishingly, the dishes were still steaming hot. This was not just a portable warehouse. It was a magical cornucopia where one could have anything they desired. Would they even need military cooks in the future? Chen Nan had already amazed them enough, and they thought they were numb to shocks, but they never expected to be stunned repeatedly. Besides the table full of good dishes, Chen Nan also provided each table with a large bottle of cola and a bottle of coconut milk. Oh, and a big basin of rice. Chen Nan originally wanted everyone to taste beer too, but decided against it. This was a special time, and there might be pursuers ahead. Better to wait until they had their own stronghold to enjoy properly. Alright, stop staring with your mouths open and start eating. Chen Nan arranged seating by squads, with exactly 10 people per table. While organizing the meal, Chen Nan did not relax his vigilance. He ordered Zhao Yong to lead a group to guard the valley entrance and observe the enemy situation. By the time Su Ning's table finished eating, they would be relieved. While enjoying the feast on this side, two of Zhu Heng's soldiers had already arrived at the Wooding Marquee Manor. Please notify the Marquis for me. We have urgent matters to report. Something has happened at Shao Pass. The guards and retainers of the Wooding Marquee Manor saw that the two men in front of them were wearing armor. Since the second young master had gone to Shahu Pass that day, they realized the matter was grave. Knowing they could not delay, they immediately rushed into the mansion to report. Ding Haiba and his wife were having dinner when they heard that two soldiers returning from Shahu Pass requested an audience. He immediately put down his chopsticks and said, "Let them in." The Marquis's wife also set down her chopsticks, her face clouded with worry. "Husband, I hope nothing has happened to Song." Ding Haiba reassured her, "Do not be nervous. It may not necessarily be bad news." Only a short while later, the guards returned once more with two armored soldiers behind them. The two men knelt on one knee. "We pay our respects to the Marquis." Ding Haiba naturally recognized these two men. They were among the 10 soldiers he had carefully selected that morning. "Were you not ordered to Shahu Pass to protect the second young master? Why have the two of you returned?" A Yu and a Chong exchanged glances, neither daring to speak first. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy at once, for their expressions spoke volumes. Something serious must have happened at Shao Pass. Ding Haiba's voice carried authority. "Speak quickly, or I shall hold you accountable." A Yu gritted his teeth. "Marquis, the second young master. He has died." "What?" Upon hearing this news, both Ding Haiba and his wife rose in shock. The Marquis's wife broke down immediately, wailing, "My Song." Fortunately, 2 serving maids stood nearby, or she would have collapsed to the ground. The 2 maids helped the Marquis's wife back in her chair, but she was sobbing so bitterly that she could barely sit upright. They had to force her into a seated position. Though deeply shaken by the news, Ding Haiba had seen enough of life's turmoil not to crumble immediately like his wife. "Is what you say true?" Ding Haiba's voice was as cold as the winter wind in December. "Marquis, I would never joke about such a matter. This was found on the second young master's corpse." Speaking, Yu took out a waist token from his person and presented it with both hands. Ding Haiba took the token and examined it closely. Indeed, it was the exclusive waist token of his second son, Ding Songtao. "What on earth is going on? We won a great victory at Shahu Pass just days ago, and our morale was soaring. How dared the Liang rebels attack?" Reporting to the Marquis, the Liang army did not attack. The second young master had a disagreement with Deputy Commander Chen Nan, and fighting broke out between the two sides. Chen Nan and his men killed the second young master along with those soldiers who supported him, all the auxiliary troops, and the prisoners. Chen Nan, the same Chen Nan who earned great merit in the last battle. Exactly. I do not know the full details. Only one auxiliary soldier survived in the main camp. From what he told us, the second young master had a dispute with Chen Nan as soon as he entered the camp, and then fighting broke out. By the time I arrived at Shahu Pass, the second young master was already. What of Songer's body? Did you bring it back? Marquis, we were in a hurry to return and report, so the second young master's body is still being transported by cart behind us. However, a Yu's word stopped abruptly, again too afraid to continue. Stop stuttering. Speak clearly. Marquis, after committing his crimes, Chen Nan transported all the corpses to the drill ground and set them ablaze. The second young master was so badly burned that he was unrecognizable. If not for the differences in the armor he wore compared to the soldiers, we would hardly have been able to identify him. Hearing this, the Marquis's wife cried even more bitterly. My son, you died such a tragic death. The Marquis's wife grabbed Ding Haiba's arm. Husband, you must avenge Song for me, wailing. Wife, you need not remind me. The murder of my son is an unforgivable crime. If I do not kill Chen Nan, I will not live to see another day. Ding Haiba looked at Yu again. Where is he now? He has fled toward the northeast. Sergeant Zhu Heng is in pursuit and should be sending word back shortly. How many troops does Chen Nan have under his command? As far as I know, Chen Nan took over 100 men with him, no more than 150, with exactly 150 horses. Over 100 riders might seem like a small force, but Chen Nan was cunning and ruthless. He had once killed 30 men single-handedly and devised strategies that allowed 200 Chu soldiers to defeat nearly 1,300 Liang troops. This man must not be underestimated. Ding Haiba pondered for a moment before issuing his orders. Very well. The two of you should immediately take my token to the Zhechong fortress above Shao Pass and request their forces to crush Chen Nan and his rebel gang. Be sure to remind them that Chen Nan is ruthless yet clever and brave. You will need at least 1,000 troops. Yes, sir. A Yu and a Chong mounted fresh horses and rode non-stop toward Tongzhou. Meanwhile, Zhu Heng had followed the horse hoofprints and tracked down Chen Nan's group. Upon learning their camp location, Zhu Heng dispatched 2 riders to return and report. In the valley, over 100 people were chatting and laughing together in great cheer. These common soldiers had never enjoyed such a lavish feast before, so everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves. Both cola and coconut juice had been distributed 1 cup per person. The sweet coconut juice was pleasant to everyone, but most people frowned at the first sip of cola. They felt a sour, numbing tingle on their tongues with a bitterness reminiscent of medicinal decoction, mixing with the sweetness, and bubbles seemed to burst throughout their mouths. This stuff tastes terrible. Many wanted to spit it out, but Chen Nan had warned them not to waste food, so they swallowed it down. However, after the cola went down, the sensation became completely different. They could not quite explain what was good about it, but they wanted another sip. The second gulp sent a powerful stimulation straight to their brains, making their entire bodies feel extraordinarily comfortable. After finishing the cup, everyone fell in love with this magical drink. But 1 large bottle of cola could only fill 10 cups, exactly 1 per person. Some begged Chen Nan for another bottle, but he refused. This was not an unlimited supply. The cola in his spatial dimension was finite. Each bottle consumed was 1 less. There were still long days ahead, and Chen Nan needed to plan for the future. After dinner, Chen Nan collected the tables and stools away, and the next issue to address was lodging. The soldiers began wondering if Chen Nan could conjure up several houses directly. But upon careful consideration, everyone thought it unlikely he could produce houses. After all, building a house required laying a foundation first. Even if Chen Nan had houses stored in his portable warehouse, placing them directly on the ground would risk collapse, and no one would dare live inside. However, when Chen Nan brought out the container houses, everyone present was dumbfounded once again. Su Ning murmured, "Such square and sturdy houses actually exist in this world." Everyone gathered around to examine the peculiar houses up close. They studied them repeatedly, them over and over, constantly making sounds of amazement. The house was actually made of iron, so it had to be extremely sturdy. Su Ning tried pushing against it with both hands, but the iron structure remained completely immovable. He increased his effort, yet it still would not budge. In the end, he even summoned Zhao Yong to help, and together they pushed with all their might, but the iron house wouldn't shift an inch. Su Ning exclaimed, "This is miraculous. This iron house is far sturdier than any conventional building with a foundation. We're set now. No matter how heavy the rain or how fierce the wind, we needn't fear it collapsing." Su Ning walked to the door and pushed, but it wouldn't open no matter what he did. "My lord, how do we get inside?" Chen Nan approached the door, pressed down the handle, and gave a gentle push. The door swung open effortlessly. Chen Nan entered first, and the others followed close behind. However, since the room was not large, only a few of Mao's fellow guards and several captains, both senior and junior, could fit inside. Although night had fallen, the sky was not yet completely dark. The afterglow outside filtered through the transparent glass windows, casting enough light to see by. Su Ning remarked, "The house is fine, but unfortunately there are no beds. I should have taken the barracks beds and moved them into the Lord's portable warehouse along with everything else." Zhao Yong sneered, "So what if there are no beds? Sleeping on the floor in a house this nice would still be comfortable. Look at this floor, spotlessly clean, not a speck of dust in sight. Far better than your doghouse." Remarkably, Su Ning did not retort this time. "You're right. It's far too clean. I hardly dare set foot in it for fear of dirtying the place. Rest assured, now that we have the house, how could beds possibly be lacking? Make way, all of you," Chen Nan ordered. The group retreated to the doorway, and with a wave of Chen Nan's hand, 5 iron-frame bunk beds appeared before them, neatly lined up against one wall. The container house measured 8 meters long by 3 meters wide, while each iron bunk bed was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. Fitting 5 beds side by side across the width left plenty of room. The 5 bunk beds accommodated 10 men, a full squad. With the beds arranged, a spacious area remained in the center, enough to place a table and 10 red stools which would serve as their meeting setup. With quarters and beds secured, the next concern was bedding. However, given the sweltering heat and the fact that these men rarely had the chance to bathe, Chen Nan worried they might soil the sheets and blankets. He therefore distributed only bamboo cooling mats for the time being. Once they had established their base and things stabilized, Chen Nan planned to organize regular bathing and distribute proper bedding and new clothes. Chen Nan then produced 11 additional container houses, each furnished identically with 5 bunk beds, 1 table, and 10 red stools. The entire force now numbered 128 men. Excluding Chen Nan himself, the 6 senior and junior captains, and a Mao who had not yet been assigned to a unit, there were 120 soldiers, exactly 12 squads. Some of these squads had been intact from the start, while others had been completely scattered during previous engagements and the morning's infighting, some even losing their squad leaders entirely. Chen Nan reorganized them into 12 complete squads and appointed new squad leaders where necessary. Each of the 12 squads was assigned 1 container house. As for who slept on which bunk, that was left to them to decide, whether by lottery or by their squad leader's arrangement. Chen Nan saw no need to interfere. 8 individuals remained unassigned, including Chen Nan himself, the 6 senior and junior captains, and a Mao who still lacked a formal unit. Naturally, Chen Nan reserved a private room for himself. That particular room had been decorated well before his transmigration, complete with a spacious Simmons bed and plush sofas. The 6 senior and junior captains, being senior officers within the unit, certainly could not be expected to cram into a single room alongside ordinary soldiers. Chen Nan therefore granted them special treatment. Senior and junior captains shared rooms in pairs. This left only a Mao. Since even the senior and junior captains had to share quarters, Chen Nan certainly would not allow a Mao to enjoy the same privilege as his supreme commander. Instead, he assigned a Mao to share a room with Zhao Yong and Su Ning. These three were Chen Nan's personal guards, and he placed their container adjacent to his own so he could protect them at all times. There was one complication, however. Zhao Yong and Su Ning were both squad leaders of their respective units. The resolution was straightforward. They would continue commanding their squads, but would not live with their soldiers. This arrangement was considered a minor privilege of serving as Chen Nan's personal guard. After distributing the rooms, Chen Nan summoned all the senior and junior captains and every squad leader for a meeting. A Mao as a personal guard was also permitted to attend. For this purpose, Chen Nan specially prepared an empty container house as a temporary conference room. Inside, a desk was placed with a leather executive chair behind it. This was, of course, Chen Nan's seat. As for the others, he had them stand while he spoke, lest they grow presumptuous and take advantage of his courtesy. Since it had grown completely dark, Chen Nan installed a solar-powered lamp in the room, instantly illuminating the entire space. Everyone was deeply curious about this light-emitting device. Chen Nan took his seat in the executive chair, while the others formed 2 rows facing him. Gentlemen, this is our first meeting since leaving Shaho Pass. First and foremost, I am delighted that you have chosen to follow me, and I wish to express my gratitude to each of you. Su Ning immediately responded. My lord, we are the fortunate ones to serve under you. It is we who should thank you. Precisely. Serving under you has been no regret for any of us. The men began eagerly voicing their loyalty and devotion. Chen Nan pressed his hands downward. Enough. I appreciate your sentiments. Now let us begin the formal proceedings. I will be implementing certain reforms within the army. Silence fell over the room as everyone listened attentively. From this moment forward, this army shall be known as the Chen Family Army, and I shall serve as its supreme commander. All of you will obey my orders without exception. Yes, my lord. Oh, and there is one matter regarding titles. From now on, do not address me as my lord. Henceforth you will call me Lord Master. Your self-references must also change. Terms like your humble servant or this lowly one are hereby forbidden. In formal settings, refer to yourselves as subordinate. In casual conversation, speak as you please. Yes, Lord Master. Good. Now let us address the matter of military restructuring. Chen Nan paused before continuing. You 127 men constitute my personal guard battalion. The size of this unit shall remain fixed. It may only shrink, never grow. Even if new recruits join in the future, the personal guard battalion shall not be expanded. The conference room fell utterly silent. The men exchanged glances, their faces brimming with elation. As professional soldiers, they well understood the immense weight and prestige carried by the title Personal Guard Battalion. If the Chen family army were ever to expand to tens of thousands, these men would remain the core within the core. Should any of you rise in rank and transfer to other battalions as commanding officers, a position within the Personal Guard Battalion shall always be reserved for you. The monthly pay for the Personal Guard Battalion shall be 3 taels of silver for ordinary soldiers, 5 taels for squad leaders, 8 taels for junior captains, and 10 taels for senior captains. This is merely the starting point. As our territory expands and tax revenue flows in, your stipends will rise accordingly. Though these wages were substantially higher than what they had received at Shaho Pass, the men were not overly excited. Compared to the honor of belonging to the Personal Guard Battalion, the monthly pay was merely a welcome bonus. Should their Lord Master ever seize the realm, promotion and ennoblement would be but the beginning. Titles of nobility and positions of minister were not beyond reach. At this moment, every man shared a single thought: we have followed the right man. By the way, the Personal Guard Battalion also bears another name, the Divine Mechanism Battalion. Your Excellency, what does Shinji Battalion mean? Li Jing asked curiously. The firearms I showed earlier can be called divine machines, so the Shinji Battalion is a combat unit armed primarily with these divine machines. Everyone was overjoyed. This meant that from now on, each of them could wield those weapons that launched hidden projectiles. Those devices were veritable death dealers, capable of taking a life from 100 paces away, truly killing without a trace. With over 100 men armed with these, they would be invincible. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Chen Nan warned, don't get too excited. Although you'll be using firearms in the future, you must not abandon your skills with cold weapons. Su Ning said, Your Excellency. No, Master, these guns are so powerful that they could flatten an army of tens of thousands. Why bother training with cold weapons? Short-sighted, Chen Nan scolded. If you go into battle with that attitude, failure is only a matter of time. Master, I was wrong. Su Ning lowered his head, accepting the criticism humbly. Chen Nan was not deliberately trying to dampen their spirits. In truth, the situation was not that optimistic. The guns were indeed formidable, practically a dimensional strike against cold weapon armies. But the problem was that his ammunition was not infinite. Each shot fired was one less. This continent had 5 nations. If he relied entirely on firearms to crush them one by one, he was unsure whether the ammunition would last until the unification of the 5 states. Even after unifying the 5 central states, there were still powerful nomadic tribes on the northern grasslands, eyeing them covetously. The northern grasslands, much like the central plains, had been embroiled in internal strife for centuries. In fact, the chaos was even worse than in the central plains. The grasslands were divided into dozens of tribes, and for centuries the entire region had been a boiling cauldron of conflict, which was why they had not launched a large-scale invasion of the central plains amid the turmoil. But rumor had it that things were different now. A few years ago, a particularly formidable chieftain emerged from one of the grassland tribes. He was said to be a once-in-a-millennium military genius, and in just a few years he had already conquered 60 to 70% of the tribes. It seemed likely that he would unify the entire grassland before long. When that happened, the northern nomads would surely launch a massive southward invasion. So Chen Nan had to take a long-term view. After unifying the 5 states, he must also leave himself some contingency plans. If his ammunition ran out, he would have almost no chance against a unified northern nomadic force. With hundreds of thousands of iron cavalry sweeping south, without firearms the entire central plains would become a living hell. Thus Chen Nan could not allow the Chen family army to develop a dependency on firearms. Their skills with cold weapons must never be abandoned. In fact, even if they used only cold weapons, Chen Nan still had a considerable advantage. After all, in his storage space, he had 1,000 sets of armor and cold weapons crafted with modern techniques. Those cold weapons could cut through iron like mud, their quality far surpassing that of this era. Once they clashed in battle, the enemy might hack away for a long time without breaching their defenses. But when our soldiers struck with a single slash, if the enemy was wearing ordinary leather armor, they would be unable to withstand it. Of course, if the enemy wore fine iron armor, it would also be difficult to break through. At that point, they could bring out the firearms. A single burst of bullets would finish off whatever armor they had. Chen Nan continued the meeting. Next is the reorganization of the structure. Currently, the personal guard battalion has 12 full squads. I will now assign numbers to these 12 squads. Chen Nan looked at Zhao Yong and Su Ning. Zhao Yong, your squad is Squad 1. Su Ning, your squad is Squad 2. Then Chen Nan called out each name in order, assigning numbers from 1 to 12 to every squad. Since the personal guard battalion has only a little over 120 men, we will establish only 3 platoons. Platoon 1 will be led by Li Jing as platoon leader, with Yuan Wei as assistant platoon leader, commanding squads 3, 4, 5, and 6. Li Jing and Yuan Wei stepped forward, clasping their fists. We accept the command. Platoon 2 will be led by Zhong Wangbei as platoon leader, with Luo Qin as assistant platoon leader, commanding squads 7, 8, and 9. Platoon 3 will be led by Chao Xingbang as platoon leader, with Jiang Peng as assistant platoon leader, commanding squads 10, 11, and 12. Zhong Wangbei and the other 3 stepped forward, simultaneously clasping their fists. We accept the command. But a doubt arose in everyone's mind. Li Jing voiced it. Master, which platoon do squads 1 and 2 belong to? Squads 1 and 2 are not subordinated to any platoon. They report directly to me. Everyone in the room looked at Zhao Yong and Su Ning, their eyes inevitably showing envy. These 2 squads answered directly to the master. This relationship was clearly one step closer than theirs, making them the elite within the elite guard. Seeing the envious gazes, Zhao Yong and Su Ning felt a surge of pride, their hearts swelling with delight. Su Ning in particular was overwhelmed with excitement. Over the years he had flattered many people in the military camp, currying favor endlessly, but after all that he had only managed to become a squad leader. Now unexpectedly, he had become one of the 2 most celebrated men in the entire battalion. From now on, even the platoon leaders and assistant platoon leaders would have to treat him with courtesy. Su Ning wore a smug expression, his tail practically wagging in the air, making everyone else want to punch him. Of course Su Ning knew what they were thinking, but he didn't rein himself in at all, because he understood that their feelings were nothing but pure envy and jealousy. Who would dare hit him now? Everyone had been assigned a role except for a Mao, who stood beside Chen Nan. Chen Nan naturally had not forgotten him. As for Wang Mao, since all squads are already at full strength, he will serve as my aide-de-camp and assistant. If I am absent or unavailable, you can report directly to Wang Mao, and he will relay the matter to me. This time, everyone's envy shifted to a Mao. Although no one had heard of the terms aide-de-camp or assistant before, from the literal meaning they could tell that this position was exceptionally close to the master, equivalent to a personal bodyguard never leaving his side. Moreover, if the master was unavailable, they could report directly to Wang Mao, effectively making him the second in command of the entire Chen family army. Even though he held no official rank and remained a common soldier from then on, who would dare to look down on him? In an instant, Mao became the center of attention. Standing behind Chen Nan, Mao trembled with excitement. He had never imagined he would achieve such a position. Mao walked around to the front of the table and knelt on one knee, clasping his fists. Master, I am willing to go through fire and water for you. In the future, I will face any hardship without a single frown. Rise. Su Ning, who had been strutting arrogantly, now felt his spirits dampened. Bitterness filled his heart, and he was deeply dissatisfied. Why? This Wang Mao was just a prisoner half a month ago, and now he's riding above me. But then he thought again. It seemed the master himself had been a prisoner half a month ago. Ah, indeed, prisoners sympathize with prisoners. If only I had known, I would have spent a few days in the death row prison camp. Maybe then I could have become the master's aide-de-camp and assistant too. Alright, the meeting is adjourned. Everyone go rest. We have to set out early tomorrow morning. Oh, and each of you take a mosquito coil from your room. There were many mosquitoes in the forest, and the mosquito coils would help them sleep. The sentry duty was assigned to Zhao Yong and Su Ning, each leading their squad to take turns guarding the entrance of the valley. As for who would take the first watch and who would take the second, they could decide that themselves. Chen Nan issued each of them an AR-15 rifle and an extra magazine. Furthermore, Chen Nan gave them an infrared thermal imaging telescope for observing the enemy at night. Master, what is this? Zhao Yong and Su Ning asked, looking at the oddly shaped device. This is called a telescope, Su Ning interjected. It means a mirror that can see very far, right? Chen Nan did not mind his interruption and nodded. You could say that. Place this telescope before your eyes, and even living creatures 2 or 3 li away will be revealed at once. Is it really that miraculous? Yes, try it. Chen Nan handed the telescope to Su Ning, who immediately lifted it to his eyes. Look at those people in the distance, Chen Nan reminded him. Su Ning aimed at the figures walking before the container houses far ahead, and a sound of admiration escaped his lips. Remarkable. Though I cannot make out their faces, I can clearly see human shapes moving about. In the telescope's view, everything was shrouded in darkness save for the white silhouettes of people who could not escape its gaze. Zhao Yong grew envious upon hearing this, and reached out eagerly to grab it. Old Su, let me see. I haven't finished yet. Su Ning sidestepped to avoid Zhao Yong, but now the telescope was aimed at the distant mountain peak. There a white deer-like creature was trotting along the summit. Oh my, there's a young deer running up the peak, moving quite briskly. How miraculous. With such a telescope, hunting would become effortless. Of course, it would serve equally well for reconnaissance. Indeed, nothing in his lord's warehouse was without value. Zhao Yong finally seized his opportunity, snatching the telescope from Su Ning's hands. After peering through it, he too couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Very well. I've outfitted you both completely. Tonight's security is now your responsibility. Yes, my lord. We shall complete our mission. The two responded in unison. Finally, Chen Nan distributed bottles of mosquito repellent, instructing the soldiers to spray it on exposed skin to ward off the mosquitoes. The valley entrance required guarding, and Chen Nan's quarters also needed protection. This duty naturally fell to a Mao. While Zhao Yong and Su Ning were tasked with guarding against enemies, a Mao's responsibility was to watch their own people. Though all these individuals belonged to Chen Nan's personal guard, he still hesitated to place his complete trust in them. At present, only a Mao and Zhao Yong commanded his full confidence. Even Su Ning fell somewhat short. Since a Mao had no relief, he would stand watch at Chen Nan's door throughout the entire night. Yet a Mao bore no complaint. As the most trusted of personal guards, this was an expected sacrifice. Moreover, merely standing night watch was far preferable to his previous existence as a condemned prisoner. After another long forced march, Yu and a Chong finally arrived outside the camp at Tongzhou City. Who goes there? It called the sentinel. Yu raised Ding Haiba's badge and shouted loudly. We are personal guards of the Marquis of Wooding. We bear urgent military intelligence regarding Shahu Pass and request immediate audience with the commandant. Wooding Marquis. Shahu Pass. Merely a name and a place, yet the guard dared not neglect them. He immediately rushed to report to the commandant's quarters. Upon hearing these two names, Commandant Han Yonghui instantly lost all sleepiness. Though he did not report directly to the Marquis of Wooding, the Marquis was nonetheless a prestigious family with 200 years of history and royal connections. Moreover, today marked the first day of his second son Ding Songtao assuming command at Shahu Pass. With the Marquis sending envoys at this moment, something must have gone wrong. Han Yonghui rose, immediately changed his clothes, and summoned a Yu and a Chong. Sitting composedly in his chair, he asked, What has happened? A Yu bowed slightly with clasped hands. Respectfully reporting, Commander Han, at noon today our second young master had a dispute with Vice Commander Chen Nan upon his arrival at Shahu Pass. That despicable Chen Nan then struck, ruthlessly slaughtering our second young master along with nearly 400 soldiers, auxiliary troops, and prisoners. Subsequently, Chen Nan fled northeast with approximately 130 rebel troops. What? Young Master Ding is dead. Han Yonghui sprang to his feet in shock. The commander of Shahu Pass had perished, Vice Commander Chen Nan had defected, and the entire garrison was annihilated. This news stunned him utterly. Despite the gravity of the situation, he had received no intelligence whatsoever, forced instead to learn of it from the Marquis's personal guard. Such dereliction of duty would warrant dismissal, and he would have no grounds for complaint. Worse still, the Marquis's own son was involved. All these dukes and marquises shared some degree of kinship with the imperial family. With the Marquis's beloved son dead at Shahu Pass, the consequences could be severe. Even dismissal would be lenient. Brother, Han Yonghui asked politely, what are the Marquis's orders? The Marquis commands you to lead troops immediately in pursuit of the rebels. Additionally, the Marquis notes that Chen Nan is extraordinarily cunning. You should deploy at least 1,000 men, lest the rebels escape. Very well. However, 5 hours have passed since noon, and it is now deep midnight. How shall we determine which direction the rebels have fled? Rest assured, sir. My squad leader has been tracking the rebel forces and should have received reports shortly. If you proceed northeast from Shahu Pass, you will surely encounter our scouts. Excellent. Wait a moment while I make arrangements. Yes. Han Yonghui immediately summoned his officers to the war council. After briefly explaining the events at Shahu Pass, Han Yonghui turned to Deputy Commandant Wang Daoqing. Old Wang, the rebels must be crushed and Shahu Pass must be defended. Should Liang forces launch a surprise attack, the pass could fall easily. Take 300 men to reinforce Shahu Pass, while I led 1,000 in personal pursuit of the rebels. Returning Han Yonghui's judgment was clear and swift. He made the most sound decisions. Together they led 1,300 men, marching rapidly toward Shahu Pass. Upon reaching the area near Shahu Pass, the forces split. Deputy Commandant Wang Daoqing led 300 men to occupy the Shahu Pass camp, while Han Yonghui continued northeast with 1,000 troops. After half an hour's march, Han Yonghui's party encountered 2 horsemen approaching from ahead. Sir, they are our comrades, said Yu promptly. Commander Zhu likely sent them to await our arrival. After brief introductions, the 2 horsemen dismounted and saluted. Commander Han Chen Nan and his rebel band are camped in a valley to the northeast. A full forced march will take approximately 3 hours to reach them. And the terrain of the valley. We dare not approach too closely, so we are uncertain. However, Commander Zhu's men circled the valley at a distance and report that it appears to have only a single entrance guarded by approximately 1 squad of rebel troops. A valley with only 1 entrance. Han Yonghui's heart leaped with joy. Such a position was a natural bag trap. Once the sentinel force at the entrance was eliminated and heavy troops sealed the passage, the rebels within would be trapped like fish in a net. 1,000 men against perhaps 130 in terrain this favorable. Victory was all but guaranteed. Yet amid his elation, a doubt stirred in Han Yonghui's mind. Such a location was a grave tactical error in military movement. Only those driven to desperate straits would station their forces there, for a determined enemy need only hold that single entrance to trap the entire army. Though the defenders might hold out for some time, they would eventually starve from lack of provisions, and the enemy could annihilate them without lifting a weapon. From what Han Yonghui knew, Chen Nan was a competent, even exceptional military commander. His own rapid rise had been aided by Chen Nan's guidance. By all rights, Chen Nan should never have committed such a fundamental error. So why had he chosen to encamp in such a death trap location? In the end, Han Yonghui concluded that Chen Nan's previous merits were nothing but sheer luck. Because Chen Nan had earned great merit, Han Yonghui had personally conducted a thorough investigation into him over the past few days. He discovered that merely half a month ago, Chen Nan was still nothing more than a prisoner in the death row camp. Chen Nan had not been exiled for any heinous crimes such as murder or arson. The sole reason was that he had harassed the concubine of the local county magistrate. Before being sent to military exile, Chen Nan was merely a penniless village peasant whose family had tilled the land for generations. Moreover, he had learned no useful skill since childhood, was fond of indulgence, and idle, a complete scoundrel and riffraff. How could such a person suddenly display brilliant military genius upon entering the battlefield? It plainly defied common sense. Therefore, this Chen Nan was most likely just exceedingly lucky. No wonder then that this man chose to station his troops in such a place. What hour is it now? Han Yonghui asked. An attendant beside him glanced at the eastern sky, where a half-moon hung low over the eastern horizon as though it had just risen. My lord, it is now the midnight hour of Z. Relay the order: the entire army shall make a full-speed charge, and must reach the valley where the rebels are camped before the hour of Mao, annihilating them in one stroke. At the entrance to the valley. It was already the latter half of the night, and Zhao Yong had long since completed the handover with Su Ning. The two had agreed that Su Ning's squad would guard the first half of the night, while Zhao Yong's squad would take the second half. One soldier said, "The mosquito repellent our lord provided is quite effective. A mere spray keeps the mosquitoes at bay." Another soldier added, "And those mosquito coils are wonderful too. We lit just one in the room, and not a single mosquito dared to come near. In the past, even inside the main camp, we were bitten all over every night, let alone out here in the wilderness. If our lord's offerings were taken to the city and sold to the wealthy and noble, we would all be rich long ago." Zhao Yong, overhearing from nearby, barked, "Cut the nonsense. Stay sharp. Our mission is to keep proper watch. If anything goes wrong, I'll twist your heads off myself." The soldier who had spoken first patted the assault rifle hanging at his chest. "Haha, boss, with this thing, who in their right mind would dare to come looking for trouble? We'd send them straight to hell. Having guns doesn't mean we can let our guard down. We are few in number, and even if we win, we will surely suffer losses. What if the enemy cavalry charges in and harms our lord?" Realizing his mistake, the soldier immediately apologized. "Boss, you are right to reprimand me. Enough. Keep your eyes peeled. I'm going up high to scout." With an AR-15 slung over his shoulder and thermal binoculars around his neck, Zhao Yong made his way toward the mid-slope. The mountain trail was silent, broken only by the occasional call of wild beasts, which sounded rather chilling. Yet Zhao Yong felt no fear at all. After all, he carried the ultimate authority on his back, and even the fiercest tiger would never make it back alive. Zhao Yong scanned the distance with his binoculars. Not a single human figure could be seen, though many small animals were in sight. On the distant hills and in the forest, numerous small animals darted about. Through the thermal imaging binoculars, all living creatures were rendered completely visible. Zhao Yong wished he could catch every one of them and throw a grand barbecue feast. About 5 li from the valley, 6 soldiers sat or lay in the grass. These 6 were none other than Zhu Heng and his 5 subordinates. None of the 6 had slept, not because they were not tired, but because it was simply impossible. The mosquitoes in the wilderness were overwhelming. Since they had set out in such a hurry, they had forgotten to bring any insect repellent. In this desolate wilderness where soft-skinned humans rarely appeared, thousands upon thousands of mosquitoes converged on them from all directions. Zhu Heng and his men had wandered several places in hopes of finding relief, but no matter where they went, they could not escape. Finally, they settled on a patch of grass to rest. Rather than tire themselves out chasing the mosquitoes, they tore strips from the cloth in their packs and wrapped all exposed skin, leaving only their 2 eyes visible. However, the wild mosquitoes were not only numerous, but vicious. Even when wrapped tightly, they broke through and left the men covered in welts. The sound of slapping never ceased near their ears. They could have counted the dead mosquitoes by the pound. Bored and swatting endlessly, they waited for the reinforcements to arrive. After several hours, movement finally appeared in the distance. Scattered fires flickered in the darkness, drawing ever closer until the sound of horse hooves filled their ears. "They're here, everyone up." They stood upright, removed the cloth wrappings from their faces, and prepared to welcome the arriving rescue party. When the vanguard spotted Zhu Heng and his men, they immediately reined in their horses and brought them to a halt. After a brief introduction by a Yu, Zhu Heng bowed to Han Yonghui and said, "My lord, I have been awaiting your arrival for some time." Han Yonghui nodded. Where are those rebels?" Zhu Heng pointed ahead. "My lord, the rebels are in the valley 5 li ahead." "What do you know of their situation?" "My lord, I do not know. I dared not approach too closely for fear of exposure. However, I believe they will not set out in darkness. If they intended to march, they would not have begun pitching camp while it was still light yesterday." Since they have not left, this simplifies matters." Han Yonghui turned to those nearby. "What hour is it now?" That same attendant glanced at the moon again, noticing the half-moon now hanging in the southeastern sky. "My lord, it is approximately the 6th quarter of the yin hour." Han Yonghui nodded. It was still before the high hour. The timing was perfect. "The march has wearied us all. I give you the time it takes to burn 1 incense stick to rest and eat something to replenish your strength. After that, we launch the attack." The entire group dismounted and gathered on the grass to rest, eating dried rations to recover the energy lost during the night. However, the overwhelming number of mosquitoes meant their rest was far from comfortable. Given that they had only the time of 1 incense stick, no one bothered to light mugwort to repel the insects, choosing instead to endure it. When the incense had burned down, Han Yonghui stood up. "Everyone pack up, extinguish the torches, and prepare to attack." Han Yonghui knew that even if Chen Nan was foolish, he would still post sentries at the valley entrance. If torches were lit, the enemy would spot them from far away, giving the alarm and potentially allowing some to flee. In such darkness, once anyone escaped into the deep mountains, they would be nearly impossible to find. To completely annihilate this wretched rebel force, they had to approach silently. With the torches extinguished, Han Yonghui ordered the cavalry to slow their pace and make as little noise as possible. They would launch a sudden attack when they were less than 2 li away, catching the enemy completely off guard. However, Han Yonghui could never have imagined that as they advanced another 2 li, every move they made would be clearly observed by Zhao Yong on the midslope. Actually, the personal handheld thermal imaging binoculars in Zhao Yong's hands could not detect targets from such an exaggerated distance. In theory, a living target would need to be within approximately 800 meters to be roughly discernible as a human shape. At a distance of 1500 meters, it would appear only as a tiny white dot through the binoculars. If there were merely 1 or 2 individuals, it would be nearly impossible to distinguish whether that white dot was a person or a small animal. In fact, it might very well be overlooked entirely. After all, it was nothing more than an extremely small white dot, barely noticeable against the monochrome backdrop of thermal imaging. However, when thousands of such white dots crowded together, the effect was entirely different. Thousands of tiny white dots merged into one long, continuous white line, like a caterpillar, and it was steadily advancing toward them. Even an idiot could tell something was terribly wrong. Zhao Yong shouted down to his men below, "Enemy attack. Shao Li, hurry and report to the Lord. Inform him that the enemy numbers over 1,000 and is still 3 li away. Everyone else stay alert." A soldier surnamed Li acknowledged the order and immediately sprinted into the valley. In the center of the valley sat over a dozen container houses, all identical in size, style, and color. Shao Li could hardly tell which one was Lord Chen's quarters. However, upon spotting someone standing at the doorway of one particular house, a Mao, the Lord's personal bodyguard, he immediately rushed over. "Officer Mao, my surname is Wang," a Mao interrupted. "And I am merely the Lord's personal guard, not an officer of any rank." "Yes, Officer Wang. Enemy attack. They are currently about 3 li from our position. Please inform the Lord at once." Upon hearing about the enemy attack, Mao had no patience for further corrections and immediately turned to pound furiously on the door. My lord, bad news. There is an enemy attack. Chen Nan's eyes snapped open. He immediately pulled on his shoes, strode to the door, and flung it open. Seeing Chen Nan emerge, Zhao Li clasped his fists and reported, My lord, our squad leader Zhao has confirmed that a force of over 1,000 troops is advancing in our direction and is now less than 3 li away. Understood. Return to the valley entrance immediately and convey my orders to Zhao Yong. When the enemy draws near, absolutely no one is to fire. You must feign fear and retreat inward, luring them all into the valley. Remember, no one fires until I give the command, or you will face military justice. Yes, my lord. Zhao Li immediately turned and sprinted toward the entrance. Chen Nan sneered. If his guess was correct, someone had undoubtedly been dispatched by the higher command at the Zhicheng office. The contingent would be led either by Dui Han Yonghui or his deputy Wang Daoqing. Such a massive incident had erupted at Shahu Pass below, they would certainly pursue him, for if the imperial court or marquis Wooding held them accountable, they would face severe consequences. What Chen Nan had not anticipated was their remarkable speed. He had eliminated Ding Songtao yesterday at noon. Less than 20 hours had passed, yet their main force was already hot on his heels. In an era without mobile phones or networks, intelligence traveling this swiftly was genuinely surprising to Chen Nan. He had originally expected it would take at least several days for them to react. Nevertheless, it hardly mattered. It was only about 1,000 men. As long as he lured them into this valley and trapped them like fish in a jar, not a single one would escape. Chen Nan cared nothing for whether the terrain was advantageous or disadvantageous. With a single burst of firepower, he would see who truly ended up annihilated. Against absolute military might, talk of terrain and tactics was mere nonsense. Chen Nan retrieved a whistle from his spatial storage and tossed it to Mao. My lord, what is this? It's a whistle. Put it in your mouth and blow with all your strength. Wake everyone and get them ready for battle. Mao placed the whistle between his lips, puffed out his cheeks, and blew with all his might. Beep! The shrill whistle echoed throughout the valley. The soldiers inside the container houses were all jolted awake. Then Mao roared once more, enemy attack. All units assemble. Doors burst open with a rapid-fire clatter. In less than 20 seconds, everyone assembled in the clearing before the container houses, forming up by squad. During this time, Chen Nan had withdrawn over 40 rifles, more than 100 sets of armor, and matching cold weapons from his spatial storage, arranging them at his feet. Squads 2 through 5, you do not need to wear armor. Each of you will take 1 rifle and 1 spare magazine. When the enemy enters, wait for my command before firing. Everyone else, select from the armor I have prepared for you now. These come in various sizes, the smallest on my left, the largest on my right. Choose according to your needs. For weapons, each person takes 1 broadsword, 1 spear, and 1 short dagger. After equipping your armor, quickly take positions to hide along both sides of the valley and don your armor as fast as possible, awaiting the enemy's entrance into the trap. Also, this battle requires no scalping or ear collection. Everyone will receive a reward after the fight. Chen Nan issued his orders rapidly, and everyone sprang into action. Since only members of Squads 1 and 2 had previously received rudimentary firearms training, Chen Nan instructed Su Ning to teach the remaining squads as quickly as possible. They only needed to learn the basics, engaging the safety, loading a round, and pulling the trigger, which anyone could master after a single demonstration. As for marksmanship, that was not required. Who could shoot accurately on their very first time handling a rifle? Besides, with over 1,000 men packed tightly together, even blind, indiscriminate fire would take down several. While the others were occupied, Chen Nan stored all the container houses into his spatial storage. This location was reserved for the pursuing troops. He had to clear the obstacles for them. Members of Squads 6 through 12 received their armor and weapons. 3 squad leaders guided them to conceal themselves in the forests on either side, while Chen Nan led Squads 2 through 5 toward the valley entrance. All preparations were complete, awaiting only the enemy's arrival. Meanwhile, at Han Yonghui's position, his forces had advanced to less than 2 li from the valley entrance. It was time to launch the attack. Brothers, follow me into the valley and slaughter the rebels. Charge! Han Yonghui led the charge himself, fiercely whipping his warhorse with the riding crop. His mount reared and bolted forward. The soldiers behind him followed in close pursuit. Countless hooves pounded the earth, their thunderous rhythm merging into one relentless roar like rolling thunder across the wilderness. Dust surged skyward, creating a terrifying spectacle. Zhao Yong and the defenders at the valley entrance could feel the vibration through the ground, yet they showed not the slightest trace of panic. Brothers, remember to act terrified. Scream and shout as if in genuine panic. Understood? Yes, sir. As Han Yonghui's vanguard closed to within 300 meters of the valley entrance, Zhao Yong and his men suddenly appeared to discover the approaching enemy and instantly erupted into feigned chaos. The army is coming. Run for your lives. Grandfather, spare my life. Don't kill me. Flee while you still can. Mother, come save me quickly. I don't want to die. The men of Squad 1 let out a cacophony of wailing and sobbing, then tumbled and scrambled backward into the valley in pretended terror. Han Yonghui at the very forefront heard their cries, and a mocking sneer curled his lips. These rebel troops possess such pitiful quality. What difficulty could they possibly pose? They dare to flee deeper into the valley, truly courting death. Charge inside and kill them all. Zhao Yong rushed into the valley and immediately veered right, reaching Chen Nan's side. My lord, just stay quiet. Zhao Yong promptly led his men to crouch in the grass, mimicking Chen Nan's posture. The next moment the thundering of horse hooves drew ever closer. Everyone held their breath, daring not make the slightest sound. With countless hooves kicking up clouds of dust, the tranquility of the valley was completely shattered. Charge! Han Yonghui bellowed, and the vanguard cavalry surged forward. He squeezed into the middle of the formation and charged in as well. He would not be foolish enough to lead from the front. If that detestable Chen Nan had laid any traps, Han Yonghui would be the first to perish. A clever commander never recklessly places himself in danger. The cavalry swept through as though the valley were deserted, meeting no resistance. Soon all the mounted troops had charged into the valley, and the infantry vanguard behind them had also pushed through. Yet Han Yonghui found it strange. Why was the valley so utterly silent? The cavalry had nearly reached the far, and yet he could not see a single soul. Over 100 men had supposedly camped in this valley, yet not a trace remained. Aside from a large patch of weeds in the center cleared away, there was nothing else to indicate their presence. Where were the tents? Where had they gone? Had they not brought tents for their encampment? Even without tents, surely they would have had fodder horses and cooking utensils. Had they really come empty-handed? Or was this merely a trap? Had the rebel forces never actually camped here at all? No, even if the rebels had not been stationed here, he had personally witnessed the sentries at the valley entrance moments ago running inside. A dark foreboding stirred in Han Yonghui's heart. Though he could not fathom how Chen Nan's handful of men could ambush over 1,000 of his forces in such terrain, that sense of dread grew ever stronger. Damn it! We've walked into a trap. We must retreat. But it was already too late. All 1,000 of his men had surged into the valley. Chen Nan had finally waited for this moment. This valley was indeed a pouch formation, but it held not us, but you. Once the entrance is sealed, you are nothing but slaughtered lambs. Chen Nan rose from the tall grass and roared fire. As he spoke, he pulled the trigger. A single gunshot rang out, and the soldier at the very rear crumpled to the ground. Zhao Yong and the others also rose from the grass, pulling triggers against the densely packed crowd. 50 or so rifles fired simultaneously, the cracks of gunfire echoing continuously. Since the AR-15 rifle had an effective range of roughly 400 meters, it could almost entirely cover the whole valley. There was no need to aim precisely, simply fire. Moreover, the enemies ahead were too numerous and densely packed. Any shot would guarantee a hit. Han Yonghui's men fell like wheat before a scythe, dropping in droves. The crux of it was that they still had no idea what was happening. The valley was plunged in darkness. Even the moon was blocked beyond the ridges, and they could see nothing. After those strange rapid reports echoed, their comrades fell one after another. Most never even had time to cry out in pain before meeting their deaths. Fear spread through the ranks like wildfire. Han Yonghui regretted it. That fellow Chen Nan was truly formidable. Especially whatever was thundering now. Every report meant another man falling. It was terrifying. What manner of weapon was this capable of killing unseen? No wonder Chen Nan dared to station himself in this dead-end terrain. It was not stupidity, but absolute confidence. Chen Nan had intended this all along. A miscalculation. All because of his own arrogance and contempt for the enemy. Han Yonghui's pride lay in ruins. What kind of monster was Chen Nan to possess so many methods? There was no time for deeper thought now. Escape was all that mattered. This was a pouch formation, and the only path to survival was the entrance they had just come through. Yet that unseen weapon seemed to strike from the direction of the entrance. But there was no other option now. To survive, they had to charge back through the valley entrance. Quickly, fall back the way we came. Break through. Han Yonghui shouted above the chaos. Hearing their commander's orders, the soldiers regained their composure and turned sprinting desperately toward the entrance. Whether cavalry or infantry, everyone was consumed by the scramble to survive. Ideas of eliminating rebels or earning merit meant nothing now. Staying alive was all that mattered. Originally, the cavalry had led with the infantry behind, but now that they were retreating, the infantry found themselves in front and the cavalry in back. Yet cavalry was far swifter than infantry. In the darkness, the horsemen panicked and directionless drove their mounts to turn and charge backward. This meant many infantrymen could not dodge in time, getting knocked down by the horses behind them and trampled beneath countless hooves. The horror of it was almost unbearable to imagine. Feet crushed, arms shattered, legs broken, limbs severed. If a horse's hoof struck the chest or head, death was virtually certain. Those who survived the trampling fared no better. Even if they lived, they would be crippled for life. How tragic, to fall not by enemy blades but beneath the hooves of their own comrades. The cavalry charged forward with desperate fury, caring nothing for the infantrymen crushed beneath their mounts. Self-preservation reigned supreme, others could fend for themselves. In such moments, most would choose to save themselves rather than sacrifice for others. The valley was not large, and the horses were swift. Reaching the entrance would take no more than 10 breaths, 30 seconds at most. Yet as they drew closer to the entrance, those thunderous reports grew louder, and the pace at which their comrades fell quickened. It was obvious. The rebels were positioned at the entrance, launching their deadly projectiles. No wonder the sentries who had guarded the entry point vanished the moment they charged into the valley. They had simply melted back to the entrance. They could not press forward any further, or they would all be wiped out. Their only recourse was to charge inward and attempt to scale the mountains. If they could reach the heights, there might still be a sliver of hope. Inward. Scale the mountain. Han Yonghui shouted, then immediately wheeled his horse around. His mounted troops followed, turning and galloping wildly in the opposite direction. The infantry trailing behind was once again scattered by the stampeding cavalry, with many trampled to death or injured. Chen Nan roared, "Brothers, spare no ammunition. Wipe out every last one of them. Leave no survivor. Our Lord has given the order." The soldiers let loose, pulling triggers without restraint. Bullets flew forth as though they were worthless. 50-plus rifles fired simultaneously, their hail of lead covering nearly the entire battlefield. Han Yonghui and his men had nowhere to hide. Men fell from their saddles continuously, and within mere breaths the 300 cavalrymen were reduced to fewer than 100. The infantry had been scattered by the cavalry, and their remaining numbers were impossible to gauge. But the losses were surely no less than those of the cavalry. Beyond those felled by the rebels' weapons, a great number had been trampled to death by their own cavalry. Han Yonghui was nearly despairing. Those projectiles were devastating. Wherever they fled, comrades kept falling around them. If the rebels were all positioned at the entrance using those weapons, then why were men still being struck even at the very deepest point of the valley? The distance from the valley entrance to its farthest depths exceeded 100 zhang, far beyond the range of any bow. Yet this weapon could pierce armor and kill at such distances. It was utterly absurd. Everyone dismount. Quickly use the horses as barriers. In Han Yonghui's view, the rebels' hidden weapons were not infinite, much like arrows. Bows could be used indefinitely, but arrows were consumables that would eventually run out. Once their hidden weapons were exhausted, the 100-odd men would pose no threat. All the cavalry hurriedly dismounted and hid behind their horses. The infantry, seeing this, also rushed over to take cover alongside them. Through his telescope, Chen Nan witnessed this scene and sneered inwardly, using horses as shields. How naive. Everyone lower your muzzles half an inch and aim for the horses. Bang, bang, bang. The front row war horses were shot dead, while those in the rear, terrified by the gunfire, broke free and galloped away, impossible to restrain. Almost all animals are highly sensitive to gunfire, let alone the simultaneous discharge of dozens of rifles. Earlier, with someone holding the reins, the horses had been agitated but manageable. Now that the cavalry had dismounted, their control over the horses weakened considerably. Even if they clung to the reins, it was futile. This was exactly what Chen Nan had been waiting for. He raised his hand and barked sharply, "Cease fire." The soldiers lowered their rifles, the gunfire ceased, and the valley suddenly fell silent. Han Yonghui was overjoyed. "Huh, I was right. They've run out of ammunition. We're saved. Brothers, charge out with me." Though the war horses had bolted in panic, it didn't matter. There were still nearly 300 men left, a massive numerical advantage. Even fighting on foot, they had nothing to fear. Influenced by the commandant's fervor, nearly 300 men emerged from despair, brimming with confidence. Gripping their weapons, they charged toward the entrance. Death to the traitor Chen Nan. They surged forward 50 zhang, the entrance drawing closer, when suddenly, bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted again. The soldiers at the front fell and rose. "It's a trap. Retreat." Han Yonghui's men were driven to the brink of madness. Their newly rebuilt confidence shattered completely. They scattered like headless flies, scrambling only to flee. Chen Nan raised his hand in the air, "Cease fire." At the same time, he retrieved a whistle from his spatial storage, placed it in his mouth, and blew hard. The soldiers of the personal guard lying in the grass pricked up their ears. This was the sound of their lord summoning them. The next moment, like a magician, Chen Nan transformed the small whistle into a massive megaphone. "First, second, and third squads, attack." His voice echoed throughout the valley. Han Yonghui and his men trembled at the sound. A human voice couldn't be this loud. How could Chen Nan's voice carry so far? Could it be the legendary lion's roar technique? Panic seized them, and their steps faltered, sending a large number crashing to the ground in a clatter. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Chen family army's personal guard, though finding their lord's voice strange, did not make a fuss. They knew that their lord's portable warehouse contained many miraculous items, and making his voice carry farther with one of them was no great feat. Since the lord had given the order, the personal guard soldiers no longer concealed themselves. They mounted their war horses and, led by 3 squad leaders, charged toward the garrison troops in the center of the valley. "Kill!" A battle cry erupted from both sides of the valley, and dozens of cavalry figures burst forth. After several dramatic reversals, Han Yonghui's soldiers were utterly broken. In their moment of despair, they had glimpsed hope, only to see it dashed in an instant, plunging them back into hopelessness. This time the despair was more piercing, draining even their will to struggle. Though they still outnumbered the enemy, they could muster no more fighting spirit, caring only to flee. But the Chen family army presented a completely different demeanor. Riding tall steeds clad in fine lightweight armor and wielding brand-new razor-sharp weapons, every soldier was spirited and brimming with morale. In less than 10 seconds, the personal guard soldiers rode into the enemy ranks, their sabers swinging at every foe in sight. The modernly crafted sabers were incredibly sharp, and combined with the momentum of the charging horses, each strike was almost invariably fatal. Heads and limbs flew through the air. Cavalry against infantry, and against a routed enemy already terror-stricken, the outcome was never in doubt. Within 10 minutes the pursuit was over. The pocket formation had become a true trap, swallowing Han Yonghui and his 1,000 men whole. Li Jing, Xiao Xingbang, and Zhong Wangbei rode up to Chen Nan, dismounted and clasped their fists in salute. "My lord, the enemy has been completely eliminated. We suffered no casualties." Chen Nan nodded slightly, having anticipated this outcome. "Good, you've done well." Li Jing said respectfully. "My lord, we shall proceed to clean the battlefield." "Very well. Move all the bodies to the southwest corner, strip the armor from the enemy dead, and gather and tally the weapons and warhorses. We'll need these for future troop expansions." "Yes, sir." The 3 squad leaders mounted their horses again and directed their men to clear the battlefield. The soldiers transported the enemy corpses to the southwest corner and began stripping the armor. According to the Chen family army's regulations, every enemy corpse had to be searched. Any valuables found on the bodies were to be collected and turned over. With over 1,000 enemy soldiers, the 100-odd men of the personal guard worked busily for the better part of half an hour. Chen Nan, of course, did not stand idly waiting. He took out his container house, shut the door, and caught a quick nap. He also gave Mao special permission to rest. The latter had stood watch all night and was exhausted. Half an hour later, Li Jing knocked on the door to report the results. The battle had eliminated exactly 1036 enemy soldiers. They had recovered 1036 sets of armor, though most were damaged. That was a minor issue. Armorers could repair them for reuse. Various weapons, including spears, waist knives, and bows, were also collected in significant numbers. As for the valuables on the enemy bodies, their total value came to no more than 300 taels of silver. This was understandable. Soldiers on campaign rarely carried valuables. The most regrettable loss was the warhorses. Fewer than 100 were captured, while over 200 had been shot dead. Li Jing sighed. "Alas, what a pity. Those were over 200 warhorses." Chen Nan said calmly, "No need to regret. We'll have as many horses as we want in the future. My only concern is whether you can afford to feed them." Li Jing's gloom immediately lifted. His lord was right. As long as they fought more battles, horses would come. Chen Nan didn't tell him that on flat terrain trucks were far more practical than horses. Once they had their own base, Chen Nan planned to train a team of drivers. If they ever faced a large cavalry force, he would deploy a truck unit to counter it. The thought of a dozen trucks charging into an enemy cavalry formation was thrilling. As for those dead horses, Chen Nan decided to store them away first and hold a horse meat banquet in a few days. "My lord, what should we do with those corpses?" "Burn them all," Li Jing asked. "Dig a big pit and bury them." With so many corpses, burning them would certainly not be thorough enough. Last time at the Killing Tiger Pass, burning was merely to strike fear into them. "Yes, my lord, I'll arrange people to dig a pit now." "No need." Chen Nan stopped Li Jing. "Leave the digging to me." Li Jing was startled. "My lord, this won't do. You're of noble bearing. How can I let you labor with your own hands? Besides, how long would it take you alone?" "What, noble or not, just watch. I can work faster than 100 of you combined." It was the victor's duty to clean the battlefield, and Chen Nan had no intention of breaking this custom. After all, he had already stripped everything of value from their bodies. Digging them a grave was only proper reciprocation, and it would also help prevent the spread of plague. In truth, Chen Nan did not wish to do it himself either, but nobody else knew how to operate an excavator. He needed to establish his base quickly. His soldiers' various skills had to be trained as soon as possible, so he would no longer have to handle everything personally. Chen Nan withdrew an excavator from his spatial storage. Fortunately, before transmigrating, he had purchased quite a few engineering vehicles in one go, and now they came in handy. Since it was a brand new vehicle, Chen Nan also produced a fuel tanker to refuel the excavator. The soldiers were stunned once again. After all, both the excavator and the tanker were massive machines, especially the tanker, which was larger than a house. With the excavator, digging pits became a trivial matter. A gentle scoop, and it could haul out a great bucket full of soil. Next came the spectacle of over 100 men standing and watching their lord personally operate the excavator. A soldier from the first squad exclaimed, "This thing is incredible. One shovel digs such a massive pit. My lord should have brought this out days ago. When we 200 men were digging pits for the Liang army, it took us a whole morning." Li Jing scolded, "You fool, what are you thinking? Back then we were still at the Killing Tiger Pass. If my lord had revealed such things, he would have certainly been targeted. Even Lord Su Dingen might have covetous eyes." The soldier chuckled. "Squad leader, don't be angry. I was just joking." It took over an hour of continuous digging before Chen Nan finally unearthed a gigantic pit. He ordered limes spread across the bottom, then directed the soldiers to hastily toss the corpses inside. Finally, they covered everything back with earth. By the time all was done, dawn had long broken, and the sun had risen high. Chen Nan intended to organize breakfast, but noticing everyone had handled corpses, he ordered them all to wash their hands first. Otherwise, bacteria on their hands could easily cause gastrointestinal distress. But there was not even a stream in this valley, no conditions for washing at all. Chen Nan could only announce that they would leave the valley first and find a river or ditch. Breaking camp was simple enough. All belongings were stored in Chen Nan's spatial dimension, and everyone traveled light. Originally, the Chen family army had 150 horses. This time they acquired another 86, bringing the total to 236, nearly approaching the comfortable ratio of 2 horses per man. This was the first battle fought by the Chen family army since its founding. With 0 casualties, they annihilated over 1,000 enemy troops and captured horses, armor, weapons, and other vital supplies. It could truly be called a flawless, decisive victory. The engagement from start to finish took less than the time required for 1 incense stick to burn. Everyone has earned merit in this battle. Each man shall be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. As soon as Chen Nan finished speaking, the camp erupted in cheers. 10 taels was no small amount. It equaled more than half a year's pay for an ordinary soldier. In truth, such one-sided battles generally did not warrant bonus rewards, since Chen Nan alone determined the outcome. Most soldiers had barely broken a sweat before the fight was over. However, since this was the Chen family army's first battle, Chen Nan wished to celebrate. Once the forces were stabilized, it would be necessary to formalize the post-battle reward system. Otherwise, issuing rewards after every engagement would drain even the wealthiest treasury. Half an hour after leaving the valley, they finally spotted a small river ahead. Chen Nan distributed a bar of soap to each squad and ordered them to wash their hands in the river. The water was fairly clear, and Chen Nan had a sudden thought: should he store some river water in his spatial dimension to avoid shortages at the stronghold? Although Chen Nan's space contained abundant mineral water that was meant for drinking, there was no way he would use mineral water for bathing. That would be far too extravagant. Chen Nan walked upstream and began drawing water into his space. The result was an immediate cutoff downstream. The soldiers queuing to wash their hands suddenly discovered the river had gone dry. Chen Nan could only give up. After all, the flow of this stream was far too small. It would take until the monkeys marry and horses grow horns to accumulate sufficient daily water. He would have to see if he could encounter a larger river later. Chen Nan stopped drawing water, and after a while the river returned to its normal flow. After everyone had washed their hands, Chen Nan set out a table with 400 steamed buns. Each person could receive 3 buns, but for larger men like Zhao Yong, whose appetites differed greatly, they could take 1 or 2 extra. The soldiers accepted the simple breakfast without complaint. One bite into those sweet, fluffy buns made their taste buds feel as though they were about to explode. In their opinion, this taste was no inferior to the finest delicacies. This was because the manta they usually ate was mostly made from poorly refined flour lacking modern fermentation techniques. The buns were dense, firm, and slightly yellow, only suitable for filling empty stomachs. The buns Chen Nan produced were snow white and remarkably soft. Just looking at them was a delight, not to mention eating them. After breakfast, the army set off, once more heading toward Blackstone Cliff. 2 days later, the Chen family army had entered the territory of Yunzhou, merely dozens of li from Blackstone Cliff. During these 2 days, they had not encountered any further pursuers. This was easily understandable. Han Yonghui's entire 1,000-strong force had been wiped out, with no one returning to deliver news. Perhaps Lord Ding Haiba of Wuding was still waiting for reports of Han's victory. The reality was exactly as expected. In Ding Haiba's view, a head-on engagement with 1,000 men against 100 was nothing short of a guaranteed slaughter. Yet 2 days passed, and still no word came from Han Yonghui's camp. Normally, pursuing rebels for 2 days without news was not unusual. Tracking down an enemy was never an easy task. Moreover, Han Yonghui was, after all, not his direct subordinate, so there was no need to report every detail. That said, even if Han had failed to send word, Zhu Heng should have dispatched someone to report by now. But now on the 3rd day, Ding Haiba was growing anxious. To obtain faster intelligence on the front lines, Ding Haiba dispatched another squad to scout ahead, along with orders to investigate why Zhu Heng had not sent any messengers back. Wang Daoqing, the deputy commandant at the Killing Tiger Pass, was equally anxious. 1,000 men pursuing 100. 2 days had passed, and still no news. Could it be that? Wang Daoqing dared not dwell on the thought. It seemed impossible. How could 1,000 men be defeated by a little over 100? Even if they lost, not everyone could perish. Someone would surely escape to report. Thus Wang Daoqing's reasoning aligned with Ding Haiba's. Most likely Captain Han had yet to locate Chen Nan's rebel band, and the battle had not yet commenced. Yet the lack of news unsettled Wang Daoqing, so he dispatched a squad leader named Ma with 10 men to pursue northeastward. En route, they encountered a scout sent by Marquis Wuding, and the 2 parties decided to travel together. Since it was daytime, the tracks on the ground were clearly visible, especially given that it was a force of over 1,000 men, with several hundred horses. Following the chaotic hoofprint straight ahead was straightforward, with no risk of losing the target. 3 hours later, the combined party finally followed the trail into a valley. Upon entering, everyone's expressions turned grim. Dried bloodstains were everywhere, staining the ground and wild grass of vast reddish hue. A fierce battle had undoubtedly occurred here, and at least a day or two had passed since. Strangely, not a single corpse remained. Granted, after several days it was plausible that the victors had cleared the battlefield, yet something felt off. Why hadn't Captain Han returned to camp after winning? Could it be that he was the one defeated? Was it possible that 130 men had routed 1,000? Possible. 130 men routing 1,000. Though Chen Nan had previously achieved a victory of over 200 against 1,300 at Shou Pass, that was a defensive battle aided by the Qingshan Pass pincer attack on the Liang army's rear, which had sent their heads rolling. This time, however, Chen Nan had fewer than 130 men, no sturdy walls to defend, and no reinforcements. How could he possibly defeat Captain Han? Unable to make sense of it, squad leader Ma ordered his men to search the valley for clues. The soldiers dispersed on horseback, conducting a thorough grid search of the area. At the valley center, a patch of weeds had been deliberately cut with food debris, fish bones, animal bones, and various strange trash littering the ground. Clearly the rebels had camped here. Proceeding deeper into the valley, a soldier noticed that the weeds in the southwest corner had been cleared and the soil appeared disturbed. Moreover, a faint stench of decay wafted through the air. As seasoned veterans, they were no strangers to the smell of corpses. The odor was subtle, easily overlooked by an ordinary passerby. It seemed to emanate from beneath the earth, suggesting something peculiar lay buried. The soldier immediately galloped back to report. Squad leader Ma arrived at the southwest corner, gazed at the loose soil, and said flatly, "Dig." "Yes, sir." Though they lacked shovels, the soil had been turned once before, making excavation manageable. A dozen men worked together, quickly stripping away the top layer. The deeper they dug, the stronger the stench grew. At about 2 feet down, they spotted clothing. Brushing away the last layer of dirt, several corpses lay fully exposed. Beneath them lay more bodies, piled in layers beyond count. The corpses had begun to decompose, but their features were still discernible. Having served together, even if not closely acquainted, they recognized the faces. Squad leader Ma and his men found these soldiers vaguely familiar. Surely they were their comrades. Squad leader Ma drew a sharp breath. The pit was 100 feet in both length and width, with layers of bodies stacked inside, more than enough to hold 1,000. Combined with the fact that no messenger had returned for days, the conclusion was stark. Captain Han Yonghui and his 1,000 men had been utterly annihilated. Though he couldn't fathom how Chen Nan accomplished it, the truth was plain. Too tragic. Squad leader Ma shook his head. Cover the pit back up. With so many corpses, he couldn't possibly bring them all back. Since Chen Nan had already buried them, there was no need to exhume them. The bodies were already decomposing. In this heat, transporting them could spark an epidemic, wiping out their own party of 20. As for Captain Han's remains, squad leader Ma wouldn't mind retrieving them, but locating him would require digging out the entire pit and sifting through every corpse layer by layer. That was clearly impossible. Helpless, squad leader Ma could only concede. Upon entering Yunzhou territory, a river appeared before them. Among the troops were a few from Yunzhou, including squad leader Li Jing. On the march, Chen Nan asked if there were any major rivers en route to Blackstone Cliff. Li Jing answered no. However, Li Jing added that the Xian River, a tributary of a large river, flowed through Yunzhou, just not on the direct path. To reach it, they would need to detour 40 or 50 li. Chen Nan chose the detour. It was the season of high water, and the torrent surged past them. The Xian River was not particularly wide, only about 10 meters, but it sufficed given its current volume. Many assume ancient rivers were pristine, but that was not always the case. For instance, water near cities was often filthy, polluted with household waste, excrement, and even animal carcasses. Come summer, the river surface teemed with mosquitoes, flies, and rats. Fortunately, Chen Nan's position was upstream of the Xian River, where the endless mountains stretched beyond with minimal human settlement. Thus the pollution was slight, suitable for daily use. Chen Nan walked to the riverbank and waved his hand. A section of the water vanished, revealing the riverbed beneath, though the upstream flow quickly refilled the gap. In truth, a mere thought could have channeled the water into his storage space, but he habitually gestured, feigning exertion. After an indeterminate time, Chen Nan finally stopped. He had stored roughly 8,000 tons, enough to fill a reservoir 100 meters long, 100 meters wide, and 8 meters deep. With such a volume, they would have ample water for a long while. After replenishing, the troops continued toward Blackstone Cliff. Chen Nan said to a Mao beside him, "Summon Li Jing." A Mao bellowed, and Li Jing spurred his horse forward, arriving at Chen Nan's side. Squad leader Li briefed me on the current situation at Blackstone Cliff. "My lord, I left Yunzhou 4 years ago. I know not how much has changed. The current chief of Blackstone Cliff, known as the Black-Faced Yama, is versed in military tactics and formidable. Some call him the craftiest chief in 60 years. With their terrain advantage, we must tread carefully, my lord." Su Ning, standing behind, scoffed with disdain. "A mere Blackstone Cliff is nothing. This so-called Black-Faced Yama. One thrust of my spear, and he'll meet the real Yama." Chen Nan rebuked him, "Do not underestimate the enemy." Su Ning's face flushed with embarrassment, and he forced a sheepish smile. "Yes, my lord." "Indeed. However, Su Ning's mindset is not without merit. We must never let fear take hold before a battle begins regardless of the enemy we face. We must carry an unshakable conviction of victory. My lord is brilliant, Su Ning exclaimed loudly. Chen Nan shot him a glare, and Su Ning promptly clamped his mouth shut. At noon, Chen Nan organized one final meal, and after a half-hour rest they resumed their march. 2 hours later the Chen family army reached an official road. Earlier the group had traveled along secluded mountain trails, encountering almost no one along the way. Now on the main road people appeared at regular intervals. There were villagers heading to the morning market, merchant caravans traveling to distant lands, and government officials on various assignments. Chen Nan's party rode magnificent steeds and wore matching uniforms, and all who saw them automatically stepped aside to clear the way. After traveling some distance along the official road, Li Jing pointed ahead and said, "My lord, Blackstone Cliff is nearby. Just 6 li into the mountains, and we will arrive. Only 6 li remains, that's not far. Let's move. We'll take them down today." Chen Nan left the official road and headed in the direction Li Jing indicated, with the rest of the group following closely behind. "Yes, my lord." Because of its proximity to the main road, these bandits descend from the mountain at regular intervals to plunder passing merchant caravans. They do not even spare the government's grain supply convoys, daring to rob government forces as well. "They certainly have thick skin," Chen Nan remarked. "The terrain here is complex. The mountain paths are narrow, barely wide enough for a few men to walk side by side. Even tens of thousands of soldiers would struggle to deploy properly. Marching formations and cavalry charges would be severely hindered. That is why those bandits feel untouchable." Chen Nan disagreed. "I believe the imperial court has never truly taken this band of thieves seriously. If they were genuinely determined to crush them, there would surely be a way, for instance surrounding the mountain without attacking. After a few months, once their food supplies are exhausted, these bandits would collapse without a fight." "My lord speaks wisely indeed, as you say. However, although these Blackstone Cliff bandits have held this position for over 60 years, their reputation across the surrounding region is actually quite favorable." "Oh, do explain." "This gang only robs wealth and rarely takes lives. Even when they plunder caravans, they do not strip everything. They take only a portion each time. Therefore, passing merchants, knowing the bandits are here, still choose not to deter. Because taking an unfamiliar alternate route would not only consume more time, but also risk encountering other bandits whose methods would hardly be as merciful." Chen Nan nodded. Indeed, this was an interesting group of bandits. They understood the wisdom of steady, sustained gain, choosing to feast every day rather than gorge oneself once and starve thereafter. Had they slaughtered every merchant and plundered everything, they could only strike once. Other caravans hearing the tale would flee in terror and deliberately avoid this route altogether. But by acting this way, the merchants merely handed over a portion of their goods each time they passed, much like paying protection money. Moreover, since these bandits sought only wealth and never harmed lives, releasing travelers upon payment earned them an excellent reputation. Li Jing continued, "In addition to robbing caravans, the Blackstone Cliff bandits also engage in robbing the wealthy to aid the poor. Does that make them righteous outlaws?" Chen Nan asked. Li Jing nodded. "One could say so. They target only government soldiers and yamen officers while treating ordinary commoners with considerable kindness. Therefore, my lord, while we must seize the stronghold, might we show mercy to those within? If what you say is true, sparing their lives may not be unreasonable." Leaving the official road, they entered a mountain trail which proved exactly as described, exceedingly narrow. The deeper they went, the worse the path became, until only 2 horses could walk abreast. As Chen Nan's party entered the mountains, every move they made was observed by the stronghold sentries. After advancing roughly 1 li, sharp-eyed, a Mao pointed ahead and cried, "My lord, look! There's smoke, thick dark smoke." Everyone turned to follow his finger. Sure enough, rising straight from the peak of a towering mountain was a thick column of black smoke. Wolf smoke. Hey, even in these remote mountains there exists a rudimentary beacon tower. How interesting. No wonder Li Jing said that black-faced Yama understood the art of warfare. The ability to use wolf smoke for military communication was hardly something an ordinary bandit could devise. Chen Nan raised his telescope and saw 2 figures standing beside the billowing smoke on the summit. One of them held 2 flags, one red, one green, and was brandishing them repeatedly toward the distance. Though Chen Nan could not decipher the meaning, he knew the man was sending messages via flag semaphore to somewhere far away. Blackstone Cliff, Hall of Loyalty and Justice. A pale-faced man sat in a broad armchair with a plump calico cat curled at his side. This the chief of Blackstone Cliff, Black-faced Yama. In his left hand, Black-faced Yama held a bamboo basket containing several fresh small fish. He raised his right hand, picked up a finger-length fish, and extended it toward the calico cat. "Come, little flower, eat your fish." The calico cat lazily lifted her head, rose slightly, and snapped the fish into her mouth with a wide gulp, then laid back down to chew slowly. At that moment, a figure rushed in from outside. "Chief, bad news. Scouts report that a contingent of government troops is approaching." Black-faced Yama's expression did not change. He picked up another small fish and fed it to the cat before asking casually, "How many?" "Over 100 men, nearly 300 horses. Cavalry." Yes. An elite cavalry unit it seems, each rider with 2 war horses. The Central Plains were no different from the northern steppes. War horses were exceedingly precious. Central Plains cavalry typically fielded 1 horse per rider. Those with 2 were the imperial court's elite. Indeed. Moreover, they seem exceedingly confident, traveling light, without even any supply wagons. Black-faced Yama smiled faintly. Another group come looking for death. Clearly the commander of this cavalry force was a fool. In such terrain those horses were little more than ornaments. Useless. No matter how many cavalry arrived, they would be forced to fight on foot. Carrying nothing means there's no profit to be gained. Frankly, I have little interest in them. Inform the second chief to maintain vigilance. If they do not attack us, we will not engage. Although the enemy had over 200 horses, horses were delicate creatures that the stronghold could hardly sustain. Even if captured, they would be of no use. What if they attack us? Then we slaughter them all, and keep the horses. We'll feast on a full horse banquet. The Chen family army marched forward without encountering any obstacles. After traveling 6 li, they finally arrived at a mountain known as the Heists Cliff. Chen Nan finally understood why Heists Cliff was so easy to defend and difficult to attack. The entire mountain was almost bare on all 4 sides, and 3 of those sides were nearly vertical at a 90-degree angle. To ascend from those 3 sides, one would need to master the art of lightness. Chen Nan was quite familiar with this terrain. It was called Danxiao landform in geography textbooks. Chen Nan had once visited Longhu Mountain, and this mountain resembled those of Longhu. However, this mountain did not seem to be a true Danxiao landform. It only looked similar. If it were, the surrounding mountains would likely share the same features. But the other mountains here were all lush and verdant, while this one was almost bare on all sides. It seemed that this mountain was probably a genetic mutation of sorts. This mountain had 3 vertical sides with only a narrow path on the eastern side leading upward, and that path was extremely steep. With just a few dozen men, the Heists Cliff could withstand the assault of 1,000 troops. Even if you had 10,000 soldiers, you could not advance simultaneously. You could only go up one by one in a single file. The bandits above only needed to prepare some boulders and push them down the slope. As the boulders rolled down the hillside, almost anyone who came would be killed. Even without boulders, they had the advantage of waiting at ease while attacking from above. No wonder they had held this place for over 60 years. The terrain was truly perfect. But now that Chen Nan had arrived, this stronghold was about to change hands. Given that this group of bandits had a decent reputation, Chen Nan decided to give them a chance. First persuasion, then force. If they were willing to surrender and pledge allegiance, that would be best, as it was preferable to avoid conflict if possible. If they were the kind of bandits who robbed and oppressed the common people, Chen Nan would not hesitate to charge in and leave no one alive with no thought of surrender. I plan to send 2 envoys to offer them a choice. First persuasion, then force. Who is willing to volunteer? My lord, I will go. Li Jing volunteered. You? Chen Nan did not expect Li Jing as a squad leader to take on this task. Yes, my lord. Actually, I am an old acquaintance of the current chief of Heists Cliff. If I go, the chances of their surrender should be quite high. Chen Nan suddenly understood. So there was such a connection. No wonder Li Jing was so familiar with Heists Cliff and had just pleaded for the bandits. Chen Nan nodded. All right, take 2 men with you. Be careful. Their feud with the government forces runs deep. If you get shot by an arrow before revealing your identity, it would be a terrible waste. Yes, my lord. Go ahead, take 2 men, and bring your rifles to handle any unexpected situations. Li Jing selected 2 soldiers from his squad. Chen Nan gave each of them a rifle and a magazine full of bullets. He also issued each of them a bulletproof vest and helmet, so that even if negotiations failed, their safety would be somewhat ensured. Fully armed, Li Jing and his 2 companions set off. They ascended the only path up the mountain. The path was winding. Some sections were flat, while others were extremely steep. A single misstep would send them tumbling down the slope, and they would be dead. The higher they climbed, the denser the vegetation became, making it impossible to see the situation above from the foot of the mountain, even with binoculars. However, Li Jing was very familiar with this path. He could warn the other 2 of difficult spots and steep slopes ahead of time. Chief, have you been up there before? Li Jing smiled, but said nothing. He had not only been up there, he had lived on the mountain for several months a few years ago. But his ambitions lay elsewhere, so he eventually left and joined the frontier army at Shaku to fight for the nation. After climbing for another half a cup of tea's time, they should reach the entrance of the stronghold. That was the first line of defense, permanently manned. Sure enough, after half a cup of tea, Li Jing and his 2 companions saw a steep slope ahead with a relatively flat platform above it. At the edge of the platform stood a simple wooden archway with 3 large characters carved in the center, Heists Cliff. Beneath the archway were several oversized round boulders. If the bandits above pushed them down, Li Jing and his men would be crushed to death instantly. Behind the archway was a simple wooden hut where the gatekeepers rested. The stronghold had already been alerted by smoke signals about the enemy's approach, so more than 30 men had gathered on the platform. Seeing Li Jing and his companions approaching, a bandit shouted loudly, "Stop right there. This is Heists Cliff territory. Do not take another step forward. If you come any closer, don't blame us for showing no mercy." Li Jing scanned the group, The men at the front were all unfamiliar faces. He didn't recognize a single one. Trying to cozy up to them was useless. Li Jing looked up and said, "Brothers, don't be hasty. I'm here to see your chief. I'm an old friend of your big boss." "Bah? You say you're an old friend? Get lost, or our arrows won't show mercy." Immediately several bandits drew their bows and aimed at Li Jing and his companions. It seemed this fellow was a small leader. "Brothers, I really am an old friend of your big boss. His name is Bai Jing, 28 years old, born on the Mid-Autumn Festival from Anguang County in Yinzhou. Am I right?" The bandits at the front exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain. In fact, they weren't entirely sure of the big boss's name. They only knew his surname was Bai, and that he was indeed 28. That matched. Just then a large man pushed his way to the front of the crowd. He glanced at Li Jing and found him familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen him. But Li Jing recognized him immediately. "Third chief, long time no see. I'm Li Jing. Don't you remember me?" "Nonsense. This is our second chief." The small leader corrected him. "Ah, second chief, my apologies." Li Jing quickly changed his address. It was natural that the third chief had become the second chief in a few years. The original second chief had either retired or died in some battle, the latter being more likely. The second chief finally remembered Li Jing. "I recall now. You're the big boss's fellow townsman. Your name is Li Jing, right?" The small leader was startled. He hadn't expected the man below to truly be an old acquaintance of the big boss. He had just cursed him. Would the big boss make things difficult for him? "Second chief, you have a good memory." The second chief asked, "Li Jing, why have you come back?" "I'm here to discuss a partnership with your big boss." "What partnerships?" "I hope Heishi Cliff will pledge allegiance to our lord." "Our lord?" Before Li Jing could finish, the second chief's expression darkened. "Get lost. For the sake of our old acquaintance, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. If you say another word, don't blame me for being unfeeling." "Second chief, please be reasonable." "Loose arrows." Blackstone Cliff has always harbored the deepest enmity toward the Imperial troops. Although they have relied on their terrain advantage to resist annihilation, over the years numerous clashes have erupted between the two sides, with many brothers of Blackstone Cliff falling at the hands of the government forces. For instance, the previous second-in-command was killed by Imperial forces 2 years ago, which is precisely how he rose to his current position. The hatred between Blackstone Cliff and the government troops runs so deep it can hardly be reconciled. Now Li Jing dares to come to Blackstone Cliff on behalf of the Imperial troops to demand their surrender. Such audacity is outrageous. Regardless of whether he shares any bond with Li Jing, such an affront cannot be tolerated. The moment the second-in-command gave the order, several bandits who already had their bows drawn released their arrows in an instant. Li Jing never expected these people to be so ruthless, striking without hesitation. 7 or 8 arrows shot toward the 3 of them. Given how swiftly the bandits acted and the steepness of their position, there was simply no way to dodge. Fortunately, before setting out, their lord had outfitted them with bulletproof vests and helmets. The arrows rebounded off their chests and fell harmlessly to the ground. The bandits were dumbfounded by what they witnessed. They had assumed the black vests were ordinary clothing, never imagining that even sharp arrows could not pierce through them. When the second-in-command first spotted Li Jing and his 2 companions clad in bulletproof vests and helmets, he had been thoroughly puzzled. The government forces were attacking without traditional armor, wearing instead these peculiar garments. Now he understood these apparently ordinary vests offered even greater protection than iron armor. "Aim for their legs, not their chests," the second-in-command ordered again. This time over a dozen arrows flew their way. One soldier from Chen's army failed to dodge in time and was struck in the thigh. He let out an anguished cry and tumbled to the ground, rolling downhill, until his hand caught hold of a tuft of grass by the path, bringing him to a stop. "Damn it, they chose the hard way." Li Jing's patience snapped. "I came in peace, yet you dare injure my men." Since they showed no regard for past friendship, there was no mercy to be shown. While the enemy was drawing their next arrows, Li Jing swiftly unslung his AR-15 from his shoulder, disengaged the safety, and pulled the trigger. BRRT. A volley of automatic fire rang out, followed by screams of agony. The opposing archers could no longer loose their arrows. This was the terrifying power of modern weapons. A single rifle could suppress over a dozen bows. Even the second-in-command was stunned, wondering what manner of weapon could wield such devastating force. In that brief moment, 8 of his archers lay fallen. 3 were wailing in pain, while the other 5 lay silent, likely dead. Over a dozen archers had been suppressed by Li Jing alone, with more than half killed or wounded. Fortunately, sensing the danger, he had taken cover behind a massive boulder just in time. But the loss of 5 men and the injury of 3 enraged him. "Push that boulder down. Crush those bastards." Several bandits rushed forward and began shoving an enormous boulder. Li Jing was startled. The thought of being crushed by such a stone meant certain death for all 3 of them. What should they do now? The bandits were all concealed behind the boulders, completely out of range. The path was too narrow with no cover available. Jumping to either side meant dropping from a sheer cliff 3 or 4 zhang high. Survival was unlikely, and even if they lived, broken limbs would leave them vulnerable to the bandits' arrows. Li Jing quickly assessed the terrain and spotted a terraced ledge not far below. If they lay flat beneath it, the boulder would surely roll past without striking them. Quick, get Zhang Yang down to the ledge. The other soldier hurriedly dragged the wounded man beneath the terrace, and both lay side by side. Li Jing realized with alarm that with both men already positioned, there was nowhere left for him. Looking upward, he saw the massive stone had already begun to loosen, about to tumble down. In desperation, Li Jing noticed a tree branch extending over the path from the slope below. If he could grab hold of it, he might escape the rolling stone. The branch was somewhat high, and Li Jing wasn't certain he could reach it, but there was no time to hesitate. Slingshotting his rifle back onto his shoulder, he took a few running steps and leaped into the air. Miraculously, his hands found the branch. At that very moment, the bandits above had already shoved the boulder loose. The circular boulder, roughly 5 feet in diameter and weighing thousands of Jin, tumbled downward with the force of an unstoppable avalanche. Gripping the branch with both hands, Li Jing hoisted his body upward and lifted his legs clear. The next instant, the boulder rushed past him, narrowly missing his heels. Li Jing exhaled in relief and dropped back to the ground. The two soldiers were unharmed, though visibly shaken. The boulder had rolled past them with only inches to spare. Fearing the bandits might roll another boulder down, Li Jing raised his rifle and fired a burst upward while shouting retreat. The uninjured soldier immediately helped Zhang Yang to his feet, and they made their way down the path. Once satisfied the bandits wouldn't send down another boulder, Li Jing lowered his weapon and followed at a quick pace. His concern proved unnecessary. The bandits would only deploy the boulders against a full-scale assault by government troops. There were only 4 boulders on the platform in total. Each one used meant 1 less for defense. Li Jing had brought merely 3 men, and the boulder had killed no one, rendering it a wasted effort. The effort required to create such boulders was considerable. If they were depleted today, the cliff would be left dangerously vulnerable to future attacks. The second-in-command's decision to use the boulders stemmed entirely from the overwhelming power of Li Jing's weapon. He needed to demonstrate their resolve. Had Li Jing managed to close the distance, all 30 men would have been annihilated. Since they were retreating on their own, the second-in-command had no reason to waste the boulder. Even if those 3 had been crushed, over 100 more waited below. The weapon Li Jing wielded was unlike anything they had encountered. Its power demanded immediate reporting to the chieftain. Fei Bao, deliver this message to the chieftain: the imperial forces this time are formidable. They wield a devastating weapon. Inform him to send reinforcements and bring down the iron shields from the stronghold. Li Jing's weapon was far too powerful. The projectiles it fired possessed penetrating capability far beyond that of arrows. Conventional shields would prove useless. Only iron shields could hope to withstand them. Chen Nan and over 100 soldiers of Chen's army watched in awe as a massive boulder thundered down the mountainside, smashing through countless trees like twigs. Thankfully, the boulder's trajectory was far from their position, requiring no evasion. Zhao Yong asked anxiously, "My lord, could such a massive stone endanger Captain Li and his men? Shall I lead a team to investigate?" Chen Nan shook his head. "Let us wait. You heard the gunfire earlier. If they have an opening to fire, they should be safe." At the loyalty hall, black-faced Yama stood at the entrance, cradling a cat, his eyes fixed on the direction of the mountain stronghold's entrance. He had heard the gunshots earlier, crisp and sharp, but had no idea what caused them. Thus he was now intensely curious and deeply worried about the situation at the entrance. The rest of the stronghold shared his curiosity, so they all set aside their tasks and gathered on the open ground before the loyalty hall. Before long, a figure dashed toward the loyalty hall. It was Flying Leopard. True to his name, Flying Leopard's running speed was unmatched throughout Blackrock Cliff. Despite the uphill path, he reached black-faced Yama without even panting, a testament to his extraordinary physical condition. "Chief, something's happened." "What was that just now? What's that banging sound?" "We don't know either. Only 3 officials came up, but their weapons are terrifying. The man held a long object aimed at us, and without any visible movement, our brothers at the front line were mowed down. 5 dead on the spot, 3 severely wounded." Black-faced Yama frowned. "Powerful weapons. Didn't you shoot arrows?" "We did, but it was useless. Chief, that weapon is too sinister. It uses no arrows, no bowstring. Just point it at someone, and it fires hidden projectiles. Impossible to defend against. Such a miraculous weapon exists." Black-faced Yama was extremely curious. "Yes, Chief. The second chief says to send 30 more men for reinforcements and bring all the iron shields. Only iron shields might block the projectiles from that weapon." Black-faced Yama nodded and said to an attendant nearby, "Summon 30 men, take 30 bows from the armory, and bring all the iron shields, every single one." "Yes, Chief." The attendant went to the open ground, casually picked 30 men, and quickly headed toward the armory. At the foot of the mountain, Chen Nan sat on a soft leather sofa surrounded by a Mao and the 20 men of the first and second squads. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Li Jing and his 2 companions finally appeared in sight. Among them, the soldier named Zhang Yang limped, supported by another soldier, his face twisted with pain. 2 familiar soldiers immediately rushed forward to help Zhang Yang. Once the group returned to the main force, Li Jing approached Chen Nan and saluted. Chen Nan asked, "What happened just now?" "My lord, the second chief of Blackrock Cliff is utterly despicable. I had barely stated our purpose when he ordered his men to shoot arrows. Luckily, we wore bulletproof vests, or we would have been done for. However, Zhang Yang took an arrow in his left leg. Rare anger flickered across Chen Nan's face. How dare they insult my goodwill? To harm my Chen family army. This bandit gang must be eradicated. Chen Nan was truly furious this time. Li Jing felt a warmth in his heart. His lord was angry because he cared about them. By the way, squad leader Li, what about that huge boulder? My lord, they placed 4 such boulders at the entrance. After I shot a few bandits, they pushed one down. We barely dodged it thanks to our quick reactions. My lord, what's the next move? There are 3 more boulders up there. If our main force charges up, they'll surely push them down, and our Chen family army would suffer heavy losses. I see. This bandit gang is indeed formidable. Yes, my lord. We must devise a perfect strategy. I already have a perfect strategy. Li Jing was astonished. A perfect strategy so quickly. Truly his lord was his lord. Wise and brave, not just empty talk. Li Jing was about to ask what the strategy was when he suddenly heard wailing from nearby. Their conversation interrupted Chen Nan, and Li Jing walked toward the sound. There a crowd had formed a circle. The lord is here, make way. A mouse shouted. The onlookers parted and Chen Nan stepped inside. The soldier Zhang Yang sat on the ground clutching his arrow wound and howling a heart-wrenching cry. Li Jing's face darkened instantly. He bellowed, "What's all this noise? A grown man, just one arrow, and you're wailing like a ghost. Shameless." After all, it was his subordinate crying so miserably in front of the lord. Li Jing felt utterly embarrassed. Boo-hoo. Chief, I'm dying. Let me cry a bit. I'm only 19, I've never even had a wife, and I still have dozens of silver taels left unspent. I'm so miserable. Li Jing's face grew even darker. Nonsense. Who told you you're dying? It's just a leg wound. At worst you'll be lame, but you won't die. Zhang Yang kept crying. Another soldier nearby said, "Chief, the arrowhead was coated with golden liquid." Li Jing stopped cursing, his expression turned grave. Being struck by an arrow coated with golden liquid was essentially a death sentence, as the wound would easily become infected. Especially since Zhang Yang had a through-and-through wound, the chance of developing tetanus was at least 80 to 90%. The wound might seem small, but within 2 or 3 days the flesh of his leg would rot, his jaw would lock, and he would suffer convulsions and arching spasms, dying in agony and rigidity. The bandits were truly ruthless. Everyone's faces were grim. Ever since leaving Shaking Tiger Pass, the 128 members of the Chen family army had become like a family. Even those who had previously clashed had reconciled in the past few days. They firmly believed that following Chen Nan would lead to great achievements. Yet, just as the Chen family army was taking its first steps, they were about to witness the death of a comrade. Seeing everyone's grief, Chen Nan instead broke into a smile. Tetanus. A terminal illness in ancient times, but merely a minor problem in the modern era. Stop crying. You're not going to die, Chen Nan said calmly. Zhang Yang looked up at him, stopped crying, wiped his nose, and asked, "My lord, what did you say?" "I can save you." Zhang Yang was overjoyed. He knew the lord never boasted, and since the lord was a celestial being descended to earth, if he said he wouldn't die, then he definitely wouldn't. "Thank you, my lord. Let me kowtow to you." With that, Zhang Yang tried to prostrate himself. "There's no rush. Kowtow after I've healed you." Chen Nan took a chair from his spatial storage. "Sit here." "I sit." Zhang Yang asked incredulously. "Stop wasting words. If you want to live, sit down." Zhang Yang dared not speak further and obediently sat on the chair. But with the lord standing while he sat, he felt deeply uncomfortable all over. Chen Nan then produced a table from his spatial storage, placing on it various bottles, jars, and boxes. These were all medicines and medical equipment, including sterile scalpels, hemostatic forceps, saline solution, copious hydrogen peroxide, iodine, sterile gauze drainage strips, disposable syringes, and antibiotics. Such tasks should have been handled by subordinates, but besides Chen Nan, no one else knew how. So the lord had to do it himself. It seemed that after capturing Blackrock Cliff, he would need to train not only drivers, but also a medical team. After all, could he personally handle every medical treatment in the future? Chen Nan unpacked a box, took out a disposable local anesthetic syringe, and injected it into the muscle beside the wound on Zhang Yang's calf. The onlookers were baffled by Chen Nan's actions, but Zhang Yang felt a sharp sting from the needle. However, mindful that Chen Nan was his lord, he endured the pain without a word. After a moment, Zhang Yang was astonished to find that the pain from the arrow-pierced wound on his calf had vanished, for the area had become numb and completely devoid of sensation. How miraculous! Chen Nan picked up a pair of scissors and snipped off the upper part of the arrow to facilitate its removal. Then Chen Nan set down the scissors and picked up a sharp scalpel. After sterilizing it with alcohol, he made a clean, decisive longitudinal incision to widen the wound on both sides of the flesh. Everyone watched in stunned horror, convinced their lord had lost his mind. He was deliberately enlarging the wound on Zhang Yang's calf. They were curious, but dared not ask. Chen Nan saw no need to explain. He had learned emergency medicine in the military and possessed basic medical knowledge. The wound needed to be left open to the air to prevent anaerobic infection, which could otherwise lead to the loss of the leg. After the wound was enlarged, a murky, foul-smelling blood oozed out. Chen Nan set aside the scalpel and picked up a pair of pliers, clamping them firmly onto the arrowhead, then slowly and steadily pulled out the entire broken shaft. The spectators were filled with dread. To forcibly extract the arrow shaft that had pierced through the calf, not only Zhang Yang himself, but even those watching involuntarily drew in sharp breaths. Yet astonishingly, Zhang Yang himself appeared unfazed, his expression unchanged. How incredible! How could he endure such agony? Centuries ago, a legendary general had remained silent during the scraping of poison from his bone, calmly playing chess. But Zhang Yang, who had just been weeping bitterly, how could he possess such fortitude? After the arrow shaft was completely removed, Chen Nan took hydrogen peroxide and repeatedly flushed the through-and-through wound, washing away the deep-seated fecal residue. After rinsing 3 times, Chen Nan washed it again with copious saline, then applied iodophor for disinfection. Once disinfected, Chen Nan did not suture the wound, he merely bandaged it to stop the bleeding. This was a severely contaminated, penetrating wound, and suturing immediately would inevitably trigger tetanus. Finally, Chen Nan took out 2 syringes. One contained tetanus immune globulin to prevent the fatal anaerobic emergency, and the other was a broad-spectrum antibiotic for intramuscular injection to suppress deep infection and guard against sepsis. After administering both injections, the minor surgery was a complete success. Chen Nan ordered the medical waste to be gathered and burned. Zhang Yang asked dazedly, "My lord, am I not going to die?" Chen Nan nodded. "Change the dressing daily, keep it dry, and it will heal in about half a month." Zhang Yang was moved to tears. He took a deep breath and choked out, "My lord, you are the best lord in the world. You are my reborn parents. From now on, I, Zhang Yang, will go through fire and water for you without hesitation." The other soldiers of the Chen family army were all silent, deeply shaken. Zhang Yang was just an ordinary soldier, not a squad leader, not a deputy squad leader, not even a section leader. Yet Chen Nan, as their lord, did not mind the dirt or fatigue, personally cleaning the wound and removing the poisonous arrow. Where could one find such a lord? Ask yourself, is there another person in the entire Great Chu who could do this? Li Jing's eyes moistened. "We swear to follow you to the death, my lord." The other soldiers chorused, "We swear to follow you to the death, never betraying you." The neat, loud cry soared into the sky. Chen Nan had not expected such a simple gesture to move these men so deeply. In truth, he had no choice. He was the only one who knew how to treat such an injury. This one small act had earned him the unwavering loyalty of a group of men, a tremendous gain. The value of 100 devoted warriors far exceeded that of 10,000 ordinary soldiers. "I told you are all my brothers. I would never let you die. Now we need to scout the bandit stronghold to prepare for the attack. Anyone who dares to harm my brother Chen Nan must pay the price." Zhao Yong volunteered, "My lord, let me take men to scout." "No need, I can handle it myself." "My lord, you cannot." Zhao Yong immediately said. The second squad leader Zhong Wangbei also advised, "Indeed, my lord. Those bandits kill without blinking. How can you risk yourself? Rest assured, it's only reconnaissance. I won't need to go myself." Chen Nan took out a set of drone equipment from his storage space. After turning it on, he used the remote control to lift the drone into the air, soaring to a height of several dozen meters. "My lord, what is this?" Su Ning looked up at the drone, curious. "This is called a drone used for reconnaissance. You see what it sees, we can see too." "So miraculous." "Yes, don't look up at it, look at my hands." Everyone lowered their heads and gazed at the remote control in Chen Nan's hands, amazed to find images appearing on it. And the images seemed strangely familiar. It was themselves. Yes, it was them, but they were seeing the tops of their own heads. It was as if a deity was standing halfway in the sky looking down at them. It was the first time they had observed themselves from such an angle, and they found it utterly fascinating. Su Ning's mouth fell open. "My lord, how is this possible?" Although they had long known that Chen Nan's portable storage held countless wonders, each new item he produced still left them astounded. Chen Nan did not bother to explain. "In short, this is how we'll conduct reconnaissance from now on, both efficient and safe." Chen Nan couldn't help but marvel at how useful the drone was. No GPS, no network needed. As long as the line of sight between the drone and the ground controller was clear, real-time reconnaissance images could be transmitted. Of course, there were distance limitations. The maximum signal range was about 10 kilometers, and it required an unobstructed path. Even 10 kilometers was a theoretical distance. Battery life had to be considered. Flying too far risked running out of power on the return trip. Thus, a reconnaissance range of 7 or 8 kilometers was the practical limit. That distance was sufficient. Chen Nan piloted the drone over the mountaintop, and the layout of the bandit stronghold became clearly visible on the screen. Su Ning remarked, "I didn't expect the space on the mountaintop to be so large." Zhao Yong pointed at the screen. "There are quite a few people up there, maybe 100 or 2. The bandits seemed to have spotted the drone. In the image, they were looking up and pointing at it. Some tried to shoot the drone down with arrows, but Chen Nan manipulated the remote, and the drone swooped away. Chen Nan spotted a small path on the eastern side of the mountain, likely the route down, and guided the drone along it. Because the trees along the path were dense, the drone's view from high altitude was unclear, so he had to lower it to weave through the forest. At last the drone reached the airspace above the platform where nearly 50 men were densely gathered, each carrying a quiver and bow. Neatly stacked on the ground were numerous shields seemingly forged from iron. Hey, you think such crudely made iron shields can withstand modern assault rifles? Keep dreaming. What's that? Many also noticed the drone overhead. Whoever or whatever it is, shoot it down first. The second in command ordered. But before they could draw their bows, the drone suddenly surged upward, disappearing with a swift whoosh. Chen Nan retrieved the drone and its remote controls, stowing them back into his spatial storage. All the senior officers of the Chen family army had seen the ambush layout at the mountain stronghold entrance through the display screen. Li Jing expressed his concern. My lord, the entrance has been reinforced with defenders positioned at higher ground. How shall we assault it? No matter. I'll lead the first and second squads as the vanguard. We'll eliminate the bandits guarding the entrance first, then you follow up quickly. But, no buts, brotherly. Zhong Wangbei interjected. My lord has deployed reconnaissance drones like this. Think about it. Doesn't he have other weapons in his spatial warehouse? Li Jing realized he was right. He had been overly worried. Still he spoke up. My lord, I have one request. Go ahead. My lord, I am an old acquaintance of the chieftain of Heishi Cliff. He is a good man. I beg you not to harm him. I can persuade him to surrender. Done. I'll grant you this favor. If he sees sense, I'll let him live. But if he remains obdurate, well, don't say I didn't warn him. Thank you, my lord. Chen Nan commanded first and second squads assemble. The two squads quickly formed ranks before Chen Nan and reported their numbers. After confirming everyone was present, Chen Nan retrieved 22 sets of body armor and 22 AR, 15 rifles from his spatial storage, along with an extra magazine for each soldier. Equipped and ready, the group of 22 set out along the single narrow path. Along the way, Chen Nan pulled out a tear gas grenade and handed it to Zhao Yong. How far can you throw this thing? Zhao Yong caught the grenade and weighed it in his hand. About 20-some zhong roughly. 20 plus zhong. Around 60 or 70 meters. In a modern military context, that was an impressive range, more than sufficient. Curious, Zhao Yong asked, my lord, what is this? This is a tear gas grenade. When I give the order, immediately hurl it into the densest cluster of enemies. Yes. Chen Nan briefly explained the grenade's use, and the group continued their advance. After 20 minutes of climbing, they finally reached the stone archway inscribed with the characters Heishi Cliff, the entrance to the stronghold. Beneath the archway, the platform was packed with enemies. The structure itself was modest in size, yet it held nearly 50 men. Old enemies meeting. Hostility flared instantly. Spotting Chen Nan's party from afar, the second in command immediately bellowed, brothers, shoot those bastards dead. A dozen archers knocked their arrows while several shield bearers raised their iron shields to form the first line of defense in front of the archers. Chen Nan would not give them the chance. His MP5 submachine gun was already safety off. Upon hearing the second in command's order, he swiftly squeezed the trigger. Mao and several other personal guards beside Chen Nan also opened fire, raking the platform with bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. Under the barrage of rifle rounds, the iron shields proved as fragile as paper, pierced through instantaneously. The shield bearers behind them were all hit and fell to the ground. The archers, stripped of their cover, were riddled with bullets like a honeycomb. The bandits were dumbfounded. They never imagined their carefully prepared defense line would be so easily shattered. Chen family army's firepower instantly suppressed the opposing bandits. Advance. Keep up the suppressing fire. At this point, Chen Nan's party was still about 60 meters from the entrance, a range within Zhao Yong's throwing capability. However, since they were throwing uphill, closing the distance would improve accuracy. The closer the range, the more precise the throw. Meanwhile, the bandits, pinned down by Chen family army's firepower, dared not peek above cover, huddling behind large boulders. The Chen family army advanced rapidly, climbing another 20 meters upward. Quick! Push those boulders down and crush them, the second in command roared. Chen Nan immediately ordered Zhao Yong throw the tear gas grenade. If they actually managed to roll those boulders down, at least half of the 22 men would be crushed to death. Yes. Zhao Yong responded quickly, pulling the pin and hurling the grenade with all his strength. The tear gas grenade traced a parabolic arc through the air, landing precisely at the center of the platform and striking a bandit squarely on the head. The bandit let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed unconscious on the spot. The grenade clattered to the ground, rolling among the bandits' feet before coming to a stop. The bandits looked on in confusion. What's that? The second in command bellowed, stop gawking. A few of you push those boulders down now. But it was already too late. A thick cloud of grayish-white poison gas erupted from the grenade and rapidly spread, instantly engulfing the nearest dozen or so men. Eyes were the first to react. Upon contact with the white mist, every bandit felt as though a pot of boiling water had been poured over their eyes. A searing, burning pain that made them impossible to keep open. Ah, what is this? My eyes. It hurts so much. I can't see. I'm blind. It burns. It burns to death. The bandits, trapped in the smoke, clamped their eyes shut and frantically rubbed at their faces with both hands. Then a wave of irritating gas invaded their nasal passages and throats, setting their throat ablaze. Every breath felt like swallowing a mouthful of crushed glass. The bandits doubled over, retching violently, their stomachs churning. The smoke spread ferociously, enveloping the entire platform in just 1 or 2 seconds. Some attempted to flee the platform, but their movements were no match for the speed of the spreading gas. Those who had been pushing the boulders lost all strength, busy rubbing their eyes and covering their noses. Faced with such an irritating gas, the natural instinct was to pinch one's nose, but it was utterly useless. The fog penetrated everywhere, leaving no refuge. Screaming pain seized their chests, making even normal breathing impossible. On the entire platform, cries of agony, choking coughs, and desperate screams merged into one chaotic cacophony. Skin exposed to the smoke, burned and ditched, growing worse with every scratch. Panic erupted throughout the crowd. Everyone scrambled to flee, yet with eyes unable to open, each man stumbled blindly like a headless fly. Several misstepped and tumbled from the platform, plummeting down the cliff face of over 10 meters. Even those who survived the fall would be left crippled for life. A few lucky ones managed to escape the smoke cloud, only to find themselves staring down a group of fearsome Chen family army soldiers. Damn it, they'd run the wrong way. The Chen family army soldiers mercifully ended their suffering with a single bullet each. A few others found the correct route, sprinting along the mountain path until they broke free of the gas cover. Those who escaped gasped for air, grateful to have survived. But even so, the damage inflicted by the poison gas had not yet subsided. Their eyes and lungs still screamed in agony. Unable to run any further, they collapsed to the ground, furiously rubbing their eyes and vomiting. The Chen family army soldiers watched it all in silence. Mao murmured, "That tear gas grenade is devastating. One grenade took out so many combatants." Su Ning sighed. "Thank goodness we made the right choice that day. To be my lord's enemy is truly wretched." Others on the scene shared the same sentiment. They thought of the Liang Kingdom soldiers of Ding Songtao of Han Yonghui, and then looked at the bandits before them. One after another, each fate worse than the last. "Lord, strike while the iron is hot. Let's go up there and finish off those guys." Zhao Yong said. "Not yet. Wait until that white smoke clears." "Are you kidding? If that smoke gets into your lungs, it's deadly. You might not die, but you'd lose all fighting ability." There were indeed plenty of gas masks in Chen Nan's space, but there was no need to bring them out in this situation. A wait of 1 or 2 minutes would suffice. The bandits at the entrance had already been wiped out anyway. As long as they maintained suppressing fire, even if there were more bandits above, they wouldn't be a threat. 2 minutes later, the white smoke had mostly dissipated. Chen Nan waved his hand, "Go." The group quickly ran up and soon secured the platform. The bandits on the platform were still rubbing their eyes and coughing. Zhao Yong and Su Ning didn't hesitate. They raised their rifles and opened fire, and their soldiers naturally followed suit. Chen Nan hastily pointed at a man in a foul yellow robe. "Stay sharp. Don't kill him." Before they reached the mountain, Li Jing had already described the second-in-command's appearance and clothing. Since everyone else wore coarse black or gray garments, the one in foul yellow was easy to spot. Chen Nan wasn't sparing the second-in-command out of mercy. He still had use for the man. Although Li Jing claimed the Blackstone Cliff bandits had a decent reputation and robbed the rich to aid the poor, Chen's army showed no restraint in their slaughter. Any perceptive person could see Li Jing had whitewashed these bandits. What morality could a gang of bandits possibly have? Much like the outlaws of Liangshan in Water Margin. Though a few were truly driven to rebellion, most were scum to begin with. It wasn't just bandits. Even soldiers who fought for the country couldn't all be trusted. Chen Nan knew this from his own experience. Take Li Xiongzhang Wei and Wang Shang. Men who had killed enemies on the battlefield, yet felt no guilt when they conspired against their comrades or stole their military merits. Then there was Ding Songtao, son of the Marquis of Wuding, who risked 300 soldiers' lives for his own advancement, stubbornly pressing forward despite the cost. That's why Chen Nan didn't believe these bandits were as virtuous as Li Jing claimed. Even if the Blackstone Cliff leader, the black-faced Yama, was a capable fighter, could he really control his men? The bandits might keep some restraint while on the mountain, but once they descended, they'd run wild. In this remote area where even the local officials couldn't reach them, murders, arson, rape, and looting would be rampant. Expecting these bandits to behave was unrealistic. 9 out of 10 criminals who took to robbery were scum, and a machine gun sweep wouldn't kill enough of them. Soon every bandit on the platform was dead, including those who had fallen off the cliff and were left for dead. Aside from the few who had fled earlier, only the second-in-command in his foul yellow robe remained on the platform. The second-in-command dropped to his knees with a thud. "Grandfather, spare my life, spare me." Su Ning chuckled darkly. "Don't worry, grandfathers won't kill you, for now." The second-in-command bowed his head like a pestle pounding garlic. "Thank you, kind grandfathers, thank you. I thought you bandits had some backbone. Turns out you're all a bunch of cowardly scum. No wonder you became thieves." Chen's army soldiers were all professional warriors who had fought the Liang people on the border for years. They naturally looked down on these bandits, which is why they showed no mercy when they charged. If the Lord hadn't specifically ordered them to spare the second-in-command's life, he'd be dead already. Up on the mountain peak, hearing that strange noise again from halfway up the mountain, black-faced Yama was about to send someone to investigate when several figures stumbled up toward him. One of them was Fei Bao. Fei Bao and the others had red swollen eyes, tears streaming down their faces as they vomited, looking utterly wretched. They reached black-faced Yama, and Fei Bao rubbed his swollen eyes. Big Chief, terrible news. The entrance has been breached, and the Imperial troops are coming up right now. What? Everyone was astonished. Blackstone Cliff had existed for over 60 years, and neither the local authorities nor the Imperial army had ever conquered it. This Imperial force numbered barely over 100 men. At their worst, tens of thousands had besieged Blackstone Cliff and returned empty-handed, always repelled at the platform near the entrance. A mere 100 soldiers. How could they accomplish this? What exactly is going on? Black-faced Yama asked. Big Chief, they have a terribly powerful weapon. It's horrifying. Black-faced Yama grew impatient. You already told me that. Didn't I issue iron shields to you all? Fei Bao shook his head frantically. Useless, completely useless. That weapon's projectiles pierced straight through our iron shields on the spot. Over a dozen men died instantly. Everyone was terrified. Something that could pierce iron shields. Such a devastating weapon really existed. Black-faced Yama's expression darkened, his aura growing cold. The fat cat in his arms sensed the shift in its master's demeanor. No longer lazy, it stood up, leaped from black-faced Yama's embrace, and vanished in the blink of an eye. If the shields are useless, why didn't you just push the boulders down? Reporting to Big Chief, the second-in-command did order us to roll the boulders down, but what? Speak. Black-faced Yama appeared visibly impatient. The Imperial soldiers suddenly threw something at us, an object we'd never seen before. It hit the ground and immediately released thick smoke. The smoke was terrifying. Even contact with it made our eyes feel like they were being pierced by awls, excruciatingly painful. And breathing it in burned our lungs as if on fire, sending us rolling on the ground in agony. Seeing the condition of Fei Bao and the other three, black-faced Yama believed his account. What's the situation on the platform now? Fei Bao shook his head. I don't know, but I'm afraid the second-in-command and the others are probably dead. Those weapons are too powerful. Black-faced Yama barked. All units listen up. Grab your weapons and hold the entrance. Don't let those bandits climb the mountain. At the Big Chief's command, the bandits on the mountain peak sprang into action. Led by the third-in-command, they rushed to the armory to collect weapons. Those who arrived early grabbed bows and arrows, while those who came later took spears and halberds. Then all crowded at the mountain peak entrance. Everyone was tense, their hands gripping weapons slick with sweat. For 60 years no one had ever breached the platform halfway up the mountain. Even tens of thousands of soldiers had come and been repelled. Yet no one would have guessed that today a force of merely over 100 men would break through, and they were about to storm the mountain peak. Black-faced Yama stood behind his men, rallying them. Brothers, the enemy is fierce, but we cannot falter before the battle begins. We must defend our homeland. We must annihilate these bandits. Defend our homeland. Destroy the enemy. The bandits shouted in unison. After clearing the bandits from the platform, Chen Nan took out the drone once more. The drone followed the narrow path upward, and on the remote control screen no defenses were visible along the way. It wasn't until the drone reached the mountaintop that they discovered the entrance crowded with over 100 people. Those bandits wielded weapons in hand, waiting for the Chen family's forces to appear. Upon seeing the drone reappear, those bandits armed with bows and arrows immediately loosed their projectiles at it. Chen Nan rapidly increased the drone's altitude, and it shot up nearly 100 meters into the air, causing all the arrows to miss. Those arrows rained down from the sky and ended up injuring their own companions by mistake. The drone returned to Chen Nan's hands, who then deposited it into his spatial storage. The journey here has been largely uneventful, but special caution is required as we approach the summit. All those bandits are gathered at the mountain entrance, preparing to launch a sudden attack when we appear. Zhao Yong sneered coldly. Hell, let's see if they can withstand rifle bullets. Learning of the potential danger at the summit, Zhao Yong led the first squad forward. Chen Nan and Amao walked in the middle. Su Ning brought up the rear with the second squad, while 2 men were assigned to escort the second-in-command. 10 minutes later, the bandits finally spotted a group of strangely dressed individuals wielding unusual weapons coming into view. The third boss shouted, "Brothers, fire." The frontline bandits had been prepared all along, their arrows nocked, waiting only for the third boss's command to loose them. Yet once again they were unable to draw their bows. Chen Nan understood the advantage of striking first. Upon spotting the bandits atop the mountain, he immediately issued the order to fire. The soldiers of the first squad pulled the trigger without hesitation. Rat-tat-tat. Following the volley of gunfire, the bandits' formation was instantly shattered. The front rows were riddled with bullets, blood spraying everywhere. The surviving bandits dared not resist any longer, discarding their weapons and fleeing like headless flies. But this was the mountaintop with only one path leading down. Where could they possibly escape to? Still, the bandits had no choice but to disregard the situation and focus on surviving. Witnessing this scene, the 4 characters that flashed through the Chen family soldiers' minds were collapsed in a single strike. This was the advantage of superior weaponry. So what if the enemy outnumbered them? So what if they held the high ground? Under the relentless suppression of dense rifle fire, the opposition had absolutely no capacity to resist. To the bandits, these Imperial soldiers were nothing like the ones they'd faced before. The weapons in their hands were far too terrifying. Only 20 against nearly 200, yet they had shattered the enemy in an instant. Zhao Yong led his squad in a rapid charge toward the summit. Drop your weapons and squat with your hands on your heads. His commanding voice echoed across the entire clearing. Having just witnessed the devastating power of Zhao Yong's weapons, the bandits obediently dropped to the ground, clutching their heads. 2 bandits attempting to flee toward the rear mountain were quickly dispatched by Zhao Yong's gunfire. Bang bang. Leaving 2 fresh corpses on the ground. This time the bandits dared not attempt any further resistance. Everyone remained perfectly still, crouching with their hands clasped behind their heads. Even the grand boss, known as the black-faced Yama, who held absolute authority over the stronghold and controlled the lives and deaths of all its members, now sat as docile as a kitten. Oh right, he had that plump calico cat of his resting quietly beside him, perfectly still. Soon afterward, Li Jing and 2 other squad leaders arrived with their men. Chen Nan beckoned Li Jing. Squad leader Li, you're right on time. Come here. Li Jing jogged over. Your orders, my lord. Identify the leader of Heishi Cliff and bring him forward. Li Jing surveyed the group, his gaze finally settling on a calico cat with a pale figure crouching nearby. Though the man kept his head bowed, Li Jing recognized him as his good friend, the black-faced Yama. Who would have thought the fellow still had such a fondness for cats? Li Jing approached. Old Bai, come with me to see our lord. Hearing that familiar voice, the black-faced Yama looked up and was overjoyed to see his childhood friend. Brotherly, how did you end up here? Yes, it's me. What's going on here? I'll explain later. For now, let's go see our lord, shall we? Our lord? Yes. Old Bai, you'd best behave yourself before our lord. Know when to yield, or I won't be able to help you. All right. The black-faced Yama nodded hurriedly in agreement. A cold sweat had broken out across his forehead. Heishi Cliff had never fallen in decades thanks to its strategic terrain. Neither the government nor any military force had been able to subdue them. Yet who would have imagined that today they'd be besieged by a force of merely 100+ men? And these people, armed with mysterious weapons, showed absolutely no mercy in their killing. The 60-odd brothers guarding the stronghold's entrance had been nearly wiped out in a single sweep, and just moments earlier another 20+ fell in an instant. He had resigned himself to death only to have fate throw him a lifeline in the form of his former closest brother. It was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. At the very least, he wouldn't be dying today. Stepping before Chen Nan, Li Jing introduced him. My lord, this is the grand boss of Heishi Cliff, and also my dearest brother. His name is Bai Jing. Bai Jing. Chen Nan examined the man before him. He was quite fair-complexioned, living up to his name indeed. But upon recalling his nickname, the black-faced Yama, Chen Nan felt the name didn't quite match reality. How do you come by the name black-faced Yama? You ought to be called white-faced Yama instead. Bai Jing offered an innocuous smile. You jest, my lord. As bandits, one's nickname should sound imposing. White-faced Yama lacks that threatening edge, while black-faced Yama carries far more intimidation. Chen Nan had only asked idly and paid it little mind. Pivoting to the matter at hand, he inquired, how many people do you have at Heishi Cliff in total? Bai Jing maintained a respectful, yet dignified demeanor. Replying to my lord, Heishi Cliff counts 237 people in total. Approximately 80 perished during the battle, leaving us with over 150 remaining. Indeed. Are all your people within the stronghold? 6 men are stationed at surrounding peaks for lookout purposes, and a dozen or so have descended the mountain on errands. They will not return for some time yet. Those errands likely involved highway robbery, Chen Nan mused. Summon those 6 men guarding the peaks immediately. I have an announcement to make. As you command, my lord. Bai Jing had someone send flag signals to the 6 bandits on guard duty at the other peaks, ordering them all to retreat to the stronghold. Then Chen Nan grabbed a megaphone and tossed it to Ameo. Make an announcement. Call out all the bandits hiding in there. Yes. Ameo caught the megaphone, flipped it on, and held it to his lips, copying the manner he had seen Chen Nan use. Listen up, you bandits hiding in there. I order you all to assemble at the open ground right now. If you come out voluntarily, my Chen family army will spare your lives. But if we drag you out, don't blame us for being merciless. The verbal threat worked. After about 2 minutes, 5 bandits emerged one by one. After another 5 minutes, however, no one else came out. He roughly tallied the numbers. There were certainly others still hiding in the shadows. Chen Nan turned to Zhong Wangbei and ordered, take your men and search the entire stronghold. See if any stragglers remain. Yes, my lord. The stronghold was quite large, roughly the size of a county high school, though less than a tenth of the area had been developed. Aside from the square where they stood, dozens of buildings were scattered around the perimeter. The largest of them sat due north of the square, with a plaque above its entrance inscribed with 3 characters: Loyalty and Justice Hall. Beyond that lay a stretch of forest. If anyone had slipped into those woods, it would be difficult to find them in a short time. Still, it was not a major concern. The terrain of Hay sure, you meant those hiding there had nowhere to run. They would have to come out eventually, or starve to death in the forest. 10 minutes later, the second squad had searched through all the buildings and dragged out everyone who had been hiding, bringing them all to the square. 13 people were captured in total. Surprisingly, 5 of them were young women. What is going on? Why are there female bandits? Chen Nan pointed at the women and asked. Zhong Wangbei explained, "My lord, these women were all taken by force." Taken by force? Yes, they are the consorts of the upper management bandits. Chen Nan understood. They were essentially hostage wives. Li Jing had said that the bandits of Heishirya had a decent reputation and even robbed from the rich to help the poor. Clearly that was a generous embellishment. If they had resorted to snatching women, they had likely committed murders and arsons as well. Chen Nan pointed at the captured men and asked, "Where are those guys?" "They are all bandits from Heishirya. They had been hiding under the beds, and our men found them." Chen Nan waved his hand, signaling Ameo to proceed. They had been given a chance. Since they refused to cherish it, there was no blaming others for the consequences. Ameo raised his pistol and aimed it at one of the bandits. Being equipped with a pistol was Ameo's privilege as a personal attendant. Right now, apart from Chen Nan himself, only 6 people in total possessed pistols. They were 3 squadron leaders along with Ameo, Zhao Yang, and Su Ning. Though pistols lacked the killing power of rifles, their compact and refined design made them easy to carry and draw at a moment's notice, a symbol of status. At least within the Chen family army, only squadron leaders, or those particularly close to the lord, were qualified to carry pistols. Even deputy squadron leaders did not meet the standard. The bandit being aimed at by Ameo still looked puzzled, unable to understand why the enemy was pointing some small device at him. With a loud bang, a hole appeared in the bandit's forehead, and he fell straight to the ground. Now everyone understood. That small device was also a weapon capable of firing lethal projectiles. The remaining 7 tried to flee, but each was held down by 2 Chen family army soldiers unable to move an inch. Ameo called them out mercilessly one by one. Then Chen Nan turned to Bai Jing and asked, "Among them there should be your woman, right?" Bai Jing shook his head, then nodded. "Yes. Li Jing originally told me you were a good man, so I decided to give you a chance. But it seems Li Jing still exaggerated your virtue far too much. Although you have been honest, you still deserve to die." Ameo. Hearing this, Li Jing beside him was startled, yet he dared not utter a word. Li Jing knew his lord already despised those bandits who preyed on villagers. Hearing now about Bai Jing's abduction of women, he would certainly show no mercy. Li Jing sighed inwardly. Bai Jing, how could you do such a thing?" Ameo drew his pistol and pointed it at Bai Jing. "Boss, I'm sorry. I'll see you off on your way now. Next life, remember to be a good person." The calico cat at Bai Jing's feet seemed to sense its master was in danger. It had been sitting quietly, but now it kept crying out, "Meow, meow, meow." Just as Ameo flipped open the pistol's safety and was about to pull the trigger, a female voice suddenly rang out. "My lord, wait." Chen Nan followed the sound and saw that it was the most beautiful of the 5 women. "What? Please, my lord, do not kill the boss." Chen Nan frowned in confusion. "Were you not taken by force? And yet you plead on his behalf." Replying to my lord, "I was indeed taken against my will. However, the boss did not harm me. Because of him, I was able to survive." "Oh, explain." Chen Nan grew even more curious. The young woman recounted her story. Her name was Shun Ruoqiu, and her father Xinxing was a medical doctor in Yunzhou. This medical doctor was not the same as a modern academic doctorate. It was an official post in the provincial government at the rank of Zheng, being responsible for treating the common people across the entire province. Xinxing's medical skill was outstanding, especially in treating difficult and complicated diseases, making his fame spread far and wide. Even noble families from neighboring provinces came to seek his treatment. 10 days ago, the youngest son of the Yunzhou governor fell ill with a strange disease. Feverish coughing relentlessly, showing no improvement after 3 days. The governor sent someone to invite Xinxing to treat his son. Xinxing prescribed the appropriate medicine, and after 1 bowl the child's fever subsided, his cough improved, and he slept peacefully. Deeply grateful, the governor personally saw him out. However, on the following day, for reasons unknown, the child suddenly relapsed. His fever rose so high it could boil an egg, and his cough worsened. The governor immediately sent servants to fetch Xinxing again. But before the servants even made it halfway, the child died from suffocation. By the time Xinxing arrived, the governor's son was already cold. The governor's family was overcome with grief. Having lost his 5-year-old son, the devastated governor took his anger out on Xinxing. The governor believed that Xinxing's failure to save the child was the cause of death, so he fabricated charges and threw Xinxing into the great prison, instructing the guards to give him special attention. When Xinxing did not return home, by evening his family investigated and discovered he had been imprisoned. Shun Ruoqiu accompanied her mother and younger brother to visit their father, but they could not even enter the prison and had to return home to wait for news. Early the next morning, just as Shun Ruoqiu was preparing to go to the prison again, the Yamen men carried Xinxing's corpse back. Xinxing's body was covered in bruises. Anyone could see he had been beaten to death. The family was consumed by grief and went to the Yamen to demand justice, but they were driven away by a gang of corrupt officers. Shun Ruoqiu knew that the Yamen officials would always protect one another. Even going to the prefect to appeal would be futile. With a desperate resolve, she and her mother and brother decided to seek justice from the superior military governor instead. But the governor would not let them succeed. Upon learning that the family intended to appeal, he dispatched a group of Yamen soldiers to intercept them. Fortunately, Shinruachio had received advance warning and managed to escape with her mother and younger brother driving their carriage along the main road at full speed. The Yamen soldiers pursued relentlessly behind them. When the carriage reached the area near Heishirya, the pursuers finally caught up. Fortuitously, a group of bandits from Heishirya was then collecting tolls on the main road. Since the bandits of Heishirya bore an irreconcilable grudge against the Yamen soldiers, they immediately charged at the pursuing officers without hesitation. Yamen soldiers were not regular troops after all. Their combat effectiveness was adequate for bullying common folk, but against this band of mountain bandits with rich fighting experience, they were nothing more than easy prey. The two sides clashed. The Yamen soldiers, unable to hold their ground, fled in disarray. Once the soldiers ran off, the bandits had no interest in pursuit. As they prepared to leave, they spotted Shinruachio seated inside the horse-drawn carriage. Shinruachio was petite and graceful, her skin as fair as snow. The sight of her lit up the eyes of every bandit. If they brought her back to serve as the bandit chief's concubine, he would surely be overjoyed. After all, the other several captains of the stronghold already had women by their sides. Only the chief remained an unmarried man. The girl before them was precisely suited to be the chief's concubine. Without hesitation, the bandits seized Shinruachio right there from the carriage. Shinruachio's mother and younger brother pleaded and begged for mercy, but the bandits showed no mercy whatsoever. They forcibly dragged Shinruachio up the mountain. Upon learning that his men had brought him a concubine, Bai Jing's reaction was not joy but fury. He reprimanded his subordinates harshly and prepared to release Shinruachio. However, when he learned that Shinruachio had been hunted by Yamen soldiers, he changed his mind. After all, she was merely a fragile young woman who, once released, her chances of survival would be slim. Yet Shinruachio insisted on descending the mountain, for her mother and brother remained below. Bai Jing told her not to worry, promising to personally lead a party down to bring her family up to the mountain. Half an hour later, Bai Jing returned, but Shinruachio's mother and brother were nowhere to be found. Bai Jing informed her that they had already driven away in their carriage. Nevertheless, Bai Jing assured Shinruachio that he had dispatched several men to search along the main road. As soon as there was any news, she would be informed. 6 days had already passed, yet there was still no sign of her mother and brother. A foreboding sense weighed heavily on Shinruachio's heart, but every time she proposed to go down the mountain, Bai Jing refused. Eventually, he confined her to a room and placed guards to watch her closely. It was not until the Chun family army shattered the door just now that Shinruachio finally saw the daylight again. During these days of captivity on the mountain, she had been well treated. 3 meals a day were provided without want. Moreover, Bai Jing had never taken advantage of the situation to mistreat her. Therefore, although she was deeply resentful of her confinement, she did not believe Bai Jing deserved the death penalty. Hence, she had stepped forward to plead on his behalf. Having listened to Shinruachio's story, Chen Nan nodded slightly. "Amao, lower your gun." "Yes, sir." Amao set down his pistol. Prolonged relief swept through Bai Jing. Though he had not spoken a single word, he knew precisely how perilous the situation had been. If he were to touch the back of his clothes, he would find them thoroughly soaked with sweat. The little tabby cat also understood that its master had narrowly escaped disaster, constantly nuzzling Bai Jing's leg while wagging its tail cheerfully. Beside him, Li Jing also exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Bai Jing was still the man he knew, his original ideals intact. Chen Nan turned to the 4 remaining girls. "You may share any grievances or injustices with me. This magistrate will see justice done." A girl in green clothing spoke timidly. "Sir, are your words truly sincere?" "Truly." "Speak." "Sir, it was him." Pointing at the second captain, the girl in green cried, "That beast killed my parents to force me into his grasp." "Wah." Before she could continue, sobs racked her frame. Chen Nan raised his pistol, aiming directly at the second captain. A sudden chill seized the man's chest, creeping up his spine like ice water. "Sir, spare my life. I dare not offend again." "Go tell that to King Yama." Chen Nan pulled the trigger. Bang. A bullet struck squarely between the eyebrows. The second captain was dead. Chen Nan turned to the next girl dressed in yellow. "Who abducted you?" "Sir, I belong to the third captain. That monster is no human being. Half a year ago, I was passing through here on my way to visit my aunt. To my misfortune, the third captain snatched me and brought me up this mountain. That wretch. May he be cursed 1,000 times. He took my virtue that very night." Wah. Tears streamed down the yellow-clad girl's face like rain upon petals, evoking the deepest pity. Chen Nan sighed. Another pitiful soul. He would grant her justice as well. It was merely a matter of 1 bullet. "Enough weeping. I shall execute him for you now." Hearing this, the girl in yellow hastily wiped her tears and waved her hands frantically. "Sir, no. I did not wish for his death." Chen Nan paused, puzzled. "Why, oi?" Unexpectedly, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson. "I have already become the third captain's woman. I do not hate him." Chen Nan was utterly stunned. "Then why were you crying just now, eh?" The girl in yellow explained. "I had intended to visit my dying aunt. But because of that damned third captain, I never got to see her one final time. Whenever I think of it, my heart breaks anew." Chen Nan was completely at a loss for words. However, since the victim herself had forgiven the perpetrator, Chen Nan saw no reason to pursue the matter further. "Very well. In that case, I shall spare his sorry life. Just then Bai Jing spoke up, "Sir, it is already too late." "What do you mean?" "During the earlier assault the third captain was already killed." Chen Nan. He turned to the girl in yellow. "In that case I offer my sincerest apologies." The girl in yellow shook her head. "It matters not. Whom does it matter whom I am with? Sir, since I am now free, might I ask to become your concubine? If I can follow you, I shall never think of the third captain again." Chen Nan's inner monologue screamed in disbelief. He found himself unable to keep pace with this young woman's train of thought. Chen Nan composed himself and replied solemnly, "Miss, I have not yet considered matters of marriage. Your kindness is appreciated, but I must decline." Disappointment washed over the girl's face. "However, as compensation, I can arrange a match for you. My Chen family army boasts over 100 valiant and stalwart warriors. Should you take a fancy to any of them, simply let me know." The girl in yellow's sorrow turned to delight instantly. "Then I shall gratefully accept your kindness, sir." Her gaze then swept across the soldiers of the Chen family army. Li Jing, Su Ning, and Amao all felt their hearts race, turning their faces away in unison, terrified of meeting her eye and being chosen. Chen Nan was merely being polite, but he never expected the yellow-clad girl to actually take him up on it. Next, Chen Nan questioned the last two women. One was the fourth chief's woman, and the other was the fifth chief's woman. The fourth chief's woman expressed that although she had been taken by force, she and the fourth chief had developed feelings for each other. They had planned to retire from the bandit life and start a new life down the mountain, but unexpectedly they encountered this incident. Hearing the girl's intention, she not only bore no hatred toward the fourth chief, but also wished to continue living with him. Chen Nan therefore did not trouble the fourth chief and allowed them to pack their belongings and leave the mountain. The last girl was the fifth chief's woman. Like the green-clad girl before, she harbored deep hatred toward the fifth chief, who had taken her to the mountain. Moreover, this girl demanded to kill the fifth chief with her own hands, so Chen Nan gave her a gun. The girl raised the pistol, tremblingly aiming it at the fifth chief. It was her first time killing someone, her whole body was shaking. Finally, with the assistance of the green-clad girl, she managed to pull the trigger. After dealing with those scumbags, Chen Nan gathered all the bandits to form ranks. The stronghold had a total of 237 people, excluding those already killed, and those still away there were 121 people standing in the square. Excluding those killed in the recent battle executed and the departing fourth chief, there were still 5 missing. That meant 5 bandits remained hidden in the woods. Chen Nan couldn't be bothered to deal with them out anyway. These people would come out sooner or later. He had already given them a chance. Since they didn't cherish it, there was no need to keep them. The soldiers of the first and second squads were responsible for maintaining order, making the unruly bandits line up properly to hear their lord's speech. Chen Nan stood at the front of the formation and said in a clear voice, "Originally, I detest scum like you who rob and plunder. However, my squad leader Li of the first squad said your reputation is not too bad, so I, your lord, will give you a chance. Now I offer you 2 choices." He paused briefly, then announced the 2 choices. First, leave the mountain and never be a bandit again. I will not hold you accountable for past deeds. Second, join the Chen family army. Ordinary soldiers will receive a monthly salary of 1 tael of silver. Those with rank will have their pay increase accordingly. Meritorious deeds on the battlefield will be rewarded with promotions or silver. The bandits began whispering among themselves, discussing with acquaintances whether to stay or leave. Chen Nan did not urge them, giving them some time to consider. Bai Jing asked, "My lord, may I ask you a few questions?" "Go ahead, ask. I wish to know why you wish to incorporate us." "There are 2 main reasons for incorporating you. First, you are a good friend of Li Jing, so I am willing to give you a chance. Second, the Chen family army lacks manpower and needs to expand. But my lord, you are soldiers and we are bandits. Is that appropriate? Even if you don't mind, wouldn't the imperial court mind?" Chen Nan looked at Li Jing. "You explain to him." "Yes, my lord." Li Jing said, "Old Bai, don't worry about that, because we've already rebelled." "Rebelled?" "That's right. Our lord is an unparalleled military genius. In recent days he led us to several victories, once achieving the miraculous feat of defeating 1,300 Liang troops with only 200 men. With such weapons, breaking 1,300 with 200 doesn't seem too difficult, does it?" Recalling the scene of his men being slaughtered, by Jing still trembled with fear. Those weapons were too terrifying. Just point them at someone and move a finger to kill silently. No, old Bai. At that time our lord hadn't yet brought out those weapons. We were still using conventional weapons. "Oh, really? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Then the lord is indeed a genius." Bai Jing was convinced. He had once been a soldier of the Great Chu, and he well understood the significance of such a feat. To achieve such a record was worthy of being called a genius. Well, after that battle, Colonel Su Dingen was promoted. Our lord was only promoted from squad leader to vice colonel, and the position of colonel was given to Ding Songtao, the son of Marquis Wooding. "That's too unfair," Bai Jing said indignantly. Perhaps spurred by Su Dingen's promotion, Ding Songtao declared on the very day he arrived that he would attack Jianyang of Liang. Jianyang. That's a major military stronghold of Liang. The Kill Tiger Pass has only 300 men at full strength. Attacking Jianyang is like throwing an egg against a stone. Exactly. But that fool Ding Songtao, eager to earn merit and promotion, ignored the lives of our 300 soldiers, and stubbornly went his own way. What happened afterwards? Afterwards, the entire battalion split into two factions. One faction supported our lord and opposed Ding Songtao's attack on Jianyang. The other faction, too afraid to resist, stood with Ding Songtao. And the result? The result was that our lord unveiled the devastating weapon you just saw. The Chen family army annihilated Ding Songtao's faction with 0 casualties. And how did you deal with Ding Songtao? We sent him to meet his maker, of course. What? You killed him? Bai Jing's eyes widened. But he is the son of Marquis Wooding. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from Marquis Wooding? Li Jing said nonchalantly. Retaliation. Fine, we welcome his retaliation. We'll kill them all. A few days ago, Captain Han Yonghui of the Zhejiang Prefecture led 1,000 elite troops to pursue us. The Chen family army annihilated them with 0 casualties. Bai Jing's mouth fell open. His mind was in turmoil for a long time. He stole a glance at Chen Nan. To dare kill even the son of Marquis Wooding, such audacity. Oldly, no wonder you were serving at Kill Tiger Pass and suddenly appeared here. So that's the case. Li Jing patted Bai Jing on the shoulder. So old, Bai, you don't need to worry. You have a grudge against the court, and so do we. Bai Jing nodded, then suddenly sighed, his tone slightly reproachful. Oldly, why didn't you come to me first when you arrived at Black Rock Cliff? If you had explained the situation, we wouldn't have had such a deep misunderstanding, and my brothers wouldn't have suffered so many losses. Li Jing explained, I did say that. At the entrance, my first words were that I wanted to talk to you. But the second chief gave me no chance. Before I could finish, he ordered his men to shoot arrows at us. One of my young brothers took an arrow to the leg. If not for our lord's excellent medical skills, that brother would likely have died from tetanus. Bai Jing hadn't expected such a thing to happen in between. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it. That bastard almost doomed all the brothers in the stronghold. He clearly knew you, yet he didn't give us a chance to meet. He deserves to die. After cursing the second chief, Bai Jing calmed down a little. He looked at Chen Nan and said, My lord, I am willing to serve you. Chen Nan nodded, then looked at the bandits. What about you? Since the first chief had decided to join the Chen family army, the underlings naturally had no other thoughts. This was the best choice, besides they had nowhere else to go. After all, with such a reputation, returning to their hometown would surely mean being rejected by the villagers. It would be lenient if they weren't reported to the authorities. Moreover, they had no other skills. If they left their hometown, they would eventually starve to death. Staying in the Chen family army, they could draw a monthly salary, at least ensuring a living. We are willing to submit, the bandits said in unison. Very well. Since you have chosen to join the Chen family army, you must abide by its rules. From now on, no more robbing and plundering, no harming the common people. Anyone who violates this will be executed without mercy. Yes, my lord. Good. From this day forward, you are all formally enlisted into my Chen family army. You shall temporarily be designated as the Blackstone Camp, with Bai Jing serving as its colonel. Bai Jing was overjoyed. Clasping his fists together in gratitude, he exclaimed emotionally, This subordinate thanks you, my lord. Moments earlier, Chen Nan had briefly learned about Bai Jing's past from Li Jing. It turned out that Li Jing and Bai Jing were childhood friends from the same village. 7 years prior, both had enlisted in the army in Yunzhou. A year later, a rebellion erupted in Yunzhou, and the two joined the campaign to quell it. Throughout this 2-year suppression campaign, both Bai and Li rapidly advanced, from ordinary soldiers to squad leaders, and with accumulated merits, they eventually both attained the rank of company commander. At that time, both were in their early 20s, at the height of their youthful ambitions. With the rebellion quelled, they had assumed their military careers would return to tranquility, yet little did they know that the curtain had risen on intricate scheming. Yunzhou was not Shaokou. Without rebel forces, there was no warfare, and peacetime advancement became exceedingly difficult. Firstly, without conflict, rapid accumulation of martial merit was impossible. Secondly, in peacetime, officers rarely fell in battle. For every position, there was only one man. If you wished to rise, someone else had to vacate their post. If no positions opened up, then you would simply find a way to create vacancies. Hailing from humble backgrounds, Li Jing and Bai Jing were soon targeted by men of influence. Before long, their superiors began to make their lives miserable, subjecting them to constant reprimands and abuse. Their subordinates' pay was frequently docked, leading to widespread resentment among the soldiers. Gradually, rumors spread that Li Jing and Bai Jing had offended several powerful figures, and their men were suffering the consequences. Consequently, even their own soldiers turned cold toward them. Under immense pressure, Li Jing and Bai Jing were forced to leave the military camp. In a fit of defiance, they ascended Heishi Cliff to become bandits. However, Li Jing was a man of aspirations. Despite the injustice he suffered in the military, he still dreamed of fulfilling his ambition to slay enemies and serve his country on the battlefield. Thus, after just 3 months on Heishi Cliff, he departed. After leaving the mountain, he joined the army at Shahukou, and through step-by-step valor and merit rose once again to the position of company commander. As for Bai Jing, he had lost all hope in the imperial court and remained on Heishi Cliff thereafter. The military was rife with intrigue, but on Heishi Cliff only strength mattered. He who could fight and provide for his brothers would become their leader. With 2 years of experience as a company commander, Bai Jing quickly demonstrated his abilities on Heishi Cliff, leading his brothers to successive victories. 2 years prior, the old sect leader announced his retirement. At the gathering to elect his successor, Bai Jing received unanimous support. Over the past 2 years under Bai Jing's leadership, Heishi Cliff flourished. Living standards steadily improved, and at least the brothers were no longer plagued by intermittent starvation. Before Bai Jing's arrival, the bandits of Heishi Cliff practiced a loot-everything policy. Caravans would rather take detours than risk passing through here. Sometimes months would pass without a single caravan, forcing the bandits to go hungry. They had nearly stripped the bark from every tree on the mountain. After becoming sect leader, Bai Jing innovatively proposed a policy of taking only 10% from each caravan. This received immediate and universal approval from passing merchants. For caravans, taking a detour would entail substantial losses in both manpower and resources, far exceeding the 10% tribute. Consequently, caravans ceased their detours. Each time they passed Heishi Cliff, they willingly surrendered 10% of their goods, fostering a mutually beneficial arrangement. Remarkably, activity along this official route increased even more than before. Everyone knew the new sect leader of Heishi Cliff was reasonable, taxing only 10% per caravan, less than the commercial taxes levied by certain provinces. Having learned of Bai Jing's background, Chen Nan believed that with his capabilities he was more than qualified to serve as a colonel commanding over 100 men. Since these bandits were formerly his subordinates, appointing Bai Jing as colonel of the Blackstone camp proved most fitting. However, arranging things this way would make the Blackstone camp no different from the former Heishi Cliff stronghold. To ensure firm control over the camp, Chen Nan needed to insert his own people. Colonel Bai, I will assign an assistant to help you manage all matters of the Blackstone camp. You have no objection, do you? This subordinate awaits your lordship's orders. Bai Jing was no fool. He naturally understood Chen Nan's intentions, and he could appreciate them. After all, the Blackstone camp had just submitted. Chen Nan could hardly place complete trust in them. Inserting his own men was only natural. Very well. Zhong Wangbei, hear my order. This subordinate is present. Zhong Wangbei stepped forward. From this day forward you shall serve as vice-colonel of the Blackstone camp, assisting Colonel Bai in managing all affairs major and minor. By all rights, promotion from company commander to vice-colonel should have been cause for celebration. Yet Zhong Wangbei felt no joy whatsoever. The personal guard camp was his lordship's elite force. Even a company commander in the personal guard held far greater prestige than a vice-colonel in the Blackstone camp. Should his lordship seize the realm, all members of the personal guard would be recognized as founding meritorious officials. My lord. Seeing Zhong Wangbei's expression, Chen Nan understood exactly what he was thinking and offered reassurance. Although you serve as vice-colonel of the Blackstone camp, you must not abandon your duties in the second company of the personal guard. Zhong Wangbei was overjoyed. Yes, my lord. This subordinate will certainly assist Colonel Bai wholeheartedly. Suddenly Zhong Wangbei recalled that his lordship had previously stated, even if a personal guard member was transferred to command another camp, their position in the personal guard would forever be reserved. He had simply been so tense earlier that he had completely forgotten these words. Chen Nan continued with his arrangements. Currently the Blackstone camp numbers over 120 men. If those currently away return and pledge allegiance, the total will reach over 130. We can establish 3 companies, each selecting a primary and secondary company commander. Colonel Bai, do you have any recommendations? Bai Jing clearly understood that although the colonel was seeking his opinion, he must absolutely refrain from expressing his own views at this moment. Thus, showing proper deference, he replied, My lord, we are all rough countrymen. Aside from this subordinate's 2 years in the military camp, none of us have any military experience. Please, my lord, make the arrangements. This subordinate believes your lordship will undoubtedly select more suitable candidates. Chen Nan nodded. What you say is reasonable. I shall make the arrangements then. Yuan Wei Luo Qin Jiang Peng. Chen Nan called out. All 3 served as vice company commanders in the personal guard. This subordinate is present. From this day forward you shall serve as company commanders of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd companies of the Blackstone camp respectively. Do you have any objections? We await your lordship's commands, the 3 replied in unison. Having witnessed Zhong Wangbei's situation, Yuan Wei and the others naturally had no objections. Colonel Bai, I have selected the company commanders for all 3 companies on your behalf. The vice company commanders and squad leaders are matters for you to choose personally. I trust your judgment. Yes, my lord. Thus the organizational framework of the Blackstone camp was established. With Zhong Wangbei and the other 2 overseeing matters, Chen Nan could rest assured. At this moment Su Ning pointed at Shun Ruoqiu and the others and asked, My lord, what shall we do with these young ladies? I almost forgot about those few girls. Chen Nan decided to respect their own choices. If they wished to go down the mountain to search for their families, they could go. If they wanted to stay on the mountain, Chen Nan could arrange for them as well. You are all free now. You may descend the mountain whenever you wish. If you have nowhere to go, you can also remain here, and I can arrange a position for you in the army. The green-clad girl expressed doubt. My lord, do you speak the truth? Could you really arrange a post for us women? I am a man of my word. You choose. The green-clad girl considered for a moment, then, then I will stay. My parents are both dead, and I have no other relatives at home. Returning would be meaningless. Very well. From today you are also a soldier of my Chen family army, and you will receive regular pay. Thank you, my lord. And you? Chen Nan looked at the other three girls. My lord, I too will stay, said the yellow-clad girl. Chen Nan was somewhat curious. Your parents are still alive, aren't they? Why not go home? I have lost my chastity. If I return home, I would be stabbed in the back by gossip. So I too will stay. So that was it. Understandable, though after being abducted by bandits for half a year the villagers would not rejoice for her, but would instead fabricate all sorts of extraordinary tales. Within a few days, she would likely be driven to drown herself. This girl's awareness showed she was clever. My lord, you once promised to find me a match. Don't forget, please. All right. Do your work well, and I'll keep your matter in mind. Chen Nan sighed. He had been cornered like this. From now on he must not make careless promises. The fifth leader's woman said, my lord, my parents were also killed by those wretched bandits, and I have nowhere to go. So I also wish to stay. But I do not want to serve alongside those vile beasts. Rest assured the positions I will assign you are independent. There was still one last girl who had not spoken. Shin Ruoqiu, who had pleaded for Beijing earlier. Chen Nan looked at her, and you. My lord, I wish to descend the mountain to find my mother and younger brother. Chen Nan sighed inwardly. He did not care much whether the other three girls stayed or left, but he had been hoping Shin Ruoqiu would remain. Shin Ruoqiu came from a medical family. If she could stay, the medical unit of the Chen family army could be formally established. After all, Chen Nan could not personally treat the soldiers' wounds forever. Shin Ruoqiu had some medical foundation, as she would learn medical knowledge faster than others. She was the most suitable person to lead the medical unit. In that case, I will give you 10 taels of silver. You may go down the mountain yourself. Thank you, my lord. Wait. Bai Jing suddenly spoke. Chen Nan frowned. What? She wants to leave, and you intend to force her to stay? No, my lord, you misunderstand. I merely wish to say a word to Miss Shen. What do you want to say? Shin Ruoqiu asked. Miss Shen, I never told you, but actually your mother and younger brother have already been killed by the government soldiers. What did you say? Shin Ruoqiu was struck as if by lightning, she could barely stand. Had it not been for the green-clad and yellow-clad girls supporting her, she would have fallen. In truth, ever since Bai Jing had confined her, Shin Ruoqiu had suspected that her mother and brother were no longer alive. She was simply afraid to face reality, so she had been comforting herself in her heart. Now the confirmation of the news seemed to drain all her strength in an instant. That day after I led my men down the mountain, I saw the bodies of your mother and brother discarded by the roadside. The government soldiers must have made a return strike after you came up. I was afraid this would devastate you, so I never dared to tell you. Mother, brother. Shin Ruoqiu was overcome with grief. Just 7 days ago, she had a happy family of 4 united and harmonious. Now they were separated by life and death, leaving her completely alone. The atmosphere grew awkward. Shin Ruoqiu wept while all the other men stood by watching. Perhaps Shin Ruoqiu also realized this. After crying for a minute, she wiped away her tears and said solemnly, my lord, I too will join the Chen family army. Good. Welcome to all of you. From today, the Chen family army formally establishes a medical team with the 4 of you as its initial members. Shin Ruoqiu, you will serve as the team leader. My lord. Su Ning interrupted. Call him master from now on. Shin Ruoqiu nodded. Master, I do not wish to be any medical team leader. I want to be a soldier who fights. Su Ning muttered on the side, there is no principle of women going to the battlefield. Shin Ruoqiu glared at him. Have you not heard that women can be as valiant as men? Who says women are inferior to men? Even in red dress one can charge into battle. Well said, Sister Shun. The girls cheered for her. Shin Ruoqiu ignored Su Ning, cupped her fists like the others, and said to Chen Nan, Master, please grant my request. You want to go to the battlefield mainly to avenge your family, right? Yes. If I don't avenge this wrong, I am unworthy of the Shin family. I understand your feelings. Very well, the position of medical team leader is best suited for you, and you must take it. At the same time, I specially authorize you to undergo military training. If you pass the training standards, I can issue you a firearm, the weapon you saw just now. In the future, I will also create opportunities for you to take revenge. You can kill your enemies with your own hands and avenge your family. Thank you, Master. Then I will accept the position of medical team leader. Good. First find a place to rest. After I arrange other matters, I will assign you lodging. Chen Nan looked at Bai Jing. Go and adjust the structure of your Blackstone battalion, then make a roster and hand it to me. Yes, Master. By the way, I have over 200 horses at the foot of the mountain. Is there a suitable place nearby to build a horse ranch? Yes. If you go deeper for about 3 or 4 li from the foot of the mountain, there is a valley with a natural pasture, very secluded. We also have some 50 horses that we graze there. Good. My horses are all down the mountain along with a few dozen brothers. Send someone to the foot of the mountain to lead them to the horse ranch to stable the horses, then bring everyone up. Oh, and also have these corpses handled. Take them down the mountain, dig a pit, and bury them far away and deep. Otherwise it might cause an epidemic. Yes. Chen Nan also sent one person from his personal guard battalion to accompany them, since the brothers below had no idea what had happened up here. A fight might break out otherwise. Chen Nan looked at Li Jing. Choose a squad from your first platoon to form a cook squad. This squad will be solely responsible for the entire battalion's meals. Their daily training can be reduced as appropriate, but it cannot be completely omitted. Bai Jing, the same applies to your Blackstone battalion. Yes, Master Li Jing and Bai Jing responded in unison. Su Ning asked curiously, Master, can't you just conjure food directly? Why set up a cook squad? Chen Nan was speechless. Do you really think I have magic? I prepared everything in advance and stored it in the warehouse. The supplies in the space were limited after all. Now that the Chun family army had over 200 men, they could not last long, at most a week before everything was consumed. The days ahead were long. These delicacies must be saved for his own gradual enjoyment. Chen Nan said to Bai Jing, Captain Bai, take me around the stronghold. Although he had already surveyed the entire terrain of the stronghold from the drone's display, Chen Nan still wanted to see it in person. My lord, please. Chen Nan stepped forward with a Mao keeping a pistol at his waist for close protection, while Li Jing and the other two squad leaders followed closely behind. Zhao Yong also led a squad of soldiers, rifles in hand, encircling Chen Nan and the others, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. The total area of the mountaintop was about 300 mu, of which only about 1/10 had been developed. The developed area consisted mainly of the square and the houses surrounding it. These houses were all wooden structures looking rather flimsy. It was estimated that half would collapse in the next heavy rain, and if a typhoon struck, they would all be gone. Bai Jing explained, My lord, the conditions on the mountain are limited. I'm afraid the brothers will have to squeeze in for now. You can temporarily stay in my room, and tomorrow I'll have someone build a larger one for you. No need. You keep these houses for yourselves. We brought our own houses. What? This statement left Bai Jing utterly baffled. He couldn't fathom what those words meant, even if he racked his brains. What did it mean to bring a house? He had only heard of people bringing silver or luggage. What did it mean to bring a house? Could it be that you could move a house to the top of this mountain? Bai Jing remained silent, thereafter pondering the meaning of those words. Behind the houses there was a patch of land planted with seasonal vegetables, and beyond that dense trees. However, the trees here were not tall, nor very dense, mainly consisting of pines, cypresses, and firs. The ground was relatively flat, making it not too difficult to remodel. Pointing at the forest in front, Chen Nan said, Tomorrow, I will select a few people to teach them how to operate construction vehicles. This area will be leveled. On the left will be the barracks for the personal guard battalion, and on the right the dining hall and warehouse. Walking further inward, Chen Nan continued, Here we will build a training ground where all your future drills will take place. What Chen Nan intended to build was a training ground like those in modern military camps, complete with a 400-meter circular track, a 400-meter obstacle course, and a strength training equipment area. Further back, Chen Nan envisioned digging an artificial lake using the water stored in the space to provide bathing and laundry facilities for the soldiers. However, a problem arose. The lake water would be stagnant and non-circulating. After a few days of bathing by so many people, the water would likely become foul. Therefore, a way had to be found to turn the stagnant water into flowing water. Unfortunately, the phone couldn't be used, or he could have asked Doubao. Fortunately, there were still many books in the space. He would look through them later to see if there was any relevant information. Behind the artificial lake, Chen Nan decided to leave a green area untouched to avoid leaving the mountain bare. Finally, only the shooting range remained. Through these battles, Chen Nan had realized that although most of the soldiers in the personal guard battalion had learned to shoot, they were not proficient in handling firearms, had poor accuracy, and wasted a lot of ammunition. Thus it was necessary to train them in marksmanship, not requiring a perfect hit from hundreds of meters away, but at least to improve accuracy at close range. The shooting range would be built at the far end, separated from other areas. Because the noise of gunfire was loud, proximity would easily cause hearing damage. Who goes there? A Mao suddenly shouted. Everyone was startled by his loud cry. It turned out that a Mao had noticed a slight movement in the grass not far ahead, and a dark figure flashed past, prompting his shout. Although he couldn't tell whether it was a person or an animal in the grass, as the Lord's personal guard, he had to nip all potential dangers in the bud. When counting the bandits earlier, Bai Jing had mentioned that 5 people had fled into the forest. So a Mao guessed that the dark figure was most likely one of those 5. A few men follow me. Although a Mao was not a squad leader as a personal guard of the Lord, his authority was not low. Immediately 4 men followed him. Li Jing, the other 2 squad leaders, Zhao Yong, and his 6 men all went on alert surrounding Chen Nan. They held their guns ready to pull the triggers at any moment. Chen Nan waved his hand. It's just 5 petty thieves. No need to be too tense. A Mao and his men will handle it soon. On the other side, a Mao led 4 soldiers through the thick grass which was over head height, and indeed saw 5 figures fleeing into the distance. A Mao did not hesitate and gave the order, open fire. The Lord had said that those who were given a chance, but did not cherish it, no longer deserved another chance, so direct elimination was fine. A Mao raised his pistol and the 4 soldiers raised their rifles, all pulling the triggers simultaneously. After a round of gunfire, the 5 bandits were shot dead on the spot. No one had yet been born who could outrun a bullet. The 5 men each dragged a corpse back to Chen Nan. My lord, the last 5 diehards have been dealt with. Drag them to the square for disposal together. Looking at the 5 familiar faces, Bai Jing sighed inwardly. These people had brought it upon themselves. If they had come out when the call was made, nothing would have happened. After inspecting the stronghold and eliminating the last 5 bandits, Chen Nan and his group returned to the square. Throughout the journey, Bai Jing hardly spoke as he couldn't understand a single word Chen Nan had said along the way. It was now around 3 in the afternoon with more than 3 hours left until dark. It was time to prepare dinner. The cooking squads for both the Personal Guard Battalion and the Blackstone Battalion had already been selected. For this purpose, Li Jing had specifically consulted Chao Xingbang and Zhong Wangbei to make a personnel adjustment. Because in the previous Chu Army's organization, there was no entire squad dedicated to cooking. Each squad had a specialized cook soldier responsible for feeding 10 people, while the other 9 focused on combat. That meant only 1 person per squad could cook. If an entire squad were converted into a cooking squad, they would have been in a fluster. So Li Jing transferred the cook soldiers from other squads into his 3rd squad, forming a team composed entirely of cook soldiers. On the Blackstone Battalion side, it was easier. They were already used to communal meals, so Bai Jing simply found 10 people who could cook to form a cooking squad. Chen Nan took out a dozen steel firewood stoves from the space, along with all the necessary kitchen utensils like pots, pans, and bowls. This move was nothing new to the Personal Guard Battalion, but the Blackstone Battalion members, including the girls, were so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out. With a wave of his hand, Chen Nan made a large pile of items appear out of thin air. The shock of witnessing such a sight for the first time was akin to seeing the deity one had worshipped all one's life suddenly speak. Coupled with the lethal weapons in the hands of the Personal Guard soldiers, the Blackstone Battalion members were even more awestruck. If there were truly gods in this world, then Chen Nan was one. Because this was definitely beyond mortal capability. If earlier the Blackstone bandits had felt more fear toward Chen Nan, now admiration was gradually taking the upper hand. To be able to follow such a deity was undoubtedly the greatest blessing they could have earned over 8 lifetimes. The 2 groups of cooks were ecstatic when they saw the brand new steel wood-burning stoves and the array of exquisite pots and pans. Having cooked for so many years, this was the first time they had ever seen such clean and beautiful kitchenware. Chen Nan had brought out wood-burning stoves. After all, they were in the mountains with plenty of firewood to be had by simply chopping some from the back. Then Chen Nan conjured up crates of vegetables, seafood, whole sides of pork and mutton, as well as bags upon bags of rice. When they saw the food, the Personal Guard Battalion members remained indifferent, having eaten well on the road these past few days. As for the Black Rock camp, their mouths were practically watering with envy. Although ever since Bai Jing became the stronghold leader, the brothers had no worries about food or clothing. Resources on the mountain were limited, and it was impossible to openly purchase supplies for hundreds of men in the city without arousing official scrutiny. Moreover, Black Rock Cliff was extremely remote. A round trip to the nearest county town took a full day. In this era, without refrigerators, even if they managed to procure supplies, they would not last more than a few days. So despite their ostentatious life on the mountain, their meals were actually quite poor. A bowl of rice with Chinese cabbage, some salted pork, and dried fish were the standard fare. Naturally, they were thrilled to see so much fresh meat, seafood, and vegetables. Chen Nan also brought out many seasonings and explained their uses to the cooks in detail. The truth is that modern cuisine surpasses ancient fare largely due to the contribution of seasonings. Even an ordinary restaurant chef armed with modern condiments could become a renowned culinary master in the capital of antiquity. Chen Nan then found a cookbook on the shelf, Everyday Home Cooking Made Easy. This book meticulously detailed each step of every dish and the required ingredients. Just follow what it says, and the taste will be excellent. Chen Nan took 2 copies and handed one to each group. However, a problem arose. These cooks were mostly illiterate, unable to even write their own names, let alone follow such complex instructions. Luckily, despite the large number of illiterates, there were some who could read. So Chen Nan assigned 2 literate men to assist them. Although the book was written in modern, simplified Chinese characters, it was not a major issue, as long as they could connect the context. Reading would not be an obstacle. In the square, Chen Nan placed 2 oversized water tanks, filling them to the brim. One simply had to open the tap at the bottom to get water. Finally, Chen Nan set up over 20 tables, each with 10 red plastic stools. As per tradition, 1 table for 1 group. With everything prepared, Chen Nan decided not to bother further. He waved his hand, produced his container house, and placed it on an empty patch of ground. Bai Jing finally understood why Chen Nan had said he brought his own house. It really was possible. Moreover, Chen Nan's house was a neat square structure made of steel, looking secure, with transparent windows that revealed the interior furnishings. Chen Nan entered the room, drew the curtains, and laid down on the bed to rest. The past few days of travel had indeed been exhausting. Although everyone else was still busy, as the master, he was entitled to this privilege. A mouse stood guard at the door with a Glock 19 pistol holstered at his waist and an MP5 submachine gun slung across his back. While the master rested, no one was allowed to approach. 2 hours later, Chen Nan woke up, disturbed by the commotion outside. The men who had been sent to deliver horses and dispose of the bodies had returned, filling the square with a cacophony of chatter. After a good sleep, Chen Nan felt fully refreshed. The cooks had nearly finished their preliminary preparations. The main ingredients and side dishes were all ready. The rice was steaming, and only the cooking remained. The dozen or so brothers from Black Rock camp, who had gone out to rob, also returned. On the highway, they had looted 2 large carts of grain and 2 old sows. But when they arrived back at the stronghold in high spirits, they were utterly stunned. In the short time they had been away, the stronghold had been transformed beyond recognition. Their companions informed them that half of the brothers had been killed and the rest had inexplicably joined something called the Chen family army. After learning about the new master's power from their comrades, they showed no resistance. If following the new master meant a better life, why would they resist? Hadn't they abandoned all dignity to become bandits just to live a good life? Bai Jing had already ordered the roster of Black Rock camp to be compiled. The camp now had 138 men, excluding the battalion commander, deputy commanders, and their 6 subordinates. There were 130 men, enough to form 13 squads. 10 large woks were fired up simultaneously, and the efficiency was impressive. With the various seasonings and professional book guidance, as soon as the ingredients hit the wok and were stirred a few times, the aroma began to spread. By the time the dishes were nearly ready, the fragrance filled the entire square, making everyone swallow their saliva. Half an hour later, the cooks began serving the food. The Black Rock camp men, tasting dishes made with 21st century condiments for the first time, felt their taste buds explode. Many bandits wept as they ate, because they had never tasted such delicious food. Even the plain white rice without any seasoning seemed like a delicacy from heaven. Due to the technology of this era, rice was hulled by hand and never fully cleaned, resulting in coarse brown rice that cooked up hard and gritty. But the rice Chen Nan brought from the 21st century was polished white rice, yielding soft and fluffy grains. These people devoured several large bowls each, as if they were starving ghosts reincarnated. Even the young women ate heartily, their mouths greasy with satisfaction. Shinruachio, who came from an official family, could not help but marvel at the food's deliciousness. She ate twice her usual amount. But the one who enjoyed the feast the most was Bai Jing's little calico cat. The discarded parts of the seafood formed a small mountain, inedible for humans, but perfect for the cat. There was only one cat on the mountain, so it ate to its heart's content, eventually collapsing on the ground and unable to get up. While the Chen family army was holding their banquet on the mountain marquee, Wooding's men rode non-stop back to the marquee's fiefdom. When they parted earlier, both sides had agreed to act separately. The main cavalry would continue following the rebels' tracks to locate Chen Nan's group and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, the marquee's men were tasked with returning to report the situation in the valley. They split midway. Captain Wan led half directly to the marquee's mansion, while the other half went to Shiku Pass to inform Deputy Commander Wang Daocheng. When he learned that their commander and 1,000 men had been completely annihilated, Wang Daocheng was utterly petrified. This was nearly half of their forces. Combined with the earlier betrayal and massacre of 300 men at Shiku Pass, the prefecture's military backbone was essentially shattered. Meanwhile, Captain Wan and his 4 companions arrived at the gates of the Marquis's mansion. The once imposing vermilion and majesty of the Wooding Marquis's residence seemed to have vanished, replaced by a scene of stark white mourning. The guards and servants at the gate had all changed into simple mourning garments made of coarse white linen, with white mourning cloths wrapped around their heads and thin hemp ropes tied around their waists. In this somber atmosphere, Captain Wan and his men grew restrained. He stepped forward and said in a low voice, "We request an audience with the Marquis. Please announce us." "Wait a moment." One of the guard servants immediately trotted into the residence. At this moment, the Ding Haiba family of 3 were dining in the main hall. Ding Haiba's eldest son Ding Huadao had also returned. With his younger brother having perished such a gruesome death, how could he, as the elder brother of Ding Songtao, possibly focus on official duties? So he set aside all his affairs and went home to see his brother off on his final journey. A guard servant rushed in. "My lord, military officers are outside requesting an audience." "Hurry and let them in." To come requesting an audience at such an hour could only mean that the patrol pursuing the rebels had returned. Soon 5 men, led by Captain Wan, were brought inside. Captain Wan and the others knelt on one knee. This lowly officer greets the Marquis. "Is there any news from Han Yonghui's side?" Reporting to the Marquis, "There is news." "How is it? Did Han Yonghui kill Chen Nan? Did he bring back Chen Nan's corpse?" "My lord Commander Han. He has died." "What?" Ding Haiba rose once more. "You're telling me Han Yonghui is dead? Didn't he take 1,000 troops with him?" "Yes, my lord, all over 1,000 were killed. Not a single one survived." Rage surged within Ding Haiba's chest, and he slammed his palm heavily onto the rosewood table. With a thunderous boom, the entire wooden table shook violently, causing the porcelain bowls and dishes to leap and clatter across its surface. Sauce from the dishes spilled across the table, spreading everywhere. Absurd. All dead. Were those over 1,000 men truly useless? Captain Wan and the others kept their heads bowed in silence, too terrified to breathe, creating an unnerving stillness throughout the room. It was hardly surprising that Ding Haiba was so furious. His beloved son had died such a horrific death, his face completely unrecognizable. Even this middle-aged veteran of countless battles could scarcely bear to look at the gruesome sight. As for his wife, Ding Haiba dared not let her see it for fear she would be unable to bear the shock and might take her own life. Ding Haiba had once sworn before his son's spirit tablet that he would bring back Chen Nan's head as an offering, yet 5 days had now passed, and the rebel Chen Nan remained at large. What made it even more infuriating was that the rebels numbered only over 100, yet Han Yonghui led 1,000 troops in pursuit and ended up annihilated. He simply could not comprehend how 1,000 men could lose to 100. All one could say was that this Han Yonghui was an utter fool. How such a person became a commander remained a mystery. That fool had died himself, but he took 1,000 soldiers of Great Qian with him into the grave. How pitiful for his beloved son. Songer was only 20 years old. Seeing the soldiers trembling with fear, Ding Haiba forced himself to calm his emotions. Where did you find Han Yonghui's body? Hearing that the Marquis's voice no longer carried anger, Captain Wan breathed a sigh of relief and replied, reporting to the Marquis in a hidden valley 70 li northeast of Shao Pass. Was there any clue? Captain Wan shook his head. No, my lord. When we arrived, we found that Commander Han and the others had already been buried by the rebels. This lowly officer surmises that the rebels likely exploited their familiarity with the terrain to launch a nighttime surprise attack on Commander Han's camp. Otherwise, this battle is truly difficult to explain. Do we have any leads on the rebels' current whereabouts? Reporting to the Marquis, according to the hoof prints at the scene, the rebels continue moving northeast. If this lowly officer's guess is correct, their destination should be a place called Haixia within Yunzhou. Haixia. Yes, Haixia is a mountain that has long been controlled by a band of outlaws. Due to its defensible terrain that is difficult to assault, those bandits have held out for decades without being eliminated. The rebels are most likely seeking to leverage Haixia's geography to resist the imperial court. Ding Huadao, who had remained silent until now, spoke with contempt. Humph, what a pleasant dream. With merely over 100 men they dare oppose the imperial court. That is pure delusion. Father, I am willing to lead troops to eradicate these rebels and avenge my younger brother. Do not underestimate the enemy. Chen Nan has managed to rout enemies several times his size on 2 separate occasions, which demonstrates his cunning nature. He must never be taken lightly. Father, I understand. You know well that I am not one to act recklessly. If he wishes to ascend a mountain, does he not claim it is easily defended and difficult to assault? Then very well, I shall not attack. I will simply besiege him upon the mountain and see how long he can endure. Ding Haiba pondered for a moment. This reasoning proved quite sound. The supplies that can be stockpiled on the mountain are limited, and with the scorching summer heat, even if provisions exist, those meats and vegetables cannot be preserved for more than a few days. As long as we do not engage the rebel Chen Nan directly, there will naturally be no danger. We need only besiege them upon the mountain until they perish. Moreover, by bringing sufficient forces, security concerns need not be overly worrying. He, Chen Nan, may have killed 1,000, but could he possibly kill 3,000? Very well, Hooer. Led 3,000 troops, and ensure you bring back the head of the rebel leader Chen Nan as an offering to Song. Fear not, father. I shall not fail in this mission. Haixia. The banquet continued for nearly an hour until darkness had fully fallen. Chen Nan produced a pile of solar-powered outdoor lamps and ordered men to cut down several trees, hanging these solar lights throughout the square. The entire square was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. This sight left the people of the Blackstone camp once again filled with astonishment. Truly worthy of their lord who had descended from the heavens. Every item he produced was something none of them had ever seen before. This was far brighter than oil lamps and candles. Even the emperor in the capital city had likely never encountered such extraordinary devices. After dinner concluded, it was barely 7 o'clock, a bit early for sleep. Chen Nan decided to screen an outdoor movie for everyone, allowing the brothers of the Chun family army to enjoy the marvels of modern technology. With thousands of films stored on his phone and laptop, Chen Nan ultimately chose New Dragon Gate Inn. Since they were all ancient people, watching a period film would not feel too jarring. Chen Nan produced the equipment needed for screening, a laptop projector, screen power supply, and so on. When the film's imagery appeared on the screen, the group of ancient people were once again astounded, readily believing that deities had descended to earth. Many even knelt and worshipped on the spot, leaving Chen Nan utterly at a loss for words. Only after Chen Nan explained things did they finally accept this novel concept of movies. The film's plot was excellent, filled with constant excitement, and everyone watched with great interest, forgetting all about time. By the time the movie ended at 8:30, people were still engrossed in discussion, reluctant to part. Next came bedtime. The people of the Blackstone camp needed no special arrangements. They would simply sleep in their original houses. The personal guard camp was the same. They would sleep in the container houses. Since the dormitory area had not yet been developed, Chen Nan had temporarily placed the containers on the square. For convenience, Chen Nan also provided the medical team with a container house inside, which replaced 2 bunk beds. The 4 young women were overjoyed. In modern society, such container houses could only serve as temporary dwellings, but in this era, they represented luxurious mansions among mansions. Not only were they sturdy, but also clean and bright. Bai Jing approached Chen Nan carrying that little spotted cat grinning slyly. My lord, this subordinate would also like such a house. You are considered a senior member of the Chen family army and qualify for this. Very well, I'll give you one. Bai Jing was overjoyed. Thank you, my lord. Chen Nan placed a container house in the corner of the square, and Bai Jing moved in with great enthusiasm. Chen Nan also moved into his own dwelling. His house was placed in the very center of the square with the other residences arranged around it. Guards were still required throughout the night. The forward sentries returned for dinner before being dispatched back to their posts on the hillsides. The entrance to Blackstone Cliff also needed protection, with 5 men from the Personal Guard Battalion and 5 from the Blackstone Battalion assigned to man the post. As for guarding Chen Nan's room door, A Mao and Zhao Yong took turns standing watch. Chen Nan understood that his own safety was paramount and could not be taken lightly. The next morning the rooster on the mountain crowed incessantly, rousing everyone from sleep. Chen Nan stored away the container houses and distributed supplies to the 2 cooks, instructing them to prepare breakfast. The others began their daily drills. What surprised Chen Nan was that the men of the Blackstone Battalion actually knew the military training exercises. But considering Bai Jing's background, it wasn't entirely unexpected. The training matters were handled by the squad leaders, so Chen Nan didn't need to worry about it. Chen Nan's task was to develop the mountain stronghold as quickly as possible so the soldiers could train more effectively. However, since he wouldn't be staying at this place for long, there was no need to build it to high standards. Simply making it presentable would suffice. Chen Nan selected several quick-witted young men and began teaching them to operate engineering vehicles, including log splitters, excavators, road rollers, and other machinery. In modern times, operating such machinery would require at least a month of training before one could work independently. But in this era, there were fewer restrictions. Once they learned how to operate the equipment, they could get started right away. Moreover, these men were deeply interested in the modern machinery, and their enthusiasm for learning was remarkable. They had mastered the essentials in just one morning. Breakfast consisted of congee with some side dishes. Compared to last night's proper meal, this was quite inferior, but nobody complained. The so-called congee was actually just soft rice with barely any broth visible. And the porridge was unlimited. People could eat as much as they wanted. Even this humble fare was several grades better than their previous rations. By mid-morning, Chen Nan had the cooks prepare lunch with similar provisions to the evening before. The Blackstone Battalion members were utterly astonished. They had no idea the Chen family army enjoyed 3 meals a day. In this era, only the officials dined thrice daily, while everyone else managed with just 2 meals. They had assumed the fall of their stronghold was a disaster, never imagining it was actually an opportunity heaven sent. After lunch, Chen Nan granted everyone an hour of rest. In the afternoon, once training concluded, the construction crew began their work. They started by clearing the designated area with a woodcutter, uprooting every tree. The felled trees served perfectly as firewood with 0 waste. Then a bulldozer leveled the ground, a grader refined the surface, and finally a road roller compacted it firmly to prevent the next rain from turning everything to mud. At the artificial lake site, 2 excavators worked simultaneously, carving out a body of water measuring 100 meters long, 30 meters wide, and averaging 2 meters deep. The lake would serve as a bathing and laundry area for the men. Upstream, a smaller pool was dug and covered with a wooden shelter for the women. All these major projects were completed in less than 2 days. Had they relied solely on manual labor, it would have taken over a month to finish. The dormitory area, training ground, and shooting range were all leveled and compacted. Chen Nan actually had cement in his spatial storage, but he chose not to waste it on this temporary base. For the past 2 days, 7 or 8 machines had been busily operating on the mountain. Whenever others had free time, they would gather to watch. After all, such sights were unprecedented in their lifetimes. The first cleared area became the living and administrative zone. Chen Nan positioned all the container houses on the left side, arranging nearly 30 units in neat rows. Indeed, even the Blackstone Battalion personnel moved into the clean container quarters. Housing them together enabled stricter military discipline and control. The right side served as the administrative zone, with each container functioning as a separate office. This included Chen Nan's own workspace, offices for squad leaders and deputy leaders, plus a conference room, infirmary, and logistics department. As for the dining hall, it remained temporarily in the front square, where Chen Nan had set up large tents to ensure meals could proceed regardless of weather. Next came the drill ground and shooting range. The training area featured a roughly 400-meter running track, a 400-meter obstacle course in the center, and various equipment, including horizontal bars and parallel bars. A large open space was also reserved for practicing cold weapons formation drills and battlefield first aid. The shooting range was straightforward. Simply set up targets and training could begin. They could practice not only with firearms, but also with bows and arrows. Chen Nan still had 500 compound bows stored in his spatial dimension. Even without guns, if every man were equipped with a compound bow, the combat effectiveness would be formidable. Then came the artificial lake. Chen Nan poured water from his spatial storage into it, quickly filling the basin. To transform the stagnant water into a flowing system proved simple, since Chen Nan discovered natural spring water on the mountain. the very source that had sustained Bai Jing and his people before. It made sense water was as vital as food for survival. Relying solely on rainwater collection would have led to death by dehydration long ago. He channeled the spring water into the lake and dug a small canal at the opposite end to drain directly down the mountain, converting the standing water into a flowing system. Although the spring flow was modest, and the lake would eventually dry up without intervention, Chen Nan planned to regularly replenish it with fresh water. Finally, they addressed the sanitation facilities. The old latrines were filthy and foul-smelling with no standing rooms swarming with mosquitoes and flies. Renovation was absolutely necessary. Chen Nan constructed 3 separate latrines, the largest for the men, one for the women, and a private facility for himself. All squat toilets were tiled for easy flushing. Chen Nan issued a strict order: flushing was mandatory after each use, and anyone caught neglecting this duty would face double physical training that day. He wanted to instill the habit of proper sanitation. His personal toilet, located in a separate corner, was equipped with both a Western-style commode and a squat pan. Flushing was convenient since water was plentiful in his spatial storage. Chen Nan installed drainage pipes in each latrine, directing all waste downhill away from the camp. While overseeing the construction work, Chen Nan also arranged medical training for the women in the medical team. Chen Ruqiu, who had studied medicine since childhood and could read, received several medical texts directly from Chen Nan. Works like the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook, Field Surgery Manual, and Clinical Drug Administration Guide were handed to her. To an ordinary person, these might seem dull and dry, but Chen Ruqiu, born into a family of physicians, immediately recognized their value and treated them as precious treasures after just a brief glance. Chen Nan provided her with various medicines alongside the books so she could learn to identify them. Each medication box was clearly labeled with its indications and dosage instructions. As for the other 3 women, only the one in green clothing had learned to read. The remaining 2 were illiterate, making it nearly impossible to train them in medicine. Though they couldn't become doctors, they could serve as nurses, assisting Chen Ruqiu, dispensing medication, administering injections, and handling other basic medical duties. Administering medicine is no challenge, but injections are another matter entirely. Intravenous injections in particular require at least a month of practice before one can achieve precise single insertion accuracy. That can only be gradually mastered through practice. In the early stages, they will practice on eggplants and radishes and later recruit volunteers from both camps. Those soldiers who have been single for over 20 years would surely be eager to volunteer. All the facilities have been constructed and the training plans were already finalized. The plans were jointly devised by Chen Nan and the senior officers, and they differ significantly from their previous training at Shaholku. Given that this era's training programs lag behind those of Earth in the 21st century, certain aspects are inevitably outdated. Moreover, since the personal guard soldiers will be equipped with firearms, a substantial portion of their training must focus on weapon proficiency. Before formal training began, Chen Nan distributed standardized training uniforms and combat boots. These were custom-made in modern factories, breathable and moisture-wicking, incredibly comfortable to wear. Prior to issuing the training clothes, Chen Nan had them thoroughly scrubbed from head to toe. Dozens of bottles of body wash and shampoo were depleted. Each person could scrub off several pounds of grime, and in the end the water in the entire lake turned black. This revealed just how filthy these ancient people were. Chen Nan was forced to drain the contaminated lake water and refill it with a fresh supply. After everyone bathed, Chen Nan felt the air had grown considerably fresher. Only heaven knows how he had endured these past days. So he issued an order: from today forward, all soldiers must bathe every day after training. At the shooting range, when the Blackstone camp soldiers witnessed the personal guard practicing with firearms, envy washed over their faces. They felt deeply aggrieved. They were all soldiers of the Chen family army. Why could the personal guard use guns while they could not? However, the personal guard soldiers merely smiled and delivered a cutting remark: "Your resentment is pointless. Why do you think we joined the Chen army before you did?" Bai Jing also sought out Chen Nan to voice his grievances. "My lord, our Blackstone camp brothers also desire firearms. What should we do?" "Absolutely not." Chen Nan refused outright. The personal guard is also called the divine mechanism camp. What constitutes the divine mechanism? Firearms are the divine mechanism. Nevertheless, the Blackstone camp soldiers needed to be placated, or maintaining discipline would become impossible. "Do not despair. I will equip you with other weapons as well." By other weapons, he meant composite bows and electric batons. Of course, the personal guard soldiers would also be outfitted with both. Upon receiving the composite bows, the Blackstone camp soldiers were thrilled. Though the design was unconventional, it was remarkably effective. Not only did it have a greater range than ordinary bows, but it was also far easier to use. With their standard bows drawing to full tension left their arms aching within moments, and after just a few arrows they would grow exhausted. But with this composite bow, they could hold it drawn for extended periods and fire 20 or 30 arrows in succession without fatigue. Even more astonishing was that after testing, the composite bow's range exceeded twice that of traditional bows, piercing through the leather armor worn by ordinary soldiers from over 40 zhang away. With the composite bow in hand, the Blackstone camp soldiers' fixation on firearms diminished considerably. The personal guard soldiers had been right. Why complain when they had joined later? Such devastating weapons were naturally reserved for the closest of allies. Besides, compared to their old brothers who had perished under gunfire, they were already fortunate enough. Next came the electric baton. At first glance, everyone thought it was useless. Although made of iron, it was far too short. On the battlefield, it was little more than a burden. As the saying goes, an inch longer means an inch stronger. In close combat, spears and halberds clearly held the advantage. For even closer engagements, blades were essential, and this so-called electric baton was shorter than an arm. Seeing the troops' disdain for the electric baton, Chen Nan had a fat pig dragged onto the training ground. Everyone looked at the pig with puzzled expressions. Were they about to witness a pig slaughter on the spot? Chen Nan offered no explanation. He gripped the electric baton, pressed the switch, and thrust it toward the pig. The pig screamed in agony, but after only 2 cries it suddenly collapsed to the ground. The crowd was stunned. Is it dead already? Chen Nan shook his head. No, it is merely unconscious. Even if it was not dead, the demonstration was still breathtaking. Chen Nan had only thrust the iron baton once without apparent effort. Moreover, the pig bore no visible external wounds, yet it had fallen anyway. It was miraculous. If it could knock out a pig, it could certainly knock out a man. On the battlefield, once unconscious, the only outcome was death. For the enemy need only deliver a finishing blow. Zhao Yong asked curiously, "Sir, how does this work?" Chen Nan explained, "This is called an electric baton, which means it carries an electric current. Simply press the switch, and the current will surge through the baton into the target's body. That is why it was knocked out by electrocution." Zhao Yong suddenly recalled their sparring match with Chen Nan. At that time, he had felt something jab his waist, followed by a wave of paralysis spreading through his entire body, leaving him dizzy and on the verge of passing out. Afterward, he had found it strange, but he had never connected it to this possibility, always assuming Chen Nan had practiced some special martial art akin to pressure point striking. Now he finally understood. What pressure point technique? What martial art? It was simply Chen Nan secretly producing an electric baton from his storage realm. Zhao Yong said bitterly, "My lord, did you defeat me back then by secretly using this? That explains how such peculiar martial arts could exist in this world. Head deception is valid in warfare. Do not take it to heart. I would not dare. Besides, if you had drawn a firearm back then, I would have been dead at Killing Tiger Pass long ago." After Chen Nan demonstrated the electric baton's capabilities, the soldiers lost all inclination to look down on the small device. Although the short electric baton held little value in direct combat and ambush situations, it was absolutely unstoppable. In this entire world, aside from them, who else knew that a mere touch could incapacitate an enemy with electricity? Once the enemy was knocked unconscious, they were entirely at their mercy. Next, Chen Nan began teaching them how to use binoculars, walkie-talkies, and drones. These were auxiliary devices and could not be used directly to kill enemies. However, on the battlefield, with the assistance of walkie-talkies and drones, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. The sentries at the forward mountain peak had already been issued binoculars and walkie-talkies. The binoculars were used for reconnaissance, while the walkie-talkies were used to relay intelligence. Although the farthest sentry was 4 li away from Heishi camp, direct communication was possible simply by turning on the walkie-talkie. Especially since both parties were on mountaintops with no obstructions in between, not to mention 4 li, even over 10 or 20 li would pose no problem. Therefore, Chen Nan had discarded outdated communication methods such as beacon fires and flag signals, replacing them with advanced walkie-talkies. Beacon fires and flag signals could only convey limited information, leaving many things impossible to explain clearly. Walkie-talkies were different, as long as one had a mouth, all intelligence could be transmitted completely and clearly. Over at Heishi Cliff, Zhao Yong was in charge of the walkie-talkies. Once news came from the forward sentries, Zhao Yong would notify Chen Nan immediately. Chen Nan could then deploy without delay, ordering the soldiers of the Chen family army to prepare for battle. There were also drones, which were even more formidable. They could conduct reconnaissance over 10 or 20 li, and the enemy's numbers, equipment, and deployment could be seen with complete clarity. Only when Chen Nan took out the drone, explained it, and demonstrated its use did the soldiers of Heishi camp suddenly realize. This was exactly what they had seen in the sky that day, and it could actually be used to observe conditions over 10 li away. How was one supposed to fight against such a thing? The Lord possessed an extraordinary array of treasures, some capable of flying through the sky for reconnaissance, others able to transmit voices over vast distances, and still others various types of guns that could kill from 100 zhang away. No wonder the court had failed to eradicate Heishi Cliff over 60 years, yet the Lord breached it in less than the time it takes to burn one incense stick. Due to the limited number of walkie-talkies and drones, they could not be issued to everyone, only senior officers and scouts were equipped with them. The reason these items were brought out was to make them familiar with such technology, so that next time a drone took to the sky, their own men would not shoot it down. Training in marksmanship, archery, tactical coordination, and other skills could all be conducted on the mountain, but cavalry training had to take place in the valley below. Chen Nan entrusted the cavalry training entirely to Zhong Wangbei, who served as the deputy commandant of Heishi camp and was skilled in horsemanship. At the same time, this would allow him to draw closer to the soldiers of Heishi camp, thereby reducing Bai Jing's influence within it. This was precisely why Chen Nan had appointed Zhong Wangbei as deputy commandant rather than Li Jing. Li Jing and Bai Jing had grown up together as close friends. If the two were to lead Heishi camp jointly, should they ever harbor divided loyalties, the camp might well fall under Bai's control. Therefore, dividing power was necessary. If needed, political commissars and instructors would be appointed at every level to ensure that authority remained firmly in his own hands. Despite possessing his golden finger, Chen Nan knew he could afford neither to relax for a moment on the path to conquering the realm. Ever since the training officially commenced, the soldiers had noticed a peculiar figure on the drill ground. It was Shen Ruoqiu. Chen Nan had stated that if she could complete the military training of the Qin family army, she would be issued a firearm. In order to personally kill the magistrate of Yunzhou and avenge her parents and younger brother, Shen Ruoqiu had accepted this somewhat harsh condition, training alongside all the male soldiers. Although exhausted to the point of collapse each day, she gritted her teeth and completed all the training without ever complaining of hardship or fatigue. Chen Nan was somewhat surprised, as his original intention had been for Shen Ruoqiu to focus on being a physician rather than engaging in combat. He had never expected that a casual promise would awaken such potential in Shen Ruoqiu. What was even more admirable was that she had not neglected her medical studies despite participating in military training. During the day, she trained with the male soldiers, and at night, dragging her exhausted body, she studied by the light of a solar lamp and took notes in her room. Given this, Chen Nan could hardly persuade her to give up, since she was not neglecting her primary duties. Moreover, her presence served to spur the male soldiers to train even more fervently. This was what one might call the catfish effect. After all, as men, none of them wished to be outdone by a woman. The squadron commander led his men along a side path until they reached the official highway. Since the highway was bustling with carts and pedestrians, the tracks left behind were scattered and confusing. It would be difficult to track the rebel bandits by footprints alone. Chief, how are we supposed to find them? Which way, left or right? A soldier asked. Naturally, to the left. Curious, the soldier asked, why are you so certain? The squadron commander drew a map from his robe. Because if we go left and continue for another 10 or so li, we will reach the vicinity of Heishi Cliff. Chief, what is Heishi camp? It is a mountain fortress where a band of outlaws has gathered year-round. It is said to be easily defensible and difficult to attack. I believe Chen Nan must intend to join those bandits. The squadron commander led his men onward. Upon reaching the path leading to Heishi Cliff, he spotted dense horse hoof prints. No fewer than 100 horses had passed this way. The situation was clear enough: those rebels had most likely ascended Heishi Cliff. The squadron commander dared not press further. After all, a fortress that thousands of troops had failed to capture would be suicide for a mere 10 men to enter. Nevertheless, having discovered the rebels' whereabouts, he could return to report. Perhaps men from the Marquis of Wooding were already on their way. They galloped along the way. 3 days later, the squadron commander and his party returned to the vicinity of that valley, where they encountered a large army. It was Ding Hua Tao leading 3,000 troops advancing toward them. The reason it had taken so long to set out was that Ding Hua Tao had been busy preparing provisions during these days. When troops mobilize, provisions must precede them. This was a timeless principle. The reason Han Yonghui had been able to assemble his forces at the first opportunity last time was that they had traveled light, each carrying no more than 1 day's rations. At that time, Han Yonghui's plan had been to capture Chen Nan before dawn, so there had been little to prepare. In contrast, Ding Hua Tao's strategy was to trap the rebel group led by Chen Nan at Heishi Cliff, besieging them for at least half a month or as long as a month. Therefore, sufficient provisions and logistics had to be prepared. This time, nearly 1,000 support troops had even joined, tasked with transporting grain and supplies. Seeing the large character Ding emblazoned on the command banner ahead, the squadron commander marveled that the Marquis of Wooding had personally come this time. Looking further, the columns stretched endlessly into the distance, numbering at least 3,000 or 4,000 men. It seemed those rebels were doomed. The squadron commander urged his horse forward with his men and saw Wan Huazhang and his party leading the vanguard. The squadron commander was already quite familiar with them and got straight to the point. Wan Huazhang, take me to the Marquis at once. The Marquis has not come. Our young master is the one who has arrived. Take me to the general quickly. I have important intelligence. Under Wan Huazhang's guidance, the squadron commander was brought before Ding Hua Tao. The squadron commander dismounted and advance approached Ding Hua. Tao knelt on one knee and clasped his fists. This humble officer pays his respects to the general. I hear you have been tracking the rebels ahead. Any news? Reporting to the general, yes. To the best of my knowledge, the rebels have most likely taken refuge at Heishi Cliff. As I suspected, this commander had long guessed the rebels would head for Heishi Cliff. In that case, lead the way ahead. After the rebels are eradicated, this commander will reward you generously. Thank you, General. The squadron commander rose, mounted his horse, and led his men at the forefront of the column. After the squadron commander departed, an officer beside Ding Hua Tao remarked, those rebels actually captured the Heishi Cliff fortress? Not an insignificant feat. Another officer, puzzled, asked, Commandant Zhang, merely capturing a mountain stronghold. Is that considered extraordinary? Colonel Zhang shook his head slightly. Colonel Li, you don't understand Black Rock Cliff. It's no ordinary stronghold. It has stood for 60 years. Colonel Li's face was full of astonishment. 60 years. What were the local authorities doing? To be fair, the terrain of Black Rock Cliff is unique in all of Great Qian. 3 sides are sheer cliffs with only a narrow path leading up. Even tens of thousands of troops couldn't deploy effectively. Numerical advantage is useless. A small force would have to attack from below, making it extremely difficult. Colonel Li nodded thoughtfully. You're right. That rebel Chen Nan capturing Black Rock Cliff is no small feat. As the two were speaking, Ding Huatao gave a light snort. Do you really think the imperial court cares about these bandits? Colonel Zhang, puzzled, asked humbly, please enlighten us, General. I've heard that Black Rock Cliff has always had only 100 or so bandits, at most 300. Even if it's easy to defend but hard to attack, so what? If the court were truly determined to eradicate them, do you think this band of outlaws could have prospered for 60 years? They wouldn't last 60 days. You are right, General. I've also heard of the rebel Chen Nan. That villain is cunning and full of tricks. He must have used some scheme, perhaps pretended to join them, then revealed his fangs after ascending the cliff, wiping out the bandits in one stroke. Or perhaps these rebels simply joined forces with the bandits and became outlaws themselves. You speak wisely, General. What should we do? They have the terrain advantage at Black Rock Cliff. Rest assured I came prepared. Didn't you see the ample provisions? This time we'll besiege them without attacking and starve them to death. Excellent idea, General. Colonel Zhang flattered him. No wonder they brought so many supplies. Enough to sustain this 3,000-strong army for 2 or 3 months. All right, continue marching. As he recalled the little boy who used to follow him around calling brother Ding, Huatao's eyes blazed with fury. His poor younger brother still lay in a cold coffin, his eyes wide open in death. Chen Nan, I will not let you die easily. I will tear you limb from limb and throw your flesh before Songer's spirit tablet for wild dogs to gnaw. Only then will my hatred be appeased. Traveling without rest 5 days later, the army finally reached the main road. The cavalry commander came before Ding Huatao and said respectfully, General, Black Rock camp is not far. Another 12 or 13 li north, and we'll reach the fork leading to the Black Rock Cliff path. Send a few men to block this road. No one is to pass during this time unless they have an official document. Yes, General. Colonel Wang received the order and arranged for the road closure. The army continued forward. At the junction leading to Black Rock Cliff, Ding Huatao ordered the army to set up camp, while also sending Colonel Wang to block the other end of the road. The main road was suitable for camping. It offered open visibility and no nearby hiding places, or any ambush would be easily detected. Ding Huatao considered himself a capable commander. He would not lead his troops into the mountains. The terrain in the mountains was narrow and densely wooded. If the rebels hid in the forest at night, even the sharpest eyes would fail to spot them. On a hill not far from the road, a sentry of the Chun family army spotted this scene through binoculars and immediately pulled out a walkie-talkie. Hello, anyone there? Anyone there? Soon a loud voice came from the other end. Hello, someone here. I'm Zhao Yong, leader of the 1st Platoon Bodyguard Battalion. Zhao Yong's voice was thunderous, making the walkie-talkie vibrate, and the sentry's ears ring, nearly causing him to drop the device. It was Zhao Yong's first time using the gadget. He worried the other side couldn't hear, so he employed his lion's roar. Though his ears hurt, the sentry was still thrilled. This thing was amazing. It could allow conversation from miles away. Reporting to platoon leader Zhao Anju San from the 5th Squad, 1st Platoon Bodyguard Battalion. I have important information to report to the Lord. Afraid of being deafened by Zhao Yong's loud voice again, Zhu San held the walkie-talkie far away after speaking. Speak, I'll relay it to the Lord immediately. Although Zhao Yong's voice was still booming, at least his ears weren't hurting as much. Platoon leader Zhao, a group of government troops has arrived. They're on the main road now. At first I thought they were just passing through, but they blocked both ends and set up camp right on the road. Camping right on the road. Yes. They must be coming for us. How many are there? About 4 or 5,000. The road is packed, stretching for miles. Can you tell which force they belong to? No idea. Zhao Yong cursed angrily. Can't you see their commander's banner? Did you see any flag? Although Zhu San had again held the walkie-talkie far away, Zhao Yong's anger made his voice even louder, causing the device to vibrate right off the ground. Zhu San quickly picked it up, his voice trembling, reporting to platoon leader Zhao, I saw their banner. What characters were on it? I don't know. I can't read. Zhao Yong's head ached from rage. He was silent for a moment before asking who sent that idiot over there. The word idiot was one Zhao Yong had picked up from Chen Nan, and he thought it perfectly suited Zhu San. It was our 1st Platoon's squad leader Li. Zhu San's voice grew softer. Isn't there someone else with you? Have him look. Platoon leader Zhao, he can't read either. Zhu San's voice was now barely a whisper. Zhao Yong was so furious he felt like his soul was leaving his body. What was Li Jing thinking, sending these 2 illiterates as sentries? This whole squad was a bunch of oddballs. Zhao Yong suppressed his anger. Alright, just tell me, what does the character look like? It's very simple. Just 1 horizontal stroke and 1 vertical stroke. Oh, and the vertical line has a little hook at the bottom. 1 horizontal, 1 vertical with a hook. That must be the character Ding. Zhao Yong had never been to school, But he had taught himself in the barracks, and he recognized Ding. Alright, keep watching those troops. Report any developments to me immediately. Yes. Zhao Yong rushed to Chen Nan's office. The door was open and he walked straight in without knocking. My lord, something terrible has happened. Chen Nan put down his work. What's the matter? According to the frontline sentry, a group of government troops has arrived and set up camp on the main road blocking our exit. They're clearly targeting us. Do you know which force? The sentry said the banner had the character Ding. I suspect it's related to Ding Songtao. Chen Nan nodded. What are they doing now? Still setting up camp. Setting up camp. They must be planning a protracted siege. Chen Nan ordered immediately notify all officers above the rank of deputy squad leader to assemble in the meeting room. Zhao Yong held a megaphone to his mouth and bellowed. All officers at the rank of deputy commander or above report to the Lord's office immediately. Urgent military intelligence. Zhao Yong already had a naturally loud voice, but amplified through the megaphone his shout spread across the entire stronghold in seconds. Whether stationed in their offices or drilling troops on the parade ground, every officer heard him clearly. Only Zhong Wangbei, who was training cavalry at the stables, remained deaf to the summons. Fortunately, it mattered little. Zhong Wangbei carried a walkie-talkie and could be reached directly for any orders. In barely 2 minutes, all officers from the rank of deputy commander upward had assembled in the conference room. A long oak table dominated nearly half the chamber, and at its head sat Chen Nan. None dared to take their seats without permission, so they crowded near the doorway. Be seated, Chen Nan said. Only then did the officers find their places. My lord, what urgency has summoned us all? Li Jing asked without preamble. Frontline scouts report that the army under Marquis Wooding has pursued us. They are presently encamped along the nearby Imperial Road, numbering approximately 4,000 to 5,000. Chao Xingbang murmured. The Marquis moves with impressive speed. 4,000 to 5,000 souls. Their rations and fodder requirements alone must strain supply lines. Li Jing asked. How do you know this is Marquis Wooding's command? The scouts identified a large character Ding upon their standard. Then it must be the heir apparent, Ding Huadao, elder brother of Ding Songtao. To my knowledge, Marquis Ding Haiba has not commanded in the field for several years. Chao Xingbang, captain of the 3rd Company in the Imperial Guard, sneered. Whether it be Ding Haiba or his brother Huatao, it matters not. Whoever dares threaten our Chun family army shall not return alive. His words met with enthusiastic agreement. Captain Chao speaks wisely. We possess firearms. One volley, and even the Heavenly Emperor himself would be riddled with holes. My lord, grant me 100 men, and I shall strike now, leaving not a single survivor. Enough. Chen Nan's command silenced the room at once, all eyes turning to him. Ding Huadao has entrenched himself upon the Imperial Road and blocked all passage. I suspect he intends to wear us down through attrition. There is no need for haste. Let us bide our time for several days, then launch a night raid and seize the advantage of surprise. Chao Xingbang frowned in confusion. My lord, why resort to a night attack? We hold firearms. We can simply charge at daylight. Grant me 100 men, each equipped with a rifle, and I swear their heads shall roll like tumbleweeds. Chen Nan shook his head. Our weapons grant us an advantage, and in open battle, I am confident we would not fall. Yet the enemy numbers 4,000 to 5,000, at least 20 times our force. Should they fight with desperate resolve, they may yet wound us, and that outcome I would avoid. Every common soldier's life holds value. As your commander, I bear responsibility for your welfare, and must reduce danger to its minimum. Chen Nan's words left the assembly profoundly silent. Especially among the Imperial Guards, a sudden clarity of thought settled over them. Was it not precisely because the newly appointed Commandant Ding Songtao cared nothing for their lives, all for his own advancement, that they had fought their way out of Shahu Pass? How quickly comfort bred forgetfulness. Even with superior arms, what difference did it make? Warfare always carried the grave risk of death. Their previous victory with 0 casualties had been achieved precisely because the Lord exploited the darkness of night, lured the enemy into the valley, and directed each unit with disciplined coordination to envelop and destroy them. In a direct confrontation, 0 casualties could not be guaranteed. Even if 1,000 enemies fell for merely 5 of their own, the victory would be hollow. For those 5 souls, such arithmetic offered no justice. Would any man choose death if survival were possible? Chen Nan, their supreme commander, genuinely weighed the value of each life. A stark contrast to Ding Songtao, whose ambition had cost so dearly. The difference in leadership could not have been more pronounced. Chao Xingbang rose to his feet, head bowed in submission. My lord, I was mistaken. I accept whatever punishment you deem fitting. Desist with the punishment. Let this suffice. From now on, employ your wits before engaging in battle. The brothers we brought from Shahu Pass are few in number. Every life lost diminishes us irreplaceably. Yes, my lord. Chen Nan turned to Li Jing. Instruct the frontline scouts to maintain constant surveillance over the enemy. Report any developments without delay. Yes, my lord. Remembering something, Chen Nan added. And replace those scouts next time with literate men. If they cannot even recognize the character Ding, what manner of reconnaissance shall I expect from them? Li Jing offered an embarrassed smile. My lord, among us soldiers literacy is uncommon. Nevertheless, I shall address this matter promptly. Good. Now go operate the drone and scout the enemy's deployment. Though the frontline scouts had already relayed their observations via walkie-talkie, the presence of a drone warranted its proper utilization. Li Jing, as a senior officer of the Chen family army, had received drone operation training in recent days. The group filed out of the conference room and gathered upon the open ground before the building. Chen Nan withdrew a drone and its controller from his spatial storage and handed them to Li Jing. Li Jing set the drone upon the ground, gripped the controller with both hands, and began piloting according to Chen Nan's instructions. The aircraft rose steadily, climbing ever higher before darting swiftly toward the Imperial Road. At an altitude exceeding 100 meters, combined with the enemy's preoccupation establishing camp, few among Ding Huadao's ranks noticed the unmanned aerial vehicle overhead. Even those who caught sight of it would likely have dismissed it as an ordinary bird, paying it no further heed. Yet upon the controller's screen, Chen Nan and his officers observed the enemy's disposition with unmistakable clarity. True to the scouts' reports, Ding Huadao's entire force occupied the Imperial Road with soldiers posted on both flanks to bar all pedestrian and vehicular passage. From the density of the formations, the enemy's combat-effective troops numbered approximately 3,000, swelling to roughly 4,000 when including non-combat personnel. To know oneself and to know the enemy is to stand ready for any battle. Chen Nan now possessed comprehensive intelligence upon Ding Huadao's forces. With the terrain at Heishiai Blackstone Cliff working in their favor, and the Chen family army equipped with modern firearms, defeating this enemy contingent stood well within their capabilities. Meeting adjourned. Return to your posts and resume troop training. Remain vigilant in the days ahead. Yes, my lord. On the Imperial Road, Ding Huadao's command pavilion had been the first structure erected, and he summoned Adjutant Zhang to his presence. What are your commands, General? Dispatch several men to Blackstone Cliff to offer terms of surrender to the rebels. Surrender terms? But Adjutant Zhang appeared bewildered. The rebels had risen in open insurrection and slain his own younger brother. Yet he proposed clemency. Even if they yielded, would mercy truly follow? Inform them that I pursue only the principal offenders. Those coerced into rebellion shall face no reckoning. Should they surrender Chen Nan, the ringleader of this banditry, all others shall be pardoned. Adjutant Zhang's eyes brightened with admiration. General, that is masterful. To offer pardon to all but Chen Nan. Under such temptation, I trust not one of them will maintain loyalty. They will surely compete to deliver Chen Nan's severed head. A simple stratagem to fracture their unity. General, you strike at their very hearts. Indeed. Adjutant Zhang, select a few capable men to carry out this mission. There is no need, General. I shall lead the expedition myself. Should he succeed in turning Chen Nan's subordinates and personally present the rebel leader's head, the merit would be immense. Adjutant Zhang would not surrender this opportunity to another. You cannot go. Captain Zhang asked, puzzled. General, why is that? I am doing this for your own good. Chen Nan is definitely not that simple. This attempt to induce him to surrender may not succeed. You should not go. Really? According to my knowledge, Chen Nan was just a prisoner less than a month ago, and he has only been a deputy colonel for half a month. His bond with those ordinary soldiers should not be that strong. Would those soldiers really oppose the imperial court for him? Ding Huadao shook his head. I have no way of knowing, General. In any case, if Chen Nan were truly that easy to deal with, I wouldn't have to come personally. No matter what enemy you face, never underestimate them, or you will suffer sooner or later. My younger brother and Captain Han Yonghui both met their complete defeat because they underestimated Chen Nan. We must learn from this lesson. You are right, General. I was presumptuous. Go find 2 clever ones. If you succeed, I will heavily reward you. Yes, General. Captain Zhang withdrew and selected 2 of his most trusted soldiers to handle the surrender matter. The general had said if successful, there would be a heavy reward. Naturally, matters with benefits should be prioritized for one's own people. In Captain Zhang's view, this matter was almost certain to succeed, because such is human nature. You 2 go to the Blackstone Cliff stronghold. Captain Zhang gave them detailed instructions, and finally urged, if unsuccessful, withdraw immediately. Do not engage the rebels. Yes, sir. The 2 soldiers mounted their horses and headed toward the Blackstone Cliff stronghold. As soon as they appeared on that path, Zhu San, who was responsible for frontline reconnaissance on the mountaintop, spotted their figures. Zhu San immediately picked up his walkie-talkie and reported to Zhao Yong's squad leader, Zhao, I see 2 Chu soldiers riding toward the stronghold. Should we find a way to eliminate them? Only 2. Yes. Wait, I'll ask the master. Zhao Yong was uncertain, so he could only ask Chen Nan to decide. Quickly walking to the office door, Zhao Yong knocked, and after receiving permission strode in. Master, according to the frontline sentry, 2 Chu soldiers are riding toward our stronghold. What do you think? Chen Nan didn't even lift his eyelids, just 2. It seems they are here to negotiate. In that case, go personally to the platform at the entrance of the stronghold and wait for them. See what they want to say. Then act at your discretion, while I give you full authority. Yes, master. After leaving the office, Zhao Yong said into the walkie-talkie, let them through. You continue to stay hidden, don't expose yourselves. Then Zhao Yong hurried toward the platform, halfway up the mountain, with 2 subordinates. Upon arriving at the platform, several soldiers on guard warmly greeted him, calling him squad leader, Zhao, with great enthusiasm. Although Zhao Yong was only a squad leader, not even an official, everyone knew he was the second most favored person beside the master after a Mao. Squad leader, Zhao, how come you have time to come here? The Chu army sent 2 envoys. I'm waiting for them here. Don't act rashly later, don't fire without my order. Understood. The 2 Chu soldiers rode on, encountering no obstacles along the way. However, after traveling a few li into the area, they heard a bang 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 sound coming from the distance from time to time. The further they went, the clearer and louder the sound became. This was the soldiers of the guard battalion practicing shooting at the firing range. The 2 Chu soldiers of course did not know this, so they were puzzled, having no idea what the sound was. Because the Blackstone Cliff was very distinctive and could be recognized at a glance among the mountains, the 2 men smoothly arrived at the foot of the Blackstone Cliff. After climbing the only narrow path for a while, the 2 Chu soldiers finally reached the bottom of the platform. They finally understood why Blackstone Cliff was easy to defend and hard to attack. The mountain path was extremely difficult. Just climbing from the foot to the halfway point had left them panting. How could they have any strength left to fight? Halt! Zhao Yong shouted. The 2 Chu soldiers immediately stopped and did not move forward. Who are you and what are you here for? Remembering Captain Zhang's words, one of the Chu soldiers put on a smiling face and cupped his fists, saying, "May I ask how to address this brother?" Zhao Yong frowned, but still answered, "My surname is Zhao. So it's Brother Zhao. I am Jean. A pleasure to meet you." "Pleasure my ass. Get to the point and stop farting around." Zhao Yong had no goodwill toward these fellows. With a large army camped right at their doorstep, they still spoke so hypocritically. It was disgusting. Zhao Yong was a rough man and didn't understand all these fine manners. If he was displeased, he cursed. The soldier surnamed Jean said discontentedly, "Brother Zhao, please speak more politely. We are men of General Ding Huadao, the son of the Marquis of Wooding." Zhao Yong drew his pistol and fired 2 shots at the ground near the feet of the 2 Chu soldiers. Bang! Bang! The bullets pierced the dirt beside their feet, drilling small holes in the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The 2 Chu soldiers were startled by the gunshots. They finally knew what the sound they had heard at the foot of the mountain was, but their questions only multiplied. Because the thing in this Zhao fellow's hand was something they had never seen before, yet it could launch such powerful hidden weapons. "I'll give you a chance. Speak properly. Bullets have no eyes." The 2 Chu soldiers did not know what bullets meant, but they knew that this burly man before them was unpredictable and could kill them at any moment. The soldier surnamed Jean swallowed hard, no longer as calm and composed this time. "Brother Zhao, calm down. We 2 brothers are just here to deliver a message on behalf of our General Ding." "What message? Speak." Zhao Yong also wanted to hear what Ding Huadao, that fellow, had to say. The general says only the chief culprit will be dealt with. The accomplices will not be questioned. I hope Brother Zhao will consider it carefully." "What does that mean?" As a rough man, Zhao Yong was confused by this half-classical, half-vernacular statement. "That means General Ding considers that you are all good sons of Great Chu, who once resisted the Liang army at the Tiger Pass for many years. This rebellion might have been instigated by villains. If you return to the right path, all your past deeds will be wiped clean, and you can return to the camp to continue serving the country." This time Zhao Yong understood. He asked curiously what is meant by returning to the right path. "Kill Chen Nan and offer his head to the general." "Brother Zhao, as long as you cut off this villain's head, the general will certainly not treat you poorly. Not only will past matters be forgiven, but you may even be promoted to a higher rank. I hope you will consider it carefully. Consider your grandmother. You're asking for death. My master is not someone worthless like you can slander." Before the soldier surnamed Jean could finish, Zhao Yong snatched a blade from a nearby soldier and leaped off the platform. The sharp tang sword was unsheathed, and Zhao Yong swung it down. A flash of cold light, and the leather armor on the soldier surnamed Jean was split open, the tang sword slashing from his shoulder to his abdomen. The soldier surnamed Jin's face showed an expression of disbelief. Zhao Yong's movement was too fast, he had no time to dodge. Zhao Yong sheathed his blade with a cool pose, and the next moment the soldier, surnamed Jean, fell heavily backward. Dealing with these 2, Zhao Yong disdained even using his gun. Seeing this, the other Chu soldier was terrified out of his wits. Grand sir, have mercy, don't kill me. I didn't slander your lord. Since you came together, then leave together." Zhao Yong swung his blade again, a cold flash of light, and another Chu army soldier collapsed to the ground. Having dealt with these 2, Zhao Yong took out his walkie-talkie. "Reporting to my lord." Chen Nan was handling official duties in his office when he heard Zhao Yong's voice through the walkie-talkie. He set down his work and picked up the device, pressing the transmit button. "Speak. My lord, these 2 wanted us to deliver your head to Ding Huadao to claim merit, but I killed them with 1 strike." "Oh, what conditions did they offer?" Chen Nan asked with interest. "Those 2 said if we could present your head to Ding Huadao, all our past transgressions would be forgiven, and we could return to military service to serve the country." "And my lord, isn't that like insulting us with spare change? Could we possibly accept such terms? So you're saying if he promoted you to commander and offered you 2 women, you'd hand over my head?" "My lord, you jest. I wouldn't dare. Following you means living in luxury. What kind of fool would betray you? Chen Nan knew Zhao Yong was only joking and let it pass. Speak, what is it? My lord, what should we do with these two bodies? After a moment's thought, Chen Nan gave his orders, send someone to dump these bodies near their camp and see how Ding Huatuo reacts. Yes. Setting down the walkie-talkie, Zhao Yong instructed his two subordinates, drag these bodies down the mountain and leave them near the main road. Stay safe. Pausing to think, Zhao Yong produced a whistle. After you leave the bodies near the road, blow this whistle hard and retreat immediately. Do not let them catch you. Sergeant, send a message to Vice Commander Zhong on the walkie-talkie and ask him to bring 2 horses over. Vice Commander Zhong was Zhong Wangbei. While his most prized position was commander of the 2nd Squadron of the Personal Guard, he also served as vice commander of the Blackstone Camp, and by regulation everyone addressed him by his higher rank. No need, there are horses below. Horses below. Yes, these two rode them over, he said, pointing at the 2 corpses on the ground. Earlier on the mountain, Zhao Yong had witnessed the scene through the drone's footage, which is why he knew so clearly. As the 2 soldiers dragged the bodies down to the foot of the mountain, they indeed found 2 horses tethered there. So they dumped the 2 corpses onto the horses' backs, leaped into the saddles, and with a sharp kick of their heels the war horses galloped forward at full speed. It took only over 10 minutes for the 2 to approach the main road. Heeding Zhao Yong's instructions, they halted several dozen paces away from it. The terrain curved sharply here, blocking their view of the road and preventing anyone on it from seeing them. The 2 men tossed the bodies beside the road, and one soldier produced the whistle Zhao Yong had given him, puffing his cheeks and blowing with all his strength. Peep! The sharp whistles startled the nearby Chu soldiers on the main road. Feeling the whistle wasn't loud enough, the soldier then retrieved the rifle from his back and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The gunshot carried farther and louder, and this time nearly half of Ding Huatuo's forces were startled by the sound. Panic rippled through the ranks. Ding Huatuo stepped out from his tent. What was that sound? The personal guard stationed outside the tent shook his head. General, I do not know. Where did the sound come from? The guard pointed toward the path leading to Blackstone Cliff. Take a few men and investigate. Report back to me immediately if anything unusual arises. The guard led several men on horseback toward Blackstone Cliff. Meanwhile, several of Ding Huatuo's top generals arrived at his camp. General, what's happening? Don't worry, I've sent someone to check. We'll know shortly. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Ding Huatuo heard hoofbeats approaching outside his tent. Let's go out and see. Stepping outside the tent, the guard had already returned with his men, and 2 corpses were now tied to their horses. They dropped the bodies to the ground, and Commander Zhang recognized them immediately. The 2 men he had sent to negotiate with the rebels. It hadn't been long. No more than the duration of an incense stick, and those 2 men were now corpses. Commander Zhang couldn't help but catch his breath. That was too close. He had been considering leading the surrender negotiation himself, but the general had stopped him. If he had gone, he'd be the one lying on the ground now. Yet these rebels had the audacity to kill the envoy sent by General Ding. They were truly reckless. What angered him most was that these 2 soldiers had served under him for 5 or 6 years, making them his most trusted guards. The vicious rebels had brutally murdered them. General, this is a provocation. Not only against you, but against the imperial court. These rebels have lost all sanity and will never yield. General, let us strike them down together. Ding Huatuo shook his head firmly. Impossible. In truth, he had anticipated this outcome, otherwise he wouldn't have denied Commander Zhang's request to lead the surrender mission himself. If that Chen Nan were truly as easy to defeat, he wouldn't have pursued him with thousands of troops across hundreds of miles. Sending envoys to negotiate was merely a formality. He harbored no real hope of success. As for the death of 2 soldiers, it was hardly significant. My own younger brother has died. What are 2 ordinary grunts? As long as I can execute Chen Nan the traitor and present his head before Songer's spirit, the death of countless more would be justified. General, Ding Songtao waved his hand. Enough, no more words. I have my own considerations. Simply carry out your duties. I desire the death of that traitor Chen Nan more than any of you. Yes. Blackstone Cliff. Chen Nan stood with his hands behind his back on the training ground, Zhao Yong leading a group of soldiers standing at attention before him. Behind them were parked 4 Dongfeng trucks. Chen Nan's task for the day was to teach them how to drive. In the upcoming raid against Ding Huatuo's camp, these trucks would make their grand debut as the main force of the Chen family army. Ding Huatuo was truly a remarkable fool. He had stationed his entire army directly on the main road. That only made things easier for Chen family's troops. In ancient times, there were very few places suitable for charging with trucks, and the main road was one of them. However, because the main roads within Yunzhou were poorly maintained, this stretch was particularly bumpy. Fortunately, it was wide enough. The worst that could happen was a rough ride. To help them adapt to the bumpy roads in advance, Chen Nan cleared another patch in the undeveloped forest approximately 200 meters long and 20 meters wide. This time he did not have the ground flattened. Instead, he ordered them to dig out a bumpy road mimicking the terrain of the main road. Today your task is to learn how to drive these trucks behind you. Everyone turned around to see 4 Dongfeng trucks parked neatly in a row. They had already seen various massive engineering vehicles, so they showed little shock at these comparatively smaller trucks. Moreover, among these men too had already studied driving engineering vehicles, and their contribution had helped Blackstone Cliff Fortress develop as it now was. So when it came to learning how to drive a truck, the two of them were full of confidence. One of them said, "My lord, we have already learned to operate excavators. Driving these little trucks will be child's play, won't it?" This soldier was named Guanzhong, and Chen Nan had a deep impression of him. Not only because of his unusual name, but also because the lad had a bit of cleverness. At least when it came to learning how to drive, his talent was exceptional. A few days earlier, when learning to drive the excavator, Guanzhong had performed the best. Chen Nan only explained the controls once and demonstrated them personally, after which Guanzhong set to work on his own. By the time Chen Nan went to teach others to operate other engineering vehicles, Guanzhong had fiddled around on his own for a while, and then started digging, right on his own. Even Chen Nan marveled at his talent. So Guanzhong speaking those words was not entirely arrogance, for he did have the skill to back it up. However, a wry smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Nan's lips. "You'll be in for a wild ride soon enough, boy. Let's see how bold you are afterward." "All right, if you can drive it, then demonstrate it for everyone first." "Haha, let me show the brothers how it's done. Get in. I'll teach you the controls first." Chen Nan casually selected a truck, letting Guanzhong sit in the driver's seat, while he took the co-driver's seat to instruct. The driving mechanism of an excavator was completely different from that of a truck, so this was almost like starting from scratch. But Guanzhong was truly a genius behind the wheel. After Chen Nan demonstrated just once, he was able to drive skillfully. Ignition, press the clutch, shift gears, release the handbrake, slowly ease off the clutch, step on the accelerator. Before long, Guanzhong had driven Chen Nan around the drill ground several laps, the ride quite smooth. Driving straight, reversing, turning, accelerating, decelerating, braking. Whatever command Chen Nan gave, Guanzhong executed it quickly and flawlessly, never making a single mistake. "Not bad. You truly are a genius, with the potential to be a ride-hailing driver," Chen Nan praised. Guanzhong was excited. "My lord, what is this ride-hailing driver you mentioned? Is he very formidable?" "Back in my place, ride-hailing drivers are incredibly impressive. Only food delivery riders can rival them." "My lord, you previously only mentioned that vulgar word which seemed like an unpleasant term. What does formidable mean?" "Formidable means exceptionally outstanding. The kind of person everyone admires. So, I am such a formidable figure in my lord's eyes." "My lord, then watch closely." Receiving praise from his lord, Guanzhong grew even more excited. Next, Chen Nan continued training the rest of the group. To speed things up, he had Guanzhong temporarily double as an instructor. The others did not possess Guanzhong's aptitude. There were plenty who still could not grasp the meaning of shifting gears, even after 7 or 8 explanations. Chen Nan had long prepared himself mentally for this, so he managed his emotions well. After all, he had already been driven to fury by those engineering vehicles a few days prior. Fortunately, this was ancient times without any messy traffic rules. Moreover, Chen Nan would not have them driving in crowded cities. As long as the trucks could be started, there was no need for them to excel greatly. After this brief experience as an instructor, Chen Nan finally understood why driving school instructors were so fond of scolding. They really would be driven to tears by the stupidity of some students. After an entire morning of practice, all 10 members of the first squad could already drive the truck independently. At least they could guarantee not crashing straight off a cliff. When lunchtime arrived, Chen Nan announced the end of practice and said they would continue in the afternoon. Yesterday, Chen Nan had someone throw the 2 corpses back into the Chu army camp, and a full day had already passed. Yet Ding Huadao's side remained remarkably quiet. Neither anyone came to attack, nor to demand an explanation. It seemed this Ding Huadao was truly capable of enduring. In the afternoon, Chen Nan once again gathered the 10 members of the first squad to continue practice. But this time, it would not be on flat ground. "Guanzhong, this subordinate is present. From now on, you will demonstrate how to drive this truck for everyone." "Yes, my lord." Guanzhong was both excited and proud. All along, he had been an ordinary foot soldier. Even after becoming a personal guard directly led by his lord, he still remained inconspicuous. Who would have thought that after capturing the fortress, his lord produced all sorts of strange vehicles, and Guanzhong would display astonishing talent in this area. Not only did he learn the fastest, but in the morning he had temporarily served as an instructor. He could berate any slow learner without mercy, and those men could not talk back. This was his first time shining so brilliantly. Now his lord personally called upon him to demonstrate how to drive the truck. How could Guanzhong not be excited? How could he not feel proud? "Choose a truck, get in, fasten your seatbelt, and wait for my command." Guanzhong selected the nearest truck, followed Chen Nan's instructions to sit in the driver's seat, closed the door, and fastened his seatbelt. Seeing Guanzhong was ready, Chen Nan pointed to the bumpy road and said to Zhao Yong and the other 9, "You go wait over there." Then Chen Nan said to Guanzhong in the truck, "Now demonstrate to everyone how to drive a truck on a bumpy road, and the faster the better." "What? Demonstrate on that road?" "Of course. What would you demonstrate for on flat ground?" Guanzhong felt like dying. He had originally thought the demonstration would take place on the flat drill ground, completely effortless. But on a road with a pothole every 2 steps and required to go as fast as possible, Wouldn't his internal organs be shaken right out? And this bumpy road had been dug by his own hand with the excavator the day before. At that time he had not understood why his lord made him build a road and then dig holes on it. Now he finally understood. These potholes were dug for himself to jump into. My lord, may I ask you something? Ask. Why must the demonstration be on such a road? Because the main road is exactly like this, and the enemy happens to be stationed on the main road. Your next mission is to drive the trucks and crush everything in your path along the main road. So you must adapt to the bumps on such roads in advance. Otherwise, when you end up on the main road, you might lose control of the steering wheel and ruin everything. I see. That made perfect sense, my lord. If they drove trucks to launch a nighttime sneak attack on Ding Huadao's army, those enemies would have zero chance to resist. Those thousands of soldiers would simply be sitting ducks waiting to die. Using trucks to wage war. Only our lord could think of such a thing. If that's the case, then there was no choice but to grit his teeth and demonstrate for the brothers. After all, he was as formidable as a ride-hailing driver, right? It was only a pity his backside would suffer. Zhao Yong and his 8 companions arrived at the side of that bumpy road, none of them certain of their lord's intentions. Before long, Guanzhong came driving a truck in their direction. Everyone finally understood. This was their lord's way of having Guanzhong demonstrate how to drive a truck on this road. It was bound to be torturous for him. The mere thought of Guanzhong bouncing around in his truck sent smirks all around. Who could blame them? The lad had been insufferably cocky that morning, parading around as the truck instructor and scolding each of them like servants. Now they couldn't wait to see him squirm. Guanzhong brought the truck to a halt at the starting point. At Chen Nan's command, begin. He slowly released the clutch and pressed the accelerator, easing the truck onto that rough, bumpy road. Metal clattered and rattled in relentless succession. The moment the truck surged forward, Guanzhong felt the jarring vibrations coursing through the chassis, though he could manage the punishing ride. Chen Nan bellowed from the roadside, accelerate to 50. Guanzhong gritted his teeth and stomped the pedal. The truck shot forward. The massive cargo bed thrashed violently side to side, the front end diving down, then rearing up, wheels briefly leaving the ground with each impact. It looked as though it might topple at any moment. Inside the cab, Guanzhong gripped the steering wheel white-knuckled as the jolts traveled through the frame, sending his entire body bucking with each surge. His internal organs felt like they were rebounding inside him. He felt certain his entrails would leap from his throat. Thank the heavens he'd fastened his seatbelt beforehand, or he'd have been launched through the windshield. His hands gripping the wheel grew numb from the relentless shaking, while his arm muscles stayed locked tight to counteract the violent motion. At 50 miles per hour, the 200-meter stretch flew by in barely more than 10 seconds. But his lord hadn't called for a stop, so Guanzhong dared not halt, instead yanking the wheel into a sharp turn to head back. After 5 grueling round trips, his body felt as though it were about to fall apart, when finally their lord signaled for him to halt. Guanzhong slammed the brakes, engaged the handbrake, and killed the engine before unbuckling and vaulting out the door. He stumbled toward the brush beside the road and retched violently. The others watched with amusement. Aren't you supposed to be so capable, old Guan? And here you are vomiting, huh? Laughter rippled through the group. I'm not vomiting. I just ate too much and I'm worried about indigestion, Guanzhong insisted stubbornly. After a few more heaves, Chen Nan tossed him a bottle of mineral water. He drained it and felt marginally better, though still wretched. Looking at Chen Nan with a pained expression, he complained, my lord, weren't you supposed to simulate that official road? But the official road isn't nearly this bumpy. You're right, but you dug this road yourself. Didn't I tell you to build a road following the pattern of the one below? I never said to dig it into this mess. Guanzhong's face fell even further. It was entirely his own fault. The other 9 men erupted in laughter at the exchange. Old Guan, that's what you get for digging your own grave, ha ha ha. Still feeling cocky, Guanzhong ignored them and turned his face away. But the laughter died quickly. Chen Nan called to another soldier, Qiao Yuan, it's your turn to drive. Qiao Yuan, who had been laughing moments before, froze in shock, nearly popping his eyes out. What? We have to drive too? Of course. All of you will train. You can't escape this. The 9 men grimaced, having witnessed Guanzhong's misery firsthand. Now it was Guanzhong's turn to gloat. Ha ha ha, the tables have turned. Half an hour later, all 10 members of First Squad had vomited. Each one felt like they were falling apart from the relentless bouncing. Zhao Yong's 9 men cursed Guanzhong's ancestors for 17 generations. While they fumed, Chen Nan watched with satisfaction. After 30 minutes of grueling special training, all 10 soldiers of First Squad had significantly improved their driving skills. Next, Chen Nan summoned the soldiers from the 2nd and 3rd squads of the Imperial Guard. 4 trucks were lined up with the members of First Squad occupying the cabs, while the 60 soldiers from the 2nd and 3rd squads were divided into 4 groups positioned in the rear beds of the trucks. The spacious rear of each truck provided an ideal platform for transporting troops. As the 60 men climbed into the truck beds, excitement buzzed through the ranks. This marked their first experience riding such advanced vehicles. While the emperor in the capital still relied on horse-drawn carriages, these common soldiers were aboard formidable trucks, a thought that stirred fierce pride among them. However, as the trucks charged onto the treacherous pothole-ridden road, the soldiers, standing in the open beds, nearly toppled from the violent jolting. They survived only because their lord had repeatedly emphasized the critical need to grip firmly and maintain their balance. If the drivers in the cabs had already succumbed to the brutal motion and wretched, the common soldiers in the rear beds fared even worse. After just 2 runs, their spirits seemed to have been shaken from their very souls. What had begun as 9 men cursing Guanzhong had swelled to 69 voices of outrage. Yet there was a silver lining: they had now acclimated to the road's punishing conditions, ensuring they'd be far better prepared when the actual campaign road tested them. With the truck drills concluded, Chen Nan called everyone to assemble for closing remarks. Excellent work today. The training went well, and you've all adapted to the vehicle's rough terrain. Since darkness hasn't fallen yet, and your condition warrants rest, I'm canceling further drills. Return to your quarters and recover. Dismissed. Wait, my lord. Zhao Yong spoke up. What is it? When do we strike? In the coming days. I'll let you know the exact time. My lord, we're ready. Let us strike tonight. Guanzhong called out. Chen Nan glared at him. Strike if you must. Watch your language. Guanzhong stuck out his tongue, acknowledging he'd slipped up without meaning to. This marks the enemy's second day entrenched here, Chen Nan continued. Yesterday we killed 2 of them, so they won't lower their guard soon. I suggest waiting 2 more days. If they aren't rushing, why should we? Zhao Yong stood first to voice his agreement. We await your command, my lord. 3 days later, Chen Nan called off routine drills for the 2nd and 3rd squads along with 1st squad, allowing them to rest and regroup. At midnight, 70 soldiers formed ranks in the square as Chen Nan delivered his pre-battle address. The cooks are preparing celebratory wine. May each of you return alive to share in the feast. Gazing at the mess squad toiling under the solar lamps, the 70 soldiers preparing for the night raid couldn't help but swallow hard. Though their daily rations were already excellent, the victory feast tonight promised to be even more sumptuous. Their lord had declared that for this celebration, he would treat them all to a barbecue. The tables were now laden with an array of raw ingredients. Besides pork, mutton, and beef, there were chicken legs, chicken wings, and even various seafood such as abalone scallops, squid, and small yellow croaker. In short, everything they had seen or never seen before was available. What stirred even greater excitement was their lord's announcement that alcohol would be permitted at this victory feast. Moreover, this liquor was unlike any they had tasted before. It was called beer, and it was iced beer. As the weather gradually warmed, the thought of drinking chilled beer in this season was immensely satisfying. In truth, pre-battle mobilization required no grand speeches. Promising them a feast upon return was far more effective than any words. Over the past few days, Chen Nan had conducted targeted training, and they had become proficient in truck driving, fully acclimating to the vehicle's jolts. Move out. A group of over 70 men descended the mountain. Initially, Chen Nan had considered having one of the 3 squad leaders of his personal guard lead the group, but since the trucks couldn't navigate from the mountain to the official road, he ultimately decided to lead personally. With Chen Nan present, the greatest advantage was that everyone could travel light, storing all equipment, including the trucks, in his spatial storage. From the mountain foot to the official road, the distance was less than 3 kilometers, and traveling light took less than half an hour. Along the way, Chen Nan maintained constant contact with the 2 sentries on the front hill. Chen Nan had equipped them with thermal imaging binoculars, and with their elevated position, they could clearly observe the situation on the official road. According to Sentry Zhu San's report, the Chu troops were mostly asleep, with only a few sentries patrolling back and forth. At the intersection leading to Haishi Cliff Ding, Hua Dao had stationed over a dozen guards. Having encountered no incidents for several consecutive nights, these sentries had grown lax tonight. Earlier, Zhu San had seen the sentries constantly patrolling, but tonight they all clustered together, barely moving for hours, with only 1 or 2 occasionally leaving and quickly returning. Based on his experience, Zhu San guessed they were gathered to play dice or pai gao, and those who left briefly likely went to relieve themselves. Upon hearing this news, Chen Nan was not overly excited, as it was within his expectations. The extra days of waiting were precisely to lull them into complacency. These Chu troops truly believed they dared not descend the mountain, so after several uneventful nights of guarding they would inevitably relax. Chen Nan's group halted about 100 meters from the official road. This distance was just right. In the darkness, the enemy's naked eye couldn't see that far. Moreover, the last 100 meters of the path were relatively open, sufficient for a truck to pass. To avoid attracting attention, Chen Nan had earlier ordered all flashlights turned off, relying on faint moonlight for the latter half of the journey. Chen Nan signaled everyone to stop and began distributing equipment. First, armor. Each person received a set. This armor was custom-made in modern society before Chen Nan crossed over. The armor was crafted from high molecular composite materials, lightweight, yet offering superior protection. Zhao Yong lowered his voice. My lord, this armor is so light. Maybe just over 10 jin in total. Can it guarantee protection? Chen Nan replied casually. Have I ever given you anything inferior? That's true, he. Rest assured, this armor's protection rivals the best iron armor. Zhao Yong moved his limbs freely, completely unrestricted. Such lightness without compromising protection, truly excellent gear. Next came weapons. Chen Nan adopted a combination of firearms and cold weapons. The firearms were primarily AR, 15 rifles, one per person, along with a fully loaded magazine. 4 cold weapons, each person received a spear, a threaded steel rod, and a tang sword. After everyone had donned their armor and taken up their weapons, Chen Nan summoned the 4 Dongfeng trucks, parking them in a row on the road. As pre-assigned, everyone climbed into the trucks. Chen Nan picked one truck and sat in the passenger seat with a Mao. Each passenger seat occupant received a walkie-talkie to maintain constant communication. Chen Nan fastened his seatbelt and ordered through the walkie-talkie, "Begin operation." The 4 truck drivers simultaneously started the engines and turned on the high beams. The high beams tore through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead as if it were daylight. The 2 sentries on the official road were gathered around a small table, playing Pai Gao. The banker had 2 cards face down before him, waiting for the other 3 players to reveal their hands one by one. The player on the left side, only 3 points. What rotten luck. The player on the right grinned, my luck is fine, 9 points, and it's a heaven 9. The player opposite the banker at the heaven gate burst into laughter, slamming his 2 cards heavily onto the table. I've got a ground gong. The banker barked, keep your damn voice down, you want to wake the general. The soldier immediately apologized, sorry, got carried away with a big hand. 2 other soldiers who had bet with him also showed delight upon seeing the cards. Hurry, reveal the cards. The others urged the banker. The banker flipped over 1 card first. It was a ding 3. Oh, could it be a supreme treasure? The banker didn't keep the suspense long and immediately turned over the other card. When he saw that card, the banker's face soured as if he'd swallowed a fly. It was a Yao 6. The other players burst into laughter. You got the nose booger again. Pay up. The banker shook his head, his luck abysmal. He hadn't won a single round since taking the bank, and almost every time he had to pay triple. Just as he was about to pay the 3 winners, he suddenly looked up into the distance, his expression turning grave. Because he sat facing east directly toward the path leading to Heishi Cliff. Whether it was an illusion, he seemed to see a large dark mass not far from the entrance of the path. Is someone there? Bad news, enemy attack. Beat the drum. But the banker's panicked expression seemed ridiculous to the others. Old John, you're trying to change the subject, aren't you? Pay up. Yeah, who are you trying to fool? It's the middle of the night. The rebels aren't sleeping. Give us the money. The next moment, 2 colossal beams of white light suddenly pierced the darkness, shooting straight toward them, blinding the banker's eyes so he couldn't open them. The other sentries also realized old Zhang wasn't joking. They turned around, but their eyes were also seared by the intense light, forcing them to immediately turn back. Heavens! What is that? How can it be so bright? Don't just stand there. Beat the drum. Hurry. Only then did the crowd snap out of their daze, dropping everything in their hands. Some dashed toward the war drum, while others began shouting, enemy attack! Enemy attack! The voices of over a dozen men exploded like a thunderclap in the silent night sky, instantly rousing the soldiers from the nearby tents. Yet it was already too late, for the truck was moving at an astonishing speed. From 100 meters away, with the truck sprinting at full throttle, it would take no more than 7 or 8 seconds to reach the official road. As the truck drew closer, the blinding white light grew increasingly intense. Finally, the sentries' eyes adjusted to the harsh glare, and with the rear truck's headlights illuminating the vehicle ahead, they could see clearly. It was a colossal behemoth they had never seen before, charging toward them at breakneck speed. Run fast. But how could 2 legs outrun 8 wheels? Although Ding Huadao, anticipating a cavalry charge from the Chun family army, had ordered multiple trip ropes and deer horn barriers to be set up at the intersection where the official road led to Heishi Cliff. Yet before the truck, these obstacles were as flimsy as paper, utterly useless, not even capable of slowing down the vehicle's momentum. The truck roared forward, its wheels crushing over a dozen consecutive trip ropes. The wooden stakes tied to the ends of the ropes embedded in the earth were yanked out like radishes with ease. Though the deer horn barriers were sharply pointed and partially buried deep in the ground for stability, they could not withstand the truck's impact and were instantly shattered into pieces. After breaking through multiple successive defensive lines, the terrain ahead was an open plain. The vehicle charged into the camp with the force of a thunderbolt, its engine emitting a deep, deafening roar. The uneven ground caused the truck to shudder, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs and rattles. What kind of monster was this? Even so many trip ropes and deer horn barriers could not stop it for a single step. In the initial panic, the dozen or so sentries snapped back to their senses. Hastily, they grabbed the long spears set aside, and as the monster rushed before them, thrust them out with both hands. Yet that thrust was like a fly's desperate strike against a human. Not even enough to tickle. The truck continued forward, and the sentries had no time to dodge. Half of the sentries were violently flipped by the truck's bumper, losing their balance and tumbling backward. The small wooden table laden with scattered silver coins and dominoes was also dragged under the wheels. Crack! The sharp, sickening sound of bones breaking mingled with the sentries' screams exploded in the darkness. The massive wheels mercilessly rolled over the bodies of those sentries. Splashes of blood soaked the yellowish-brown ground. The soldiers' long spears were caught in the undercarriage, twisted and bent. The few sentries fortunate enough to survive stood frozen in terror, watching helplessly as their comrades were dragged beneath the vehicle, instantly falling silent. The horrifying monster did not pause for a moment, continuing to charge recklessly into the heart of the camp where tents were densely packed. The wheels left 2 bloody tracks on the muddy ground. Before they could even feel relieved, another monster rushed up from behind. It turned out there was not just one monster, but 4. They had simply been lined up in a row, so they went unnoticed. Thus they only lived a few moments longer than their unfortunate comrades. After charging into the Chu army camp, the 4 trucks split up. 2 headed north, 2 headed south. The soldier who had beaten the war drum had just picked up the drumsticks and struck twice when he realized that his companions who had been playing dominoes with him moments ago had been wiped out. Terrified, he threw down the drumsticks and began to flee desperately. But before the truck escape was futile. His fate was already sealed to be dragged under the wheels and share the same fate as his comrades. From the moment the sentries shouted enemy attack to now only about 5 seconds had passed. In that brief time, the soldiers sleeping in the tents had just opened their bleary eyes and begun to put on their armor. When the intense white light streamed through the canvas of the tent, all the soldiers froze for a moment. Then the truck crashed in with the force of destruction. The soldiers had no idea what was happening before they were dragged under the wheels. The bloody scene from before repeated itself. Tents collapsed one after another, people were crushed continuously, and screams rose and fell. The sentries further away finally reacted, screaming as they struck the warning bronze gong. The once silent camp instantly descended into a chaotic uproar. The soldiers of the Chen family army's personal guard battalion had fully adapted to the bumpy rides during the previous day's training, so driving on this relatively flat official road felt like walking on solid ground. Witnessing the chaos of the Chu army camp, every soldier in the personal guard battalion was brimming with excitement. 70 against 4,000. The battle was completely one-sided. And it seemed they had nothing to do but let the driver floor the accelerator. The Chu army's camp stretched for several li. Captain Zhang's tent was located in the southern part slightly to the rear, so he had not yet been crushed. Though he did not know exactly what was happening ahead, the screams and the mysterious blinding light told him the situation was dire. Captain Zhang quickly ran to Ding Huadao's tent further back, just as Ding Huadao was also stepping out of it. He had not even had time to put on his shoes or a coat. Captain Zhang said anxiously, "General, run." Ding Huadao hastily asked, "Captain Zhang, what is happening?" This humble officer is incompetent and does not yet know the specifics, but there is no time to explain. You must flee now, or it will be too late. Hearing the chaotic screams, Ding Huadao knew the situation was grim. He nodded decisively and ordered, "Captain Zhang, I command you to immediately lead the troops to organize resistance. I will leave first." With that, Ding Huadao, without even putting on his shoes, hastily mounted his horse under the escort of his personal guards and galloped away. Smelling the blood in the air, Captain Zhang let out a light sigh, steadied his nerves, and began to organize resistance. He mounted his horse with his personal guards and shouted in a commanding voice, "All men, take up arms and charge with me. Anyone who deserts will be executed without mercy." Yet the soldiers, already terrified by the horrific scene ahead, had no will to fight. No one heeded Captain Zhang's words. They were all busy fleeing for their lives. Those with horses mounted them, those without ran on foot, desperately fleeing in the opposite direction. Captain Zhang, furious, raised his saber high and cut down over a dozen deserters in front of everyone, finally stabilizing the situation. On one side was the ferocious Captain Zhang, on the other the terrifying monsters. The Chu soldiers faced the most difficult choice. After a brief weighing of options, they decided to take up arms and follow Captain Zhang to fight the monsters. The logic was simple: dying at the hands of the monsters would grant their families compensation. Though they themselves would not benefit, at least their families would. But dying under Captain Zhang's blade would be for nothing. All soldiers, hear my command. Charge with me. Commander Zhang led the vanguard, riding at the forefront as he rallied the fleeing soldiers and ordered them to arm themselves for resistance. Before long, Commander Zhang had assembled a force of nearly 200 men. Across the field, 2 trucks from the Chen family army had already charged side by side. The blinding light was so fierce it forced people to squint their eyes shut. Form ranks. Shield bearers in front, spearmen in the middle, cavalry at the rear. The infantry carrying square shields immediately advanced, gripping their shields tightly with both hands to form a solid barrier. Behind the shield wall stood a company of infantrymen wielding long spears. Should the formation break, they would impale the monster with their 2 zhonglong lances. This was the infantry's most effective formation against cavalry, and he prayed it would work against this unknown creature. Commander Zhang felt a deep despair, for despite fighting so far, he still had no idea what they were up against. All he knew was that it was enormous and radiated light. The most terrifying aspect was its swiftness. Many soldiers were crushed before they could even flee their tents. Within such a short span, casualties had already surpassed 30%. If this continued, the entire force would be wiped out. The only silver lining was that their commander Ding Huadao had already retreated. Watching the so-called shield wall ahead, Guanzhong behind the wheel curled his lips into a sneer. These fools actually thought a square shield tactic could stop a truck. Let them experience what was coming. Guanzhong pressed harder on the accelerator, and the truck surged forward, smashing straight into the shield wall. In an instant, that seemingly impenetrable defense was shattered. The Chu soldiers holding square shields were sent flying backward by the sheer force. Behind them were their spearmen, and the airborne shield bearers were skewered onto the spears like meat on a string. Those not knocked aside were immediately crushed beneath the two trucks rumbling alongside. Anywhere the wheels ran over heads or torsos meant instant death. Those crushed in the arms or thighs might survive the initial impact, but without modern medical care their deaths were only a matter of time. Witnessing the first line collapse, Commander Zhang bellowed, "Hold the spear formation. Do not break ranks." As the trucks smashed through the shield wall, the spearmen tightened their grip. Yet the spear formation proved utterly useless. When the truck charged, immense force traveled through the spears into their hands, followed by incessant cracking sounds. The sound of wooden shafts splintering under that assault. Then the colossal beast was upon them. And in that moment they caught sight of something impossible: 3 figures seated within it. Doubt clouded their minds. They could not fathom how these rebels commanded such a monstrous vehicle. But their confusion would soon end, for the dead harbor no questions. After all, the dead cannot wonder. Over 100 soldiers armed with spears stood packed in tight ranks. When panic set in, and they tried to flee, the crowd surged and trampled one another, sending men crashing to the ground in heaps. The 2 trucks thundered past, and every spearman was drawn beneath the wheels. Screams for help, agonized cries, the sharp cracks of shattering bones, and the sickening sound of skulls splitting merged into a single horror. The cavalry holding the third line watched the carnage with their own eyes, and their will to fight disintegrated completely. They had served long in the army, yet never had they witnessed such bloodshed. In past battles against the Liang army, death came at least face to face. A spear thrust, a sword stroke, and arrows flight. Now the comrades who had stood beside them dawn and dusk were reduced to pulp beneath this colossal machine. Defeat cascaded like a collapsing mountain. No matter how Commander Zhang bellowed orders, the cavalry could find no heart to resist. Every man wheeled his horse and fled. Cowards! Stand and fight. As a seasoned commander, Zhang knew the bitter truth. When facing a superior foe, desperate resistance might yet spare a life, but flight offered only thinner hope. Yet the situation had passed the point of redemption. Watching his soldiers ride past him one by one in flight, Commander Zhang had no choice but to turn his horse and join the rout. Chen Nan grabbed the radio. "Open fire. Don't let them escape." The soldiers standing in the truck beds had been restrained for too long, their aggression barely contained, and now it was finally their turn. Every man raised his rifle and fired at the fleeing cavalry. The truck headlights bathed the road in brilliant white light, so visibility was never a concern. Bang, bang, bang. The rap of rifles tore through the highway as the rearmost riders were instantly riddled with bullets. Because he had lagged, Commander Zhang found himself in that fatal last row. He possessed no protagonist's fortune. A single bullet struck him from behind, punching through flesh and bone with brutal force. Commander Zhang felt the tremendous impact slam into him from behind, his body jerking forward as his shoulder blade erupted in torn flesh and pulverized bone fragments. Agony exploded through his entire frame. His right arm went numb, and the spear slipped from his fingers with a clatter. His left hand lost its grip on the saddle, his legs could no longer clamp the horse's flanks, and he tumbled heavily into the dirt. The startled warhorse shrieked and bolted forward, leaving its rider far behind. Commander Zhang lay bleeding from the wound on his back, trying weakly to push himself up as his strength ebbed rapidly away. Soon the trucks roared past, and Commander Zhang would never struggle again. For vehicles thundered along the highway, reducing tents to collapsed ruins one after another like punctured balloons. The fleeing cavalry were either shot down by rifles or crushed beneath the trucks. In less than 2 minutes the vehicles reached their objective, leaving a trail of carnage and corpses in their wake. But 2 minutes was ample time for many to escape. Under the headlight beams, Chen Nan spotted numerous Chu cavalry still galloping down the road ahead. "Stop!" Chen Nan barked into the radio. All 4 trucks came to a halt simultaneously. The trucks pressed forward to pursue the Chu cavalry. The rest dismount and sweep the hillsides for foot soldiers who fled that way. If you spot Ding Huadao, bring him back, dead or alive. Along the route, Chen Nan observed many surviving Chu soldiers making for the slopes on either side. One had to admit they were the clever ones, at least more so than those who kept running straight ahead. Running into the hills was the smart play. Trucks couldn't follow